The phone. Hello. Romeo Young answered the call after 3 rings. It's me, Qinggong. I know. What's the matter? Jin Qinggong told him everything that happened earlier that day at the Jin family's old house. Romeo Young was silent for a few moments, processing what Jin Qinggong told him. That's very unfortunate, he said. Iris Long is becoming a much bigger problem than what I first thought. Jin Liwei, too. It seems like that woman managed to seduce him to the point that he'll even throw away blood relations just for her. Truly pathetic. Exactly. Jin Qinggong felt better after Romeo Young echoed his own thoughts out loud. We'll do something about this. Don't worry. I'll assist your branch family in any way that I can. I'll also tell my wife about your problem. I'm sure that her family there in China will be able to extend a helping hand to you. You're my daughter's biggest supporter in the board of directors. I'll always be grateful for your help in championing Rose to become Jin Corporation's next CMO back then, Romeo said. I've known Rose since she was only a little girl. She used to visit my house and play with my kids, nieces, and nephews every summer. She's such a smart girl, and now she has grown up into an amazingly smart and successful woman. There is nobody else in the world more suitable to become the next Madame Jean except for her. Your daughter, Rose, is the only Madame Jean that I'll ever accept in my life, Jin Qinggong declared. Thank you. I know that things are difficult for you and your family right now, but just endure. We'll help each other out to achieve our ambitions together. Once my daughter succeeds in becoming the next Madame Jean, we'll remember your help and reinstate your branch family back to your previous status. No, we'll place you in a higher position in the Jin clan and of course in Jin Corporation as well. Good, I like that. Yes, I'll endure. My family will endure. All of us will endure until we achieve success. The 2 men were in 2 different countries, but it was as if they were in front of each other. They dreamed of being on top together while planning the demise of Iris Long, trapping Jin Liwei into marriage with Rose Young, and acquiring the main family's portion of Jin Corporation. Regarding Sir Liu Jianhong, yes, they recognized him as a big problem, but he was already an old man. They only needed to wait it out for a few years, maybe even a decade, and he would eventually die. He hadn't chosen his heir yet. He also never involved any of his Liu relatives in Jin Corporation, choosing to keep half of his portion of the company all to himself. What a greedy and selfish old bastard. That was why his own flesh and blood grandson grew up to be such a happy-go-lucky guy. His grandson almost died by breaking his neck while skiing on a snowy mountain somewhere in the world. What a ridiculous way to die. However, it seemed that his grandson had now turned over a brand new leaf and had begun acquiring small business all over the country on his own. Despite this, Liu Ziheo's business achievements weren't enough to make him deserving to inherit Sir Liu Jianhong's half portion of Jin Corporation. Thus, the only possible and acceptable candidate that everybody could think of was Jin Liwei himself, the current president-CEO of the company. By the time that Sir Liu Jianhong died and passed his half portion of the company to Jin Liwei, Romeo Young was confident that he and his daughter Rose would be able to control him. Then wouldn't that make his young family the puppet master pulling the strings behind the entirety of Jin Corporation? Both Romeo Young and Jin Qinggong rubbed their hands in anticipation at the same time. They couldn't wait for that moment to come. But for now, they needed to endure. Endure. And also to make sure to erase Iris Long, the biggest obstacle to their plans of controlling Jin Liwei. ####. Long ancestral residence. The sun had already set when Iris, Jin Liwei, and their bodyguards reached the ancient residence that the main family of the Longs inherited from their noble ancestors many centuries ago. It was a dark and cold evening. While they walked through the roofed walkway of the inner courtyard to the master wing, the couple talked about what happened earlier at the Jin family's old house. Love, I'm sorry about what you experienced at my family home. I'm embarrassed by what you've seen about my Jin clan, Jin Liwei told his baby girl. Don't apologize. It's not your fault. To tell you the truth, I already expected it to happen, so I'm not surprised at all. Yes, I felt angry, but more than anger, I felt indifferent. They're not worth my time, she replied. Yes, you're right. They're not worth your time. Don't worry, love. If I can cut off Uncle Cheng, Jin Qinggong's branch family from the clan, I can cut off the others who dare disrespect you again. All of those who disrespect the wife of the clan head will be gone from the clan forever. Iris hugged his arm. a little shy that he was referring to her as his wife without adding the word future before it. I'm not your wife, she whispered. Not yet, but you will be. She nodded. The bodyguards walking around them, most of them single dogs, channeled the power of one of the elements and pretended that they were air. This was so that they wouldn't drown too much from the overflowing dog food the lovey-dovey couple kept on producing. Not knowing that the bodyguards were suffering because of them, the inconsiderate couple continued whispering sweet nothings to each other. That was until Iris remembered something and sighed while looking around the ancient ancestral place. You've already kicked out a branch family from your clan. I should feel sorry that it's largely because of me, but I'm not. That Jin Shinggong also dared disrespect Grandma Li and Auntie Yuyan. He and his equally disrespectful daughter deserve to be punished for how they acted earlier today. What happened with them reminded me of the same stupid political games the branch families of the Long clan are always playing. I guess I also have to do some cleaning in the Long clan as well, just like what you did with your Jin clan. What a hassle. I really don't have much interest in the Long clan affairs, but I guess I have to start interfering now, especially after what that stupid idiot did to Ingyu. Suddenly dragging her into a painful custody battle for their son, our godson Little June. I won't rest easy after all of the things he did to hurt my friend and our godson. It's just a pity that I wasn't able to buy that 5% shares of Long Industries when it was put on sale. Xiao Yu even offered more money above the asking price, but it was declined because the seller didn't like me. Jin Liwei was quiet for a few moments, thinking about what she said. Finally, he spoke. If they don't want to sell shares to you because of their blind stupidity, then maybe they would be more willing to sell shares to me. Iris quickly glanced up at him, then frowned. But matrimonial assets, he simply said. Oh, she tilted her head to the side. 50-50 again. And, if you want. That's not a bad idea. I prefer to buy them solely under my name, but I can't do anything if the sellers don't want to accept my offer of purchase. I guess this is the only way. He kissed her forehead. Think about it. Okay, I'll talk to Xiao Yu about it. I want to hear what he thinks about your suggestion first. If they don't want to sell shares to me, maybe he could throw your name around, and they'll be more willing to sell. We'll buy it together. I can't let that stupid idiot gain more shares than me any longer. The more foothold he gains in the clan and in Long Industries, the more arrogant he becomes into thinking that he could bully my friend and threaten her to take little June away. Jin Liwei's expression turned cold and dangerous. Don't worry, love. Grandpa Lu's lawyer already contacted both of our lawyers. He already took over our godson's custody case. With our 3 lawyers working together, there's no way Long Hui would be able to successfully take our godson away from Jiang Yingyu and from us. We won't let it happen. Jiang Yingyu and our godson are safe in our Dragon Palace mansion, especially now that Fifth Brother's subordinates have tightened our property's security even more. She nodded, feeling better after hearing what he said. Finally, they arrived at the main wing of the ancestral residence. Long Tingfei, Yang Jiahui, and Mimi welcomed the couple. Iris and Jin Liwei gave them the souvenirs they brought home from France. Then Iris handed 2 small objects to both Long Tingfei and Yang Jiahui. These. She cleared her throat and tried again. These keychains are from my mother. She wants me to give them to you. Long Tingfei didn't take the tiny keychain, so Yang Jiahui had no choice but to take both of them herself. They're so tiny and cute, she said in an appreciative tone. Please thank your mother. I will. Iris was relieved that Yang Jiahui was a kind woman and didn't make things awkward like Long Tingfei. To make up for the unimpressive keychains that Wei Lan bought, Jin Liwei handed his future father-in-law the 70-year-old vintage cognac from his own cellar, while Iris gave a big Orchidia beauty gift basket to Yang Jiahui. This time, Long Tingfei finally displayed an appreciative expression. He was obviously pleased by his future son-in-law's gift to him. As for Yang Jiahui, she was delighted. Oh, Orchidia beauty products. And so many. Thank you, Xiulan. Mimi interrupted her aunt's happiness. Whoa, Xiulan. Did Jinjing approve of you giving so many products away for free? She'll complain to you about the company's budget again. Yang Jiahui's excitement turned to concern instead. Oh, Xiulan, is it really all right to give me this many Orchidia beauty products? I don't want you to get into trouble. Iris gave a subtle glare at Mimi before smiling at Yang Jiahui. Of course, Andy. Don't worry about it. You mustn't forget that Orchidia Beauty is MY Company. If it makes you feel better, These products are the last batch of samples that I'm free to give away for this month. I decided to give them all to you. Indeed, Yang Jiahui felt better after hearing Iris' assurance. Mimi pouted. Then what about me? You gave so many too. Auntie, but where's my Orchidia Beauty free samples? Didn't you already mooch some from Clover? You knew about that? Did she tell you? Of course I know. I'm the company owner. Besides, it's not like Clover is doing anything questionable behind my back. She also receives a set number of free samples every month. She could give it away to anyone as she likes. You two are the only ones acting like you're doing something illegal. Mimi giggled. True. It just feels exciting that way. It gets me into a dangerous yet thrilling mood that is very important when I write my webtoon. Your webtoon is very entertaining. I've almost caught up to the latest chapter. I can see why it became extremely popular. Congratulations, Iris told her friend. Thanks, Xiaolon. And if you really like to receive more free products, then you must attend my company's launch tomorrow. We'll be giving out gift packages to all the guests who attend. They're the full market versions of the products, not free samples. Really? That's great. I can't wait. Don't worry. I already worked extra hard this past week on my webtoon so that I can take the day off tomorrow. I'll definitely attend. Besides, that bossy bitch Jin Liwei will kill me if I don't come. Iris chuckled and nodded. Later, the group headed to the dining hall. Jin Liwei spoke with Long Tingfei and Yang Jiahui about the France trip, while Iris and Mimi continued to chat with each other. Mimi had big, dark-eyed bags. She also looked, fatter, cough, bigger than the last time Iris had seen her. Stress eating, Mimi said after noticing Iris trying to covertly look at her body. My webtoon has entered a dramatic and emotional arc. I'm always crying whenever I'm working on it. Not to mention that many of my readers are demanding for faster and longer releases. Eating makes me feel better. It suits me. Iris only nodded, choosing not comment about it. They finally arrived at the dining hall and were seated around the table. Iris and Jin Liwei noticed that there was an extra seating placement. Even Mimi looked confused. Is there someone else joining us? Iris asked. Yang Jiahui began acting nervous. Long Tingfei cleared his throat before replying. Your brother. Iris, Jin Liwei, and Mimi's expressions turned dark. Right at that moment, Long Hui arrived, led by the old chamberlain. When he saw Iris and Jin Liwei, his expression also became ugly. Why are you here? He asked, his tone filled with spite. That's what I want to know, too. Iris said, her tone cold. Long Hui sneered. Of course I'll be here. I live here, not like you. Jin Liwei narrowed his eyes and was about to open his mouth to join the argument. But Iris squeezed his hand under the table, silently telling him to let her do the talking this time. Yes, you live in the compound at another wing, not here in the master's wing. You're not the head of the clan, so you're not the master. Father is still alive, so don't go around claiming that you live here in the master's wing. Based on your attitude, it sounds like you can't wait for father to die and replace him as the next head of the clan. Iris retorted without mercy. Long Tingfei's expression turned black. He encouraged healthy competition between his children, usually not minding them talking about inheritance after his death, but he didn't like watching his children fighting and hating each other like this. What are you talking about? Long Hui glared at Iris before hurriedly telling Long Tingfei. Father, don't believe her. I didn't say anything like that. Little sister is the one talking about such a morbid topic about you, not me. I don't want you to die, father. I want you to live a long life. Enough. Long Tingfei shouted. Silence. The atmosphere was heavy and tense. They glared at each other, the invisible antagonistic sparks shooting between them. Iris and Jin Liwei versus Long Hui. It was Long Hui who looked away first and said, I didn't know that you'll have guests. I don't want to disturb your dinner, so please excuse me. I'll return to my residence. Then he started walking away. Come back here. You're eating dinner with us. Long Tingfei called him back. I don't want to eat with him. Mimi started to complain. Xiaomei, Yang Jiahui reprimanded her niece, shooting her a warning look. Mimi shut up, but continued giving Long Hui a dark look. The man might be her uncle Tingfei's son, but she couldn't forgive Long Hui for insulting and hurting her two friends, Iris and Jiang Yingyu. He hadn't apologized to either of them yet. Iris and Jin Liwei both had cold expressions. Their combined aura conveyed an image of a frozen and forbidding hell. Long Hui looked around. It's only the two of you? You didn't bring Jiang Yingyu and Long Jun. The couple didn't reply to his question, making Long Hui glare at them even more. Then Iris stood up all of a sudden. I'm not feeling well. Father, Auntie Jiahui, please excuse Liwei and me. Darling, take me home. Xiaolan, stay. Long Tengfei said in a softer tone, but it was still strict and commanding. Iris' stubborn streak didn't want to listen to him. She wasn't the least bit intimidated by Long Tengfei. He was like a mouse compared to her draconian parents in her past life, especially her Arctic cold mother. Her mouth pressed together into a tight and thin line. We're going. Let's go, darling. Jin Liwei also stood up and started following her. Yang Jiahui panicked. Wait. Xiaolan, Liwei, please stay. You too, Hui. It's actually my idea to invite all of you for dinner tonight. Please don't blame your father. If you want to blame someone, then blame me. Iris' hard expression softened a little. She and Jin Liwei stopped walking away, but they didn't return to the dinner table yet. Same thing with Long Hui. The scene came to a standstill. I'm sorry for not warning you beforehand, Yang Jiahui continued saying. If I did, I knew that nobody of you would even want to come. So forgive me if I tricked you into coming tonight. It's not your fault, Auntie. Mimi interjected. Yang Jiahui smiled sadly at her niece before looking at the two opposing sides with nervous uncertainty. Her husband, Long Tengfei, continued to sit at the head of the table with a seemingly impassive expression. His eyes, however, showed a similar nervous uncertainty as his wife. Both your father and I are well aware of the conflict between you. Hui, Xiaolan, you are brother and sister. Your father and I can't bear to watch you fighting against each other like this anymore. I invited you all for dinner tonight, hoping that we can at least have a meaningful conversation. Let's talk about the issues between you. It won't be pleasant, I know, but conversation is still important, Yang Jiahui said, trying to explain herself. The two opposing sides didn't reply. The dining hall once again descended into a heavy and tense silence. Iris no longer cared about the dinner. She wanted to go home. After what happened at the Jin family's old house, and then Grandma Li's health scare earlier, Iris had no mental and emotional energy to deal with any negativity for the rest of the day. She was about to pull Jin Liwei and leave, but Mimi's pleading eyes stopped her. Please do this for my aunt. Her eyes seemed to implore her. Iris sighed. Her friend was asking something of her. It wasn't that difficult to do, but it was, without a doubt, a great bother. Fine, she eventually said, sighing once again. Come, darling. Let's join everyone for dinner. Dinner was an ordeal for everyone. Nobody had an appetite. The atmosphere was heavy and tense, making everyone uncomfortable. As the elders, Long Tengfei and Yang Jiahui, tried to act as if everything was normal, they forced themselves to eat, even though the food tasted like sand in their mouths at that moment. Mimi began stress eating, shoving food into her mouth nonstop, much like her twin bro, the food vacuum dom. Although she was eating a lot, it didn't look like she was enjoying it. The two men, Jin Liwei and Long Hui, ate mechanically. Both of their expressions were cold, but they still continued to eat. They also looked like they weren't enjoying the food. As for Iris, she didn't bother eating. After a couple of bites, she simply stopped. She just sat there with her hands on her lap and watched her darling eating beside her. Perhaps the atmosphere became too much for Yang Jiahui until she couldn't bear it anymore, because she shot a meaningful look at her husband, silently telling him to do something. Long Tengfei carefully set his chopsticks down. Then he cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. The others stopped eating and looked at him. Hui, Xiaolan, the two of you are my children. You are brother and sister. As your father, I want you to stop fighting like this. Talk to each other and try to solve all of the issues between you. Silence. Finally, Iris was the one who responded to Long Tengfei first. Your eldest son is the one who should stop hurting and make peace first with my friend Yingyu and my godson Little Jun. He's the one who caused this mess. Once he asks for Yingyu's forgiveness and she forgives him, then that's the time that I will stop fighting with him. Everyone noticed that she stopped referring to Long Hui as her elder brother, referring him to Long Tengfei as your eldest son instead. Long Hui glared at her. I'm the one who caused this mess. Jiang Yingyu was the one who cheated on me first. She didn't, Jin Liwei interjected. Jiang Yingyu and my eldest brother Lin Yihan aren't in a relationship. They only met the weekend before you saw the photos of them together. That was just a coincidence. I don't think that they're even friends. Eldest brother Lin Yihan is a man of integrity. He'll never destroy a committed relationship by having a love affair with one of the parties involved. You're the only one who latched onto this idea that they're cheating on you even though it's not true. You didn't even let the mother of your child explain her side of the story. You were just trying to find a reason to break up with her so that you can marry your current fiancé who's richer and has a status in high society compared to Jiang Yingyu. Truly a pathetic man who can't even own up to your motives and decisions and just keeps on blaming others for the mess you made. Long Hui was triggered by what Jin Liwei said about him. What did you say, you bastard? Don't you dare call my fiancé a bastard. Iris also raised her voice at him. Enough. Long Tengfei banged his hand on the dinner table, making some of the dinnerware bounce dangerously. Long Hui immediately stopped, acting like a well-behaved son. Years of being trained and disciplined as the successor since he was a young child made him unable to openly defy his father. He could only do things behind Long Tengfei's back. If it was face-to-face, he didn't have the courage to do it. On the other hand, Iris wasn't the least bit affected by Long Tengfei. She even shot a cold look at her father. I'm sorry to say this, father, but I can't accept that you're not doing anything while your son is doing all of these things to hurt the mother of your grandson. Little June is caught in the middle of this mess. You didn't hear how your grandson was screaming and crying. He was so scared. Poor child. When this jerk barged into their condo unit and fought with Yingyu, she told Long Tengfei. You? Stop it. Don't try to influence how father should think, Long Hui said in a hurry, a slightly panicked look in his eyes as he glanced at his father. Iris ignored Long Hui and continued speaking directly to Long Tengfei. Father, I know that you prefer to leave us, your children, to decide on how we live our lives. This son of yours is intent on hurting my friend and taking advantage of her weakness and powerlessness. He's using their son, your grandson, to hurt her and validate his mistaken sense of dominance in their relationship. If you're just going to let him do what he wants in this matter, then please don't stop me if I want to simply protect my friend and your grandson from his attacks. Between him and them, I choose my godson and my friend. Little June has no future with this jerk. He'll only bring little June into a world of hurt if he successfully gains custody of your grandson. Who are you calling a jerk? And what do you mean my son has no future with me? I can give my son a brighter and much better future than Jiang Yingyu. She's only a bodyguard. How can a mere bodyguard compare to me and what I can give to our son? You fucking asshole. How dare you call Big Sis you a mere bodyguard? How dare you? Mimi yelled at Long Hui, waving a fork in a threatening manner at him. It was as if there was nothing in the world that she wanted to do right now but to stab him with the fork. Xiaomei, stop. Don't interfere with their discussion. Yang Jiahui reprimanded her niece. Auntie, I can't stop. He just insulted my friend. Unforgivable. And you call this a discussion? What part of this is a discussion? This is fighting. That's what this is. You. Yang Jiahui closed her eyes, helpless at her niece. With Mimi riled up like this, of course Iris also felt offended for her friend. If eyes could shoot fire, hers would. Be like a military-grade flamethrower burning Long Hui alive. And you might not be able to afford what you can give little June with her own money, but I can. Liwei can. We both can. We'll assist her in every way that we can in raising her son. Little June is our godson, and what you can give him, Liwei and I can give him many times over. Correct, Jin Liwei said. Long Hui banged both of his hands on the table and shouted at the couple. Long June is not your son. He's my son. I have every right to take him. I'm in a much better position than Jiang Yingyu to raise him. Don't you dare yell at Xiaolan. Jin Liwei warned him in a low, dangerous voice. Stay out of this. You're not even along. You're an outsider of this family. Liwei is my future husband. He's my family. He has every right to be here, Iris retorted. So you're going to use Jin Liwei's status and influence to suppress me? Long Hui asked, daring her to answer with his expression. So what if I do? I just told you. He's my future husband. His power is my power, and my power is his power. This is what a relationship is. You don't understand because you only think about yourself. You know what? I'm glad that you broke up with Yingyu. She's better off without a scum like you. That's right. She's so lucky that you showed your true colors before you married. Good riddance to you. Mimi butted in. Xiaomei, please. Yang Jiahui pleaded to her niece to stop, but Mimi was too fired up to. Listen to her aunt. Long Hui ignored Mimi. He sneered at Iris. Huh. So you're admitting that you're using Jin Liwei's power for your own benefit. You're exactly like your mother. That slut. Stop it. Long Tingfei roared. A glass of water crashed to the floor a few meters away from the table after he threw it. Everyone became silent, even Iris. They could feel Long Tingfei's fury. In the end, the attempt to reconcile Iris and Long Hui during dinner by Long Tingfei and Yang Jiahui failed. It failed miserably. Long Hui left everyone and marched off in anger to his own residence. Iris, Jin Liwei, and Mimi glared at his back. Yang Jiahui watched him leaving, a sad expression on her face, while Long Tingfei looked conflicted. Long Hui was still his eldest son after all. Jerk! Mimi spat when Long Hui was gone. Xiao Mei, you should stop, Yang Jiahui said in an exhausted tone, massaging her temples. I'm only telling the truth, Annie. Uncle Tingfei, your son is a big jerk. Yang Jiahui sighed, not bothering to scold her niece anymore. Long Tingfei didn't respond to Mimi, turning to Iris instead. Xiaolan, you shouldn't have provoked your brother. He's very stressed. It's hectic at the company now, not to mention that he also has to deal with the custody battle. Iris frowned. And I'm not stressed? Ingyu is not stressed? Father, my schedule is also very hectic. I'm not only juggling my showbiz career, but also my studies and my businesses. But do you see me acting out, making a mess of things and hurting others? And also please remember that he's not the only one dealing with the custody battle. Liwei and I are also very involved in it. If we leave your son to do what he wants, Ingyu and your grandson will suffer. Liwei and I can't do that, Father. We won't leave Ingyu on her own. She would be powerless to fight the custody battle without our help. And don't forget that it's your son who filed for this custody battle in the first place and made a mess of everyone's lives. Yes, Ingyu left him before when she was pregnant, but they got back together. It was your son who left Ingyu this time and started distancing himself. So excuse me, Father, but don't tell me that I shouldn't have provoked your son. He's the one who provoked us first. What you're asking me is to be understanding of him, but does he deserve it? Do you want me and Ingyu to martyr ourselves over a man like him? No way. Silence. Nobody dared speak after Iris' impassioned speech. The tension in the air became too thick. After a few moments of heavy silence, Iris finally managed to calm herself down. Her angry expression smoothed out. It was as if she expelled most of the negativity inside of her with her earlier words. Father, I have a request, she said. Long Tingfei looked at her now calm expression. What is it? I want to become more involved in Long Industries, she said. Jin Liwei glanced at her, not surprised that she changed the topic all of a sudden. In contrast, the others looked taken aback and confused. They knew that Iris never showed any interest in becoming involved in working at the family company before, aside from partnering with Long Industries for her company, or Chidia Beauty. Despite this, Long Tingfei was still a full-fledged businessman and at the same time, a father. He smoothed out his own expression as well before speaking to his daughter in a serious tone. I know that Sir Liu Jianhong is your business mentor and that you're a cross-academy student. But even so, I can't give you an important position in my company just like that. And I'm sure that you're not asking me for an insignificant position, especially since you're already the president and CEO of your own company. Your two brothers started from the bottom and worked their way up. Your sister Jingjing would have also done the same if you didn't poach her from me after she graduated from business school. Even if you're a genius, I can't just give you a high position and hand it to you on a silver platter. The others took on the role of spectators as they watched the father and daughter's discussion. It felt weird because the conversation went into a completely different turn after the earlier heated argument between Iris and Long Hui. The change in topic was unexpected and confusing. I understand, Father. Iris replied with a brief nod. I won't ask for much. Just this. Please make me the face of Long Industries. I'm a musician, a celebrity. That's my calling in life, despite my other skills in business and languages. My fame has been experiencing quite a significant increase, especially after I won a number of awards earlier this year and at the Summit International Film Festival in France. I'm now one of the most well-known faces in the country. The film festival has also made me a little more known in Europe. She said all of these in a straightforward manner. There was no arrogance or hubris in her tone. She was simply stating facts. I'll be an effective brand ambassador for Long Industries. With my current status as a celebrity, I know that I can greatly contribute in increasing and improving the company's impression, reputation, and presence among the Chinese people. The corner of Jin Liwei's mouth hooked upward into an almost unnoticeable smile. His smile might be small, but it was filled with tremendous pride for his baby girl. He also nodded his head, approving of her sales talk about herself. Without a doubt, she was Grandpa Lu's student. Long Tengfei looked at his daughter for a long time, studying her. There was a quick flash of pride in his eyes before he hid it behind a stern expression. "You know what you're asking of me?" he asked. "Of course, father. You'll have to work hard in fully understanding Long Industries. Brand ambassadors are different from normal endorsers that way. You won't just endorse our company, but also represent its entirety, including its values," he told her. "Yes, I'm ready. I want this position, father. Please give it to me." Iris looked at Long Tengfei straight in the eyes, conveying to him that she was serious in her request. She needed a way to gain more influence within Long Industries besides being a shareholder, especially since Qiao Yu was having difficulty in purchasing shares in the company under her name. Sellers were biased against her. The first time was mostly a fluke because Qiao Yu was friends with the person who sold the shares. She didn't want to start at the bottom of the company like what Long Hui and Long Jian did. That would take 2 long years. There was no way she would waste that much time. If she couldn't take the traditional route, then she would need to find an unconventional way to enter Long Industries. And this was what she decided to do. Becoming a brand ambassador, an effective one, would be the fastest and most convenient way for her to gain influence in Long Industries without having to start from the very bottom. If she used her cards right, she could forge herself into becoming an indispensable marketing and PR force for the company. Once she succeeded in doing this, then she could take over the entire company along with the Long clan, wash it completely clean of filth, and safeguard it until her godson expressed desire in inheriting it. If little June didn't want it, then maybe one of her future children would. Only time would tell. This was her ultimate goal in making this request from Long Tengfei. She already discussed this with Jin Liwei beforehand. She had a motive but didn't share it with Long Tengfei. He didn't need to know it. Everyone waited with bated breath for Long Tengfei's reply. As for Iris, her expression was calm, serene even. Her current expression was far from her earlier angry one directed towards Long Hui. Finally, Long Tengfei spoke. "Fine. I'll discuss this idea of appointing you as a brand ambassador for Long Industries with my fellow executives first. If they approve, I'll contact you," he told Iris, maintaining a stern and serious tone. "Thank you, father." She might look calm on the outside, but inside, she released a big sigh of relief. This was the first step. "Xiaolan, you are my daughter," Long Tengfei said. He looked stiff and awkward all of a sudden. He opened and closed his mouth several times, wanting to say something but struggling to do so. The others waited for him, curious at what he wanted to say. He cleared his throat. "I might not always say or show it, but I love you. My daughter, I love you. This is perhaps the first time I'm telling you this. No, it is the first time." A look of surprise appeared on Iris' face. She didn't expect Long Tengfei to tell her that he loved her in a direct manner like this. Despite not treating Long Tengfei as her real father deep inside, he wasn't her real father as Evelina. A heavy and complicated emotion swept over her. Before she knew it, tears were flowing down her face. She was confused at first why her vision became blurry all of a sudden. She touched her face and discovered that her cheeks were wet. Huh. She stared at her wet hands like a dumb person. It was only when she felt a strong pair of arms envelop her into a tight and warm embrace that she started regaining her senses. "It's okay, love. It's okay," she heard Jin Liwei's low voice murmuring to her. His tone was filled with gentleness. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and ever so gently wiped her tears. He did this while rubbing her back, kissing her forehead and murmuring soothing words to her, as if comforting a child. Iris still felt a little confused at her sudden surge of emotions. All she could do was lean into her darling's warmth and melt into his embrace. To her, he was the personification of safety and comfort. When she glanced around, she saw an awkward-looking Long Tengfei. He looked a little funny, like he suddenly had no idea how to move his body properly, so he just sat there, stiff and frozen like a statue. His wife, Yang Jiahui, was sniffing and wiping her own tears beside him. Mimi looked touched as well. Later, the atmosphere improved. It felt lighter. There was happiness, yet also sadness in the air. Iris was confused. Long Tingfei felt awkward. Touching her chest with her hand, Iris felt her beating hard inside. She hadn't felt the remnant ever since its revenge against Fan Luo last year. Then what was this confusing surge of emotion? It didn't feel like her own, yet also hers at the same time. There was no differentiation. It was all very confusing. Xiaolon. Long Tingfei called, hesitant. Iris blinked and forced herself to focus on the present instead of trying to analyze her emotions. Yes, father. Long Tingfei cleared his throat once again. You heard me. I just told you that I love you. Thank you, father. A hint of sadness flashed in his eyes when she didn't tell him she loved him, too. But he quickly covered it up and gave a rare smile. In the same way, I also love your siblings, your brothers and sister. All of you are my children. Your brothers Hui and Jian. And your sister, Jin Jing. She nodded, silently telling him that she understood. I know that I'm not the best father and that I wasn't always there when you needed me, but I care about all of you. You all have different mothers, and that's my fault. Regardless of that, I'm still proud to be the father of all of you. I know that it might be too much for me to ask for you to all get along, especially since you didn't grow up together with me. But I don't want you to fight. I want all of my children to live harmonious lives and to be at peace with each other. Yang Jiahui held her husband's hand to show her support. Iris straightened, but didn't completely leave Jin Liwei's embrace. She was silent for a few moments before replying to Long Tingfei. Father, too. Those who treat me well, I'll treat them the same way, even many times better than how they treat me. But for those who hurt me or my loved ones, I'll hurt them 1,000,000 times worse. I'm not an angel or a saint, but I'm not completely evil either. At least, I don't think so. I'm just a human with my own dignity and pride. I'm also reasonable and will humble myself to those who I think deserve it. The others were quiet while listening to her firm words. She felt Jin Liwei squeeze her a little, making her feel that he supported her every step of the way. It encouraged her to finish what she was saying. You must understand, father. There should be give and take. The situation regarding your eldest son isn't just between me and him. It has more to do with his conflict with the mother of his child and my friend, Yingyu. Liwei and I are only acting as Yingyu and your grandson's support system. Me too. I'm also part of their support system. Mimi interrupted. Yes, of course. You're part of it, too. Iris agreed before smoothly continuing her speech. We are their support system. If your eldest son continues this foolishness, then, I'm sorry to say this, father, but I'm on my friend's side. Liwei and I will always prioritize our godson's well-being. And we believe that your eldest son can't give little June a good and sane life with that new fiancé of his. No way. Long Tingfei sighed. He could see that his daughter's decision was final. It also bothered him that she didn't once call Long Hui elder brother, as if they weren't related to each other at all. His daughter had become mature and sensible ever since waking up from her coma. It gladdened him and made him proud. Because of this, he and his wife were hoping that she would at least agree to their request of humbling herself to make peace with her older brother. Unfortunately, she refused to budge. He couldn't place the blame on her, though. He sighed once again. The two of you are such prideful people. You are truly brother and sister, my children from the Long clan. I'll try talking to your brother again. I hope that if I succeed in persuading him to make peace with you and Jiang Yingyu that you'll accept his apology and forgive each other, he said. Iris didn't reply right away, but eventually she nodded. I give you my word, father. I may not forget, but I will forgive if Yingyu does. However, Liwei and I will still not allow him to take little June away. Long Tingfei nodded. Deep in his heart, he also agreed that his grandson would be better off with his mother, Jiang Yingyu, than with his son and his new fiancée. Long Hui spent almost the entire day working at the company, only going home late at night. In this aspect, his son was very similar to him. It was a good trait to be hardworking, but it was difficult to be a good father like this. Make money and climb the business ranks? Or be a good father and spend quality time with one's children? Long Tingfei had chosen his decision long ago. He chose Long Industries over personally raising his own children. Yes, he was generous to them, financial-wise. But as a hands-on father? Not at all. If Long Hui was like him, then he wouldn't be able to spend quality time with little June. Long Tingfei also didn't trust his son's new fiancée to properly raise his grandson. It was better for the mother, Jiang Yingyu, to raise little June. He also felt better that her youngest daughter and her fiancé cared so much for little June and were willing to help raise the child. And with that, the dinner concluded. Although it wasn't as satisfying as how Long Tingfei and Yang Jiahui expected it, at least Iris and Jin Liwei didn't storm off like Long Hui did. She was at least more receptive and listened, even if she didn't agree in making the first step to reconcile with her brother. In the end, they all felt relieved that the dinner was over. They didn't even remember what they ate. All they remembered were the emotional events one after another, and then Iris' unexpected request to become more involved in Long Industries. Iris and Jin Liwei left the ancestral residence, feeling extremely exhausted. It had been a long day. So many things had happened. It was already very late in the evening. The weather was cold, almost freezing but not quite. Jin Liwei ignored his baby girl's protests and wrapped her tightly like a burrito with a few scarves they borrowed from Mimi. On the way home inside their car, they discussed her earlier request to Long Tingfei. I think father liked the idea of me becoming brand ambassador for Long Industries. The only question is, will the other executives agree to it? Jin Liwei quickly glanced at her before returning his attention to driving. This area wasn't very busy. There weren't a lot of streetlights, so the road was quite dark in some places. If they're smart, they will, he replied. Quick glance at her, then focus on the road. You've become more famous after winning an award at the Summit International Film Festival. I've heard that there are many companies wanting to sign you. If Long Industries doesn't sign you, then they're stupid. I was hoping to make you Gene Corporation's brand ambassador after we marry, but I guess I'll let Long Industries temporarily have you for now. You want me to become an ambassador for Gene Corporation? Darling, I'm very expensive. Always have been. You know that. He chuckled. Of course I know. Even until now, you still charge me millions for one of your reports. And don't think I don't know that you've delegated most of the work to Ketchup. Not that I'm complaining. I'm happy to pay. Everything of mine is also yours now. Iris smiled. Thank you. And, darling, if I really become a brand ambassador for Long Industries, I'll become even busier. He was quiet for a moment before saying, I know. Is that all right with you? I don't like it. I want to spend more time with you. But if this is what you have to do, then I'll have to accept it, he told her. Iris turned her head and rested her cheek on the seat's headrest. She studied Jin Liwei. Lights and shadows played on his profile as they drove in the night. They made him look more handsome and alluring in her eyes. I'm sorry, she whispered. He glanced at her. What for? I'm always doing my thing and asking you to understand me. I love you, he simply said. For him, these words were enough explanation. I love you too, Jin Liwei. The two descended into a comfortable silence, enjoying with each other's presence. Darling, things will start getting messy after I become brand ambassador for Long Industries. You'll be caught up in it. Maybe it will even affect the Jin clan and Jin Corporation. I'm going to conquer Long Industries and the Long clan, she told him. Go ahead, love. I'll help you in choosing your weapons and in organizing your army for the war. My woman, Jin Liwei's woman, is meant for victory. Iris smiled, feeling content. My man is the best, she murmured before falling asleep. A soft smile made Jin Liwei's harsh profile in the dark gentler. He made sure to drive carefully in order to bring his queen home safely. The next day was chilly and overcast. Yet a massive number of people crowded around a big convention center in the outskirts of the city. They endured the cold weather, refusing to leave even when the sky drizzled on and off since early morning. Fortunately, this wasn't a busy area compared to the city center. There wasn't much traffic either. The great crowd didn't inconvenience others except for the few residents and people working in the area. They were also generally peaceful and didn't create too much trouble. Despite this, the police still sent more officers to patrol around the convention center's vicinity to make sure that the people obeyed the law. The crowd was mostly made up of fans. They weren't a single fandom. All of these people came to support different celebrities. However, one group stood out from this sea of fans. Every single one of them wore black suits, looking very much like Triad members and alarming some of the passers-by into reporting them to the patrolling police officer nearby. This particular group was already used to dealing with the police whenever they wore their iconic tuxedo suits together to support their boss. They didn't panic and stayed calm while explaining to the police that they were law-abiding citizens and not a violent Triad group. It happened so often that most of the city's police officers already recognized their group upon sight, even chatting with them like old friends. A few of the police officers even became part of the group and wore suits on their day off in order to support their beautiful boss. The fans weren't the only ones making up the great crowd. There were also a lot of members from the media trucks with well-known logos of their broadcasting news stations were parked around the convention center. The reporters and the cameramen had already started scouting the area and interviewing the fans waiting outside. When passers-by saw the great crowd of fans and the media, they wondered what was happening. "Which celebrity is having a concert at the convention center today?" one of the passers-by asked. "There are so many of you who came. It must be a famous celebrity." "It's not a concert. It's launch for a beauty company," a fan replied. "What? A company launch? What kind of company launch would garner this many people? I thought that it would either be a concert or a major sports event. But a company launch? This is nuts. It's for this new company called Orchidia Beauty. It's very popular right now in the beauty community. Almost all of the major social media influencers are raving about it, including some celebrities. Our Prince Jin Liwei, even endorses it alongside Iris Long. It's because of the two that a lot of us fans came here today. We already confirmed that our Prince Liwei and Iris Long will be attending the launch later." "Oh, I see. So that's why? I like their song, Shining Eyes. I also watched the drama. It's so good. Their song is still #1 in the music charts ever since it debuted, which is super impressive. So all of you here are Iris Long and Jin Liwei's fans. Most of us are. But it's not only us. There are also other fan clubs who came. There are other celebrities who confirmed that they will be attending the launch later, so their fans came here today as well. Plus the social media influencers and other internet stars who were invited have their own followers. I think many of them are here too." "Wow, really? What kind of company is this Orchidia Beauty to be able to invite all of these celebrities? Is it really a new company? This is basically an all-stars event." "I know, right? That's why in addition to coming here today to support our favorite celebrities, we're also all very curious about the owner of Orchidia Beauty. They're keeping the owner's identity a secret for now. So mysterious. But we'll all know who it is later. I'm so excited. My gosh, me too. Is it okay if I join your group? I want to stay here and see all the celebrities coming later." "Sure. Come join us, new comrade." Scenes like this were common around the convention center. It was still morning, but the crowd of fans and onlookers kept on coming and growing. More police officers were also called over to keep the crowd from going out of control. However, the police were paying more attention to the members of the media, preventing any of the daring reporters without press badges from sneaking inside the convention center. Orchidia Beauty invited the media long ago, but only a few of them responded and confirmed their attendance. As a result, only very few of them were given official press badges. But after Iris and Jin Liwei's bombshell announcement, confirming their relationship during the Summit International Film Festival in France, almost all the media outlets clamored to attend the grand launch. Iris and Jin Liwei were hot trending topics in the country right now. So many people wanted to see them together and confirm their relationship with their own eyes. Unfortunately, Orchidia Beauty only gave a few additional press badges after the original batch. The ones who didn't receive press badges complained, but Orchidia Beauty only apologized politely before giving the reason limited space for being unable to give more. Whether this was true or not, they couldn't be certain. After all, it was them who snubbed the company's invitation first. They had no choice but to make do without the official press badges and find an effective way to cover the event outside the convention center instead. The ones who responded to the company's invitations were now thanking their good decision. At first, they planned on sending their newbie reporters who needed experience. They didn't think much about the new company at all. But now they decided to send their major star reporters to personally cover the grand launch party. It wasn't only Iris Long, Jin Liwei, and Jin Liwei who would be the biggest attractions of the event. There were also many other celebrities and important figures who would be attending. The media had already confirmed that the leaked guest list was indeed authentic. Morning, then noon. The weather wasn't the most pleasant today, but the great crowd didn't mind. They stayed put and chattered in excitement among themselves. Finally, the gray and drizzly sky gradually cleared. The sun peeked through until it blazed in its full glory and splendor, pushing the thick clouds away. The chilly weather warmed up a little, making the crowd feel more comfortable. Later in the afternoon, security was tightened at the main entrance of the convention center. Once the place was cleared, the red carpet became visible. It looked glamorous and very similar to movie premieres and award shows. Was this really a company launch? The fans and spectators arranged themselves behind the barricades. The media who didn't have official press badges were assigned their own section. Like the fans and spectators, they weren't allowed to step on the other side of the barricades to the red carpet itself. Just before twilight, the first batch of guests started arriving. The temporary warmth from the sun earlier was now gone. It had become chilly again. Fortunately, the event organizers were thoughtful. Tarpaulin tents were set up over the barricade areas to shelter the crowd from the chill in the air. There were also heaters providing warmth to them. The first guests who arrived were mostly beauty influencers. Many of them were very popular on the internet. A handful of them were considered internet superstars with mind-blowing number of followers far surpassing those of mainstream celebrities. A couple of them were so famous that their massive online fan base extended outside the country. They had loyal fans from different countries all over the world. And these internet superstars were attending this new company's launch. These beauty influencers were the ones who gave positive reviews to the Orchidia beauty products sent to them as PR packages by the company during the summer. They liked the products so much that they raved about them even without getting financial payment. They couldn't wait for the company's official launch, so of course they would accept the invitation for today. Their fans also crowded outside the convention center. When these beauty influencers arrived, the loud screaming and shrieking started. The main stars, Iris Long and the brothers Jin Liwei and Jin Chonglin hadn't arrived yet, but the excitement was already shooting through the roof. After the beauty influencers, more guests started arriving. The shrieks and screams coming from the massive crowd of fans intensified. Members of the Pandemonium Band, Blaze, Eros, Night, and Thunder. Kaya, my husbands have arrived. Charming as always, Blaze. OMG. Eros looks so sexy. My gosh. Someone catch me. I'm gonna faint. Night. You're so cool, Night. I love you so much, Night. I'm so stoked to see my cute Thunder. Baby, look here and come to mama. So many panties got wet when these four hot guys arrived. Pandemonium had become one of the hottest rock bands in the country after their successful music collaboration with Iris Long. Their song, Monster of Insanity, instantly achieved legendary status after Iris Long won a special technical award for composing it. The song was now their biggest hit in their career so far. In addition, their individual skills had made significant improvements after collaborating with Iris Long. They became more meticulous in their techniques and music composition. Thanks to her Spartan training when they were working on Monster of Insanity, back then, all Pandemonium members had evolved into better musicians. They would forever be grateful to her. She helped them become better versions of themselves. Next, JJ and DJ Song also arrived on the red carpet. Tang Yi and some Bright Summit higher-ups, including the entertainment company's big boss, Director He, and the two hosts of Music Fest tonight, Feng Wan and her three friends, Si Xinyue, Bai Li, and Kung Mian. Police officers personally escorted the four posh ladies because they considered Si Xinyue as their madam. She was their police chief's beloved wife after all. Despite this VIP treatment, the four posh ladies acted poised and classy. They didn't make it a point to show off their police escorts. Not only was it not their characters to do so, but it would also reflect badly on Si Xinyue and her police chief husband. They didn't want the public to accuse the police chief of nepotism. The black stars among the crowd recognized the four posh ladies as their fan club's PR officers. Mrs. Love Phantom, you're so beautiful. OMG. JJ number 1 fan. JJ number 2 fan. JJ number 3 fan. Please change your usernames. They suck. JJ, who was being interviewed by an entertainment reporter a few meters away on the red carpet, heard what this particular fan shouted. He scowled. What do you mean their usernames suck? You don't know shit. They're the best usernames I've ever come across in my entire life. After shouting at the fan, JJ turned to the four posh ladies and flashed his best smile. Ladies, I approve of your usernames. No need to change them. This award-winning music producer is glad to meet you again. Feng Wan's 3 friends became flustered after JJ talked directly to them. One of them even looked like she was about to faint. Indeed, These three ladies were all JJ's fans. Feng Wan and DJ Song could only smile helplessly at each other, as they each dragged their friends away from each other to prevent any embarrassing situation from occurring on such a highly publicized event as this. JJ and DJ Song stayed on the red carpet for interviews, while the four posh ladies skipped the reporters. They weren't celebrities, so they didn't bother granting any interviews, especially Feng Wan, who preferred to live a low-profile life. It was only because of her adoration for Iris Long and her position in the Black Stars that she allowed herself to become visible to the public like this. Next to arrive on the red carpet was the vivacious talk show host, Feng Jiao. It was on her talk show, A Closer Look with Feng Jiao, that Iris Long first revealed that she was engaged to a mysterious man. Feng Jiao was also secretly the cousin of Madame Feng Wan. Both middle-aged ladies preferred to live low-profile lives. Another luxury vehicle dropped off the next guests. CEO Ho Liang, aka Monkey Face and Emperor Monkey, and CFO Wu Chun, aka I Eat Slippers and I Am Slipper Lord, of Planet Monkey. As soon as the Black Stars and the members of the Slippers army saw the two, they all became excited. They became even more boisterous than when the four posh ladies appeared just moments ago. Ho Liang and Wu Chun were, without a doubt, the two most famous members of the Black Stars right now. Wu Chun, as I Eat Slippers and founder of the notorious troll group Slippers Army, was already online, famous in his own right before. But when it was revealed that the two were the CEO and CFO of the gaming company, Planet Monkey, the two instantly shot to fame. The gamers among the crowd went crazy when they discovered that the top executives of Planet Monkey had arrived. It didn't matter whether they were members of the Black Stars or not. They idolized Ho Liang and Wu Chun. Why? Because their company, Planet Monkey, was the one that created their current most favorite game, Supreme Ascension. The computer game was only becoming more and more popular each month. In fact, it was now the #1 most popular computer game being played in internet cafes. Emperor Monkey, please give us some game cheats. The latest slipper attacks you released are so awesome and cool. My favorite is Slipper Bazooka. Mine is Gatling Slipper. It's such a ridiculous-looking attack, but actually very powerful. If you successfully combo the skill, it increases the chance of critical hits. And did you see it when I Am Slipper Lord demonstrated the skill in the arena? It was so freaking funny. He sucked so badly. Ahaha. Wu Chun scowled upon hearing the gamers trash-talking him. He was about to trash-talk them back and threaten them with his mighty slippers, but the quiet Ho Liang left him behind. Hey bro, wait for me. Unfortunately for Ho Liang, they couldn't escape the reporters' attention. The two of them had been featured on TV, magazines, and newspapers repeatedly in the past few months ever since Supreme Ascension became a domestic hit. While the two resigned themselves to the red carpet interviews, more guests arrived. Ian Meishing with the other cast and crew of Strong Yet Broken. Guan Jintao and his wife came with them. As soon as the crowd saw Ian Meishing, they descended into another round of deafening screams and shrieks. Like Iris Long, Ian Meishing's fame and reputation skyrocketed after winning the Best Actress award in the Summit International Film Festival. She gained more fans. Her status within the acting industry also increased by several levels. Congratulations, Ian Meishing. You look plain on screen, but you're actually pretty in person. Ian Meishing, I'm a new fan. Ho Liang released a sigh of relief when Ian Meishing's arrival diverted the annoying reporter's attention away from him and Wu Chun. More celebrities arrived on the red carpet. Most of them received Orchidia beauty product samples from Iris when she worked with them. They liked the products and raved about them on their own blogs, websites, and social media pages. Some of them were managed by Tang Yi, so they were basically like Iris siblings in Bright Summit. All they knew was that Iris Long and Jean Chonglin were endorsers of this new company, Orchidia Beauty. They didn't know anything more than this. Who was the owner? They had no idea. The screams and shrieks became even more deafening after the arrival of all the celebrities one after another. Everyone was so excited and caught up in the moment that they kept on screaming and shrieking even when they didn't have any idea who the next people arriving on the red carpet were. Xiao Yu, Iris financial manager. Kaya Weiya, Lin Yihan, and UMO. More handsome guys. OMG. Long Tingfei, Yang Jiahui, and Mimi. Aya, it's Boss Iris' father. Comrades, Boss family has come. Let's give them a warm welcome. Kai ah. Grandma Li escorted by Wang Yingjie. Isn't that Dr. Wang? He was the doctor who performed my emergency surgery last year. Dr. Wang, thank you for saving my life, and you're so handsome. Kaiawea. Huang Yuyan escorted by Jin Chonglin. He's here. Our royal prince has arrived. So handsome as always. Prince Lin Lin, we love you. Kaiawea. Kaiawea. Who's that pretty lady he's escorting? Don't tell me they're dating. I'm gonna cry. Dumbass. That's his mother. Huh, what? No way. She looks so young. Yeah, that's why the Jin brothers have such great genes. That pretty lady who looks young is Prince Lin Lin's mother. She's our queen mother. And the beautiful and elegant elder lady who walked before them and was escorted by that aloof man is Prince Lin Lin's grandmother. She's the old dowager queen. As one of the main attractions of the event, Jin Chonglin spent a longer time on the red carpet interacting with the fans and reporters compared to the other celebrities who arrived before him. The fans and the reporters couldn't get enough of him. They didn't want to let him go. He could use his superstar status to escape, of course, but why would he do that? First of all, he loved interacting with his fans like Iris Long. Second of all, he wouldn't be the big star that he was today without the support of the people. Spending extra time interacting with them was his way of showing his appreciation. After asking about his endorsement for Orchidea Beauty, the grand launch itself, and his latest work, the reporters shifted to another topic. Jin Chonglin, what are your thoughts about the engagement between your brother and Iris Long? I approve of it, he replied. Junior Iris is a great match for my brother. They're too in sync with each other that it's unbelievable. All I can say is that they must be true soulmates. The reporter turned to Huang Yuyan, who was standing quietly beside her son. How about you, madam? What do you think about your son's engagement to Iris Long? Do you approve of her as your future daughter-in-law? Jin Chonglin's pleasant expression darkened and became sharp. The change wasn't too noticeable, but the reporter felt an aggressive aura coming from him all of a sudden. Jin Chonglin shifted his body a little and assumed a protective position around his mother. He was usually more than happy to grant interviews, but that didn't extend to when reporters started bothering his family. Huang Yuyan tightened her hold on her son's arm, but a determined expression appeared on her face. She smiled warmly, albeit shyly. I agree with what my son Chonglin said. I also think that dear Xiao, Iris is perfect for my eldest son. So yes, I approve of their relationship and can't wait for them to marry. I'm looking forward for Iris to become my official daughter-in-law, she replied. The reporter's eyes lit up after hearing her answer. It also caught the attention of the other reporters. It seemed that everyone was straining their ears to hear this particular interview despite all the noise on the red carpet and from the fans. The reporter was about to ask Huang Yuyan another question, but Jin Chonglin blocked him. Thanks, bro, he said, flashing the reporter with his killer smile. He was already pulling his mother away. Let's continue this next time. In the end, Jin Chonglin wasn't able to completely escape from the media. He gave his brother's friend a meaningful look, prompting Wang Yingjie to take over escorting Huang Yuyan. Wang Yingjie ended up escorting the two Jin madams. Everyone wanted to hear the two Jin madams' opinions on Jin Liwei and Iris Long's relationship. After saying that they approved of it, Wang Yingjie took the two madams away from the red carpet, ignoring the reporters' requests for more in-depth interviews. The three left Jin Chonglin to deal with the media by himself. He was used to it anyway. Then they entered the convention center. This is Orchidea Beauty's official launch. Let's focus on that, shall we? Jin Chonglin suggested to the reporters who kept on asking him about his brother and Iris. He was interrupted by another wave of loud screaming and shrieking from the fans behind the barricades. He wondered who arrived on the red carpet to induce such excited reactions from the crowd. But before he could turn his head to see, he already knew who it was after hearing a familiar loud and booming voice. A sprightly old man with a perfectly groomed white mustache walked the red carpet. His wise eyes twinkled with amusement as he looked at the banners bearing his grandson's name and image. Kayala, it's Liu Zihao. OMG, that scar on his face is so sexy. Hunter, oh Hunter, you're a predator and I'm your prey. Feel free to shoot me with your arrow of love. Kaiawaya. I'm gonna faint. He's too hot. Grandpa Liu burst into laughter. His voice boomed loud and clear when he heard what the crowd was screaming. Bahahaha. Listen to what they're saying. How my boy. Bahaha. These kids are too funny. Beside him, Lu Zihao maintained a roguish but neutral expression. A slight devilish smile lifted the corners of his mouth. At first glance, he appeared happy-go-lucky, but his eyes were cold and sharp. Why are you not saying anything, boy? What do you think about all of these people screaming for you? Is your head getting bigger? Are you getting full of yourself? I want to know. Lu Zihao ignored the old man's annoying questions and the noisy crowd. Such a bother. Instead, he focused on scanning his surroundings and making sure that everything was safe before the arrival of his sister on the red carpet. Your beloved grandpa won't allow you to become full of yourself. If your head becomes too big for your own good, this old man will smack your butt like when you were still a naughty little boy. Lu Zihao inwardly rolled his eyes. He didn't notice that something warm, sweet, and slightly sad filled him inside after hearing what the old man said. Grandpa, I don't care about them. I'm not like my little sister who's a celebrity, he said in a breezy tone. Good. Very good. That's my boy. You really are this old man's beloved baby grandson. Baha. Grandpa Lu patted his grandson's back. The loud thumps made some of the surrounding people wince and look at Lu Zihao with worry. However, Lu Zihao remained unaffected as if the old man's heavy pats were nothing but feathers. As one of the founders of Jin Corporation, the current #1 company in the country, many people were impressed and intimidated by Grandpa Lu. It wasn't surprising that the media also clamored to interview him on the red carpet. Lu Zihao attempted to escape the media attention, but Grandpa Lu pulled him back in a vice-like grip, preventing him from leaving him alone. You be a good boy, Hao, and accompany your beloved grandpa. Grandpa, I saw my brothers over there. They're with Grandmother Li and Aunt Yuyan. Let me say hello to them. Lu Zihao tried to reason with the old man. We'll say hi, hello, good evening. How are you, and whatever to them later together. Why are you trying to leave your poor old grandpa here alone? I want to know. Don't you know that this old man is already advanced in age and need to be assisted everywhere by my beloved grandson? Be a good, filial boy and stay. The reporters and the other people around them snickered while listening to the grandfather and grandson's conversation. Lu Zihao glanced at them with cold eyes. They stopped and looked away. Lu Zihao could only sigh and stay with Grandpa Lu. If he insisted on leaving, the old man would most likely create a ruckus on the red carpet. Lu Zihao didn't want to be the center of attention. It was already a big annoyance trying to avoid all the people screaming his name. There were so many celebrities that they could scream for, so why did they need to latch on to him? Such a bother. When Grandpa Lu was sure that his grandson would be staying beside him, he nodded in satisfaction. Then he resumed his interview with the reporters. His my-pace personality prevented the reporters from leading the direction of the interview. Although it made it difficult for the reporters to get proper and meaningful answers from the old man, they couldn't feel annoyed because he was so entertaining. They could only resign themselves to being led around the nose by the old man for the entire duration of the interviews. Next to arrive on the red carpet were Long Jinjing, her mother Sun Jingfei, and her best friend Qin Fei. The three women walked together. The crowd and the media didn't recognize them. However, they became curious when the event staff straightened their backs and hurried to welcome the three ladies. They were especially respectful to the two young women and even started saying something to them. It looked as if the staff members were reporting to the two young women. Although the people were curious about them, they were more preoccupied ogling the handsomeness of both Jin Chonglin and Lu Zihao, who were still on the red carpet. As for Long Jinjing, her mother, and Qin Fei, they didn't bother waiting for the reporters to interview them. They headed straight inside the convention center to check the venue. They met with Mimi inside, who was already munching on some refreshments available for the guests. Mimi was with Yang Jiahui and Long Tingfei, while Long Jinjing and Qin Fei were with Sun Jingfei. The younger generation then realized why the atmosphere felt awkward all of a sudden. Hello, how have you been? Hello, how are you? Yang Jiahui and Sun Jingfei greeted each other at the same time. After realizing what they did, the two ladies laughed. Their genuine laughter melted the awkwardness away. Long Tingfei's expression eased a bit upon watching his past and present women chatting politely with each other. He was relieved that these two were kind and gentle, unlike the others. Then a furrow formed between his brows, remembering that a certain someone was also invited in this event. He hoped that the woman wouldn't create a scene that would embarrass all of them. Back to the red carpet outside. More lights were turned on as the sky grew darker. The sun was setting and on the verge of disappearing from the horizon to be replaced by the thin, dim moon. A bunch of foreigners started arriving. The people didn't know who they were. Nevertheless, they were still impressed that so many foreigners were attending Orchidia Beauty's grand launch. Alric and Alona Bauer. Similar to when Long Jinjing and Chun Fei arrived a few moments ago, the staff members also personally welcomed the blonde siblings, acting respectful to them. It made the crowd and the media curious about their identities. However, the two headed straight inside the convention center as well, not bothering to stop for interviews. Next to arrive were more foreigners. Amampio Kilexi, Florence O'Seven, Teresa Blipsburg, AJ Zaniers, Ashandra Knightson, and Julia Moretti. The people didn't recognize most of the new foreign arrivals, but a few from the crowd, and even on the red carpet, managed to recognize Ashandra Knightson. They were art students, artists themselves, art enthusiasts, and art collectors. Holy shit, are my eyes playing tricks on me, or am I really seeing the current goddess of the art world right at this moment? OMG, it's Ashandra Knightson. Kaya, what is she doing here? Ashandra, I'm a big fan. Woo-woo. I can't believe I'm seeing my #1 inspiration as an artist right now. I'm so happy. What the? I just bought one of her artworks in Italy a few days ago. I wasn't able to meet her then. I can't believe I'll have another chance to meet her in person tonight. Wow. Miss Knightson is actually attending this event? Despite being extremely popular in the art world, she actually has a reputation of being a recluse, preferring to focus on making art away from prying eyes instead of going around and promoting her works. She rarely shows herself to the public. Now I'm so curious about how Orchidia Beauty was able to invite such a big shot in the art world. Even if only a few recognized Ashandra Knightson, their obvious shock and excitement upon seeing her caught the attention of the people around them. Soon, word spread that a big-name artist was attending the event. The reporters requested an interview from her. Miss Ashandra Knightson, we heard that you are a celebrated artist who have already won many important awards. What is a distinguished figure like you doing in an event like this? A reporter asked in English. I still have a long way to go to reach the status of a distinguished figure, as you put it, Ashandra said with a pleasant smile, her voice low and mesmerizing. As for why I'm attending this event, of course, I'll attend. The owner of Orchidia Beauty is my friend. I would never miss such an important milestone in her business career. Oh, you're friends with the owner? Actually, we still have no idea who the owner of Orchidia Beauty is. Can you tell us? Ashandra chuckled, but shook her head. It's not my place to reveal it. Have patience. You'll know soon. Thank you. I'll be on my way. My companions are waiting for me. She joined her group and greeted Grandpa Lu and Lu Zihao. Then they all headed inside the convention center together. Their group was very eye-catching, making the people wonder how they knew each other, and most importantly, how they were all related to the mysterious owner of Orchidia Beauty. One question remained in the people's minds. Who was the owner of Orchidia Beauty? The sky had now turned completely dark. There were no visible stars. Only the dim crescent moon lit up the sky above. It was cold and dark in the outskirts of the city. However, the area surrounding the convention center was warm and bright. The crowd only kept growing and became more excited. They sweated, not feeling the chill in the air at all. Moments later, someone arrived with much pomp and circumstance. A team of 10 bodyguards alerted the people that a VVIP was about to appear. The event staff also stood by, ready to greet the new arrival. Then Wei Lan stepped out of the vehicle in a beautiful, sparkling, gold long dress. It was high-collared and sleeveless. She also wore a pair of white satin gloves that reached to her elbows. Her outfit made her look conservative compared to the kind of revealing dresses she typically wore before. It's Visconde Salon, someone shouted. All attention fell on her. She was almost unrecognizable by how elegant and classy she now looked. Seeing her like this, the people thought that she looked very much like a proper lady of nobility. Ooh, it's Boss Iris' mother. Wow, I can really see the resemblance between them. Both mother and daughter look so beautiful and sophisticated. The Black Stars cheered for Wei Lan, paying their respect to her as the mother of their boss, especially now that the two seemed to have repaired their relationship and had grown closer to each other. Wei Lan waved at the people in a ladylike manner. Her security was eye-catching like when she attended the red carpet events at the Summit International Film Festival in France. Some thought that she was acting too full of herself, while the others looked impressed. Regardless of what these people thought of her, the person herself didn't care. All she cared about was maintaining her image as an elegant and classy viscountess. The media couldn't wait to interview her. Wei Lan being revealed as a Spanish viscountess was one of the biggest bombshells dropped while in France, in addition to the relationship announcement of her one and only daughter to the president-CEO of Jin Corporation. Wei Lan was having the time of her life being adored by a massive crowd like this. She also enjoyed the envious stares of some of the other guests on the red carpet. However, she didn't show her glee on her expression, maintaining her image of a viscountess instead. While finishing up her interviews, the crowd went crazy all of a sudden. Wei Lan was frightened, thinking that there was a violent stampede in the crowd. "What's happening?" she panicked. "Madam, please calm down. There's nothing wrong," one of her bodyguards told her in a low voice. "The people are just reacting to the next guests." "Huh? Who are they?" The crowd went even crazier. Their screams were so loud that the noise made it feel like the entire place was vibrating from the invisible sound waves. Wei Lan turned her head. She wanted to know the people who were currently stealing her moment. Then she saw them. Maestro Ludovico de Luca walked on the red carpet, looking very regal in his custom black suit. His graying hair and the bald spot on top of his head gave him a wise and honorable appearance. He looked kind yet intimidating at the same time. Walking beside the maestro was Enrique Valdez. His electric hazel eyes, chiseled features, olive skin, and toned body made a lot of people almost hyperventilate regardless of gender. The man was just too gorgeous. Those who didn't know about his personal details would never believe that Enrique Valdez was already almost in his 60s with his youthful appearance. The two walked together. Maestro de Luca's wife didn't come with him this time. Kaya Wea. Enrique Valdez. Maestro de Luca. Am I dreaming? Or am I dead? Am I really seeing these two music legends in the flesh? The crowd almost went insane with overexcitement. They kept screaming and shrieking. It was a good thing that the police was present or the crowd would have already gone out of control. Why are Maestro de Luca and Enrique Valdez here? Are they related to the owner of Orchidia Beauty as well? What kind of person is the owner to be able to gather all of these influential figures? Aren't those two close to Iris Long? Maybe they're attending this event because Iris Long is one of the endorsers. No way. Coming to China just to support an endorser? I don't believe that even for a second. This event is for Orchidia Beauty, not for Iris Long. She's only the endorser. Why would the maestro and Enrique go all the trouble of traveling so far for Iris Long? I think it's more plausible that the two are related to the owner of Orchidia Beauty. Didn't you see that gorgeous foreign lady earlier? I heard that she's a super famous artist and that she's friends with the owner. Maybe Maestro de Luca and Enrique Valdez are the same. Yeah, you're right. I think that's more logical. If that's really true, then the owner of Orchidia Beauty must be someone very impressive, powerful, and influential. How can a regular businessperson gather all of these VIPs in one event? I really can't wait for the big reveal tonight. Me too. The curiosity and anticipation for Orchidia Beauty's mysterious owner only grew stronger as the red carpet event reached its final stretch. Maestro Ludovico de Luca and Enrique Valdez's arrival meant that everyone's attention was on them. The media was almost beside themselves trying to grab this rare opportunity of interviewing the two world-famous music legends. The two granted short and brief interviews. It was mostly the maestro speaking. Enrique Valdez only needed to look with his gorgeous hazel eyes, and the interviewers would immediately become tongue-tied and muddle-headed, unable to remember what the hell they were asking him. The man knew full well the effect he had on other people, so he used his overpowering charisma to literally shut people up. It worked to his advantage because he wasn't the type of person to waste his words over meaningless chatter. He treasured his words as if they were more precious than gold. Everyone was so preoccupied with the two music legends that nobody noticed the final vehicle arriving. A tall, handsome man and a beautiful woman stepped out of the vehicle onto the red carpet. Seeing that nobody was paying attention to them, Iris was delighted. She chuckled, her voice sounding like tinkling crystal bells. "Look, darling. No one knows that we've arrived. I think we could sneak inside and nobody would even notice. Clover is correct. There will be less attention on us if we arrive right after my two mentors. Clover is really capable. I should give her a raise. She's also becoming more used to the way we do business here in China. If she continues her excellent work, I can finally promote her for an executive position in Orchidia Beauty as early as next year. Jin Liwei nodded. The Chuas are good, hardworking, and loyal people. We are lucky to have them. Yes. Taking advantage of the current situation of nobody paying attention to them, Jin Liwei leaned forward and kissed his baby girl directly on her luscious lips. But right at that moment, Kaiawa, it's CEO Jin and boss Iris. They're kissing in public. Kaiawa, how daring. After that one fan noticed the final arrivals, everyone turned their heads so fast that they almost broke their necks. Okay, that was an exaggeration. Many of them caught the moment when Iris Long pulled her head away from Jin Liwei's kiss after realizing that they had now become the center of everyone's attention. She looked a little flustered and shy. On the other hand, Jin Liwei looked smug, like a cat who ate the canary, before arranging his face into his usual cold and indifferent expression. He might look like the usual emotionless Jin Liwei, but the possessive arm he wrapped around Iris Long's tiny waist was anything but cold and indifferent. The Black Stars immediately went into full cheering mode as soon as they saw their boss. They waved their special banners in the air and screamed for her at the top of their lungs. Boss Iris is here. The boss is here. All hail the Emperor and the Empress. Our mighty slippers welcome the boss. Kai Awa. Boss Iris is so beautiful. CEO Jin is so handsome. Their babies are gonna be so cute. I can't freaking wait. Maestro Ludovico de Luca and Enrique Valdez were soon forgotten. Yes, they were music legends and huge superstars, but Iris Long and Jin Liwei were currently one of the hottest trending topics in the country. Everyone wanted to see and confirm with their own eyes if the two were really in a relationship. The two music legends had no problem of having the people's attention diverted away from them, especially since it was because of their own student. It even made them proud. I heard that people still don't know that Xiaolon is the owner of Orchidia Beauty. It's the biggest mystery of the night. Everyone will be so shocked after they learn the truth, Maestro de Luca whispered to his friend. Enrique Valdez nodded. Then he paused, his expression showing deep thought. She might be our music student, but she's also Jianhong's student in business. She learned how to effectively hype up her business from that wily old man. Maestro de Luca laughed out loud. Jianhong is one of the most shameless people I've ever met in my entire life, but nobody can deny his ingenuity and that great devil luck of his when it comes to business. Xiaolon is also becoming shameless in business, but I think that's a good thing. It means that nobody will be able to take advantage of her. She also has Liam beside her. That young man is a formidable and reliable leader. He'll be able to help Xiaolon stay on track when she becomes overenthusiastic in implementing all of her ideas at once. She has a tendency to do that. A common trait of geniuses, Enrique Valdez said. Ah, very true. We're also guilty of it, especially when we were younger. The two music legends glanced at Iris and Jin Liwei, smiling and waving at them, before heading inside the convention center to join the others from Cross Academy. As for Iris and Jin Liwei, they had no choice but to resign themselves to deal with everyone's attention. They started walking on the red carpet together with Jin Liwei, keeping his arm around Iris' waist. It seems that Clover's plan to lessen the attention on us only worked for a few seconds, Iris whispered, sighing. Jin Liwei didn't reply because he didn't mind the attention at all. He couldn't be any prouder walking together with his baby girl in front of all these thousands of people with more watching the live streams online. Maybe there were already hundreds of thousands of viewers. Maybe even millions. Iris was a little concerned about the two of them getting too much attention. She didn't want the two of them to overshadow her company tonight. This night was for Orchidia Beauty and their first batch of products. She wanted the people to focus on the business and the products rather than on her relationship with Jin Liwei, even for just tonight. Don't worry, love. It's still only the red carpet. Once you officially launch your company later, I'm sure that everyone will focus on it and your amazing products, he reassured her, squeezing her waist a little to comfort her. She nodded. Yes, you're right. The camera flashes almost blinded the two of them as soon as they started posing. The cameras were even more numerous and intense than during the Summit International Film Festival. All the media were focused on them. Almost everyone from the crowd behind the barricades were also taking photos of them. Iris continued smiling, even though she couldn't see anything besides the bright, flashing lights. Jin Liwei looked like a god of ice beside her, his expression looking cold but not so indifferent this time. He couldn't maintain the indifference in his expression, especially after hearing so many sons of bitches and motherfuckers shouting, "Will you marry me?" to his baby girl. It was a good thing that one of his arms was wrapped around her waist, because if it wasn't, he would have probably already stormed off to the crowd and beat the shit out of the bastards. Feeling the slight murderous aura emanating from her darling, Iris looked at his face. "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want us to go inside now?" she asked. Jin Liwei realized the direction of his thoughts and forcefully tamped down on the familiar green-eyed monster rearing its ugly head inside him again. He took several deep breaths before controlling his murderous aura. "Don't worry about it, love. I'm okay. I know that you want to interact with your fans first, so you should. We'll go inside after you're done," he told her. She nodded, grateful for his understanding. Then she headed straight towards the crowd behind the barricades to greet her fans, the Black Stars. Jin Liwei followed her, of course, in addition to the event's security, which was actually made up of a mixture of his men and his fifth brother Liu Ziheo's subordinates. It was both of their idea to use their own subordinates, instead of hiring unknown people from a security agency. This way, they would be able to ensure that each member of the security had top-notch skills and loyalty to them. Most importantly, they would be rest assured that their people would always prioritize Iris' safety over anyone else. Ketchup had also taken over the area's surveillance and communication systems. She also already hijacked the police's communication system without their knowledge, increasing her monitoring capabilities even further. Even a tiny mouse wouldn't be able to escape from the White Cat's thorough detection. There was no way a person would slip past her, especially right now that Ketchup was in a bad mood because of being grounded for 2 weeks. As a result of not being able to entertain herself freely online, she developed a ruthless mindset in punishing anyone who dared to try slipping past her security systems at the event tonight. "I will destroy anyone who dares ruin tonight's launch party. Mommy worked so hard for this. And if anyone tries to hurt Mommy and Daddy, I will hurt them 1,000,000 times. No, 1,000,000,000 times." Rio. The White Cat's glowing silver-green eyes developed a golden hue in the middle while her paws and the tip of her tail started to darken. Her cute expression also became fierce and feral. However, this only lasted for a couple of seconds before she reverted to the sweet and adorable Ketchup. Even the White Cat wasn't completely aware of what happened to her. Unbeknown to Iris, her cat AI and third baby had slipped into a dangerous path of evolution that night. Iris and Jin Liwei had no idea about what was happening to their third kitty baby. At the moment, the couple were busy dealing with everyone clamoring for their attention on the red carpet. "Congratulations on your Best Soundtrack Award win in France, Boss Iris. You brought honor and pride to our country. The Black Stars are so proud of you. Boss Iris, CEO Jin. You look so great together. Please tell us when you're going to marry. We want to support you with our mighty slippers. So beautiful and handsome. What a heavenly couple. I can't wait until you make a cute baby bun together. I'm sure that your crown prince or princess will be so cute." Iris was signing autographs and taking photos with the Black Stars. Her face broke into a bright, breathtaking smile after hearing her fans' words of support. "Thank you, everyone. Liwei and I appreciate all of your support," she told them. Jin Liwei nodded. "Kaya, Boss Iris and CEO Jin thanked us." All of these were being live-streamed online. Many of the fans were live-streaming the event themselves using their phones to their own small number of followers. The media were also live-streaming online. They had more viewers. The most popular one even had millions watching at the moment. Since the Orchidia Beauty launch was still technically considered a private event, it wasn't being broadcast on TV. So the media could only live-stream it online. #####. There were many people watching the live stream. They had several choices of which to watch. Most of them chose the ones by the media because they were more professional compared to the fans' shaky amateur live streams. However, not all of the people watching were doing it with supportive hearts. It was the exact opposite. They were watching the event with black hearts filled with hatred and envy, wishing a tragedy to befall on Iris Long and the others. Long Hui in his own residence at the Long ancestral residence. His mother, Zheng Suyin, at the Zheng ancestral residence. Almost all the members of the Long branch families, including the elders, Long Jufeng and Long Meng. Long Jufeng and the camp supporting Iris were excited. Opportunistic glints flashed in their eyes. In contrast, Long Meng and the camp supporting Long Hui all had gloomy expressions. There were already some who were wavering, ready to jump ships again and return to the camp supporting Iris. Long Jian and his mother, Zhu Ning. He didn't stop his mother when she started throwing and wrecking things inside their house again. Zhu Ning went crazy with fury and envy when she watched Sun Jingfei walking the red carpet. That slut is a mistress. Why does she get to walk on the red carpet with that slut daughter of hers? Teng Fei is also there. And that new wife of his. All those sluts. What are their qualifications to be invited in such an event? Zhu Ning screeched. Long Jian also wanted to know. When Wei Lan appeared on TV, looking poised and classy, very much like a viscountess, Zhu Ning totally snapped. The sounds of wreckage intensified inside their house. Why? Why? Zhu Ning was so overcome by envy and fury that she stiffened, eyes rolling to the back of her head, and then dropped to the ground, unmoving. Mother! Long Jian was scared out of his wits when his mother fainted. Later, an ambulance arrived and took them to the hospital. In a condo unit, Rose Young and Jenny Sang were drinking gin as they watched the livestream. The livestream caught the moment when Iris Long and Jin Liwei were kissing. Rose's eyes turned red. She threw her glass to the floor where it shattered into several sharp pieces. Then she burst into tears. Big brother Liwei, why are you kissing that dirty slut? You belong to me. Please love me. Love me. Only me. Die Iris Long. You slut. Stay away from big brother Liwei. He's mine. All mine. I'm gonna kill you. Throughout her meltdown, her friend Jenny Sang was laughing. Ah, you're so funny, Rosie. Good thing we're friends because if we're not, I'm so gonna start hating on you. Your level of delusion is just out of this world. It's getting kind of annoying, you know. But since we're friends, you're okay? You're still so funny. Though. Ah. Rose grabbed her friend's glass and downed the gin. Hey, that's mine. Shut up, Jenny, Rose muttered. PFT. Ah. In Singapore, Rose Young's father, Romeo Young, was also watching the live stream. No emotions showed on his face. He watched Jin Liwei walk on the red carpet with the woman blocking all of his plans and his daughter's dreams, Iris Long. He grabbed his phone and called someone. Back in China, Jin Qinggong returned to sit beside his wife in the living room. He just finished talking to Romeo Young on the phone. He was calmer now compared to yesterday, when Jin Liwei cut off his branch family from the entire Jin clan. He looked like a man with a purpose. It looks like the main family has really accepted Iris Long to be the clan head's wife, his wife said. Jin Qinggong snorted. That woman bewitched everyone in the main family, like how she bewitched Jin Liwei to make him fall in love with her. Did you see her mother? Walking so pompously on the red carpet with so many bodyguards. So what if she has become a viscountess? In the end, she only obtained her status from seducing a man. Those mother and daughter are the same. Without the men they bewitched, they would be nobodies. Their disowned branch family wasn't the only one watching the live stream. The other Jin branch families were also watching. They were saying that it was to support their second master, Jin Chonglin, because he was one of the new company's endorsers, but that was a lie. They were watching because of Iris Long, their future madam. There were a lot of them who didn't approve of her as their clan head's wife. She's not good enough, they said. However, they didn't dare voice out their disapprovals, especially in front of Jin Liwei and the main family. They were afraid of being disowned like what happened to Jin Qinggong and his branch family. In addition to all of these people, there were also others watching the event online. Jin Corporation employees. Almost everyone in high society. People in the country's business world who were curious about CEO Jin Liwei's engagement to the celebrity Iris Long. Upon seeing all of the influential figures walking the red carpet, they were all shocked, amazed, and impressed by the guest list. We need to take note of this new company, Orchidia Beauty. Being able to gather all those impressive people. The owner is not a simple person. a company CEO said. Good thing that we're not in the beauty industry. All the other beauty companies must be feeling very anxious right now. It seems like a new powerful rival has arrived to take a big chunk of their market shares. It was a restless night for all of these people for different reasons. Orchidia Beauty might be an entirely new company, but it was already making a big splash, which was reverberating throughout the entire country. All eyes were on the new company tonight. After posing for the cameras, interacting with the fans, and answering interview questions from the reporters on the red carpet, Iris and Jin Liwei finally headed inside the convention center. Because they were the last people to arrive, their entrance to the convention center would mark the end of the red carpet event. Iris Long, CEO Jin, please stay a little longer. The people kept on requesting for them stay. In fact, the couple already went over their allotted time on the red carpet by a few minutes. They needed to leave soon, not wanting to be the reason for the grand launch to be delayed longer than necessary. Iris waved a final time at the crowd before leaving the red carpet with Jin Liwei. However, she stopped when they reached the bottom of the steps leading to the convention center's entrance. These particular steps were particularly steep and higher than usual. What's wrong, love? Jin Liwei asked when she didn't move. Darling, my mermaid-style dress is too tight at the bottom. I don't think I'll be able to climb these steps without struggling. Iris sighed. My designer and I didn't take these steps into consideration when designing this dress. It's my fault for not checking everything in the venue thoroughly. I see. Don't worry, love. It's no problem. Then he bent down and lifted her up all of a sudden, carrying her up the steps princess style. His movements were so quick and smooth that Iris wasn't able to react in time. Her arms instinctively wrapped around his shoulders to secure herself. Everyone saw this scene. They all went wild. Kai-ah-wea. This is the most romantic scene ever. CEO Jin literally swept boss Iris off her feet. Yua, too much dog food. My single dog self is becoming diabetic, but I don't care. Gimme more. More. Muru. The media captured the moment. They took countless photos, recorded it on video, and live-streamed the event. ####. Rose Young and Jenny Sang were now drunk out of their minds. Rose was sobbing and cursing, while Jenny kept on laughing and giggling. They already ran out of gin, so they switched to champagne, which was the only alcoholic drink left in the condo unit. The friends were still watching the live stream on the big screen TV in the living room. When it showed Jin Liwei carrying Iris like a princess up the steps, Rose threw another glass to the floor. She howled like a demented beast, making Jenny cover her ears while still laughing. Everything in the world was funny. Damn you, Iris Long. Curse you, slut. Rose was too furious, too jealous, and too drunk. Her face turned from red to purple. Then she dropped on the couch like a heavy log. Rosie. Despite her drunken state, Jenny Sang was still able to function properly, or as proper as she could be. She crawled over to her friend who now lay unmoving on the couch. Rosie? You What the hell, Rosie? Did you really pass out? How lame. So funny. Jenny lasted a few minutes longer before passing out as well, but not before finishing the remaining champagne by herself. ####. The guests were either chatting or getting to know each other or both inside the grand hall where the official launch party was being held. Waiters and waitresses carrying an assortment of drinks and bite-sized snacks kept everyone from starving until it was time for dinner later. Suddenly, an unbelievable sight appeared at the entrance. All heads turned towards that same direction. Jin Liwei walked inside the grand hall carrying Iris Long in his arms, like a mighty prince carrying a beautiful princess he intended to marry. His gait was light and smooth, not looking strained at all, as if Iris Long only weighed like a bag or feathers. Oh, how romantic, many women exclaimed, feeling envious of Iris Long. Bahaha, that's my boy. So manly, just like me. Right, how my boy. Bahaha. A booming voice said in a mixture of delight, pride, and amusement. What do you mean that my grandson is just like you? My grandson took after my husband, of course. A gentleman, but also a passionate lover. Not like an old gorilla like you. An elegant elder female voice retorted, pretending to sniff in disdain. What are you saying, you old hag? I want to know. I might not be a gentleman, but I'm definitely more passionate than my brother, your husband. You? Passionate. Shameless is more like it. Bahaha. That's very true, too. The people around Grandpa Lu and Grandma Li all chuckled, entertained by the two elders' banter. Even those who came from abroad still laughed, despite not understanding Mandarin. Just looking at their expressions was funny in itself. As for the couple who showered everyone with dog food just by their entrance, Jin Liwei continued to carry Iris while walking to the direction of their families and friends. "Darling, we've already passed the steps. You can put me down now. I'll be fine and can walk on my own," Iris said. "You're wearing high heels tonight. I saw that they're higher than usual. Let me carry you a little longer so that you won't tire and hurt your feet too soon," he replied with a straight face. "Oh." Her eyes widened before warming in appreciation. "Thank you, darling. You're so thoughtful." The corners of his lips curved upward, smug at himself. "No problem, love. Anytime." Poor Iris Long. There were times that her denseness would still kick in, despite having developed her emotional range to an impressive degree compared to when she just woke up in this second life of hers. Whenever this happened, she would have no idea that her darling was already tricking her with his shamelessness. In fact, she would even fall in love with him deeper and harder because of his thoughtfulness and concern for her. "My baby girl is too cute," Jin Liwei would think to himself after tricking her, falling in love deeper and harder with her as well. This was why Iris didn't protest when Jin Liwei carried her all the way to where Grandpa Lu, Grandma Li, Long Tengfei, and the others were sitting together. When the couple arrived to where their families and friends were sitting, Jin Liwei finally put his baby girl down on her feet. It was obvious that he was reluctant to let her down by the slowness of his movements. "Darling, are you all right? Why are you moving so slowly? Are you in pain? Am I too heavy for you?" Iris, her denseness still activated, asked. "PFT. Bahaha. Shalom, my girl. Your man just doesn't want to let you go. That's why. I bet that if he could, he would carry you for the entire night during this party." Grandpa Lu's booming voice interrupted the couple's moment. Iris tilted her head to the side after hearing what the old man said. "Really?" she asked her darling. "I already told you. I'm just concerned that you'll tire and hurt your feet too soon," Jin Liwei said with straight face again. Grandpa Lu almost choked on his own booming laughter. The others also watched the scene in amusement. They could all see Jin Liwei's shamelessness. It was only Iris who didn't realize her darling's shameless trickery yet. Later, everyone was seated by their assigned tables. Wei Lan and Sun Jingfei were seated on separate tables away from Long Tengfei and Yang Jiehui. Long Tengfei, Yang Jiehui, Sun Jingfei, Mimi, and Long Jingjing all felt nervous at first about Wei Lan. They were afraid that she would pick a fight with them and create a scene. But to their relief, she only gave them a polite smile before chatting with other people. She wasn't exactly cordial with them, but at least she wasn't creating trouble that would embarrass all of them. Better to ignore than to fight. They also didn't attempt to talk to her, afraid that they would trigger her. But if their eyes met, they would smile at each other. Wei Lan's smile didn't look genuine, but at least she was smiling and not snarling. As for Wei Lan, she didn't dare create a ruckus tonight. Not only was she doing her best to maintain her elegant, classy, and magnanimous Viscountess image, but she also didn't want to piss off her daughter. Iris already warned her beforehand to behave, especially after revealing that Long Tengfei, Yang Jiehui, and Sun Jingfei would be attending. Wei Lan was very unhappy and even demanded her daughter to uninvite those people, but Iris didn't budge. In the end, Wei Lan could only endure attending the grand launch with all those people. She didn't want to fight with her daughter and destroy their current relationship. Iris and Jin Liwei were very generous to the people close to them. Wei Lan had been enjoying all the perks associated with being close to the couple, like when Jin Liwei introduced her to one of the best real estate agents in the country so that she could start looking for a property for when her husband and stepson joined her in China after they finished their matters. Also when her daughter agreed to give her regular free samples on new Orchidia Beauty products before they were released in the market. There were also many other perks aside from these. Wei Lan especially enjoyed Jin Liwei's generosity of lending his own subordinates to act as her bodyguards. Her husband, the Viscount, was a very low-profile and down-to-earth person. If he didn't whip out his own title, nobody would know that he was an actual Viscount from a long line of Spanish nobility. He wasn't showy at all, including in his security details. It was his adopted son, Rin Alejandro, who provided them with bodyguards while they traveled to the most dangerous and poorest places in North Africa and South America last year. Most of the bodyguards were from the orphanages who were very good with hand-to-hand combat and other practical, yet deadly martial arts. When Wei Lan decided to return to China, Ren Alejandro didn't give her any bodyguards because he said that she didn't need them. She couldn't argue against him because her husband doted on his adopted son. That was why Wei Lan enjoyed Jin Liwei's generosity in lending her his subordinates. Having a team of bodyguards protecting and following her whenever she went out in public made her feel more like a true viscountess. If she pissed off her daughter, Jin Liwei would surely side with Iris. Then he would stop lending her his subordinates. Wei Lan didn't want to risk angering the couple and lose all the perks. More than this, however, she was also rather enjoying being a mother to a full-grown daughter. She also liked Jiang Yingyu and little June, experiencing great joy in dressing them up in fashionable clothes. These were the reasons why she was acting so polite to Long Tengfei and his two other women. I'm so magnanimous. Truly a great viscountess. The bestest forever and ever, she praised herself after smiling politely at the three, even though all she wanted was to slap them all. Wei Lan's thoughts were interrupted by the two MCs. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming tonight. Yee, and welcome to Orchidia Beauty's official grand launch. Everyone clapped their hands and cheered. My name is Dominic Chua. And I'm Clover Chua. We're going to be your MCs tonight. The brother and sister looked fabulous tonight. Dom wore a tailored three-piece tuxedo suit that Iris commissioned to be fully customized just for him. They used Jin Liwei's very own tailor. Similarly, Clover looked pretty and glowing in her peach midi dress. All the female members of the girl squad had dresses made by the same designer as Iris. They all looked luxe and glamorous. I recognize that guy. He's Iris Long's assistant, one of the guests said. I knew it. So I was right. He really is senior Iris assistant. So that's why he looked so familiar. These guests were Iris' fellow celebrities from Bright Summit, also managed by Tang Yi. That cute female MC has the same surname as him, and they resemble each other a little. Maybe they're siblings or cousins. Yeah, both of them should be senior Iris people. But why are her people acting as MCs in this event? Is Orchidia Beauty short on staff that they need to borrow senior Iris people? That's what I want to know too. Although they had many questions, they had to stop, be quiet, and listen because Dominic and Clover Chua began telling a story. The two MCs, the brother and sister Dominic and Clover Chua, wore solemn expressions. But for some reason, they still looked entertaining. One day, there was a beautiful young woman who traveled to Munich, Germany, Dom began. She visited the local street market and saw an interesting stall. The stall looked shabby and empty compared to the other stalls bustling with tourists. However, the beautiful young woman noticed that quite a number of local women were buying from that particular stall. It seemed that the stall targeted locals unlike the other stalls that aimed for tourists. Clover smoothly continued her brother's tale. The stall sold a variety of homemade liquids and creams in simple glass bottles and mason jars. The beautiful young woman also observed something intriguing. The female seller and her customers all had smooth, bright, and glowing skins. She became curious. Why are their skins so beautiful? She asked herself. She made her way to the stall and started talking to the seller. Then she discovered another surprising fact. The products, all the liquids, creams, and lotions, were all homemade. Dom exclaimed in excitement. The audience couldn't help but laugh, even if they didn't intend to. The siblings just had an effect on others, making them feel very entertained. What's more, they were all made with 100% natural ingredients formulated through natural biological processes. Clover exclaimed next, enunciating each syllable of 100%. Dom. The beautiful young woman bought one of everything right there and then took the German seller's contact details. The audience could discern by now that the tale was about the start of Orchidia Beauty. The beautiful woman in the two MC's tale must be the founder and owner of the company. They looked around, trying to figure out if she was sitting among them. They were already curious about her identity before this, but listening to the interesting tale, they became even more so. Clover continued to hook the audience with the story. The beautiful young woman returned to her hotel suite and used some of the products that very night. They felt very nice when applying, but she didn't really notice anything different. Dom, however, When she woke up the next morning, her skin became super-duper soft, like a baby's butt. Loud laughter and giggles erupted from the audience. Ehehe. Dom couldn't help but break out of his serious storyteller persona to giggle as well, but quickly became solemn again when his sister elbowed him hard. Be serious, big bro, she scolded. Him. The audience laughed even harder seeing their antics. Clover smiled at the audience, still maintaining her storyteller persona unlike her brother. After learning of the amazing effects of the homemade skincare products, the beautiful young woman continued using them for a few days with more noticeable results. Then she decided that it was finally time to contact the seller, Dom. It turned out that the one who developed all the products was the seller's brother. Right then and there, the beautiful young woman offered to create a company with the amazing skincare products and make them available to consumers. The German sibling agreed, and thus, Orchidia Beauty was born. Dom and Clover both exclaimed. All the guests clapped their hands and cheered. It was very interesting to know how the currently hyped new company, Orchidia Beauty, was founded. Dom, please welcome to the stage Mr. Ulrich Bauer and his sister Miss Alona Bauer. Yay yay. The German siblings stood up from their seats beside the other foreigners from Cross Academy, but the other guests didn't know that, for now. The brother and sister headed to the stage amidst the loud applause. Alona looked nervous, but she was a naturally vivacious person. The excitement was clear in her eyes. Her brother, Ulrich, was silent and looked bored at first glance. But upon closer look, his eyes were also sparkling with excitement. Mr. Ulrich Bauer is the Chief Product Officer of Orchidia Beauty, Clover informed everyone. He and his sister, Miss Alona Bauer, are the heads of the product development team of the company. This all basically means that Mr. Ulrich is the one who developed all the wonderful products that many of you have tried already and loved. He was also the one who single-handedly created the homemade skincare products that his sister sold in the unassuming stall in the local street market back in Munich, Germany. Without him, there will be no products. And without the products, there will be no Orchidia Beauty. The audience couldn't help but stand up from their seats to give the German siblings, specifically Ulrich Bauer, a well-deserved standing ovation. What kind of dedication, hard work, and passion did it take to develop such amazing products? Ulrich nodded his head in thanks while Alona bowed to the audience. Her eyes were already teary. The two MCs allowed the loud standing ovation to continue for a few more moments before they gestured for the audience to settle down and return to their seats. Next, please welcome to the stage Miss Long Jinjing, Dom announced. Long Jinjing stood up from beside her mother and walked to the stage. She was also wearing midi dress like Clover, but hers was cherry blossom pink. Her outfit accentuated her pure and gentle image. She might not be as gorgeous as her sister Iris Long, but she was also good-looking and attractive in a more subdued way. Upon seeing her, the audience started whispering among themselves, that's CEO Long Tongue-Fei's daughter with a mistress. See that woman there? That's the mistress, the girl's mother. I don't know why they're here. I think the more important question is why is Long Jinjing, CEO Long Tongue-Fei's daughter with a mistress, heading up the stage? I heard that she graduated from business school with honors. Yes, she did. She and her friend, who also came with her tonight, graduated with honors. I know because my son also attends the same university. Those girls are my son's seniors. I heard that the two were supposed to work at Long Industries after they graduate. They already had job offers, but then they didn't go through with it in the end. It seemed that they accepted jobs in another company. Wait, don't tell me they're working for Orchidia Beauty. Oh my goodness. I think you're right. Don't tell me Long Jinjing is the beautiful young woman in Munich, Germany who founded Orchidia Beauty with those German siblings from the story just now. Long Jinjing had now reached the stage. Dom played the gentleman and helped her up. Careful, milady, he said in an elegant accent, even bowing to her with an exaggerated sweep of his arm. Dom. Long Jinjing pouted, her face turning red. Ehehe. Fufufu. The brother and sister, Dom and Clover, were too mischievous. Long Jinjing felt very nervous. She was sweating but forced herself to calm down. Her eyes found her mother in the audience who was smiling at her with pride and love. Seeing her mother and even her father's proud expressions gave her strength and courage. I'm so nervous too. You're not the only one, Alona whispered to her in English. Thank you, Clover raised the mic close to her mouth and announced, Miss Long Jingjing is Orchidia Beauty's chief financial officer. Gasp. The guests who were gossiping about Long Jingjing just now had expressions of shocked disbelief on their faces. What? The illegitimate daughter of Long Tingfei with a mistress was Orchidia Beauty's CFO? Iris, Jin Liwei, Sun Jingfei, Long Tingfei, and the others in their big group led the applause for Long Jingjing. Those who didn't know who she was, mostly the ones who weren't members of high society, followed suit and clapped their hands as well without hesitation. Long Jingjing. She has the same surname as Senior Iris. Are they related? They don't look alike, though. I think it has been mentioned before in the past that Iris Long has an older half-sister. Maybe she's the one. Amidst all of these gossiping in the audience, Long Jingjing gradually felt calmer after seeing her family and friends lead the applause for her. She might not hear them, but she certainly knew that the other guests were talking about her. She didn't mind it, but she worried about her mother, who already had a reputation of being her father's mistress despite living a low-profile life away from high society. However, Sun Jingfei was a tough and resilient woman when she needed to be. Don't worry, my child. Your mother will be all right. I'll attend the official launch. Why do I need to care about what others think and say about me? All I care about is how proud I am of my daughter. Imagine, Sun Jingfei's daughter is the CFO of a company right after graduating. Mother is so happy. We should always be grateful to your sister for giving you this opportunity, her mother told her a few days ago when Long Jingjing expressed her concern. Long Jingjing stopped worrying too much about it after hearing her mother's assurance. However, her worry returned tonight, especially after seeing the judgmental looks some of the guests from high society were throwing at her mother and the two of them. But now that she was on stage and introduced as Orchidia Beauty's CFO, and also seeing the support of her family and friends, all her worries were washed away. She stood up straighter and her eyes became sharper. I am the CFO. I have every right to stand here, she told herself. After the applause died down, the MCs prepared to make another introduction. Next, please welcome Miss Chen Fei. She's Orchidia Beauty's chief operating officer. Chen Fei stood up and headed to the stage as well to join her best friend, Long Jingjing, and the others. She walked with confidence and purpose. There was no hesitation in her at all. Finally, let's welcome myself, Clover Chua. I also actually work for Orchidia Beauty, too. I'm the CEO's administrative assistant. Just want to let you know. Ehehe. The audience laughed at her quirkiness, but knowing that she was the CEO's administrative assistant intensified their curiosity about the CEO even more. They weren't even sure if the owner and the CEO were the same person. I guess we'll just find out, they thought. Now, the moment you have been all waiting for has finally arrived. I know that you've been wondering about this for so long. Everyone sat up straighter and leaned forward, focusing all their attention to what he was saying. They didn't want to miss any of his words. Now please welcome the beautiful young woman who discovered the wonderful homemade skincare products from that local street market in Munich, Germany. With her keen eyes, she was able to spot the special qualities of the products. She gave the Bauer siblings the opportunity to sell their products to all of us, to China, and eventually in the near future to the rest of the world. Clover, please welcome the owner, president, chief executive officer of Orchidia Beauty, and my boss. Mine too. Both, Miss Iris Long. Stunned silence. Jin Liwei stood up and started clapping. The Jin main family did so as well. Grandpa Lu and Lu Zihao, Long Tingfei and Yang Jiahui, Wei Lan, Sun Jingfei, Maestro De Luca, and Enrique Valdez. Everyone from Cross Academy, Ho Liang and Wu Chun, Xiao Yu, Tang Yi, all members of the girl squad. When they started clapping, the other guests followed suit. However, the shock was still evident on their expressions. The big boss and the other higher-ups from Bright Summit looked at Tang Yi in disbelief. Did you know about this? Tang Yi could only nod. Yes, sir. Aish. I don't know whether to scold or praise you and Iris Long, the big boss said. But in the end, he nodded, a pleased expression on his face. The grandness of tonight's event, especially with all of these influential guests, will certainly increase Iris Long's fame. This is good. Very good. No, it's great. Excellent. Let's hope that she'll be able to make this company of hers successful to maximize the positive effect on her fame. I don't think we should worry about that, sir, Tang Yi said. Iris knows what she's doing. You're right. CEO Jin Liwei is her fiancé. I'm sure that he'll be able to guide her in running her business. Maybe he'll even bail her out if she ever goes bankrupt. Tang Yi opened her mouth to argue against what her boss said. However, she decided to hold her tongue instead. What bankrupt? Iris Long. That workaholic woman whose close eye for details makes even me want to go crazy by how much of a perfectionist she is. I think she has the nose of a bloodhound when it comes to sniffing career and money-making opportunities. She doesn't need CEO Gene to bail her out of anything. In fact, she doesn't even need him to guide her, except for when she specifically asks for his advice. After all, the legendary business genius Sir Lu Jianhong is her mentor. It's the case of a genius nurturing a genius. Tang Yi thought to herself. As Iris manager, Tang Yi was privy to some of the most personal details of her life. It took quite some time before Tang Yi discovered the true relationship between Iris and Grandpa Lu. She was also able to learn that Iris was actually a certified genius herself, a student of the legendary school, Cross Academy. After learning the true extent of Iris' impressive background, Tang Yi decided to hug Iris' huge, golden thigh instead of her current boss at Bright Summit. If the entertainment company ever started suppressing Iris for some stupid reason, Tang Yi wouldn't think twice in abandoning it to work directly for Iris instead. If that really happened, Bright Summit would be as good as sinking ship anyway. Tang Yi knew that beneath Iris' kindness and generosity lay a ruthless personality. It was just that she had a high tolerance level, preferring to focus on working hard to improve herself rather than reacting to every single person who bothered her. Unfortunately to Iris' wannabe enemies, Jin Liwei didn't have such high tolerance. Tang Yi was well aware of how much the man loved Iris. If he could, he would tie the moon in a pretty bow and gift it to Iris, plus pluck a few stars from sky to add some sparkles that were better than diamonds. In the same way that he loved Iris so deeply that he would give the whole universe to her, he would also be ready to soak the entire universe with the blood of her enemies in order to avenge her. With this kind of domineering couple, it's better to stay in their good side. Always, Tang Yi reminded herself. The big boss and the higher-ups of Bright Summit didn't know that one of their current star managers, Tang Yi, was already lighting a candle for them in the event that they ever suppressed Iris Long. Bright Summit might even have a sudden hostile takeover. If not Iris herself, it would definitely be Jin Liwei, who would never forgive anyone for harming his future wife. It wasn't only the big boss and the higher-ups of Bright Summit who were shocked to learn that Iris Long was the owner, president, and CEO of Orchidia Beauty. All members of the Pandemonium Band were stunned silly. Their jaws fell down, and their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Blaze, Senior Iris is the... Well, what the hell? Eros pinched himself. It doesn't look like I'm dreaming. Night. Thunder. Holy. Goddess Iris owns Orchidia Beauty. I'm so stoked. Hey. Can we ask her for a discount when we buy the products? I'm rationing the free samples Goddess Iris gave us before because I don't want it to run out before the products are officially launched. Well, can we? Blaze, Eros, and Knight didn't pay attention to their youngest member's hyperactive chatter. They were too busy processing the bombshell their senior dropped to all of them. The other celebrities managed by Tang Yi were also shocked. They were amazed and envious of her achievements. Across the entire Grand Hall, everyone couldn't hide their shock. They watched Iris Long stand up from her seat and receive a hug from Jin Liwei before making her way to the stage. Their hands automatically clapped for her, but their minds couldn't seem to process the information. Iris Long owns Orchidia Beauty. There were many big names, heavyweights, famous and influential people from the country and abroad who attended tonight's event. All of these people came for a company owned by Iris Long. Dom and Auric acted extra gentlemanly as they helped Iris up the stage. After thanking them and nodding at the others, she took the mic from Dom and stood at the very center of the stage. Her position emphasized her status at the top of the company's hierarchy. On behalf of my colleagues and everyone working for us, I would like to thank you all for coming here tonight to celebrate the official launch of MY Company, Orchidia Beauty. She began her speech, emphasizing her ownership of the company. The people stayed silent and listened to her words, as if doing so would help them understand how in the world she became a business owner. And not just any business. She became the owner of one of the most hyped new companies of the year, which received rave reviews from the best influencers in the beauty community, including celebrities before it even launched. Not only that, just look at this over-the-top grand launch party, the lavish red carpet event, the thousands of fans who attended, all the media, and most importantly, the guest list. Oh, the guest list. Even the current most popular celebrity couple in the country didn't have such a high-caliber guest list when they married. Their wedding was dubbed the royal wedding back then, but compared to this launch party's guest list, which included Maestro Ludovico De Luca, Enrique Valdez, the Jeans, the Luz, Feng Wan, and her three posh friends who all had deep backgrounds in high society, and the famous artist Ashandra Knight's son, that royal wedding might as well be for peasants. The media called it a star-studded wedding that time. But comparing it to this launch, this was the real star-studded event. Iris interrupted their thoughts with her speech. You've already heard from our two lovely MCs here. Ehehe. Fufufu. The siblings Dom and Clover pretended to feel shy by her praise, even though it was obvious that they were delighted. Because of them, the audience felt relaxed again. People laughed at their antics, lightening up the atmosphere. Iris smiled at the siblings, grateful to them. Now it felt easier to speak. You've heard from them the tale of how the idea of creating Orchidia Beauty came to me while I was in Germany last year, she continued. Some of you might remember that I've disappeared for a period of time last year. I was in Europe. Back then, I performed with the great Maestro Ludovico De Luca at his orchestral concert in Munich. It was during that time that fate led me to meet the Bauer siblings. After persuading them to partner with me, I built the company with them from the ground up. I also stole my sister, Long Jing, and her friend who's also now my friend, Chen Fei. They're supposed to work at my father's company after they graduate from business school, but I poached them away to work with me in running my company instead. The guests all looked at Long Tingfei, who nodded, confirming what his daughter said. Oh, I almost forgot. Before I stole my sister and Chen Fei from my father, I partnered with his company, Long Industries, for our shipping needs. So you can rest assured that all the ingredients in our products that we can't source locally will arrive at the fastest speed possible from where we're sourcing them abroad to maintain their freshness. Just like our claim, everything is 100% natural. We'll also deliver them to you as quickly as we can. Once again, Long Tongfei nodded his head. A small smile also lifted the corners of his lips. Iris might sound like she was only singing the praises of her own company, but the truth was that she was also indicating to everyone that his company, Long Industries, was a fast and reliable shipping service. He was especially pleased that she didn't forget to mention the company name, Long Industries. Indeed, she would be an effective brand ambassador for his company. Now all he needed to do was to persuade his other executives to agree with the idea. He could use this speech as one of the evidences to prove that she would be a great brand ambassador. There were also a lot of media in attendance. Many of them were recording this moment right now. Iris glanced at Long Tingfei and saw that her plan worked based on his pleased expression. She made sure to include that part about Long Industries in her speech, specifically targeting Long Tingfei, to tip him more in her favor regarding her request to become his company's brand ambassador. She made her praise for the company subtle so it wouldn't come off as brown-nosing. Thank you, darling, for teaching me the subtle art of getting what I want in business. She sent her word of thanks through her smile to Jin Liwei back at their table. He was watching her intently, as if she was the only person in the room and the others were just air. He seemed to have understood the meaning of her smile because he nodded. His eyes warmed up despite his outward cold expression. Jin Liwei was helping her develop subtleness in her business skills. Both Iris and Grandpa Lu were very straightforward people. If there was something they wanted, they gunned for it relentlessly until they had it in the palm of their hands. Some may call them passionate and determined, but others would call them too willful and aggressive. Iris wanted to be versatile in her careers in music, languages, and business. Fortunately, she had her darling to help add additional ammo to her repertoire. This way, she could be as aggressive or subtle as she wanted depending on the situation. In short, more ways to get what she wanted. Her smile at her darling became brighter, blinding the people looking at her. She was just too beautiful. Someone coughed beside her. Boss! Boss! Dom whisper shouted at her. Iris regained her senses thanks to Dom. She actually got distracted because her darling was too handsome. Her friends, the girl squad, all snickered at her. She cleared her throat in an elegant manner while trying to remember where she left off her speech. Good thing that she had an excellent memory. She continued, I've been working on this company ever since I returned from Germany last year. That's why I'm so excited that we're finally having our grand launch today. But all of these, she swept an arm in a wide arc, would not be possible without the assistance of my special dear friends from abroad. The other guests looked at the group of foreigners, all sitting together. Iris Long must be talking about them. One of them, the demonically gorgeous woman Ashandra Nightsun, was reportedly a famous artist. Based on the others' bearing, they must not be ordinary people either. They were Iris Long's friends? Really? Iris looked at her friends from Cross Academy and smiled at them. They all surprised her by attending her launch party without informing her. She invited them, of course, but they all gave various different reasons to decline. That was why she didn't expect that they would all turn up tonight. Even Madame Julia Moretti came bearing regards and apology from Headmaster Erwin DuPont for not being able to attend due to conflicts in schedule. It was only Amampio Koletsky who accepted her invitation as soon as she invited him. Without the young eccentric inventor, Ulrich Bauer wouldn't have the equipment to manufacture improved versions of Orchidia beauty products efficiently. So even if Amampio declined her invitation, Iris would have found a way to drag him to China. Maybe she would even resort to asking her big brother to kidnap him. Fortunately, Amampio agreed to come without taking a moment to think about it first. However, Jin Liwei had to send one of his smaller private jets to pick Amampio up from Switzerland because the inventor was too lazy to book his own flight to China. Iris also asked Jiang Yingyu to let Amampio temporarily stay in Little Jun's condo unit at Gold Heights. Jiang Yingyu agreed. She and her son Little Jun were still staying at the Dragon Palace mansion with Iris and Jin Liwei anyway, so the condo unit was currently empty. It was better for Amampio to stay there because Imei and the other household staff in the penthouse already had their hands full with Wei Lan. Iris didn't want to saddle them with an additional difficult person to take care of like Amampio. They already had first-hand experience of his baffling eccentricities when he first stayed at the penthouse before. Even Ashandra Nightsun, whom Iris met a few days ago in France, didn't mention that she would be attending the launch party tonight. Iris thought that Ashandra would be busy attending another art exhibition somewhere in Europe. She was really surprised to see her friend along with the others. Jin Liwei, however, didn't appear surprised at all. It looked as if he already knew that her friends were coming. He must have deliberately concealed it from her. Ketchup had the capability to detect if her friends landed in China, but the white cat didn't inform her. Jin Liwei must have instructed Ketchup not to tell her. The father and daughter dared to keep a secret from her? Try as she might, she couldn't find it in herself to be angry at the two of them. Instead, her heart melted into a sweet syrupy puddle. She would ask Jin Liwei and Ketchup later and make them confess their crime, but she had no intention of complaining. It was such a nice surprise after all, especially on a big day in her business career like this. For now, she needed to thank her friends. I would like to thank Amampio Koletsky, a prolific inventor who creates some of the most mind-boggling things you can ever imagine. Many of them are brilliant, of course, but the others? Let's not talk about that part, she said, eliciting laughter from her friends who knew about Amampio's massive collection of hidden misinventions. Amampio harumphed and became sullen when the others began laughing at him. However, he quickly recovered because he was very proud of all his babies, aka inventions. Iris continued. Amampio helped Ulrich build a number of special equipment which they patented together to process the raw materials and combine the ingredients more efficiently without destroying their natural properties, enabling us to retain our mission of keeping our products 100% natural, but also allowing us to increase their shelf life as much as possible using only natural means. The audience was impressed. They started clapping and continued oohing and awing. Please stand up so everybody can see you, Amampio, Iris told him in English. Amampio Koletsky stood up, self-confidence oozing from his every pore. Teresa and Florence both rolled their eyes at him while Ashandra and AJ chuckled. He waved at the crowd who clapped louder for him. Ladies and gentlemen, Amampio Koletsky, Cross Academy student and my friend, Iris announced. The applause halted. Huh? What Cross Academy? What school is that? Can someone tell me where it's located? Someone from the audience asked. Cross Academy. Sounds familiar. Where did I hear it before? Ahaha. Don't tell me it's that legendary school for geniuses? PFT. Ahaha. No way. What do you mean no way, you pinhead? I want to know. A booming voice challenged the person who said it. Of course, it's that Cross Academy. I studied there myself. Have I gotten so old that many of you nitwits already forgot that I, Lu Jianhong, graduated from Cross Academy? If I say that it's the same Cross Academy, then it's Cross Academy. You dare don't believe me. Sit down, you old gorilla. An elegant elderly female voice scolded him in a whisper. What do you think you're doing, creating a ruckus in my granddaughter-in-law's party? Stop picking a fight with dear Xiaolan's guests. Close your mouth and act like a proper elder. Bah, these dunderheads are so annoying. This old man needs to put them in their place. Aren't I right, how my boy? Yes, Grandpa, you're right. They're annoying. A devilish man with a scar on his face replied. He cracked his knuckles, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes, as if he wanted to strangle the life out of those people in the audience who doubted his sister's words that her friend was a Cross Academy student. See, old hag, even my beloved grandson agrees with this old man. The elegant elderly lady sighed, shaking her head at the grandfather and grandson duo. Jaws fell down and eyes almost popped out of heads when Sir Lu Jianhong himself spoke and confirmed Iris' claim that her friend was a Cross Academy student. What? Iris Long was friends with someone from Cross Academy, that legendary school for geniuses? The clueless ones were confused upon seeing the shocked expressions of the people around them. What's going on? Why are you so shocked? What's Cross Academy? Is it a good school? Like C9 League, or maybe, OMG, Ivy League level? Are you serious? You're asking if Cross Academy is a good school. Are you freaking kidding me? What C9 League? What Ivy League? Those schools are nothing compared to Cross Academy. Don't you know that Cross Academy is the freaking bestest of the best school in the world? That's the legendary school for geniuses. Whoa, really? Aren't you exaggerating? If it's really the best school in the world, why haven't I heard about it before? Maybe it's just an urban legend or something. SSSSSH. Not so loud. Do you want Sir Lu Jianhong to scold you like what he did to that poor guy just now? Just shut your mouth and don't embarrass us. If you get scolded by Sir Lu Jianhong, I don't know you. Fine. What a friend you are. Anyway, just tell me what you know about this Cross Academy, because I really don't know anything about it. Okay, listen to me. Not many people know about Cross Academy, so it's not surprising that you have no idea about it. Even I only learned about it by watching an English documentary. Cross Academy is a very isolated and secretive place somewhere in Europe. I forgot which country. It's either in Sweden or Switzerland, maybe even in the Netherlands. I can't remember. Very few students are admitted. Only the most genius among geniuses. Apparently, they only enroll a student every few years because nobody could pass their extremely high standards. Whoa, really? Wow. So if Iris Long's friend, that Amampio guy, is really a Cross Academy student, then isn't he awesome? Of course he is. Duh. Conversations like this were occurring all over the audience. Iris swept her eyes across them, hearing most of what they were talking about with her great hearing. She asked her friends earlier if it was all right with them if she revealed that they were Cross Academy students. They had no issues with it at all. Iris didn't wait for the murmurs to stop before she began speaking again. Next, I would like to thank another friend, Teresa Blipsberg. She's a biomedical engineering student who's helping save countless of lives by developing innovative state-of-the-art medical instruments and medical drugs. She also has a background in chemical engineering. The other guests looked at the group of foreigners again, trying to figure out who Teresa Blipsberg was. After buying the Bauer siblings' homemade skincare concoctions at the street market in Munich, I sent Teresa a few samples. She confirmed through lab tests that every single one of them are indeed 100% natural. She did it for me even though she was extremely busy with her own research. Thanks to her, I made the decision to invest in the Bauer siblings and create Orchidia Beauty, Iris revealed. The audience oohed and awed again. Thank you, Teresa. I know that you're always busy with your own research, but you still took the time to do me that favor. I'm so grateful. Can you please stand up and let everyone see you? Iris asked her friend. Teresa stood up and waved at the other guests who were clapping at her. Her actions were modest, unlike Amampio earlier. Oh right, I almost forgot, Iris said. Teresa is also a Cross Academy student. What? Seriously? Again? Don't tell me that all the foreigners in that group are cross-academy students, someone said. How could that be? Do you think that the geniuses from such a prestigious school as Cross Academy would have so much free time to attend a new company's launch? In your dreams, geniuses are too busy doing genius stuff. They don't have time to waste on parties like this. But we already have 2 Cross Academy students. That's it. I bet there are only 2 of them. No more. Well, I bet that there would be more. I bet that all those foreigners are from Cross Academy. Game on. The audience suddenly descended into gambling. All of them turned to Iris while eyeing the group of foreigners at one side, as if she was drawing some winning lotto numbers. Iris hid her smile. This was what she wanted. Yes, it was shameless to borrow her friend's prestige to boost her own company's image, but this was what she was aiming for. Don't be afraid to be shameless in business, my girl. Bahaha. Was what Grandpa Lou taught her, so that was what she intended to do. Wasn't she a diligent student to apply her teachings? By introducing her friends as cross-academy students and revealing their little contributions to her company, the people would begin associating Orchidia Beauty with them and the academy. This would set her company apart from the other companies in the beauty industry. And all of these before revealing her own identity as a cross-academy student herself. I would also like to thank Florence O'Seven, another inventor, but focused on environmental sustainability. All of us from Orchidia Beauty are proud that our products are 100% natural. The contents inside are important, but what about the outside? We also want our packaging to reflect our mission. Thus, we decided to make all our packaging environmentally sustainable. Intrigued expressions appeared on the audience's faces after hearing what Iris said. My friend Florence was very kind to help design and manufacture our environmentally friendly packaging. Although we're unable to make it 100% zero waste at the moment, we can still confidently claim to be miles ahead of our competitors in this area. Following Florence's direction and advice, our company aims to develop our very own sustainable, yet also affordable zero-waste packaging system within a year, 3 years at the latest, and make it into a company-wide policy. The oohs and ahs from the audience were louder this time. Wow, the products are 100% natural. And now they want the packaging to be 100% zero waste in the future, too? Cool. Florence is another inventor like that on Montpio. Is she also a Cross Academy student? No way. Do you think that all inventors are from Cross Academy? Iris smiled, enjoying the audience's speculations. My friend, dear Florence, is also a student of Cross Academy, she announced. The audience gasped once again. What? Cross Academy again? What was happening today? Was this company launched some sort of an assembly for Cross Academy students? The people were all very amazed at meeting these geniuses in the flesh. Sir Liu Jianhong was the only living Chinese alumni of the legendary school today. There were 2 of them before Jin Liwei's grandfather died. Right now, there weren't any Chinese student enrolled in Cross Academy. Wouldn't it be cool to have another one? He or she would be the next great pride of the country, especially since Sir Liu Jianhong was already advanced in years. When it was time for the old man to go into eternal rest, would there be no one to hold the banner of their country as a Cross Academy student in the future? Someone from the younger generation was needed. Sir Liu Jianhong was now too old for the country's youth to fully understand the honor and pride he and his best friend, Jin Liwei's grandfather, brought to the country when the 2 became Cross Academy students all those decades ago. Many of the young people didn't know about the amazing legacy Sir Liu Jianhong and Jin Liwei's grandfather left the country's business world by building what was now the world-class Jin Corporation from the ground up. If another Chinese became a Cross Academy student while Sir Liu Jianhong was still alive, how amazing would that be? They could brag to the whole world that their country didn't lack for geniuses. A few people in the audience cheered after Iris Long announced that Florence O'Seven was a Cross Academy student as well. Some, however, groaned. Yes, I won the bet. I knew it. There are more than 2 Cross Academy present here tonight. Don't forget to pay up. Damn it. I lost. What the hell? How many Cross Academy students are here right now? Don't tell me there are more after Florence. I think that there are only 3. I bet that the other foreigners from the same table are all Cross Academy students. Who wants to bet against me? Come on. Florence O'Seven stood up from her seat and waved at the other guests who clapped for her in amazement. She and the others from Cross Academy didn't know the people started a betting pool because of them. Also special thanks to my other friends, all from Cross Academy, for taking the time from their busy schedules to fly all the way here to China and attend my company's launch. Iris continued speaking. Everyone, please welcome the beautiful Ashandra Nightsun, artist extraordinaire. Loud applause and cheers. Ashandra was like a goddess to the art enthusiasts present. In addition to this, she already gathered many fans even among those who didn't know her. Before this, because of her beauty and bearing, both Iris Long and Ashandra Nightsun were extremely beautiful women, yet they were also very different from each other. Comparison between them would be futile. And AJ Zaniers, another student that the Academy treasures because of her frightening golden touch. She has been very kind and generous in sharing some helpful financial advice with me and my financial manager, especially during the early stages when I was just starting to build Orchidia Beauty. Another round of applause. I would also like to give my sincerest thanks to Madame Julia Moretti, the Academy's admissions counselor and right-hand woman of the headmaster. Then Iris switched to German. Thank you, Madame Moretti. It's such an honor to have you here. More applause, louder this time. The people already knew that Iris was a polyglot, but it was still impressive listening to her speaking another language. Of course, I wouldn't forget two very special guests who surprised all of us tonight by attending and gracing us with their presence. Thank you very much, Maestro Ludovico de Luca and Mr. Enrique Valdez. Deafening applause and cheers, becoming louder when the two music legends stood from their seats and waved at the other guests. For those of you who don't know, Maestro de Luca and Mr. Valdez are also Cross Academy alumni. Just like Grandfather Lou, Iris added. The applause paused. The people were shocked. They didn't know. Only some of the older ones remembered that Maestro Ludovico de Luca graduated from Cross Academy a long time ago. As for Enrique Valdez, this was the first time that they heard that he was also from Cross Academy. In addition to being a taciturn man who valued his words more than gold, he was also an extremely private person. He disliked sharing personal information about himself and hated others who did. This was one of the reasons why he hadn't married yet. He would dump the women he was dating as soon as they started talking about him and their relationship to the public without his consent. Only very few people, mostly his close friends and associates, knew that he was actually a Cross Academy alumni. Iris Long received both of her music mentors' permission to reveal their connection to Cross Academy. Maestro de Luca didn't have any issues with it. Surprisingly, Enrique Valdez also agreed, mainly because of their mentor-student relationship and the fact that she was also a Cross Academy student herself. She switched to English and spoke directly to her friends and mentors from abroad. Thank you very much for coming tonight. I didn't expect that you would. I'm very surprised. You made this event extra special for me. I'm very happy. Thank you. All of her friends and mentors from Cross Academy smiled and stood up. Now it was their turn to lead the applause for her. At the moment, everyone was impressed beyond belief of Iris Long's connection to these people from Cross Academy. They gossip among themselves once again. I didn't know that Iris Long is so formidable. Not only did she prove herself to be an outstanding musician ever since her first comeback, but she also built her own company that is projected to do very well even before its official launch. Now we discover that she's friends with all these geniuses from that legendary school. I'm so amazed. What kind of lucky star was she born under? The good fortune has been raining down on her ever since the year started. Many shared this sentiment. However, some were skeptical. Don't be so impressed. Have you forgotten that Iris Long is engaged to CEO Jin Liwei? His late grandfather was a Cross Academy alumni with Sir Liu Jianhong. I bet that she only became friends with those Cross Academy people because of Sir Liu or CEO Jin. Her only luck is CEO Jin falling in love with her. CEO Jin equals good fortune. Without her connections to the two powerful men, how could she possibly become close to anyone from Cross Academy? Although there were others who also thought the same way as this particular outspoken guest, there weren't many who were willing to say their opinions out loud. This was, after all, Iris Long's territory. What the fuck are you saying? How did a narrow-minded bigot like you get invited to this event? Huh? How dare you say that about boss? I mean about Miss Iris Long. Want me to whack you with my mighty slippers? I mean, I'm gonna report you to security if you don't behave yourself like a civilized person. The Black Stars and its subgroup, the Slippers Army, were starting to increase in number as Iris became more famous. She had fans from all walks of life, from the least fortunate to the wealthiest. Almost all of them considered her as their boss. They respected her and would defend her from anyone who dared question or attack her credibility. On the stage, Iris overheard the brief argument in the audience with her great hearing. Recognizing that one of the parties involved was a black star, she was about to intervene, but fortunately didn't need to. The incident was quickly mediated by the other guests, preventing it from escalating and disrupting the event. She was relieved. However, this incident only proved her growing influence among the public. The Black Stars were like her hidden knights, ready to defend her name. Last but not the least, I would like to thank the man who believed in me from the very beginning when I decided to take this gamble of building my own company from the ground up. He was so patient with me when I was so busy that I barely had any time to spend with him. Thank you, Jin Liwei, for being there for me. Then Iris smiled, a little shyly before whispering, I love you. Jin Liwei's cold expression warmed a bit. Then he mouthed, I love you too. Kaya. The inconsiderate couple was once again throwing dog food left and right, not thinking about the situation. Of all the single dogs present, squeals and whistles sounded throughout the entire grand hall at their lovey-dovey actions. To those who could differentiate the minute differences in Jin Liwei's seemingly perpetual cold expression, they could see that he was very smug right now. Iris looked a little shy, but not ashamed of declaring their love for each other in public. It wasn't like this was the first time that she said, I love you to him during a speech. She already did this a few times before. Even when the public still had no idea who her fiancé was, she was already vocal about her love for him. There were so many who were envious of Iris Long at the moment, especially those who saw Jin Liwei mouthing, I love you, too, to her. She's so lucky to have caught CEO Jin Liwei's eyes, they thought. Iris had an idea of what they were thinking. She knew that most of them were still unconvinced about her ability to run her own business, thinking that she was using her relationship with Jin Liwei and her connection to Grandpa Liu. She could just reveal that she was a cross-academy student, of course, but she decided not to, for now. This status of being a cross-academy student was already a lofty title in itself that was more prestigious than her relationship to either Jin Liwei or Grandpa Liu in proving her abilities to the public. But that was also why she didn't want to reveal it yet. Orchidea Beauty was still a new company. She wanted to prove to everyone first that her company could be successful because of her abilities alone, without any lofty title. Yes, there were a lot of skepticism right now, but she was confident that she could prove herself and her company. I'll show everyone what I can do. Once Orchidea Beauty became successful, only then would she reveal her status as a cross-academy student. She predicted that it would give her company an even greater boost if she did that. This was a case of delayed gratification versus instant gratification. She would rather wait and use her ultimate weapon in the end to establish an unshakable foothold for her company, rather than use her status right now to skyrocket Orchidea Beauty's popularity in a short period of time. She didn't want Orchidea Beauty to be a shooting star, shining so brightly at the beginning but then would disappear into oblivion afterwards. Orchidea Beauty should be like a tree. It was only a tiny sprout right now, but she would nurture it carefully and grow it into a fruitful tree that could withstand storms and earthquakes. In the future, she wanted it to multiply into a lush forest. This was why she didn't give a whit about the people's skepticism. As long as she believed in herself, she could create her own star and build a galaxy around it. By herself, she could fly and soar as freely and as high as she wanted. But with Jin Liwei beside her, she felt like she had powerful rocket boosters supercharging her wings, making her reach higher and even break limits. To reach new heights. Back to the present, Iris thanked the rest of her and Jin Liwei's families, friends and acquaintances who attended the launch of her company before ending her speech. Then the Chua siblings took over. It's time. OMG, it's almost time. Dom exclaimed, fanning himself dramatically with one hand while his other hand held the mic. Calm down, big bro. Clover scolded her brother before looking at someone below the stage. Are we live now? A man holding a camera directly in front of them gave a thumbs up. All right, we're now live streaming on our official Orchidea Beauty website and social media accounts, Clover announced. There were also others who had been live streaming the event inside the Grand Hall since the beginning, mostly the members of the media who had the official press badges. The beauty influencers and other celebrities among the guests also live-streamed now and then. However, this particular live stream that just started now was the official one by Orchidea Beauty. In just a few seconds, the viewers jumped from 0 to more than 1 million, and it was only increasing by the second. The other active live streams lost their viewers in favor of the official one. Why compete with us? Why? The others could only cry in their hearts. Then a huge white screen above the stage lit up and showed a countdown of 5 minutes. Dom called Jin Liwei to join them on stage. He stood beside Iris, flashing everyone his famous killer smile. That never failed to make at least one person swoon. Indeed, as if on cue, someone immediately fainted in the audience from seeing his smile. Although Iris was the owner, president, and CEO of Orchidea Beauty, she was also one of its endorsers alongside Jin Liwei. The two of them were the current faces of the company. Moments later, a table was wheeled to the center of the stage. It was covered with a blanket printed with the lovely logo of Orchidea Beauty designed by Mimi. The logo looked like an orchid but also a silhouette of woman's face in one. It was a very clever design. Dom, ladies and gentlemen, behold Orchidea Beauty's first products. Iris and Jin Liwei lifted the blanket at the same time, tossing it behind them. The company's first products were revealed to everyone. Loud applause and cheers. They were complete facial skincare sets. Makeup remover, oil cleanser, foam cleanser, gentle fruit acid-based exfoliant, toner, plant-based essence, stable vitamin C serum, eye cream, biodegradable sheet masks, moisturizer, all-natural mineral-based sunscreen lotion, and finally, sleep mask cream. There were 5 sets for each of the 5 most common skin types. Normal, oily, dry, combination, sensitive. All 5 sets had no flavors. At this stage, they were all considered as the basic original, but the fact that there were complete sets available for the 5 most common skin types was already impressive, especially for a first launch. Each of the products could also be purchased individually if the complete set was too much. People could create their own facial skincare routine by mixing and matching the products as they wished. We are planning to release more variety and give all of you more choices in the future, but for now, please enjoy our basic sets, Iris Long told everyone. We will also have more products in the future for our every skincare needs, not just for the face. So please stay tuned. She called the sets basic, but to the people present, including the beauty influencers who considered themselves to be semi-experts in this area, they weren't basic at all. They already tried the products before when they received the PR packages during the summer. If Orchidea Beauty dared to call their products as basic, then the other facial skincare products available in the market right now could only be called as primitive. Jin Liwei picked up the set for the combination skin type. I know that many of you have noticed that I've become even more handsome lately. It's actually because I've been using Orchidea Beauty products. Now you know. Deafening cheers and applause and laughter. Jin Liwei had extensive experience as an endorser. He immediately did his job, even without Iris prompting. In fact, he even threw a look of challenge at her. Look at me. I'm doing my job. What about you? His expression seemed to tell her. Iris ignored him. She built the entire company from the ground up. What about him? When the countdown on the big screen reached the 1-minute mark, a length of big ribbon and a huge pair of scissors were brought on stage. Iris and Jin Liwei held the huge scissors together behind the ribbon. The Bauer siblings stood beside Iris while Chen Fei and Long Jingjing stood beside Jin Liwei on the other side. The Chua siblings continued to play their roles as the MCs. Dom. Less than 1 minute left until we officially launch the company and release Orchidea Beauty's first products. Everyone stood up. Finally, Clover started the countdown. 10. Everyone joined her, shouting each number. 9. Until 3, 2, 1. Iris and Jin Liwei cut the ribbon with the huge scissors. Loud cheers of celebration and applause. It's official. Orchidea Beauty is launched. Yay yay. Dom and Clover shouted together, jumping in excitement like little children. Iris' eyes immediately searched for Jin Liwei. His mouth moved. She read his lips. Congratulations, love. I'm so proud of you, he silently told her. Her face broke into a bright smile. She had the urge to jump off the stage, run to him, and jump into his arms. However, she controlled herself. Her company just launched. It was at this moment that she needed to be professional and act like the boss that she literally was. Thank you, darling. She mouthed back at Jin Liwei. He also smiled. Well, to her, it was a smile. But to the others, his expression looked cold as usual. Congratulations, Sister Shilon. She heard Jin Chonglin's voice near her ear. It was subtle, but she moved away from him a little before turning to face him with a smile. Thank you, Brother Chonglin. Can I hug you? He asked before quickly adding. A friendly hug, of course. No, she replied without even thinking about it. Disappointment flashed in his eyes at her quick refusal before covering it up with a mock-hurt expression meant to tease. He playfully clutched his chest. You wound this prince. So many ladies want to jump into my arms, and yet here you are refusing this prince's irresistible offer. You're the only one who dare do that. I don't mind friendly hugs, but your brother will get angry if it's you. If you're feeling extra masochistic tonight, sure. Come, let's do a friendly hug. You're the one who's going to suffer your brother's wrath, anyway. Not me, she told him while shrugging her shoulders. Jin Chonglin scowled, muttering, sadistic couple. Now it was his turn to move away from her, as if he just got electrocuted. He stepped away so abruptly that he crashed against Chen Fei behind him. What the hell, dude? Watch where you're going. Chen Fei rebuked him while maintaining a smile on her face for the audience and cameras. You stepped on my fucking toes. If I'm injured, I'm going to kick your ass and then make you pay for my treatment plus compensation for emotional distress. Xiao Fei, calm down, please. Don't make a scene in front of everyone. Long Jing reminded her best friend. Shit, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on your foot. Really, Jin Chonglin said, while mentally rolling his eyes at the woman's threat of suing him for emotional distress. If there was another woman that he couldn't charm besides Iris, it would be this one. Chen Fei had been scolding him every time he met with the Bauer siblings while working on his own line of men's products for Orchidia Beauty. The annoying bossy woman kept on complaining about what an indecisive diva he was to keep on changing his mind and delaying the production of his men's line. What's wrong with changing my mind? This prince only wants every single detail to be perfect. I'm not going to release subpar products under my own magnificent name. Infuriating woman, he inwardly grumbled but kept an apologetic smile on his face. No matter how infuriating she was, the woman was still the COO of the company. He needed to show her respect, even if he didn't really want to. Under the contract he signed with Orchidia Beauty, Chen Fei was one of his bosses alongside Iris Long and Long Jinjing. They were the three top executives of the company, with Iris holding the topmost position above all of them. The Bauer siblings, who had no idea that there was an argument between them, rushed and gave all of them tight and fierce hugs. Tears gushed down Alona Bauer's eyes as she hugged everyone while sobbing. Even the eyes of her usually quiet brother, Auric Bauer, looked misty. Congratulations, Orchidia Beauty! Dom and Clover shouted. The audience followed suit, shouting their congratulations at Iris and the others on the stage. Congratulations. That's my girl. Bahaha. This old man is so proud of my favorite granddaughter. Right, how my boy? Yes, Grandpa. My little sister always makes us proud. And my wife is the best. A third brother, my sister isn't your wife yet. Don't get too ahead of yourself. Fifth brother, Xiaolon is going to be my wife. I'll make sure of it. Heh, the future isn't something any of us can predict. Third brother. Fifth brother, even if I have to go against the heavens, I'll do everything in my power to marry Xiaolon. Why are you rascals suddenly fighting? I want to know. Don't ruin this moment for Xiaolon, or I'll bang your two hard heads together. Calm down, old gorilla. Can't you see that they're just teasing each other? You and my husband used to do that a lot back in the days. And now you're acting all high and mighty and scolding our grandsons? Preposterous. Bah. This old man is now an elder, so I obtained the right to discipline the young ones and throw my weight around. That's our privilege, old hag. You should use it too. Baha. Despite all the noise, Iris still caught some parts of their conversation with her great hearing. She didn't hear her darling or her big brother's voices because they were speaking in low tones, but there was no mistaking Grandpa Lu's booming voice and Grandma Lee's pretend tone of derision. Thank you for giving them to me, she said to whoever or whatever power that gave this second life of hers. Orchidia Beauty is officially launched. Yay yay, Dom announced once again. But the fun part is just beginning, Clover said. What is the heart of Orchidia Beauty? The products, the siblings shouted the answer themselves. All the beauty influencers in the audience cheered in their loudest voices, becoming incredibly excited. Their eyes sparkled, and they almost drooled when the products were mentioned. The amazing products were the reason why they attended the launch party of this new company in the first place. They couldn't wait. President Long, would you like to do the honors? Dom asked, handing Iris the mic. Iris chuckled along with everyone else. The crowd had already fallen in love with the Chua siblings' lively and cheerful personalities. Yes, of course. Thank you, Dom. She replied and took the mic from him. Iris looked up at the big screen. The countdown timer was replaced by a more complicated-looking display. There was another timer at the very top of the screen. Instead of a countdown, it was a timer starting from 0. Below it were several counters showing the percentages of each of the products' available inventories. There were separate counters for each sets and individual products. Not all of them could fit in a single screen, so the display would change to the next group of products every few seconds. At the moment, all of the products' inventories were showing a complete 100%. After checking that the timer and counters seemed to be working fine, Iris faced the audience once again before looking directly at the camera live streaming the event. Orchidia Beauty's official livestream now reached more than 2 million viewers, and the view count was still increasing. In just a few moments, we will make Orchidia Beauty products available for purchase online, Iris announced. We completely sold out the pre-orders earlier this month, so we decided to increase our inventory for tonight's official launch. But since My Orchidia Beauty is still a new company, we could only manufacture a set amount at a time. That's why we have to unfortunately impose a limit of purchase per person, meaning you can only buy one of each of everything. Of course, you can buy all 5 complete sets or all the individual products, but you cannot buy multiples of the same product. We apologize for the inconvenience. This is only temporary. We will lift this limit once our manufacturing capacity improves. There were many groans of disappointment among the audience, but they quickly disappeared. Excitement returned to their eyes. Phones were whipped out. They accessed Orchidia Beauty's official website store, ready to click buy as soon as Iris gave the signal. Those who were watching the live stream online also did the same thing. Although they had never tried any samples of the Orchidia Beauty products, they still wanted to buy. The Black Stars planned to buy to support their boss. Jin Chonglin's army of fans were also the same. They wanted to support their Prince Lin Lin. As for the others, they wanted to try the products because they heard so many good things about them from the beauty influencers and celebrities who raved about them online. They felt the need to try the products themselves in order to determine whether they were worth the hype. Everyone, are you ready? Iris asked. Hell yeah. Hurry up, Iris. I mean, President Long. Please don't torture us any longer. I'm so ready. The audience all answered her. The live stream viewers also commented the same sentiments. Iris glanced at the Bauer siblings, Long Jinjing, Chun Fei, Clover, Dom, and Jin Chonglin. They nodded at her, indicating that they were ready as well. I now declare the Orchidia Beauty store open. The timer on the big screen immediately started after she spoke. 1 second. Overall inventory percentage, 94%. 2 seconds. Overall inventory percentage, 76%. 3 seconds. Overall inventory percentage, 51%. 4 seconds. Overall inventory percentage, 33%. 5 seconds. Overall inventory percentage, 1%. 0%. Sold out. Iris' jaw fell down. Long Jinjing covered her mouth with her hands in shock. Chun Fei closed her eyes and opened them to look at the screen again. Close, open. Close, open. Only when she did this a few times that a look of disbelief registered on her face. Jin Chonglin also couldn't believe his eyes. He was unable to hide his astonishment. Auric Bauer froze. His sister, Alona, hugged him while sobbing loudly against his chest. Dom and Clover were jumping up and down and running all around the stage while shouting in ecstatic celebration. A deafening applause and cheer erupted across the entire grand hall. Congratulations. Oh my God. Sold out in 5 seconds. Too formidable. Yes. My purchase is successful. I'm so happy. I got what I wanted. Damn it. My thumb wasn't fast enough. I wasn't able to buy? No. 5 seconds. Is this for real? How is this possible? The majority of the guests were cursing their bad luck. They weren't able to buy any of the products before they sold out in 5 seconds. Only a handful of them managed to successfully buy. Similar things were happening all across the country. The live comments in the live stream were either celebrating their purchase or whining about their bad luck. The people's reactions might be divided based on their purchasing success or failure, but all of them were unanimously dumbfounded that everything was sold out in 5 seconds. 5 freaking seconds. This was unheard of. They knew of other insanely popular beauty products selling out in minutes before, but for 5 seconds? As far as they knew, this was the first time. How amazing was that? Those who were feeling skeptical of Iris long before this now looked at her differently. There was still some resistance in completely believing in her ability as a businesswoman, but the facts had just slapped their faces. Regardless of how much they doubted her, it was true that her company sold everything out in only 5 seconds. It was even possible that her company made history tonight. Numbers didn't lie. Back on the stage, Dom and Clover finally stopped running around in circles. The siblings hugged Iris and the others. Tears of happiness flowed down their cheeks. Whoa. Boss, my handsome and gorgeous self is so proud that you're my boss. Whoa. Congrats, boss. Congratulations. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to work for you and for Orchidia Beauty. You're a blessing to our Chua family. Iris smiled at them, patting the siblings' shoulders. Thank you for your hard work, dedication, loyalty, and most importantly, your friendship. Whoa. Both Dom and Clover burst into tears. Long Jinjing and Chen Fei also hugged Iris. Little sister, we did it. Long Jinjing said, a teary smile on her face. Good job, bitch, Chen Fei told her next. Ahaha. This is only the beginning. Orchidia Beauty will take over the country's entire beauty industry and eventually the world. Iris was still shocked deep inside. Even she couldn't believe that her company sold out in just 5 seconds. But the delight overpowered the shock. She nodded at them, a big smile on her face. Then her eyes searched for her darling in the audience. Huh. She frowned. Where was he? He wasn't in his spot at their table. Faint anger bubbled inside her. Why did he leave on such an important moment? ###. Chapter title. Sold out in 5 seconds. Then a familiar electric-like sensation buzzed through her spine. The faint anger inside her was immediately replaced with excitement. She quickly turned her head and saw her darling rushing towards her from the side of the stage. Moments later, she was enveloped in his warm and tight embrace. Kaya. Jin Liwei hugged Iris long in front of everyone. On the stage, under the spotlights, while millions of viewers watched on the several live streams covering the event. How daring. Too daring. At the moment, however, the couple wasn't thinking about any of these. Everything disappeared around them. Only the two of them existed in their own little world. All they wanted to do was share this amazing moment of success together. Congratulations, love. I'm so proud of you. I knew that you could do it. He whispered directly to her ear. Iris' arms wrapped around his waist. Thank you. I'm so happy. I expected the launch to do well, but I didn't expect for it to do this well. You deserve all this and more. Their gazes were tender, becoming more intense the longer they stared into each other's eyes. They slowly inched their faces. Closer, until. This program is rated E for everyone. Please refrain from doing anything that needs censoring. Jean Chonglin's voice interrupted them at the same time that a hand appeared between their faces. Geez, can't you control yourselves even for just a few hours? The whole nation is watching you, you know, he muttered. Leave the lovey-dovey when you get home later where no one can see you. Iris regained her senses thanks to Jean Chonglin. She blushed a little. She gently pulled away from her darling. On the other hand, Jin Liwei looked annoyed at having been interrupted by his brother. He glared at him with his deadly cold eyes. The audience laughed while watching the scene. The couple had been stuffing everyone with dog food since they arrived earlier that evening. Many of them were still finding it hard to accept this romantic Jin Liwei, who was very different from his ice block image to the public. There were many rumors floating around in the past years that he was an unfeeling man who could never be seduced by any women, in addition to a separate rumor saying that he was gay. But now he was showing a very different side of him to everyone, that he couldn't take his hands off of Iris long. She's so lucky, the women and the bent men thought to themselves, envious of Iris for making Jin Liwei fall in love with her. On the other hand, the men and the bent women felt envious of Jin Liwei. He's so lucky. Iris Long is so young, beautiful, and talented. How can we compete against Jin Liwei, a powerful man? Back on the stage, Iris quickly recovered from her flustered state. Her friends snickered at her, but she ignored them. She needed to take control of the situation. Jin Liwei also controlled himself. After giving his baby girl a loving squeeze, he released her and withdrew. He pulled his annoying brother with him, both of them stepping back to allow Iris and Orchidia Beauty's other executives to enjoy the well-deserved spotlights for themselves. Big bro, I'm an endorser. I should also be at the front. Jin Chonglin complained, but one look from his older brother, and he shut up. Iris cleared her throat before speaking to the mic. I am amazed, shocked. I can't fully describe everything that I'm feeling right now. We sold everything out in 5 seconds. Applause and cheers. Thank you very much. With her great hearing, she could hear their congratulations. However, she also heard quite a lot of grumbling complaints from the unfortunate ones who failed to buy any of the products before everything was sold out. I know that not everyone was able to buy the products. We apologize for that. But don't worry. We're sold out today, but this is only temporary. We'll work hard in refilling our inventories and increasing our manufacturing capacity as soon as possible. We'll open our online store again soon. The guests were somewhat appeased by her words. Then she added, we at Orchidia Beauty are very grateful to all of you for accepting our invitations and attending our launch party tonight. As a token of our appreciation, all guests will receive gift packages containing complete sets of the products of your choice. Yua, really? That's great. Thank you. All of the guests were happy, especially those who failed to buy the products earlier. Even the ones who successfully bought products still rejoiced. The more products they could get, the happier they felt. The servers who were serving drinks and snacks earlier wheeled out big, long tables filled with beautifully packaged gift baskets containing complete sets of the products per skin type. They began handing out the gift baskets to the guests. Each guest was entitled to up to 5 gift packages, 1 per skin type. Almost half of them took all 5. Some 4, 3, 2. Only a handful of them was satisfied with just 1 for their own skin type, like Feng Wan and her cousin Feng Jiu. Iris gave a curtsy bow to all the guests to show her gratitude. Long Jin Jing, Chen Fei, including the Bauer and Chua siblings, followed suit and deeply bowed to the people. The brothers Jin Liwei and Jin Chonglin nodded their heads instead of bowing. The older brother's expression was cold while the younger brother flashed his killer smile. However, nobody swooned this time. He was effectively ignored because everyone was focused on admiring the products. Jin Chonglin pursed his lips. When I release my men's line, it'll sell out in 4 seconds or less, he muttered under his breath. His brother gave him a side eye. Everyone can dream, yes. But sometimes one needs to be realistic. What do you mean by that, big bro? Don't you know that your brother is a superstar? I know, but you can never win against my wife. Besides, she'll be a bigger superstar than you in the future. It may come sooner than you think. Jin Liwei's tone was solemn, as if his words were a divine pronouncement, an inevitability decided by fate from time immemorial. Jin Chonglin scowled. He opened his mouth to protest, but closed it again. He couldn't think of anything smart to say against his older brother's words. His pride resisted the idea of his superstar status being eclipsed by Iris Long, who was currently less famous than him. However, even he couldn't deny that the trajectory of Iris Long's rise to fame was going extremely fast since her comeback. He felt a burgeoning sense of anxiety, like he was running as fast as he could, but the sounds of footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer. Taking a few deep breaths, he forced himself to calm down. He decided to ignore his brother's words and pretend that he didn't hear them. I'm Jin Chonglin, a superstar. I won't lose that easily. He maintained his famous killer smile for the audience and cameras. However, a complicated mixture of emotions roiled inside him as he watched Iris Long. The woman was too beautiful, too intelligent, too talented, too amazing, bright, and magnificent. He saw her as his rival. He admired a lot of talented musicians, but she was one of the few ones he really respected with genuine sincerity. Looking at the way his older brother gazed at her, he couldn't help but sigh. She was the one that got away. If only. Stop it. He scolded himself, quickly stopping the thought before it could fester inside him. Jin Chonglin tamped down the chaotic emotions messing his heart and mind. He forced himself to focus on the present. Thank you very much. Now it's party time, Dom announced, eliciting another round of cheers among the guests. The guests started helping themselves to the buffet. Iris and Jin Liwei had now fallen in love with the buffet style of hosting parties. The Chua family made them realize that it was best for encouraging a sense of community among their guests by sharing the same food, instead of eating separate dishes from a menu. The food was very generous, focusing more on hearty than haute cuisine, which was usually what events of this caliber served to their guests. Those foods were meant to impress, not to satisfy hunger. The food in this event, however, made everyone salivate and guiltily ignore their diets if they were dieting. Everyone mingled while enjoying the delicious food. The atmosphere was light and cheerful. The guests were especially happy after receiving the generous gift packages from Orchidia Beauty. Iris, Jin Liwei, and the others on the stage returned to their family and friends. It took them a while to reach their tables, though. The others' guests stopped them, offering their congratulations. Director He and the two hosts of Music Fest tonight congratulated Iris. They wanted to chat more with her, but Jin Liwei's presence beside her intimidated them. Next, JJ and DJ Song. My sincerest congratulations, Iris. Thank you very much, DJ Song. Thank you for coming. Brat, you did well. Thank you, Mr. JJ. The two older men and Jin Liwei nodded at each other. Although it was a shock to the radio host and music producer when they discovered that Iris Long was engaged to Jin Liwei, they didn't take any issue with it, unlike most people. To the two music veterans, Iris Long was a hidden gem that was only beginning to reveal her preciousness. They intended to help in polishing her until she shone the brightest. JJ was especially heavily invested in her. As long as Jin Liwei didn't hinder her potential, the two music veterans would have no issue with his relationship with Iris, who they considered as their proc. JJ covered his mouth and leaned forward before whispering, "Hey, Brat, introduce me to Maestro De Luca and Enrique Valdez, okay?" DJ Song also leaned forward a bit, clearly sharing his friend's desire to personally meet the two international music legends. Iris smiled. "Of course. Please follow me." Delight flashed in their eyes. They eagerly followed the couple as they weaved through all the guests who frequently stopped them to offer congratulations. Outside the grand hall, Lu Zihao was listening to his subordinates report at an empty hallway away from the crowd. According to the report, the security consisting of his subordinates and Jin Liwei's men stopped a total of 11 attempts of trespassing the event so far, with the assistance of the incredible AI, stupidly named Ketchup, of course. Most of the people who attempted to slip inside were from the media who didn't have press badges. However, there were a few diehard fans who tried sneaking in to get a glimpse of Iris Long, Jin Chonglin, and the other celebrities inside. Continue what you're doing. Don't let any pests slip inside, or I'll make you regret it, Lu Zihao said in a low, dangerous voice. Understood, Boss Hao. Continue coordinating with Third Brother's men. However, I know that they were instructed not to be ruthless for concern of tarnishing my sister's reputation. However, that doesn't apply to you. You are different from them. You are my subordinates, members of Shadow Winds. When necessary, I give you license to kill. No need to worry about tarnishing my sister's reputation, because I'm sure that you're all smart and skilled enough not to leave any traces that could be used against my sister, Lu Zihao said in a lazy manner. He sounded like he was commenting about the weather instead of something serious and dangerous. Yes, Boss Hao. Now go. When his subordinate was gone, Lu Zihao gazed at the dim crescent moon in the night sky outside the glass window. The shadows deepened the planes of his face, accentuating the vicious appearance of his long scar. His eyes were dark, like bottomless pits of pure blackness. He looked dangerous and lonely. With a determined sigh, he straightened his body and pulled up the collar of his turtleneck shirt. He always wore turtlenecks now, even while wearing a formal tuxedo suit. Many were already intimidated by the scar on his face. If people saw the terrible scar on his neck, like someone wanted to chop his head off, they would probably run away screaming. He was about to return to the grand hall when he heard the clacking sounds of high heels. His presence melted in the darkness, all while keeping his eye on the new arrival. He was the CFO of his sister's company. What was her name again? Long Jin Jing. he whispered, his voice disappearing in the shadows of the night. Long Jinjing excused herself from the party, whispering to her sister and friends that she needed to go to the women's powder room. But the truth was that she desperately needed some time alone to make sense of everything that just happened. Although she was a daughter of Long Tengfei, president-CEO of Long Industries, she never considered herself as someone more special or of higher status than anyone. She was just Long Jinjing, child of Sun Jingfei, owner of a small bookstore. She wasn't a celebrity, like her sister Xiaolan, nor the heir apparent like her eldest brother Hui, or even a competitive high achiever like her second brother Jian. She only studied hard because she wanted to make her mother proud and to show her father that she appreciated him paying for her expensive education. That was it. A simple, peaceful life with her mother. Then someday with her own family of a gentle, loving husband and their cute children. That was what she always wanted. But before she knew it, she and her best friend Chen Fei declined her father's job offer and worked for her sister's company instead. And now she was a chief financial officer right after graduating from university. Not only that, their company Orchidia Beauty was now the hottest trending topic in the beauty community. They sold out their pre-orders. Then tonight, they sold out everything in their inventory in 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Her brain automatically crunched the numbers. Just from the revenue of tonight's sales alone, the estimated net profit of Orchidia Beauty after all expenses and taxes were deducted would still instantly make the company a $1 million company. Add the revenue from the pre-order sales from before, and that's more than $1 million in pure profit. US dollars, not RMB. And this is only from the first batch of products released in the country. Long Jinjing murmured as she continued walking in the dark hallway. Oh my God. She pressed her hand against the cold and hard wall, while her other hand clutched her chest, trying to steady her wildly beating heart. Closing her eyes, she took a few deep breaths to stop herself from having a full-blown panic attack. When did her life suddenly take a sharp turn and become so amazing like this? An image of her beautiful sister appeared in her mind. Iris' existence was like the devil to Long Jinjing's life before, especially when they were younger. She couldn't count how many times she cried in anguish after her sister tormented her in the past. She hated and resented Iris for bullying her, yet she couldn't make herself fight back because she felt ashamed for being an illegitimate child. She always thought that if the two of them fought, she would be always the one to lose because Iris was the legitimate daughter while she was not. So she just endured and endured, but it hurt so much. Yet she still endured despite the pain because she saw that her mother, Sun Jingfei, did. If her mother could endure and stay strong, then she could do so too. And it seemed that enduring for all those years paid off because her sister changed for the better after waking up from coma. Iris was no longer a malicious bully. Her beautiful face now reflected a beautiful heart. Although the scars from Iris bullying all those years ago couldn't be completely erased from her heart and mind, Long Jinjing couldn't find it in herself to retain any lingering hatred or resentment for her sister. She didn't know how to explain it in a logical way. It's as if the Xiaolan back then and the Xiaolan now are two completely different people, she murmured as her eyes opened. Now calmer, she continued to walk along the dark and empty hallway. The rhythmic click-clack of her high heels on the floor slowed down her heartbeat and cleared her mind, almost sending her into a meditative state. She became so relaxed that she failed to pay attention to where she was walking. Her high heel snagged on a crack in the floor. She was already falling forward before she even realized what was happening. Aya! Her eyes closed on instinct, waiting for the pain that was sure to come after her body crashed to the floor. But right at that moment, something wrapped around her waist and pulled her up all of a sudden. Then her back crashed into something warm and hard, knocking all her breath away. What a clumsy woman! A lazy masculine voice said beside her ear. Long Jinjing froze as if electrocuted. Her heart, which managed to relax just a few moments ago, began to beat wildly inside her chest once again. She turned her head and came face to face with the devil, or at least that was what he looked like in the shadows. Lu Zihao, she whispered. Long Jinjing, he said. Alarm bells started ringing like it was the apocalypse inside her mind. Danger! 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 Her survival instincts were telling her to run away as fast as she could away from this scar-faced man, but she couldn't seem to look away from his devilish eyes. They were like bottomless pits of pure darkness and mystery, hypnotizing her. A woman shouldn't walk alone in a dark and empty place like this, he suddenly said, breaking the moment. Long Jinjing regained her senses and realized that the man's arm was still wrapped tightly around her waist while her entire back was pressed against his chest. She could feel the hard planes of his body, making her face and neck flush red in embarrassment. Fortunately, the place was relatively dark. "Mr. Liu, you can let go of me now," she said, doing her best to make her voice sound calm. He didn't let her go right away. It took him about 3 to 4 seconds before his arm unwrapped around her waist. Once she was free, Long Jinjing stepped away from the man until they were separated by about a couple of meters. "Thank you for saving me back there, Mr. Liu. I appreciate it." Liu Zihao walked to the nearest glass window and sat on the ledge. The dim illumination from the moon in the night sky failed to soften the harsh planes of his features. In fact, it made them even more intense. He crossed her arms over his chest and looked at Long Jinjing, like a predator looking at his prey. Something inside her shivered in fear from his intimidating gaze, but her chin lifted, refusing to back down. The man was only human, just like her. He wasn't a monster or a god. Why should she be afraid of him? Besides, he was close to her sister. They were so close that Long Jinjing sometimes felt a little jealous that they acted more like the siblings than her and Iris. "If I didn't save you back there, you would have fallen on your face." Clearly a woman who has no awareness of her surroundings. "I hope you aren't that careless when handling the finances of my sister's company," Liu Zihao drawled with his lazy voice. His insinuation of her incompetence infuriated her. However, she controlled herself from lashing out at him. "Mr. Liu, rest assured that I'm doing my job properly as the CFO of Orchidia Beauty. The company might be owned by Xiaolon, but I, along with Chen Fei, the Bauer siblings, and the others working for it all want to watch it grow and succeed. Not only am I the CFO, but Xiaolon, the CEO, is also my sister. I won't betray my own sister nor her company that she worked so hard to build." Liu Zihao didn't reply. He just continued looking at her with his dark predatory eyes. Long Jinjing felt like all the hair on her body was standing up, like he was able to see everything about her. He was like the devil, sizing her up, judging her, deciding what to do with her. She couldn't take it anymore. "Thanks again for saving me from falling," she said after clearing her throat. "If you'll excuse me, I have to return to the party. My sister and my friends must now be wondering where I went." Then she turned and started walking away without waiting for his reply. "She's my sister." The voice of the devil was soft, yet penetrated her mind. Like a sharp sword, Long Jinjing stopped in her tracks. She turned to face him again. "Xiaolon is my sister." She couldn't help but retort. "Woman, if we compete against each other for her affection, guess who'll win?" Long Jinjing's eyes became dazed for a second when he flashed her with his blasted, devilish smile. Good thing that she was able to quickly recover. Her daze transformed into annoyance. She wanted to retort again, to tell him that she and Iris were blood sisters, that their relationship was deeper than what he had with her sister. However, she already knew who would be the winner for Iris' affection between the two of them. She had seen how close Liu Zihao was to his sister. At first, she thought that Liu Zihao was trying to steal her sister away from Jin Liwei. But upon closer observation, Long Jinjing concluded that there was nothing romantic or sexual in their relationship. The bond between Liu Zihao and Iris was that of close-knit siblings, of a brother and sister who loved each other dearly. Compared to the relationship of the two, Iris treated Long Jinjing as a friend more than as a blood sister. Perhaps it was because of their not-so-pleasant relationship in the past, and the fact that they only became close recently. This made Long Jinjing sad. She sighed. "I'm not going to compete with you. There's no reason to," she told him. Liu Zihao's devilish smile became wider, but his eyes remained unreadable. A smart person knows when to withdraw. "You pass." "Barely." She frowned. "I don't need your approval." "I'm giving it anyway," he replied. ####. Liu Zihao straightened to his full height and walked using his long legs to reach Long Jinjing's side in just a few steps. "Let's go, CFO Long, don't keep my sister waiting." Long Jinjing pursed her lips, annoyed that the man kept on calling her sister as his sister. But no matter how annoyed she felt, she decided not to say anything. She could sense that the man was vastly different from the straightforward Iris and Sir Lu Jianhong. Lu Zihao was a man whose real depth couldn't be measured based on his outward devil-may-care persona. She would only lose badly if she decided to pit herself against someone as enigmatic as him. So she ignored him, or tried to. All of her senses were focused on his presence. She started walking ahead of him, but in just a moment, their positions were reversed. His legs were longer than hers. Now he was walking in front of her while she struggled to keep up with him. Then she noticed something peculiar. He could have already left her behind. However, he was deliberately slowing his pace. Was the man waiting for her? "Mr. Liu, there's no need to wait for me. I can find my own way," she told him. "Like I told you earlier, a woman shouldn't walk alone in a dark and empty place like this," he replied without looking back at her. "It would greatly inconvenience my sister if something were to happen to you. Even she wouldn't be able to quickly find a person to replace you as the CFO on such short notice." The corners of her mouth turned down. Here she was thinking that the man was finally acting like a gentleman to her. But it turned out that he was just doing it because he wanted to rub his close relationship with her sister, Iris, to her face. Later, they returned to the noisy, lively, and cheerful Grand Hall together. Their arrival wasn't noticed by most of the people, but it didn't escape a certain old man's sharp hawk eyes. The two went their separate ways. Long Jinjing headed to where her sister, friends, and colleagues were discussing the Orchidia beauty products with the enthusiastic beauty influencers who attended tonight's grand launch. Lu Zihao returned to his spot beside Grandpa Lu. "There you are, how my boy. Where have you been? I want to know. Your beloved grandpa had been so bored waiting and waiting for you. I almost fell asleep." "Sorry, Grandpa," Lu Zihao murmured, picking a spring roll from the old man's plate on the table and tossing it into his mouth. "I had to go out for a bit to listen to my subordinates' report." "Well, what's the report? I want to know." Lu Zihao told him about the trespassers his subordinates and Jin Liwei's men blocked from slipping inside the party. Grandpa Lu nodded, hearing what happened. "Good job on raising such disciplined subordinates, my boy. Your beloved grandpa is so proud of you." "Bah." Then the old man patted his grandson's back. The loud thuds sounded disturbing, like some of Lu Zihao's internal organs might explode from the force. The surrounding guests looked alarmed and concerned for Lu Zihao. However, when they looked at him, he just continued swiping food from his grandfather's plate and eating like everything was normal. Seeing his bulky body under his tailored tuxedo suit, the onlookers could only conclude that his muscles were so big and hard that he had become impervious to regular pain. After being assured that he would be okay, they stopped paying attention to the grandfather and grandson. "By the way, my boy, your beloved grandpa saw that you returned with Xiaolan's sister. So tell this old man right now. Is she your type?" "Is she?" "She is, right? I want to know." Annoyance flashed in Lu Zihao's eyes. He didn't bother replying to the old man. What a hassle. He continued eating instead, taking Grandpa Lu's plate for himself. "Why are you not saying anything? Are you feeling shy?" "Bahaha. So you rascals still know how to be shy, eh?" "Bahaha. Just so you know, your beloved grandpa likes that girl. A little on the quiet side, too quiet for this old man's taste. Too nice too. Not like your little sister Xiaolan, who has a sharp, ruthless, and merciless tongue beneath that heavenly face. But that Jingjing girl is." Lu Zihao scowled, muttering, "Her name is Jingjing. Long Jingjing." Grandpa Lu hid a mischievous smile under his perfectly groomed mustache. His sharp eyes had been closely watching his grandson's expression. It was regrettable that Iris couldn't be an official member of his Lu family by becoming his granddaughter-in-law via marriage to his flesh and blood grandson, Lu Zihao. However, Grandpa Lu was still pleased that his other grandson, Jin Liwei, was going to marry the girl. What pleased Grandpa Lu even more was seeing the unbelievable closeness between Lu Zihao and Iris. There wasn't anything romantic or sexual about their closeness. It was purely a sibling relationship, a very close one at that, even closer than most real flesh and blood siblings. In fact, Grandpa Lu was quite taken aback at first upon observing with his own eyes how close the two were. They were like the ideal siblings by how they treated each other. He had never seen his grandson so protective, gentle, and loving of a young female to this degree before, without seducing said girl. There were also many times that Lu Zihao looked like he wanted to punch his third brother in the face because Jin Liwei was acting too perverted, cough cough, touchy-feely, with Iris. Although Iris' name couldn't be entered in the Lu family registry, Grandpa Lu was still happy about her close sibling bond with his beloved grandson, Lu Zihao. But ever since her entrance to their lives, she had become the old man's ideal granddaughter. In this aspect, Jin Liwei succeeded in being decisive and taking Iris to be his future wife before other men could have a chance to pursue her. Grandpa Lu couldn't wait for his beloved grandson, Lu Zihao, to find a wonderful woman like Iris to marry and give him cute great-grandbabies. The main problem was that even though his grandson had become sensible and responsible ever since he returned to the country, his stubbornness from before didn't go away. In fact, it became even more extreme. Grandpa Lu had never heard of his grandson hooking up with a woman, or even a man. What? It was possible. Ever since the rascal returned to the country for good. Did the bloody accident kill off his libido? What about his sperm? Are they still okay and healthy? Will his little swimmers be able to give this old man great-grandbabies? I want to know. Maybe I should call his doctor in Canada to ask. At this rate, I'll be dead before this dunderhead marries and makes babies. This can't go on. Grandpa Lu leaned towards his grandson, who already finished all the food on his plate. He lowered his booming voice, so it wasn't as loud anymore. That Jingjing girl. Grandpa, her name is Long Jingjing. The old man's lips twitched, but fortunately, he was able to stop himself from laughing in delight. He pretended to wave a dismissive hand, as if he didn't care about the young woman's correct name. As I was saying, that girl has a good head on her shoulders. Not as impressive as your little sister Xiaolon, of course. A faint devilish smile lifted a corner of Lu Zihao's mouth. Of course, my little sister is the best. Nobody could come close to her. Don't change the subject, you pinhead. We're talking about Jingjing. I mean Jingjing, not Xiaolon. Grandpa Lu complained in his head, but nodded in agreement at his grandson's words. True. Very true. Xiaolon, my girl, is the best. That boy Liwei hit the jackpot by taking her for himself. How about you, Hao, my boy? When will it be your turn? I want to know. This old man isn't growing any younger, you know. Lu Zihao swirled his drink lazily. Grandpa, if it's time, it'll come. If not, then it's not meant to be. Bah, boring. You sound more like the old man than me. You're Lu Jianhong's grandson. Never leave anything to destiny. If you want something, go pursue it and grab it with everything you have. Grandpa Lu continued to complain, not noticing that his grandson's eyes darkened when he said that Lu Zihao was Lu Jianhong's grandson. Coldness, loneliness, and something unreadable flashed in his grandson's eyes before it disappeared, replaced by Lu Zihao's usual devil-may-care expression. Grandpa, that woman, Long Jingjing, she is no one to me. Don't get any ideas, Lu Zihao drawled. Then he stood up. Excuse me, Grandpa. I'm still hungry. I'll go get more food. He already left and headed to the buffet tables before the old man could say anything. Grandpa Lu watched his grandson running away from his interrogation. It's so difficult to read that boy. That bloody accident must have messed up his brain so much that he became so different. The very same thing happened to Xiaolon, my girl, I heard. Perhaps that's why the two became so close. But at least the changes are positive. He's also showing incredible leadership, truly my grandson. Bahaha. Just look at his impressive subordinates. But he's become so secretive. He doesn't tell his beloved grandpa anything anymore. He always disappears to who knows where, and then reappear at random times. What he needs is a nice young lady to help him settle down and make him happy, just like how his third brother found Xiaolon, my girl. And most importantly, give me great-grandbabies. This old man wants great grandbabies. The surrounding guests looked at him as if he had gone crazy, talking to himself and yelling about great-grandbabies. However, they pretended not to hear anything, not wanting to offend Sir Lu Jianhong. The old man stroked his perfectly groomed mustache and directed his mischievous eyes at Long Jingjing, who was greeting some of the guests at a distance. Will it be that girl, Jingjing? I mean Jingjing? Not bad. Not bad at all. Looks like a pushover at first glance, but this old man knows that she's responsible and reliable. She could even stand up to Xiaolon whenever my girl displays her hard-headedness. He nodded, pleased at Long Jinjing. As Iris' business mentor, he knew all about Orchidia Beauty's working environment, including all the key people running it. He knew that Long Jinjing took her job as the company's CFO very seriously. She wouldn't budge when it came to protecting Orchidia Beauty's budget, even against the stubborn and willful Iris who liked to do whatever she wanted. Long Jinjing was able to calm Iris' risky attitude towards Orchidia Beauty's money. Grandpa Lu had a very similar mindset as his student, Iris. Both of them were kind of extreme when it came to handling their finances. Fortunately, Grandpa Lu had his best friend and brother, Jin Liwei's grandfather back then. The two had opposite personalities and philosophies in business, but it was also because of this that they were able to balance each other out and build what was now Jin Corporation, the most successful company in the country. In the same way, Iris also needed someone to balance her extreme mindset when it came to business. Jin Liwei, who was very similar to his grandfather, could be that person. The only problem was that the man doted on Iris too much. Nothing wrong with that. It just made it difficult for him to say no to her. After observing how the girls were running Orchidia Beauty together, Grandpa Lu concluded that both the level-headed Long Jinjing and the feisty Chen Fei were perfect for balancing Iris' extremely risky and aggressive business mindset. The longer Grandpa Lu looked at Long Jinjing, the more pleasing she appeared in his eyes. Will she be the one? Will she? I want to know. Let's see how it'll play out. Hao Hao has become so protective of his little sister Xiaolan that he doesn't even look at other girls at all. Instead of looking for a nice young lady to marry, he spends all his time bulking up his body and looking scary. What is he bulking up for? Does he want to compete in bodybuilding contests? I want to know. ####. Grandpa Lu's curiosity about his grandson and Long Jinjing was interrupted when Julia Moretti sat beside him and began chatting with him. Everyone was stuffed with the delicious and hearty food. They also felt happy with their gift packages. Not only were the guests celebrating the grand launch of Orchidia Beauty, but they were also making meaningful and beneficial connections with some of the most influential personages in the country and abroad, too. The guests didn't expect that there would be so many advantages by attending this grand launch tonight. The atmosphere was very relaxed and informal. Nevertheless, all the guests could sense that the security in the place was tight and strict. Each member of the security looked intimidating. Some even emitted scary aura. Nobody dared to make trouble. They wanted to maintain the cheerful atmosphere. Besides, there were so many important personages present tonight. Who would want to give a bad impression to the Jins, the Lus, the Fengs, to the handful of people who recognized the real high status of the low-profile cousins, Feng Wan and Feng Jiao, and the impressive students and alumni from Cross Academy? Not them. And so the merrymaking continued. Later, the two lovable MCs, Dom and Clover, called for everyone's attention. Iris Long stood together on the stage with them, looking even more dazzling than she did earlier. Ever since her first comeback in showbiz, she became the type of person that the more one looked at her, the more beautiful she became. She was already naturally beautiful to begin with, but this effect only increased her attractiveness even more. Too bad that she was already engaged to marry the most powerful businessman in the country of his generation. The males and bent females present could only sigh, feeling a little regretful for not getting to know her before she became engaged. Dom, we have some announcements. Ehehe. Clover, exciting announcements. The guests quietened down. Clover, does anyone here likes perfumes? The people felt confused. Perfume? Was Orchidia Beauty going to release perfumes too? So soon? Dom, is anyone here familiar with the perfume brand Sang Bleu? His question was met with blank stares. The perfume brand was well known mainly in Europe and in places where there were still existing royalty and nobility. It wasn't popular in China or most parts of Asia. However, some people in the audience reacted by widening their eyes, obviously recognizing the brand's name. Feng Wan, her three posh friends, and her cousin Feng Jiao. Everyone from Cross Academy. Well, except for Amanpio Kilexi, who looked as clueless as the rest of the guests. A few others, especially those who frequently traveled around the world. Then Clover gave a short summary of the old French perfumery, Sang Bleu. She described its long history of creating customized perfumes for aristocrats and royal families. The audience listened, becoming even more confused. Why were the MCs talking about an old French perfumery all of a sudden? Wasn't this supposed to be an event for Orchidia Beauty? In short, Sang Blue is no longer in business, Clover said. Then why are you talking about it? What's the point? The audience asked in their minds. Dom, we are proud to announce that President Iris Long has acquired the old French perfumery, Sang Blue. Meaning, President Iris Long is the new owner not only of Orchidia Beauty, but also of Sang Blue. Yay yay. The people who were familiar with Sang Blue were shocked. Feng Wan, her three posh friends, and her cousin Feng Jiu gasped. Even Iris' friends and mentors from Cross Academy didn't expect that she had acquired the bankrupt perfumery. Iris took the mic from Dom. To those of you who recognized Sang Blue, you know that it doesn't have a very pleasant reputation among the masses, she said. Feng Wan and the others nodded. I might now own Sang Blue, but I don't plan on repeating history and continuing its past discriminating practices. Thus, I am rebranding Sang Blue and taking it under Orchidia Beauty as a subsidiary company. From today onwards, Sang Blue is no more. Instead, it is now known as Libert. Jin Liwei, Grandpa Lu and Lu Zihao led the applause for her. The others followed suit. Iris continued speaking. Sang Blue means blue blood in French. The name reflected the perfumery's old practice of catering exclusively to royalty and aristocrats or those with blue blood. But that was then. Now, under my ownership, the perfumery is renamed Libert, which means freedom. Os and ahs erupted from the audience, finally understanding the significance of the old and new names of the perfumery. So there was a deeper meaning to why Iris Long renamed it. Just like its meaning, Libert will be available to everyone who wants to buy it, as long as it's in stock. The guests chuckled when Iris added the last part of her sentence. She had to mention it, especially since Orchidia Beauty just sold out in 5 seconds earlier. There will be no discrimination. What blue blood? All of us have red blood. Even my mother, who is now a Viscountess, still retained the redness of her blood. And I bet you all that her Viscount husband also has blood as red as yours and mine. Applause and cheers, led by Jin Liwei again as usual. Just like our vision for Orchidia Beauty, all Libert perfumes will be 100% natural. More applause and cheers. I will be releasing my first perfume soon under the Libert brand, Iris announced all of a sudden. The Black Stars went crazy. There were secret Black Stars attending as guests in the party who almost jumped on top of the tables in their excitement. Good thing that they remembered their dignity just in time and controlled their urges. Orchidia Beauty's official livestream was also still ongoing. It now had almost 4 million viewers, leaving the other live streams of the event in the dust. The live comments exploded. Kaiawea, Boss Iris perfume. I'm so excited. What's she gonna call the perfume? The perfume should be called Goddess, just like her. Her name, Iris, is perfect. No, her perfume should be called Slippers. Idiot. Who would want to buy a perfume called Slippers? Yeah? But aren't slippers our symbol as Black Stars? Yeah, you're right. Oh, I know. Boss. Yeah, excellent idea. I like Boss, too. I can't wait to buy Boss Iris perfume. I want to smell like her. I want to smell like a boss. Iris didn't know that her announcement sent her fans into frenzy online. However, she was pleased to see the expressions of the guests present. For the men, Senior Jin Chonglin will also be releasing his own perfume at around the same time I release mine. It was now the turn of Jin Chonglin's army of fans to go crazy. They took over the live stream and drowned the Black Stars celebration. As expected, his influence was still greater than Iris Long's. The Black Stars didn't mind, though. Both fan clubs were in a celebratory mood. We are still working on Libert and the perfumes at the moment. Please stay tuned for more announcements. However, we promise that Senior Jin Chonglin and I will release our own perfumes for Libert within this year at the earliest or next year at the latest, Iris announced. Chen Fei's laser beam eyes shot a glare at Jin Chonglin. You heard her. She said that both of your perfumes will be released either before the year ends or next year. Now stop being an indecisive diva and finalize everything on both your skincare and perfume lines. You better not take more than a year or else. Her eyes silently threatened him. Jin Chonglin paled, feeling cold sweat run down his back. He threw a sullen look at Iris Long on the stage before covering it up with his killer smile, because he noticed many cameras pointing at him. He almost forgot that there were several live streams covering the event. Why are you rushing me? If you want to release your own perfume early, then do it. Don't involve me in your fast-paced timeline. He complained inside his mind, but didn't dare do it at the moment. He might complain to Iris later when nobody was around. Certainly not that annoying bossy woman Qin Fei, and not his strict, overprotective big brother Jin Liwei either. However, he knew the probability of Iris changing her mind was very low. They had been working closely together since the summer on their 2 music collaborations, so he already knew that she could be very bull-headed in her decisions. She was also extremely decisive, unlike him. But so what? What was wrong with being indecisive? As long as he was satisfied with his final decision, that was what mattered the most. Her decisiveness allowed her to accomplish major things in a short period of time. As for him, he needed some time to mull things over, to make sure everything was as perfect as he could make it. Nevertheless, Jean Chonglin admitted that Iris Long had a positive influence on him. If it weren't for her swift rise to fame since her first music comeback, he wouldn't even think of writing his own music again, and certainly not accomplishing it in mere months to compete against her. But he was able to do it because Iris Long inspired him to challenge himself and do better. Just like right now. Although he was complaining that they were rushing him on his skincare and perfume lines, he was actually feeling quite motivated and determined at the moment. Just wait and see. I'll sell more perfumes than you. He swore silently while looking at the beautiful Iris. Back on the stage, Iris hadn't finished all of her announcements yet. Next, I would like to inform everyone that I have created my own foundation focused on charity and philanthropy. The idea first came from my mother. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Wei Lan, who stood up and waved at everyone. Before my mother returned to the country, she mentioned traveling with her husband to some of the poorest parts of the world and seeing the sufferings of the less fortunate. My mother, now Visconde Salon, encouraged me to use my celebrity status to give back and share my blessings. After thinking about it, I realized that she is right. Thus, I decided to create my very own foundation to accomplish this. It's called Iris of Hope. Once again, Jin Liwei led the applause. This time, everyone wasn't only clapping for Iris, but for Wei Lan as well. Wei Lan was acting very dignified and classy, appearing to be humble amidst the loud applause. My foundation, Iris of Hope, will support various short-term and long-term causes. The short-term causes would be based on immediate need. I'm only announcing it now, but the truth is that you have already begun supporting Iris of Hope by buying Orchidia Beauty products. For every purchase you make through our official Orchidia Beauty store, a small portion will be donated towards helping various causes my foundation is supporting. The applause grew louder. The guests even rose from their seats and gave a standing ovation, delighting in the thought that they were able to give back without even knowing it. In addition, it's also my pleasure to announce that CEO Ho Liang and CFO Wu Chun of the gaming company Planet Monkey are also supporting my foundation. For more information about how they will do that and which causes they are supporting, please talk to them directly, Iris said, dumping the responsibility of explaining on Ho Liang and Wu Chun. Wu Chun waved at everyone, while Ho Liang only nodded. The Black Stars who were watching the live stream went even crazier, taking back the live. Comments from Jean Chonglin's army of fans. All hail our bros Monkey Face and I Eat Slippers. They have ascended to heights beyond our imaginations. Maybe we're already supporting Boss Iris Foundation by playing more Supreme Ascension. Awesome. All members of the Black Stars, especially its subunit the Slippers Army, were very proud not only of their boss Iris, but of their fellow members, Ho Liang, aka Monkey Face, and Wu Chun, I Eat Slippers. ####. Although Iris couldn't read her fans' comments online right now, she knew in her heart that most of them would be supportive. Fortunately, Ho Liang and Wu Chun were both on board when she first informed them about her idea of connecting her foundation to Planet Monkey. My mighty slippers support this idea. Wu Chun immediately agreed. You own both the company and the foundation. Do whatever you want, Ho Liang said before returning to work. Back to the present. Iris was also pleased to see the standing ovation the guests were giving her foundation, Iris of Hope. To be honest, she was a little nervous of announcing it. This was an unfamiliar ground for her. She could be very generous, yes, but she had never really thought about giving back to strangers at this scale before Wei Lan planted the idea in her head. My mother will be helping me run my foundation. She will be one of the foundation's main ambassadors equal to myself, Iris continued announcing. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Although it was reported that the mother and daughter had repaired their relationship and became closer recently, they still couldn't believe that Iris Long would give Wei Lan such a big and important responsibility. What if they fought and became estranged again? Would the Foundation be all right, especially since Iris Long claimed that it was inspired by Wei Lan? Would it still continue to exist and function properly even if the mother and daughter fought? These kinds of thoughts ran in the people's minds. However, they didn't have a definite answer right now. They would only know the fate of the Foundation for sure when Iris Long and Wei Lan fought again like they always did in the past. They felt skeptical that the mother and daughter would be able to sustain the peace between them for long. If you want more information about my foundation, Iris of Hope, or to sign up as one of our patrons, please visit our dedicated booth over there. They'll answer all of your questions, Iris told them. The guests turned and saw a big booth occupying an entire corner at the back of the grand hall. It was covered by a partition wall earlier, but now it transformed into an information booth bearing a big Iris of Hope sign. There were also a few people standing by wearing Iris of Hope t-shirts. They held brochures containing information about the Foundation. Everyone was impressed at the professional setup. They began looking at Iris Long in a completely different light. Although many people weren't sure if all of these were her own work or if she depended on her fiancé Jin Liwei, they knew that everything presented tonight bore her name and image. Tonight's grand launch wasn't just about Orchidia Beauty. It was also about Sang Blue. Oh right, she changed the name to Libert. And finally, about her own foundation, Iris of Hope. Iris Long wasn't the first celebrity to establish her own foundation. There were many others before her. However, the people felt that Iris of Hope was special because it was first announced at such a grand event as this. Just look at the people in the guest list. The current two top business families in the country were here, the Jins and the Lus. Feng Wan, her three posh friends, and her cousin Feng Jiu were also quietly influential. Only a handful of guests present in the party knew about these ladies' deep backgrounds not only in high society, but also in the entire country. The most powerful among them, Feng Wan, was the least recognizable, but she was actually the most influential. Her own family, the Fengs, and her husband's family were from both extremely powerful clans. Gaining Feng Wan's support was equal to the support of several influential families. Even Iris had no idea that one of her fans was this powerful. In addition to them, there were also the current students and alumni of the legendary School of Geniuses, Cross Academy. These figures would be welcomed with open arms by almost every nation in the world. Which country wouldn't want to be connected to the prestigious academy? There were also many celebrities, big and small alike, who attended tonight's grand launch. Just from this guest list, Iris Long already succeeded in establishing herself apart from the other celebrities doing the same thing. Some of the other celebrities might be more famous than her, but did they have this kind of high-caliber connections? They might have one or two, but Iris? She had a large horde of them. And indeed, after her announcement, her impressive guests headed to the booth. Feng Wan, her cousin Feng Jiu, and her three posh friends were some of the first ones who signed up to support the foundation. The Jins, the Lus, and the Longs also signed up, of course. All the foreign guests from Cross Academy also did so. Seeing them, everyone else signed up to pledge their support. Not a single guest stayed back on their seats. Wei Lan positioned herself at the front and center of the booth, already performing her duty as a main ambassador of Iris of Hope. With an impassioned expression, she shared her experiences traveling with her Viscount husband to some of the poorest places in the world. I swear upon my title as the Viscondesa of Castillo de Estrellas that I will do my best to use my daughter's foundation, Iris of Hope, to help those in need as much as I can and to do good in the world, she announced in a solemn tone. Those who were familiar of her in the past didn't believe her. They thought that she was just acting and pretending to be a good Samaritan. However, many of the celebrities and beauty influencers invited in the event were only familiar of her identity as Iris Long's mother, but didn't know much about her personality. It wasn't only the guests who signed up to support Iris of Hope. The Black Stars, some of Jean Chonglin's army of fans, and many of the viewers watching the live stream also signed up for newsletters online by the Foundation's official website. No donations were asked. It wasn't compulsory. People could donate anytime once they found a cause they wanted to support. This entire process took more than an hour. When the crowd at the booth petered out, the lights in the grand hall dimmed, replaced by flashing party lights. Ladies and gentlemen, Clover, please welcome our first performers of the night. Both, Pandemonium. The small stage lit up. Blaze, Eros, Night, and Thunder appeared in loosened ties and tuxedo suits. Their slightly rumpled looks elicited giddy shrieks from the younger members of the audience. Pandemonium played one of their relatively popular rock songs. Next, they played Nightmare, which became viral when Iris Long became the band's substitute lead guitarist after Eros accidentally burned himself at their Music Fest Tonight performance. Although the older members of the audience couldn't relate to the loud and intense music style, the lively and cheerful atmosphere of the party made them tolerate almost anything. After performing Nightmare, the sweaty Blaze looked at Iris, who was sitting beside Jin Liwei. "We would like to invite Senior Iris to sing this next song for us," he said. "It's our band's most famous and biggest hit song to date. This song opened so many doors for us as musicians, thanks to Senior Iris. Please sing this song with us, Senior. You wrote it." The audience's eyes lit up. They knew which song Blaze was talking about. It was the song that won Iris Long the Special Technical Award for inventing new musical techniques. "Yes, sing it, sing it, sing it," they began to chant. The viewers watching the live stream were also commenting like crazy, wanting her to perform the now legendary hit song in the world of rock music. Iris looked at Jin Liwei, smiling a little helplessly. Her dress wasn't made for performing. Heck, it wasn't even made for climbing steps that were higher than usual. However, excitement sparkled in her eyes. The corners of Jin Liwei's mouth lifted in a faint smile. "You want to perform?" She nodded. "Then go have fun, love." "Yes." She gave her darling's hand a squeeze before standing up and heading up the stage. However, a certain someone also stood up and walked beside her. Iris stopped. "Teacher," she asked in a whisper. Enrique Valdez's hazel eyes looked uncharacteristically excited when he looked at her. "I want to perform this song too," he said in his mesmerizing voice. ####. Iris' eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect that her music mentor, Enrique Valdez, would be so eager to perform this particular song with her. Throughout his long and successful music career, he had composed and written far more technically difficult songs than her. "Let's go," he said, heading to the stage ahead of her. She watched his back, a little speechless. Then she saw the mischievous eyes of Grandpa Lou. The old man must have translated what Blaze was saying to Enrique Valdez and the others. Otherwise, how could the legendary hitmaker know that Blaze was talking about the particular song she wrote for Pandemonium? When the people saw Enrique Valdez standing up and heading to the stage, they felt shocked. All members of the Pandemonium band froze. Their jaws fell down, and their eyes almost popped out of their heads. They watched in amazed disbelief as the legendary hitmaker climbed the small stage. As a left-handed lead guitarist, Eros idolized Enrique Valdez the most. Almost all southpaw guitarists admired the legendary hitmaker. Eros staggered back and clutched his chest, turning extremely red, as if the love of his life who he had been pining for so long finally made eye contact with him. And Enrique, Blaze couldn't even form proper words anymore. It felt like he had lost control of his own tongue. Night just stood there like a statue. Thunder had the most exaggerated expression among the band members. His complexion was already turning purple because he had forgotten how to breathe. When Enrique Valdez smiled and nodded at them, Eros swayed and looked like he was going to faint. The entire place was silent as the dead. Everyone wasn't sure what exactly was going on. Could it be that Enrique Valdez would? No way. They didn't dare believe it, but the hope burned inside their minds. Maybe, just maybe, he really would. No. Impossible. This was too good to be true. Enrique Valdez held out his hand, palm up, to Blaze. He did this without saying anything. The dumbfounded Blaze stared at the legendary hitmaker's extended hand like a stupid idiot, as if it was a divine hand. Seizing the opportunity, Blaze took it and then began shaking it with his own sweaty hand. "And nice too. And meet Chew," he stuttered in English. An amused smile lifted the corners of Enrique Valdez's lips. Blaze continued to shake his hand, refusing to let it go. The other band members finally started regaining their senses. They all felt envious of Blaze and began to make their way to the front of the stage to also shake their rock idol's hand. I actually want the mic. But nice to meet you, too, Enrique Valdez said in his low, smooth voice. Oh, Blaze felt embarrassed, so he handed the mic to his idol. Enrique Valdez raised an eyebrow, his amused eyes glancing down. Let go of his hand. It's my turn, Eros said, pushing Blaze away. The others band members also crowded around the legendary hitmaker, not wanting to miss the chance to speak with him. Hold his hand, smell his godly scent, hoping that some of his overwhelming music success would rub off on them. Before granting them their wish, Enrique Valdez looked at someone in the audience and spoke to the mic, saying, "Hurry up." Iris had already recovered from her earlier surprise. She was now on her way to the stage, but her mermaid-style dress prevented her from walking quickly. A few moments later, she finally arrived on the stage. The normally attractive and cool-looking Blaze, Eros, Night and Thunder were all reduced to looking like star-eyed fangirls, cough cough, fanboys in front of their ultimate rock star idol. Not one to waste words, Enrique Valdez went straight to the point. I need a guitar. The venue only has an extra keyboard and acoustic guitar, she replied. Understanding their English conversation, Eros immediately lifted his own electric guitar. Please use my guitar. It's left-handed. No, you should use your own guitar, Enrique Valdez told him before telling Iris. Give me the acoustic guitar. It's right-handed. No problem. All right. Later, the Pandemonium band members were back in position, but this time, with the addition of both Iris Long and Enrique Valdez. Iris stood in front of a keyboard while Enrique Valdez was holding an acoustic guitar. Everyone in the audience was now certain that their earlier hope was going to come true. They were all freaking out. Phones were whipped out, recording and live streaming this unbelievable moment. The viewers watching the live streams were also going nuts. Is this for real? Enrique Valdez is going to perform live with Boss Iris and Pandemonium? Kaya. I'm outside the convention center. Security is tight. I know some people who have already been hauled away by the police after the security caught them sneaking in, but this is something that I can't miss for anything in the world. Wish me luck, my friends. I'm going to sneak inside. Don't do it. There are some scary people in the security. I also tried sneaking in with some of my bros, but we were caught before we could even do it. We almost peed our pants when we were stopped earlier. I swear that those security guards are cold-blooded killers. You're exaggerating. Cold-blooded killers? PFT. Rod, I think you watch too many action movies. Enough about the security. I don't care about them. Guys, Enrique Valdez is going to freaking perform live. OMG, OMG, OMG. Boss Iris is too formidable. Even a rock music legend like Enrique Valdez wants to perform the song that she composed. Well, duh. Monster of Insanity has achieved legendary status in rock music. That's because Boss Iris is the best. I love you, Boss Iris. Back on the stage, the performance finally started. The audience were now going crazy, screaming and shrieking their hearts out. They were all very excited to watch the legendary hitmaker and rock music legend, Enrique Valdez, performing live right in front of them. This was a dream come true. This, Monster of Insanity, had a different flavor than the original version. First of all, there were no flute, violin, or cello. Second of all, Iris was playing a keyboard instead of a piano. They may sound the same to the lay people, but the quality of sound was vastly different between the two instruments. Iris had to make do with what she had at the moment. Third of all, Enrique Valdez was playing an acoustic guitar, an instrument that didn't have a place in the original version. In short, he had to wing it and compose his own chords on the spot. When the beat changed with the eruption of both the electric guitars and the drums, Enrique Valdez didn't join in the intensity. He held back, keeping pace with the mesmerizing melody of Iris' keyboard instead. Then, all of a sudden, Enrique Valdez completely changed the melody. Eros, the lead guitar, wavered. For a moment, he had no idea what to do. However, right at the moment, Iris' fingers flew over the keys until she took control of the melody from Enrique. She also seamlessly connected it to Eros' lead guitar, making him comfortable again. Approval and pride flashed in Enrique Valdez's eyes, but they quickly disappeared as he tested his student again and again. Show me what you got, he silently challenged Iris. ####. To most of the people watching the performance, The constant change in tempo and melody sounded fun and amazing. But, to the musicians listening, they immediately recognized the high level of difficulty Enrique Valdez was injecting to the music. Iris was bearing the most brunt of her music mentor constantly changing things up in her song. Eros and the other band members might have improved a lot in their skills since their music collaboration, but they were still lacking in experience when it came to keeping up with the advanced and complicated techniques of a master musician like Enrique Valdez. As a result, she had to covertly wrest control of the music from her mentor again and again while making it appear as if Eros was still the one leading everything as the lead guitarist. Her deception worked on most of the people, but the expert musicians among the audience and viewers noticed what was really happening. Enrique Valdez is really putting the pressure on Iris, DJ Song commented. The brat is tough. She won't buckle to anyone's pressure easily, even if it's someone like Enrique Valdez. In fact, I've never seen her buckle down to pressure before. I've tried pressuring her so many times already, but she just ends up quarreling with me. I've never met such a stubborn and hard-headed brat in my entire life. JJ grumbled, yet there was pride in his tone. DJ Song chuckled. Never met a stubborn and hard-headed brat before? Are you sure? Look in the mirror. I guarantee that you'll meet one. You? Stop talking to me. I need to focus on this performance. The proc of JJ, famous and award-winning music producer, is currently performing with the legendary hitmaker Enrique Valdez. Even that pipsqueak Jin Liwei had never achieved this. He should have transferred to my record label when I offered him long ago. Now my proc is going to eclipse him in the music industry. You're the one who should stop talking, DJ told his friend while shaking his head in a helpless manner. Then he glanced at Jin Liwei, Grandma Li and Huang Yuyan. You should be careful of your words. The Jins are here. They might take offense if they hear you insulting Jin Liwei. JJ was about to retort when the performance heated up. He stopped talking and focused on the stage instead. Enrique Valdez's nimble fingers were almost a blur on the guitar strings. He was attempting to completely change the entire melody of the song. However, Iris was like an impenetrable yet malleable shield protecting the integrity of her song, while also acting as a bridge to the rest of the band members, not allowing them to be overwhelmed by Enrique Valdez. By this time, the song had reached the part where Knight was rapping. Listen to me. I cannot breathe. Your love is suffocating me. If Enrique Valdez succeeded in changing the tempo, it would disrupt Knight, who wasn't really a full-fledged rapper. Knight's skill in rapping was severely limited, relying on his natural talent and the suitability of his rapping style for the song. Any changes to the overall melody and tempo would spell disaster for him. Iris knew this. That was why she needed to protect the original tempo, especially in this rap part. You nurtured this monster inside of me. Our twisted love born from insanity. Finally, Knight safely completed the rap part of the song. As usual, the screams and shrieks for him were the loudest during this part. So many panties got wet, unable to resist his charm when he was rapping. Immediately after the rap finished, Enrique once again attempted to change the melody, making it more complicated yet also ethereal. Iris allowed him this time. However, she made sure to connect the entire music together so that the other band members could still keep up even with her and Enrique. Her fingers glided over the keyboard, following Enrique's new melody. It sounded awesome to the listeners, but the skilled musicians knew that it took a tremendous amount of finesse on Iris' part to seamlessly meld her playing with Enrique's impromptu melody. She also began singing this time. Take me away, oh take me away. This sweet love, this poisonous love. It's killing me, oh killing me. Enrique Valdez deliberately made the melody more intricate in this part to make it more difficult for her. Even without knowing what kind of surprises her music mentor had in store for her in this part of the song, Iris' powerful voice soared effortlessly, even as her keyboard playing kept up with Enrique Valdez. She matched her singing to the ever-changing melody set by Enrique, effectively showcasing to everyone her impressive and adaptable vocal range. Cleanse me of this love. Oh, cleanse me of this tainted love. Ah. She sang the last part in whistle notes, even changing the notes several times while also holding it longer than the original version. In the audience, everyone's mind was blown by Iris' phenomenal voice. It was just simply out of this world. Wow, DJ Song breathed. JJ Song was banging both of his palms on the table in his excitement. Then he stood up and raised his arms in the air at the same that Iris whistle notes reached crescendo. Yeah, brat. That's how you do it. The other guests were also cheering like him while rubbing their arms because Iris' incredible voice was giving them goosebumps. LOVE Iris Long. BOSS, that's my boss. Go boss. Go boss. Whoa whoa whoa. Boss is so awesome. I know, big bro, stop crying. You'll ruin your foundation. Besides the two MCs, others also expressed their amazement. Holy shit. Is she still human? Iris Long. I love you so much. You're so amazing. Hey, be quiet. Don't let CEO Jin hear you. He might kill you. Shut up. I love Iris Long, so I'm going to say that I love her. My love for her transcends sexuality. If CEO Jin can't understand my love and admiration for her, then screw him. He shouldn't have become engaged with a celebrity. Aish. You. As for Jin Liwei, even if these people were within his hearing range, he wouldn't have heard them anyway. All of his focus was on his baby girl. For him, she was the most dazzling woman in the whole world. No, the entire universe. And she was his. Pride filled him. Iris Long was his woman, Jin Liwei's, and he was her man. They belonged together. No matter how many pests desired her or him, the two of them would only love each other. A few seats away from him, Jin Chonglin was also concentrating on the performance. He was a skilled musician, so he recognized the challenges Enrique Valdez kept on throwing at Iris throughout the song. He imagined himself in her place. Could he also perform so splendidly in the same situation? Not sure. Would he buckle under the pressure? Possibly. This was, after all, the legendary hitmaker, Enrique Valdez. Just his name alone was enough to intimidate most musicians. How much more when performing on the same stage as him without any rehearsals? But looking at Iris keeping her cool and even performing her best under such a nerve-wracking situation, Jin Chonglin was once again impressed beyond measure by her. At the same time, he also felt a little jealous of her ability to handle pressure. Damn it, Iris Long. You're the real monster of insanity, he muttered. ####. During the last part of the song, Iris Long allowed Enrique Valdez a certain amount of freedom to modify the song, but not too much as to completely change it. Otherwise, it would become his song, not hers. Enrique Valdez's daring injection of intricate technical difficulty into the song should have made it sound chaotic, but because of Iris' deceptively effortless bridging of every single elements together, Monster of Insanity was on its way into becoming an even more legendary song in rock music than it already was before. The brilliant harmony created by the mentor and student's hidden battle reached its final high when Blaze sang the remaining lyrics. I'm a monster created by love. Your love, oh your love. It's haunting me, it's turning me into a monster of insanity. Then the music ended. The audience didn't want it to end. They still wanted Mori. Everything about the song was so cool. They couldn't decide which version was better, the original or this one. In Iris Long's original version, rock and classical music fused into an amazing harmony that reached deep into one's soul, resonating with each listener's demons, while at the same time uplifting them. This version with Enrique Valdez, however, was simply mind-blowing. There was no need to think about any deeper meaning to it. All everyone could think was how mind-blowing it was. The music swept over them like a raging tsunami, overwhelming them so much that they felt like they were going insane with its awesomeness. Listening to the song didn't reach deep inside, resonate with their inner demons, or whatever. It simply freaking blasted them off to outer space to get a glimpse of the wonders of the universe. That was how awesome this version was. It turned them into mindless receptacles of the music, filling them until they burst with euphoria. It was as if the music completely hypnotized them. This was sorcery, and they loved it. A deafening sound of applause and cheers erupted not only inside the Grand Hall, but also outside the convention center, where the fans continued to crowd while watching the live streams. All across the country, people were going crazy, shouting and screaming and crying in amazement in their own homes, in workplaces, on the streets, or wherever they were watching. If a clueless bystander saw all of these scenes, that person would think that a Chinese football team was competing in the World Cup finals. The bystander would never think that all these people were actually watching a launch party for a new company. The performance almost broke the internet. Countless comments flooded online that web servers had to temporarily increase their capacities than their usual limits to avoid being overloaded by the sudden spike in traffic. It was insane. Bravo. That was insane. Monstrous. Epic. Smack your mighty slippers together. Make more noise. Louder. Let our boss Iris, the great Enrique Valdez, and Pandemonium hear our support. Similar reactions played in different places, but more obvious inside the grand hall of the convention center. Everyone was on their feet, giving the performance a long and loud standing ovation. Back on the stage, Enrique Valdez beckoned Iris and the Pandemonium band members to line up together at the front of the stage. They all held hands. Iris held Enrique's one hand while Eros held his other hand. The poor Eros almost croaked his last breath right there, and then, and gone to heaven from the overwhelming joy and excitement of holding his rock idol's hand. Fortunately, he was able to get a hold of himself and, barely, retain his dignity in front of everyone. They raised their hands up in the air and bowed together. Iris did her signature elegant curtsy bow while the men bowed from the waist. Even the great Enrique Valdez bowed as deeply as the younger Pandemonium band members, showing his respect to his Chinese audience. His action was noticed and appreciated by everyone. Thank you, Enrique Valdez. You're awesome. My Pandemonium husbands, you've improved so much. Your mama is so proud of you. I need to buy new panties again. Beautiful Iris Long, please marry me. This particular male guest, an escort of one of the invited beauty influencers, shuddered all of a sudden. He cautiously turned his head, feeling murderous intent from his side. Eek! He almost hid under the table when he saw Jin Liwei shooting daggers at him with cold, murderous eyes. I was joking, CEO Jin. Ahaha. His nervous laugh petered out after feeling Jin Liwei's murderous intent increase several folds. The poor man decided to just shut his mouth off, not wanting to aggravate the scary Jin Liwei's displeasure any further. On another table, JJ and DJ Song were also still riding high from the performance along with the other guests. It's weird seeing Enrique Valdez play a right-handed acoustic guitar, DJ Song commented. I expected that he would be a little worse playing right-handed, but he's still as skilled as when he's playing left-handed. Absolutely amazing. Of course, he's Enrique Valdez, and there are ambidextrous guitarists in the world. Enrique Valdez is one, the brat is another, JJ said. Very true. The first time I saw Iris playing a guitar was when she substituted for Eros during their Music Fest Tonight performance. It was a left-handed guitar. If you didn't tell me that she's actually right-handed, I wouldn't have known. Yeah, the brat can play several other instruments, too. She would personally demonstrate her skills whenever instructing band musicians during our recording sessions. She's very strict. What a pain in the ass to work with. JJ grumbled. DJ Song chuckled. She's very strict, yes. But I don't think that she's a pain in the ass. You are. JJ scowled at his friend, but chose to ignore the last part of his sentence. The brat's guitar playing style is very similar to Enrique Valdez. It's clear that she got inspiration from him. However, she also added some of her own personality and even original techniques, as evident on how she managed to invent new techniques while composing Monster of Insanity. I don't often say this, but I really hit the jackpot when I offered her a comeback contract when she sent me those demo tapes back then. Yes, indeed, you hit the jackpot with her, DJ Song replied, nodding. Iris could play other instruments well, particularly the guitar, but her piano skills are still her main forte. No, you're wrong. What do you mean? In what way am I wrong? The brat's piano skills aren't her main forte, but her composition skills, JJ corrected. DJ Song's eyes widened in understanding before nodding. You're right. Of course I'm right. I'm JJ. I'm always right when it comes to music. Not always, DJ Song muttered. JJ decided to ignore his friend's words again. Since her comeback, the brat has already composed hit songs after hit songs in the country. Mark my words. I bet upon my reputation as a multi-award-winning music producer that the brat will become the next legendary hitmaker, not only in the country, but also in the world, after Enrique Valdez. Maybe she'll even surpass him someday. The friends became quiet after JJ made this prediction. Even the loud applause and cheers around them felt like a sign, agreeing to the truth in JJ's words. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. The deafening standing ovation continued for several minutes. Everyone was still feeling high from the incredible performance. Back on the stage, Thunder was now sobbing like a baby because of pure happiness. The other Pandemonium band members also looked emotional. They still couldn't believe that they just performed with their ultimate rock star idol, Enrique Valdez. When the applause started to die down for a bit, Enrique Valdez took the mic and made an announcement. I'll stay here in China to make music with Iris Long. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 sec. What? In the audience, JJ used his pinky to clean his ears. Huh? Maybe I'm getting old. Something is wrong with my hearing today. I think I misheard Enrique Valdez saying that he wants to make music with that brat. Ahaha. Yes, must have misheard it. No, old J. You didn't mishear it. I heard it too. Enrique Valdez really said that he's going to make music with Iris. DJ Song couldn't contain his excitement. He was literally jumping up and down like a hyper little kid. All around them, the other guests were whispering to each other, trying to confirm Enrique Valdez's surprise announcement. What did Enrique say? I'm not really good in English. OMG. He said that he'll be staying here in China to make music with Iris Long. Boss Iris, you're the best forever and ever. Our mighty slippers are so proud of you. Kaiawea. Music by Enrique Valdez and Iris Long. I can't wait to hear it. It's going to be so awesome. In another part of the audience, Tang Yi and Bright Summit's big boss and higher-ups almost had a collective heart attack. This was big. No, this was gigantic. Ginormous. Miss Tang, anything Iris Long needs for her music collaboration with Enrique Valdez, just ask, and you'll get it. Bright Summit's big boss said. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Tang Yi was, of course, excited. Since this has been announced in public already, it would be a great embarrassment if it gets cancelled for whatever reason. It would damage Iris Long's reputation and make her a laughingstock by her detractors. This music collaboration needs to happen, even if we have to beg Enrique Valdez if he ever backs out. Make sure that Enrique Valdez's stay here in the country is as comfortable as possible. Yes, sir. Please leave everything to me. I'll pay attention to Iris and Mr. Enrique's needs in order to make their music collaboration happen. Tang Yi promised. Good. The other Bright Summit higher-ups nodded, their eyes sparkling with excitement. On the other side of the Grand Hall, Jin Chonglin clapped along with everyone else. However, his mind was far away from the celebration. He watched Iris Long and Enrique Valdez on the stage, the surprise announcement playing again and again in his mind. Various emotions swirled inside him. Shock, amazement, disbelief, pride for Iris, envy. The positives and the negatives mixed inside him, making him unable to differentiate one emotion from the next. In the end, all he could do was sigh and smile helplessly. It looks like your star will only get bigger and brighter. Big Bro might be right. You might really become an even bigger superstar than me one day. But right now, this prince's star is still bigger and brighter than yours. I didn't reach my superstar status for nothing. My foundations won't be shaken that easily. I won't try to stop your rise to superstardom. If I did, my brother will surely kill me. Come, Iris Long. I'll be waiting for you here at the top. Come and see how beautiful the view is here. But at the same time, you'll also learn that it isn't as easy to maintain your foothold here. After all, the top is narrower than the bottom, the height more treacherous. It could only hold a limited number of people. Once you reach the top, someone will definitely fall to make space for you. And I sure as hell will make sure that it's not gonna be me. Jin Chonglin's inner monologue gave him an even fiercer determination to improve his craft not only as a musician, but as an overall celebrity. Seeing Iris Long's accomplishments in such a short period of time motivated him to try new things. Perhaps he could have another breakthrough and strengthen his superstar status. A seat away from him, his older brother Jin Liwei felt the proudest out of all the people present in the Grand Hall. Not even Long Tengfei, Wei Lan, Grandpa Lu, or even Lu Zihao could compare to the mixture of love, devotion, and pride in his eyes. However, only the people close to him could see these emotions dancing in his love-filled eyes. To the rest of the people, his expression remained cold as usual. Back on the stage, Iris was also surprised. Although Enrique Valdez kept telling her before that he wanted to make music with her and release it together, she thought that it would be years before that happened. She didn't expect that it would be so soon. In addition, He announced it to everyone all of a sudden. Her music mentor turned to her and asked, "Do you accept?" "Of course." "Yes." Iris laughed in delight despite her surprise. "Blaze, congrats, Senior Iris." "Eros, you're so amazing. You're actually going to make music with the rock god." "Wow." Knight nodded, happy for her. "Thunder. Goddess Iris, I'm so stoked. This is the best news ever." Iris smiled at them. "Thank you. I'm very excited. Prepare yourself. I'm not an easy person to work with," Enrique Valdez told her. "I'm demanding and a perfectionist." "I work while you're kind," she replied. "Because I am one too. We'll see about that." The starstruck Eros couldn't take the easy banter between Iris and Enrique Valdez any longer. He clutched his chest and fainted right there on the stage. After reviving poor Eros, the party continued. Other celebrities made impromptu performances on stage. Even Jin Chonglin was pressured to sing a couple of songs. For his final song, he dragged Iris back to the stage to sing Shining Eyes, together, their current #1 hit song of the season. The Black Stars and Jin Chonglin's army of fans went crazy. Since it was a very popular song at the moment, almost everyone sang along with it. Iris played the keyboard while Jin Chonglin played the acoustic guitar, the very same one Enrique Valdez used earlier. Their voices soared together, filling everyone with sweetness. "Smitten, I had followed you around, not expecting anything in return, but you always knew. So your shining eyes saw me." Jin Chonglin looked at Iris, but she looked at his brother in the audience instead. Disappointment, sadness, and regret flashed in his eyes, making his solo part more emotional. "Smitten, I had followed you around, not expecting anything in return." Iris continued to give loving gazes at her darling, singing him the love song. "But you always knew. So you gave me all I could ever want." Then both Iris and Jin Chonglin sang the last part together. "I got you." It was only when the song ended and the audience was giving them a standing ovation that Iris finally looked at Jin Chonglin in the eyes. They bowed together. Jin Chonglin thought about holding her hands, but decided against it. His brother might finally forget about their flesh and blood brotherhood and murder him in front of their mother, grandmother, and everyone. "Sister Xiaolan, congratulations for tonight," he told her as they walked back to their seats. She smiled at him, momentarily dazing him with her beauty. "Thank you, Brother Chonglin. I'm looking forward to our future projects together." He nodded and watched her return to his brother's side. Right at that moment, he felt lonely. He sighed, wondering why he had lost interest in playing around with the ladies when this new Iris Long appeared. After her showbiz comeback, if he could just return to the party animal that he was before, then he wouldn't have to dwell on these unpleasant feelings that were making him extremely uncomfortable. Too bad that she's already with someone else. And that someone is my own brother. He sighed once again, forcing himself to look away from the happy image his brother and future sister-in-law was making. Then his eyes fell on an annoying sight. Chun Fei stood in front of him, her arms crossed over her chest. "I want your men's skincare line finalized in 2 weeks. "Bossy," he muttered. "I know. Thank you." Jin Chonglin scowled, but his mood inexplicably felt lighter. He wondered why. ####. Jin Chonglin didn't try to analyze the reason. He only felt relieved that he wasn't feeling down anymore. Feeling much lighter, his scowl was replaced by his killer smile. He had a sudden urge to tease this annoying bossy woman. While he and Chun Fei were taking swipes at each other, the party gradually reached its end. Orchidea Beauty's grand launch finally ended, and it was a huge, resounding success. Everyone who attended, watched, and followed the event couldn't stop talking about it. There were so many topics of conversation in just a single event. So many unforgettable things. It wasn't surprising that the next day, almost all the news media outlets constantly featured the grand launch and everything that happened during the event. The thousands of people who crowded outside the convention center despite the cold weather. There were so many fans who came that it was more like a major concert than the launch of a new company. The glamorous red carpet event comparable to awards ceremonies and blockbuster movie premieres. The amazing star-studded guest list. Oh, the guest list. Such high-caliber guests could easily be mistaken as personages attending an important national gala instead of new company's launch. Then the bombshell that Iris Long was actually the owner, president, and CEO of Orchidea Beauty. So many people were blindsided by this revelation. They only thought that she was the endorser along with Jin Chonglin, not the company boss. What was even more shocking was that she was friends with all the Cross Academy students who attended her company's grand launch. These were geniuses among geniuses, the best the world had to offer. Afterwards, when the products were finally made available for sale online, it sold out in 5 seconds. 5 freaking seconds. The reporters immediately went to work, researching if there were others who accomplished this feat before. They weren't sure abroad, but they were 100% certain that in the country, Orchidia Beauty was the first one to accomplish this. Based on the product's price points and a ballpark guess of the total inventory, industry experts estimated that Orchidia Beauty instantly earned several million RMB in that 5 seconds. In short, Orchidia Beauty made history, in the country, at least, by being the first entity to sell out more than 10,000 units in 5 seconds. This was, of course, only an estimate. Industry experts were positive that Orchidia Beauty's overall inventory that night contained at least 100,000 units, making the feat of selling all of them in just 5 seconds even more impressive and astounding. They made this estimate based on Orchidia Beauty's pre-order sales earlier that month, which also sold out. After conducting a nationwide survey targeting those who successfully pre-ordered Orchidia Beauty products that time, they discovered that the company already sold around 50,000 units from those pre-orders alone. Iris Long mentioned during the grand launch that her company increased the inventories after the pre-orders sold out. It was reasonable to believe that Orchidia Beauty at least doubled its inventory for the official launch. Just from these numbers alone, the experts estimated that Orchidia Beauty might have sold around 100,000 to 300,000 units, already a conservative estimate, or even up to 500,000 units during those 5 seconds. In either case, it would already be safe to say that Orchidia Beauty was now a company worth millions, and it was only the first release of the products. It would certainly earn more after stocking up and making the products available for purchase once again. Add the pre-order sales from earlier that month, and the company's bank account should be very fat right now. These figures were thrown around by the media, citing various experts from the beauty industry. However, these were still estimates. Many were hoping that Orchidia Beauty would disclose its earnings in public. It would be up to Orchidia Beauty if it wanted to do that. The new company wasn't required to announce its earnings because it was a 100% private company owned by Iris Long with minor shares owned by its German CPO Ulrich Bauer. For now, the people could only continue to speculate about how profitable Orchidia Beauty was upon its launch. The other beauty companies in the country were now trembling in anxiety at the appearance of this unexpected rising star in the beauty industry. Orchidia Beauty only launched last night, but it already established itself as a direct and formidable competitor to the established giants in the beauty industry. What kind of company needed just 5 seconds to instantly catapult itself into a prime position in the crowded market of the beauty industry? Orchidia Beauty, the one and only. And its head and face was the celebrity, Iris Long. Headlines were already popping up about Iris Long and her company, Orchidia Beauty. Iris Long, China's future beauty tycoon. Orchidia Beauty sells out in 5 seconds. One-time fluke or the start of a new beauty dynasty. Iris Long's Orchidia Beauty makes history by selling out in 5 seconds. Sales estimated to be worth millions. The media was, of course, hyping it up. However, the industry experts were seriously focused on observing Orchidia Beauty's progress. For many years now, all the top 10 beauty brands in the country were all by foreign companies. 100% foreign, 0% Chinese. There were plenty of Chinese companies and entrepreneurs who attempted to change this, but failed to squeeze their way into the top 10. A few mega beauty influencers came close, becoming millionaires on a global scale, in US dollars, by creating their own brands and selling them to their millions of followers in China and abroad. Despite their tremendous individual success, they still weren't successful in putting a Chinese brand in the country's top 10, much less on the international market. Industry experts were now eyeing Orchidia Beauty. Would it be the one to finally change the current status quo in the country's beauty industry? Would Iris Long succeed where so many had failed? What would Iris Long's Orchidia Beauty be like in 1 year, 2 years, 5 years? Would it rise or fall after such a history-making launch? Would it survive or drown in the ultra-competitive battlefield that was the beauty industry? Orchidia Beauty just launched last night, so these questions could only be answered with time. Some were optimistic, while others weren't. Those who were still looking down on Iris Long even after learning that she was the owner of Orchidia Beauty, saying that she used Jin Liwei and her connection to Sir Liu Jianhong to build a company, couldn't continue disparaging her after her company sold out all its products in just 5 seconds. If they continued belittling her even after this, they would only sound like envious bitches and bastards. Numbers didn't lie, after all. Besides, even if Jin Liwei or Sir Liu Jianhong helped her behind the scenes, it was still a fact that Orchidia Beauty sold out the way it did after she revealed that she was the owner. In the end, it was still her name and image that contributed a great deal in the new company's history-making moment last night. The headlines didn't end with just these. Oh no, they didn't. After selling out for 5 seconds, Iris Long made other noteworthy announcements. Her acquisition of the old French perfumery, Sang Bleu, renaming it Libert. The reporters also did their research, unearthing more of the perfumery's history than the brief summary Dominic and Clover Chua shared during the launch party. Even though it was already a bankrupt company when it was put on sale, its resources and connections were still very valuable. Next, Iris Long announced her new foundation, Iris of Hope. Her mother, the new Viscountess Long, was a main ambassador. People from high society wanted to take this as a joke, but once again, numbers didn't lie. According to the Iris of Hope's official website, the foundation had acquired about 72,000 active patrons, people who voluntarily donated at least 1 renminbi in just one night. And this was without an official fundraising campaign yet. If all these 72,000 patrons donated 1 renminbi, the 72,000 RMB was already a fairly successful amount from just a night of collection. However, there were billionaires like Jin Liwei, Sir Liu Jianhong, and the other impressive personages who signed up as patrons for the foundation. They would have certainly donated more than 1 renminbi. It wouldn't be surprising if Iris of Hope had collected millions already. Impressed yet? Wait, there was more. Almost the entire nation was freaking out about what happened next. The legendary hitmaker, Enrique Valdez, performed live with Iris Long and Pandemonium. At the moment, a recorded video of the performance already had more than 80 million views in just one day. Monster of Insanity was also making a comeback to the top ranks of various music streaming and sales charts. However, these weren't the main reason why people were freaking out. Sensational headlines screamed everywhere. Enrique Valdez to make music with Iris Long. Rock legend calls China temporary home for collab with multi-award-winning musician Iris Long. World's legendary hitmaker teams up with China's young hitmaker of the year for an anticipated music collab. Everyone was waiting for Bright Summit or maybe even JJ's record label to release more details about the incredible music collaboration. Before Orchidia Beauty's grand launch, people only thought that there would be a new hot skincare brand in the beauty industry. Never did anyone expect that a rain of bombshells would be dropped and create explosions, reverberating not only in the beauty and business industries, but also in the music world. Iris Long's star began shining more brightly, becoming bigger, until people could no longer afford to ignore her. ####. Iris Long's friends from Cross Academy left the country after visiting the Dragon Palace mansion to eat dinner with her and Jin Liwei. It was a pity that her language teachers, Professor Kalisha Schwartz and Professor Hisakawa Akio, couldn't make it to the grand launch. Like Headmaster Erwin DuPont, the two professors had scheduling conflicts. However, they sent presents congratulating her on her company's successful launch. In the next few days, both Iris and Jin Liwei returned to work. The workaholic couple didn't allow their break to negatively affect their performance. It was as if they didn't leave work with how quickly they reintegrated themselves. ####. Jin Corporation. Good morning, President Jin. The employees greeted Jin Liwei as soon as he walked into the lobby, followed by his loyal assistant Su Tian. He nodded. Good morning. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. He had been in a great mood in the past few days after returning to work from his break. It started when he caught an employee listening to Monster of Insanity while working. The employee had earphones on but accidentally disconnected it, leaking what he was listening to everyone. When he discovered that the president was standing right behind him, he almost peed his pants and groveled to the floor to ask for forgiveness. But before he could do so, Jin Liwei nodded and said, "You have great taste in music." Then Jin Liwei left. After that, there had been a surge of accidental music leaks throughout the company, all Iris Long songs, of course. Whenever a mobile phone rang, it would an Iris Long song. Copies of Rebirth album were also displayed on work desks, hoping that their president would see them if he came over. Those who had actual signed albums or memorabilia, proud black stars, felt superior to the others. "We're real fans of Boss Iris," they were often heard saying. "At least we're not using her to get on the president's good graces, unlike some people." Even the cafeteria started playing more Iris Long songs, prompting Jin Liwei to see for himself after hearing about it. As a result, he almost caused a stampede when he decided to eat lunch in the cafeteria with Su Tian and the other executives. The employees felt like an immortal being just descended to the mortal realm to grace them with his presence. His good mood infected the entire company's morale. They were all gradually getting used to seeing him occasionally smile. Before this, the company's productivity would skydive in the rare event that he actually smiled because the sight was just too shocking. Now, however, his smile had the opposite positive effect. It made the employees more productive. They began performing well at work, hoping to gain his praise and see his smile more often. However, the happy atmosphere didn't permeate the entire company. The board of directors was particularly tense at the moment, especially the members who belonged to the Jin branch families. Jin Shinggong was fired from his position in the board. Even his entire branch family was disowned from the Jin clan. The Jin branch families only held a minority in the board of directors, but their combined influence was far greater because of their surname. They were proud of their Jin name, assuming that it made them special compared to the other members of the board who weren't Jins or Lus. However, their sense of security and pride was shaken when Sir Liu Jianhong finally used his unrivaled authority in the company to fire Jin Shinggong from the board of directors. Now they remembered that there was still someone else who could take away the privilege that they were currently enjoying. Sir Liu Jianhong, one of the original founders of the company, now known as Jin Corporation. The original Jin founder might be gone, but the original Liu founder was still very much alive. Sir Liu Jianhong had taken a back seat and allowed the Jins to run the company for many years. He even let the company be renamed as Jin Corporation in honor of his late brother and best friend. This apparent removal of the Liu presence in the company gave the mistaken impression to the Jin branch families that their clan was the sole force holding the power and authority in Jin Corporation. They had forgotten that Sir Liu Jianhong owned exactly 50% of the company by himself, making him the majority shareholder. Compare that to Jin Liwei, who only owned 25%, part of which he inherited from his father, and the other part he acquired by himself as a young executive. The other 25% became minor shares distributed among the Jin branch families, other executives, and public shareholders. It was Jin Liwei's grandfather who decided to split up his own 50% shares upon his death, distributing it to his own son and clan members, selling some at discount prices to well-deserving employees who worked hard to help make the company successful since the beginning, and offering the remaining shares to the public in order to establish Jin Corporation as a truly world-class business. For many years, the Jin branch families took it for granted that their surname was the most visible presence in the company. Now that Sir Liu Jianhong used his rightful authority to fire someone from the board of directors, they realized that the paltry shares they owned were only droplets of water compared to the vast ocean the old man owned. After him, Jin Liwei was the next biggest shareholder. If the several predictions were correct, and Sir Liu Jianhong would pass down all of his shares to Jin Liwei, then Jin Liwei would become the ultimate majority shareholder, holding 75% of the shares. If that happened, then Jin Corporation would truly be controlled solely by the Jins. This was supposed to be great news to the Jin branch families, if not for the fact that Jin Liwei easily disowned a branch family from the clan because of a woman. Did this mean that if they expressed their disapproval for Iris Long as their next madam, they would also be disowned and lose everything? How could they stay calm after this? At that moment, the branch families split allegiances. All of them didn't want to lose their current positions and privileges. They wanted to stay in the Jin clan and keep their shares of Jin Corporation, but their methods of keeping the current status quo differed from one another. One side completely submitted themselves to Jin Liwei and his decision to marry Iris Long. They might disapprove of her and think that she was unsuitable for their clan head, but they would accept her because Jin Liwei had already chosen her. At least in this way, they would remain in Jin Liwei's good side and keep them safe from being disowned. Some of them were even starting to believe that Iris Long might not be such a bad match for Jin Liwei after all, especially after hearing about the successful and history-making launch of her company, Orchidia Beauty. If Orchidia Beauty continued to be profitable in the long term, then she would at least be passable as Jin Liwei's wife. They couldn't expect someone like her to grow her company on the same level of Jin Corporation, could they? Impossible, they thought, laughing at the ridiculous idea. As for the other side, they also wanted to maintain the current status quo, but they didn't want to accept Iris Long. Never. Thus, they began promoting a radical idea to make Rose Young their next madam. First of all, they believed that Rose Young was many times more suitable than that celebrity Iris Long who was trying to become a fake businesswoman. Second of all, most of them personally knew Rose Young and were quite close to her and her family. They knew what kind of a wonderful, intelligent, and talented woman she was, unlike that Iris Long who suddenly turned from being a devil to an angel. Third of all, they were the ones who voted for Rose Young and made her the new CMO of Jin Corporation. Thus, she would naturally feel gratitude for the help they gave her. These reasons made them believe that if they successfully made Rose Young their next madam, not only would they keep the current status quo, but also make it more advantageous for them courtesy of her sense of gratitude for helping her. They helped her get to her position, so she had a responsibility to pay them back, no? Amidst the good mood and high morale of Jin Corporation, these schemes were being plotted in the shadows. Pulling the strings behind this radical group was Jin Shinggong, who still retained his influence on some of the Jin branch families, and Romeo Young, all the way from Singapore, who had proven himself as a great friend to those who needed to accomplish little, shady tasks that might get them into trouble with the law. While all of these people were speeding up the plan to make her the next madam of Jin Corporation, Rose Young was suffering in the company. Everywhere she went, she would see, hear, and feel the presence of Iris Long. Damn all these ass-kissers, using that slut to brown nose on Big Brother Liwei. This made her work extra harder, drowning herself in work, in order to stop herself from going crazy because of what she called the Iris Long fever in the company. As a result, her work performance improved by leaps and bounds. The other executives and members of the board of directors praised her achievements during a routine meeting. This only made the radical group believe that they made the right decision in supporting her. Thank you, everyone. I'm the CMO, after all. This is part of my work, she modestly replied. Then she glanced at Jin Liwei, hoping to hear him praise her, too. However, Jin Liwei only nodded, not sparing her a word or even a look, breaking her heart. This is all your fault, you slut. While she was silently cursing Iris Long, the CFO's mobile phone rang. I'm a monster created by love. Your love, oh your love. It's haunting me, it's turning me into a monster of insanity. The red-faced CFO struggled to find his phone inside his briefcase. His rock music ringtone blared loudly in the conference room. It was heard by everyone in the meeting, including Jin Liwei, who had an amused expression. However, only Su Tian detected the amusement from his usual cold and indifferent expression. Finally, the CFO found his phone and turned it off in a hurry. He cleared his throat and immediately apologized. My apologies, especially to the president. My carelessness made me forget to set my phone on silent mode before the meeting. Silence. Nice ringtone, Jin Liwei commented. Continue with the meeting. Yes, sir. Rose Young almost coughed out blood in her fury. ####. 2 weeks later, the Iris Long fever continued raging at Jin Corporation. The company wasn't an isolated case. It had spread to other parts of the country, especially in busy cities, towns, and villages, places that had more access to the media. Then Orchidia Beauty announced a restocking of all its inventories, fueling this so-called Iris Long fever even further. The company increased the number of units available for purchase and removed the product limitations per person. Since its memorable grand launch, Orchidia Beauty had become the skincare brand throughout the country. Many famous beauty influencers, celebrities, socialites, and even regular people raved about it. The ones who successfully bought products during the launch showed off their hauls online. These haul videos and blogs trended, encouraging more people to jump into the bandwagon as well. Everyone was reviewing it. Everyone was using it. That was what it seemed like based on its current online popularity. As the owner, president, and CEO, Iris Long's name was closely associated to Orchidea Beauty. On one hand, her celebrity status was an automatic endorsement for her own company. On the other hand, the rising popularity of her company was also helping increase her own fame. It was a win-win situation for both her and her company. Bright Summit decided to revamp her image into a savvy celebrity businesswoman as a result of this. In these 2 weeks alone, she had now posed for various business magazines and guested on business-centric programs. This move was met with quite a few resistance from those who were still feeling skeptical about her business abilities. These skeptics thought that she was just a puppet leader, believing that Chun Fei and Long Jinjing were the real leaders who ran Orchidea Beauty. After all, they were the ones who had business degrees. At the moment, Iris Long was on her way to a guesting for an afternoon business news program on cable TV. She rode in her executive van with Dom and Tang Yi. The sky was overcast and chilly, somewhat making it a depressing day to everyone. To Iris, however, it was an exciting day. Clover was currently reporting to her on the phone. Boss, President Long, we have been contacted again by a few interested investors asking if we're going to make Orchidea Beauty public and start selling shares, Clover told her. How many asked this time? Iris asked with a faint smile, as she looked at the gloomy traffic outside. 3 this morning. Clover replied. COO Chin expects that there will be more this afternoon. In total, how many interested investors have asked us? After the grand launch 2 weeks ago, we received a total of 198 inquiries about it. I see. Iris and Clover discussed a few matters before hanging up. After the phone call, she closed her eyes and rested on her seat while Tang Yi and Dom busied themselves organizing her work schedule. The day after the grand launch 2 weeks ago, Orchidea Beauty was immediately contacted by investors who were interested in buying shares of the company. Iris declined the offers because she wanted to keep Orchidea Beauty a 100% private company. She was the official owner and held 90% majority shares while Auric Bauer held 10% minority shares. Even though she was adamant in declining the offers, they kept on coming almost every day. She wasn't annoyed. On the contrary, she was pleased and excited at this development. This was a good sign. It meant that there were many established investors who saw the potential in her company. Nevertheless, she wasn't the least bit tempted of making Orchidea Beauty a public company no matter how many offers she received. For now at least, she had a better plan for both Orchidea Beauty and Planet Monkey in mind. Later, they finally arrived at a small TV broadcasting station. They were welcomed and led to a dressing room where the program director personally greeted them. The news anchor was currently still doing the regular business news. After waiting for almost half an hour, Iris was finally called for her interview. A few minutes into the interview, it was clear that the news anchor was trying to trip Iris up, wanting her to make a fool of herself. Dom was enraged while Tang Yi was dismayed. However, they couldn't do anything right now because the show was being broadcast live on cable TV. Tang Yi was already planning on lodging a complaint about this. If the others noticed it, of course Iris did as well. Despite the repeated veiled provocations from the news anchor, asking her difficult questions and using business terminologies, Iris answered smoothly and almost perfectly. She maintained her calm, making the news anchor feel like he was punching cotton. Grudgingly, the news anchor admitted to himself that Iris Long had some business knowledge and knew how to answer all the technical questions he threw at her. Maybe she studied a bit before coming for this interview, he thought. However, he didn't want to give up just yet. He felt peeved when he was informed that he would be interviewing Iris Long. I'm a serious business news anchor. Why must I interview a singer? So what if her company has become popular? It's not like she's the one running it. These thoughts prompted him to make it hard for Iris Long during the interview. He wanted to embarrass her and show the viewers that she didn't deserve the respect reserved for serious business leaders. However, he was unable to trip her up in this interview no matter how hard he tried. She had perfect answers to all of his questions, making him the one to feel embarrassed instead. The director was already making signs at him, warning him to stop what he was doing. Knowing that he was already in trouble with the director, the news anchor resented Iris Long. Since he couldn't trip her up with his prepared questions, He attacked what he thought to be her most vulnerable point as a wannabe businesswoman. "You didn't go to university," he said. It wasn't a question, but a statement. There was a look of challenge in his eyes, as if he had just thrown the ace in his sleeve which guaranteed his victory in this battle of wits that he instigated between them. Iris' eyes narrowed while her overall expression remained pleasant yet distant. "And your point is? You're now a CEO of your own company," he said, putting emphasis on the word CEO. It was obvious in his tone that he didn't think she deserved the title. "You also claim to have built Orchidia Beauty from the ground up with your own abilities. Don't you think that your claim and position would be so much more believable if you attended university and have a diploma to prove it?" Iris looked straight into his eyes, silently telling him that she wasn't the least bit intimidated by his provocation. Then she looked straight at the camera to do the same with the viewers watching the business news program. "Hey, diploma is indeed very important to gain the respect of others and to prove to everyone that you're educated," she said. "It's a proof of your hard work, perseverance, and efforts from all the years of studying, and also a gift to your family for supporting you throughout your education. A diploma is like a ticket for a stable future, but whether you'll be able to ride the train to success is still up to many factors. There are many successful business leaders in the world who don't have diplomas. Some of the wealthiest and most popular billionaires in the world are dropouts. A few of them didn't even bother enrolling in university or college. From this perspective, you can see that a diploma doesn't always equal business success. Success still depends on the person." The news anchor opened his mouth, appearing like he was about to argue with her, but Iris beat him to it, speaking more quickly than him. She didn't allow him to get even just a word in. "I'm not saying that a diploma is worthless. My point is that it shouldn't be used as the sole measurement of a person's worth, especially if you don't look at the bigger picture and know the real circumstances of the person. In my opinion, one's achievements and current success are more accurate in gauging one's potential and worth than a diploma. Can you guarantee that everyone who earned diplomas have successful careers? Of course not. A diploma is like a ticket for a stable future, but not a guarantee." ####. Although the news anchor felt that Iris' long made sense, he still didn't want to give up. He already started this provocation, so he might as well go all the way. "Some people might think that you're just saying that to defend yourself because you're only a high school graduate," he said. "You came from a rich family and can't afford to study at whichever school you're qualified to enroll in." His words insinuated that it was impossible for her to enroll in the country's top universities because of her poor academic performance in high school, which became widely known when her former classmates, teachers, and even school principals spoke out in response to her appointment as official interpreter and translator in the recent international business conference during the summer. "Even if you're unable to enroll in any schools in the country, you can still afford to study abroad," he continued. The next insinuation was that the requirements for admissions weren't as strict in some parts of the world compared, so she could still study even with a poor academic performance in high school as long as she had the money. "Many are envious of you and want to be in your situation, but instead of using your privilege of wealth, you didn't bother pursuing higher education. Isn't that such a waste?" Iris listened to the news anchor, not interrupting, allowing him to speak his full mind this time. Her eyes had completely gone cold even when her expression remained deceptively pleasant. "Some might say that it's unfair. There are people who study hard and even work part-time just to support themselves through university. They toil tirelessly to obtain a diploma, but here you are, rich and famous. You have all the good opportunities available to you, presented to you on a silver platter, just because you were born into a wealthy family. Some might say that you shouldn't be called a businesswoman because you used a shortcut. If you want to be called a real businesswoman, you should at least have the education to back your claim." Behind the scenes, Tang Yi and Dom couldn't take it anymore. They confronted the director and complained, not caring that he was still working on the live program. While she was complaining, Tang Yi was thinking that she wouldn't blame Iris if she decided to walk out of such an insulting interview. It might not look good, but it would be understandable given the poor reception the news anchor was giving her. If Tang Yi only knew that Iris would be treated badly like this, she wouldn't have booked this interview at all. However, it was too late to regret it now. It would be up to Iris how she would respond to the news anchor's repeated provocations. As for Iris, there were no thoughts of walking out in her mind. Instead, She looked at the news anchor like he was the most stupid person in the planet while still having a pleasant expression. It was a feat to accomplish this kind of expression. That's the most stupid thing that I've ever heard today, she said. The news anchor's expression turned ugly. What do you mean? I suggest that people look up what the term businessperson means, she replied in a deadpan tone. I have my own business, so I'm a businesswoman. Simple. If people don't want to call me a businesswoman, that's their problem, not mine. I'm busy running my own business in addition to being a musician. I don't have time to waste trying to explain to everyone what the term businessperson means. If they insist on their own definition, that has nothing to do with me. As business reporter, the anchor felt like his face had just been slapped. Was Iris saying that he didn't know the meaning of the term businessperson? Behind the scenes with the cameras and the program staff, Tang Yi couldn't help but massage her temples while sighing. She could handle Iris walking out of the interview. At least this way, Tang Yi and Bright Summit could work in steering public opinion to favor Iris because she only walked out and didn't say anything. This time, however, was a different matter. Iris has been so good in interviews recently that I grew complacent, she thought. Thanks to my repeated reminders, she learned how to act charming during interviews, but her real personality, the straightforward, no-nonsense way of speaking, still comes out whenever she's challenged like this. This bastard of an interviewer has rubbed her the wrong way, so now she's unleashing her razor-sharp tongue on him. He deserves it, but I hope she doesn't go too far. Back under the spotlight, the news anchor quickly fixed his ugly expression and forced a nice, professional smile, even though his eyes were showing how displeased he was by Iris' words. He wanted to say something, but Iris beat him to it again. Although my words sound like I'm undervaluing a diploma, that isn't the case. My point is that not all successful business people have diplomas. That's the reality, she said. Besides, who said that I won't have a diploma? I don't have it right now, but that doesn't mean that I'm not working to get one. I'll definitely earn a diploma in the future. For the first time since the interview started, the news anchor's eyes lit up with interest and curiosity. Oh, so you're studying right now? Yes. Where? Which school? Is it near here? No, not here. The news anchor looked like he realized something. Oh, is it abroad? Yes. I thought so, he said, insinuating once again that she couldn't possibly be admitted by a first-rate university because of her past lackluster academic performance. Her only choice was either a second-rate or third-rate private university in the country or study abroad where the requirements were laxer, as long as she had the money to pay for tuition fees. His subtle insinuation was lost on Iris, who already stopped caring about the interview. She couldn't wait for it to be over. In the meantime, she maintained her pleasant expression, remembering what her manager always told her. When are you planning to go abroad to start your studies? Are you going to take another break from your showbiz work even when you're so busy right now? The news anchor asked. I don't have to go abroad to study. I already started my studies since last year. The news anchor looked confused before making another realization. Oh, is it like one of those online distance learning programs? She tilted her head to the side, thinking about it. Something like that. I see. The news anchor nodded. There was an unimpressed expression on his face. Can you tell us which school you're enrolled in? You'll know in the future, she replied in an almost bored tone. The news anchor wanted to dig for more information, but the director was already making signs to him that time was up, so he had no choice but to abandon the topic. Deep inside him, he was thinking along with some of the viewers watching the live broadcast that Iris Long was just acting mysterious because the school she was enrolled in must be a no-name one, so she was embarrassed to reveal the name. Finally, the interview ended. Iris was relieved and quickly left the broadcasting studio with Tang Yi and Dom. Tang Yi was already planning to lodge an official complaint against the rude news anchor to Bright Summit. I should be scolding you for telling the news anchor that his words were the most stupid thing that you've heard today. That interview was a live broadcast, Iris, Tang Yi said when they all settled inside the executive van. Iris only shrugged, not caring about it at all. She closed her eyes, planning to take a nap. She still had another interview at another location after this. What do you mean, big sissy? That hooligan was clearly making trouble for boss. What serious business news anchor? He's nothing but a rude asshole. What? Dom complained, offended on behalf of Iris. Tang Yi massaged her temples once again and sighed. You're right. It's my mistake this time. I shouldn't have booked that interview for Iris. I didn't know that the news anchor would be so hostile to her. Oomph. I was so close to punching that asshole in the face. Dom muttered while cracking his knuckles. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Tang Yi sighed once again. Iris, I'm just glad that you managed to control yourself and didn't continue speaking so harshly to the interviewer even when he was being so rude to you. Although he deserves it, we have to be careful in maintaining your good reputation at this time, especially now that we're building up your image as a savvy celebrity businesswoman. It's better to solidify your image first before dealing with any sort of scandals because others might accuse you of acting too cocky now that you're becoming more famous and influential. Iris opened her eyes. I know what you're going to say, Tang Yi said before Iris could open her mouth. You'll say that you don't give a whit about what others think about you, but it's my job as your manager to build a good image and maintain a sterling reputation for you. I understand, elder sister E. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Iris replied, then added, but I was telling the truth earlier. What truth? What the news anchor said during the interview was really the most stupid thing that I heard today. Ehehe. True. Boss is right, Dom said. Tang Yi's mouth twitched. Although she agreed with Iris, she didn't say it out loud. All she could do was sigh again, a resigned expression on her face. Oh well, she's not Iris if she's not straightforward like this, she thought to herself. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. After the live broadcast of Iris Long's interview on the business news program, a debate erupted online. Since the news program was on cable TV, not many people watched the show. It also didn't help that the program was about business, something that failed to catch most of the general public's interest. Despite this, today's episode still garnered a higher than usual number of viewers because of its special guest, Iris Long. It was a given that the Black Stars would force themselves to watch a business news program just so they could support their boss. This showed how deep their loyalty was to her, because even if they didn't understand most of the things being discussed in the program, they still endured and continued to watch it for her. The debate online was caused by the regular viewers of the business program versus the Black Stars and Iris Long's other supporters. There are so many successful and real business people that they could interview. Why interview a singer like Iris Long? I don't get it. Many business programs and magazines are now featuring her because her new company, Orchidia Beauty, sold out in 5 seconds. Apparently, that's an amazing new record, here in the country, at least. So what? It has only been one time. Maybe it was just a fluke. There's no guarantee that her company would repeat a feat like that again in the future. I know, right? I was so surprised that Iris Long was interviewed in this news program. For a moment, I thought I was watching a showbiz news show instead of a business one. I approve of the news anchor giving her a hard time. She deserved it. The Black Stars immediately swarmed to defend their boss. Wow, so many bitter people jealous of Boss Iris as always. Just because you can't copy her achievements, you resort to trying to pull her down. Pathetic. And about that rude excuse of a news anchor. Yes, he tried giving Boss Iris a hard time, but did he succeed? Oh, hell no. The opposite happened, actually. Boss was the one who gave the rude bastard a hard time. That's because the boss is not only beautiful, but smart as well. It's clear that she did her homework before going into the interview. She answered everything perfectly. Yes, we all know that she didn't have the best academic grades when she was in high school, but she's a late bloomer. What's wrong with that? The critics didn't back down. She answered perfectly because she's well prepared. Maybe someone leaked the interview questions to her beforehand, allowing her to prepare appropriate answers. That's a serious allegation. Let my mighty slippers be the judge of whether your allegation makes sense. My mighty slippers' final judgment is, go to hell. What did you say? Say that again. The Black Stars started fighting another online battle to defend their boss Iris' name. The Slippers Army was called to action. Little Phoenix had school, so she was unavailable. For a few moments, the Slippers Army were all over the internet, trolling enemies left and right with their mighty slippers without directions until finally. Kitty Baby, meow? Kitty Baby is back, reporting for duty. The morale of the Black Stars, especially the Slippers Army, was instantly boosted upon Kitty Baby's arrival. Many remembered her as an organized, highly efficient, and vicious leader. Ignoring her weird manner of speaking, her trolling skills were highly respected on the same level, if not higher, than the original Slippers Army leader, I Eat Slippers. Welcome back, Kitty Baby. We missed you. Please lead us to victory on the battlefield, Commander Kitty Baby. Our mighty slippers await your instructions. Kitty Baby, prepare your mighty paws. I mean your mighty slippers, and follow my lead. Hear us roar. Mrio. Mrio. Aya. What an adorable roar. And with that, Kitty Baby started leading the Slippers army and the rest of the Black Stars to battle against those who were criticizing their boss Iris earlier. They overwhelmed the critics with their savage trolling skills until the battle was won. Kitty Baby, victory. Meow. Mew. Aya. That's so cute. The Slippers army once again proved to the netizens that they were one of the most infamous troll groups in the internet. In fact, it seemed that they had become even more ruthless under the leadership of Kitty Baby. The battle was won so quickly. Ah, that was fun. Yeah, Commander Kitty Baby's trolling skills are so cute, but also so savage. She gives orders so fast that I feel like she's everywhere, like there's more than one of her. Exactly. It just means that she's super amazing. Kitty Baby, Kitty Baby is feeling shy. Meow, cute blushing kitty emoji. I hope that you lead us to more battles in the future. We missed you while you were gone. What happened? We didn't hear anything from you in the past 2 weeks. Kitty Baby. Kitty Baby was grounded by my mommy and daddy for being a bad kitty. Kitty Baby is not grounded anymore because I'm back to being a good kitty. Meow. You're so cute. That's good to hear. I hope that your mom and dad don't ground you anymore. They're so strict. Anyway, I want to talk about Boss Iris again and what she said during the interview. She just revealed that she's enrolled in a school abroad. I'm so curious to know which school. Me too. I also want to know which country the school is located. Is it in the US? Australia? UK? Maybe Canada? I think these are the most popular destinations for rich Chinese students like her. There are also some good universities in Asia. Japan is also popular to Chinese students. The Black Stars made several guesses. Boss Iris said that we'll eventually know in the future when she's ready to reveal it, so let's just wait. Yes, you're right. The comradeship between the members of the Black Stars deepened after another fun-filled battle against their boss detractors. As for Kitty Baby, she was welcomed warmly, gaining even more loyal soldiers from the Slippers army after leading them to yet another victory. ####. Iris finally finished her last interview of the day, but that wasn't the end of her busy schedule. She still needed to attend a rehearsal with Jin Liwei afterwards to perfect their live performances for their upcoming next single, which would be released soon this month. After the rehearsal, she also planned on dropping by Orchidia Beauty to work for maybe an hour or two. These were not all, however. She still had a scheduled lesson with Professor Kalisha Schwartz via video call. She was, after all, still an active student of Cross Academy. Both of her language instructors demanded perfection, and she couldn't achieve that with just her natural talent alone. She still needed to study and train hard. While on their way to the dance studio where she would rehearsing with Jin Liwei, Iris was listening to Ketchup's latest reports inside the executive van. Dom was the only one left accompanying Iris by this time. Tang Yi needed to accompany the Pandemonium Boys for a gig, so the manager left by taxi earlier. Mommy, Ketchup led the Slippers army and the rest of the Black Stars to defeat all those poopa heads who were saying bad things about you online. Was Ketchup a good kitty, Mommy? Was I? Meow. Iris smiled at the adorable white cat fishing for praise. Yes, Ketchup. Good kitty. Meow. Ketchup will continue being a good kitty. I love you, Mommy. Yoa. Baby Ketchup is so cute. Dom exclaimed. Ehehe. Ehehe. Thank you, Uncle Dom. I love you, Uncle Dom. Meow. Aya. So cute. I love you too, Baby Ketchup. Iris chuckled at their antics. While the talkative human and talkative cat demonstrated their talkativeness by talking to each other non-stop, Iris felt glad that Ketchup was now back to her usual high spirits after her grounding period was over. Iris hoped that the white cat continued to behave. She couldn't help but worry about Ketchup now that she was allowed to play online again. Iris regularly monitored her systems, but she couldn't do that all the time because of her busy schedule. The last time Iris checked Ketchup's systems was last night. The cat AI was like a completely different specimen compared to when she first successfully developed its cat form and added a highly colorful and adaptable personality a few months ago. Ketchup had changed so much since then. The change wasn't something as simple as watching a seed grow into a seedling, then a small plant, and finally into a tree. No, It was more like watching a grain of sand turn into an island, then into a city, a country, and then into a huge continent. At this rate, it would become a world on its own, maybe even a universe, if that was possible. As the one who created this highly advanced AI in the form of an adorable white cat, Iris felt very excited, yet also a little scared of its rapid growth. Fortunately, Ketchup seemed to be behaving really well since her 2-week grounding period. Jin Liwei was also helping to keep the naughty white cat in check. He constantly kept Ketchup occupied, asking her to assist him with this, and that while working at Jin Corporation. Ketchup loved helping out her daddy, especially whenever he praised her for being a good kitty. Despite his efforts, Iris was well aware that it was virtually impossible to keep the cat AI completely occupied. The full capacity of Ketchup's system was something that even she couldn't exactly calculate anymore, because the cat AI was growing so rapidly. Ketchup was able to multitask at a rate that would make any human dizzy. Iris already explained this to Jin Liwei, but he still insisted on keeping Ketchup occupied. She's a highly advanced AI, yes, but she's also our kid. As her father, I want to influence my child to develop into the right direction, he reasoned. Iris felt touched by her darling's words, so she didn't discourage him. Like him, she also hoped that Ketchup would develop into the right direction. Although Ketchup's overall system was highly advanced, her hacking skills was still not up to Iris standards. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Against god-level hackers like her and the old guys, Ketchup was too predictable. This was the reason why Iris was so worried. Once Ketchup made a mistake, she risked her existence being discovered by others. The consequences of that possibility were too dangerous, not only for Ketchup, but also for Iris as the creator and her loved ones, like Jin Liwei. Continue being a good kitty, Ketchup, Iris wished in her heart. ####. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. Later that evening, heavy and windy rain buffeted against the windows of the mansion. Fortunately, the palatial mansion was like a fortress. It stood strong, completely unbothered by the storm outside. In addition, the mansion was also soundproofed. The people inside could only see the powerful wind and rain, but couldn't hear their frightening sounds as they battered the huge glass windows. Iris just finished her online class with Professor Schwartz. She was at her shared home office with Jin Liwei. Her office was located at a mezzanine above Jin Liwei's original study, where he used to store business books and documents. He converted it into her own office when she moved in to live at the mansion. The large home office was separate to the mansion's library, which was comparable to the size of a university library with 4 freaking floors. Jin Liwei's library was even more impressive than Iris' library at the penthouse. After turning off her computer and tidying up her desk, Iris headed down the stairs. Ice cream and popcorn followed her. But before they could go down, the lazy ice cream patted Iris' leg with her paws. The fat, again, gray cat looked up at Iris with her adorable eyes, silently asking her to be carried. No ice cream. Your Uncle Dom was scolded by the vet again because of your weight. You need to walk on your own this time, Iris said in a firm tone. However, Ice Cream only needed to continue looking up at her mommy with her cute, pitiful eyes before Iris' heart melted. ####. Unable to resist Ice Cream's cute, pitiful eyes, Iris sighed and carried the fat gray cat. Meow. Ice Cream rubbed her head against her mommy's bosom. There was a smug smirk on her big face when her mommy wasn't looking. Meow. Meow. Popcorn called impatiently as he waited on the edge of the stairs. Iris and her 2 cats finally headed down the stairs from her mezzanine office to Jin Liwei's. He kept the original setup of his home office downstairs. Jin Liwei was also working late like her. He was in a video call conference with foreign investors for one of Jin Corporation's upcoming projects. Not wanting to disturb him, Iris didn't go to him. She only caught his eyes and gave him a flying kiss. How could Jin Liwei ignore his baby girl? "Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen," he said, immediately muting the microphone. He didn't even wait for the response of the other participants of the conference call before standing up and heading to his baby girl. He gathered her in his arms, embracing her tightly, and then kissing her on the mouth. A soft feline sigh sounded between them. The fat gray cat endured being squished between her mommy and daddy. Ice Cream was already used to it. Who told her to always ask her mommy to carry her? If she complained, mommy would just put her down. Ice Cream was too lazy to ask her mommy to pick her up again after the parents were done kissing. As for Popcorn, he weaved and rubbed his body between his parents' legs. He was low maintenance compared to his spoiled sister, already feeling happy and contented simply by seeing his parents and being petted by them every day. When the kiss ended, Jin Liwei felt reluctant to let her go. However, he still had a video conference to finish. "You go ahead to our room, love. My meeting will take a while," he told her, giving a quick peck on her lips. "Okay, don't stay out too late," she replied. Iris left after another round of kissing. If she didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to stop kissing her. Jin Liwei quickly petted the cats before watching them leave. It was only after they were gone that he returned to the video conference. The hyperactive Popcorn ran around the hallways chasing shadows and whatever caught his attention. Iris dropped the cats off in their room before heading to her bedroom suite. She passed by a dark area along the hallway. It was only here that the lights were turned off. She wondered why. Maybe the lights were faulty? She was about to report it to the household staff when she realized that there was another person hiding in the shadows. No, not hiding but subconsciously blending in. "Big brother," she whispered, walking to his direction. Lu Zihao was lounging on an armchair by the window. He didn't respond to her, only silently waiting for her to come to him if she wanted. He must have been the one who turned off the lights in this area. The stormy sky outside was completely dark. It was only Iris' senses that allowed her to feel his presence. He seemed to be alone. She was relieved that his annoying subordinates who always followed him around weren't present right now. Iris' eyes began to adjust in the darkness. As she walked towards her brother, she observed him. For a moment, she was taken aback because the image of Nikolai Vetrov from their past life seemed to superimpose on Lu Zihao's profile. A chilling, formidable, yet lonely dark emperor. It startled her so much that her steps faltered, but she quickly recovered and resumed walking towards him. Then she sat on the armchair beside him. The siblings didn't talk, just sat together in the darkness, feeling comfortable in each other's presence. A maid happened to walk by. "Huh? Why is it so dark in here? Are the lights faulty?" "TSK, TSK." The maid was about to press on the light switch when, "Stop!" A low male voice growled from the darkness. The maid screamed in fright. "Don't be scared. It's us." Iris' voice calmed the maid. "Oh, mistress. Please pardon me for disturbing you." "That's all right. Leave the lights off and return to your room." "Why, yes, mistress." The maid immediately obeyed. She couldn't see anything at all in the darkness. Now that she had calmed down, she realized that the low growl from earlier didn't sound like the master. It should be Mr. Lu Zihao. The maid blushed upon realizing this. There were many like her from the household staff who had a crush on him. When the maid left, the siblings continued to relax in the darkness. After a few minutes, Lu Zihao was the first one to disturb the comfortable silence. "Guess what happened today?" he said. "What is it?" "Your youngest has been naughty again." "Youngest?" She tilted her head to the side before realizing what he meant. "Oh, you mean Ketchup?" "Uh-huh." With her great hearing, Iris heard a soft yet sharp mewl in the background which sounded like a yelp. She frowned, already imagining a white cat shaking in her fluffy paws while hiding from her. "What did she do this time?" she asked. Lu Zihao then told her how Ketchup dropped by his hacker team at the Shadow Wind's headquarters. Apparently, she helped them on some tasks. Neither Lu Zihao nor anyone from his hacker team asked Ketchup for assistance. She just did it on her own volition. Ketchup. Iris was dismayed. Ketchup's 2-week grounding period just ended, and here she was being naughty again. Whoa. Mommy, don't be angry. Ketchup was just curious about Uncle Hao-Hao's matters. Meow. Iris closed her eyes, feeling a slight headache throbbing in her temples. Then she opened her eyes and looked at her brother, a little hesitant to ask something. Did you let her do something dangerous?" Lu Zihao raised an eyebrow, a faint devilish smile lifting the corners of his lips. ####. "Do you really have so little trust in me, little sister?" Lu Zihao asked, teasing her. Iris vaguely saw the amusement shining in her brother's eyes in the darkness. "I trust you, big brother. It's just that I don't really know what you're doing with your group, especially after seeing all your scars. I haven't seen all of your scars, but I know that they cover your entire body. Don't lie to me. I just know. Although I'm curious and want to know what you're doing and how you really got your scars, I respect your privacy because you're important to me. I'm not going to investigate you on my own without your permission. I have a feeling that you're doing something dangerous, but every time I ask, you always brush me off. What can I do besides worry? I'm waiting for the day that you'll tell me what you're really doing. Liu Zihao remained silent. If you're really doing something dangerous, then of course I'll worry about you. And now I discover that Ketchup is helping you out. If she's involved in anything dangerous, the risk of her making a mistake and being exposed to others increases. You know what kind of things will happen to her, to me, and to us if others discovered about her existence. Meow. Mommy, don't scold Uncle Hao Hao anymore. Whoa. Ketchup didn't do anything dangerous. Promise. Ketchup just helped Uncle Hao Hao because his hacker team is being so slow and incompetent. Incompetent. Liu Zihao was taken aback. His team was incompetent? He narrowed his eyes and looked at his sister who was intent on listening to her youngest drivel about his subordinates. She looked like she didn't see anything wrong with what the blasted cat was saying. Incompetent. If only Ketchup had a physical body, he would have already smacked her Fluffy but a couple of times to discipline and punish her. However, Ketchup was on a roll, talking nonstop. So I decided to help them because it's super duper annoying to watch them struggling to complete something so easy. Mommy, you should have seen them. I'm sure that you'll also feel bothered by their incompetence. Meow. Liu Zihao closed his eyes, resisting the urge to snap at the talkative cat. His team wasn't incompetent at all. It was just that compared to Ketchup and especially his genius sister who created the cat AI, his hacker team might seem incompetent because the two were just too superior. Mommy, Uncle Hao Hao is family, right? Uncle Dom and Auntie Clover told Ketchup that family should always help each other, except for the selfish pupa heads who don't deserve to be treated like family. Uncle Hao Hao is not a selfish pupa head and he's family, so Ketchup doesn't see anything wrong with helping him and his incompetent hacker team. Meow. Ketchup just helped them uncover and organize files regarding Uncle Hao Hao's newly acquired local businesses, which is taking them forever to complete. It's very similar to the tasks Daddy often gives me, so I know exactly what to do. Is Ketchup wrong to help out Uncle Hao Hao this way, Mommy? Meow. Iris thought that Ketchup made sense. She ignored Ketchup's use of the word pupa head for now. The naughty cat must have learned it from either Dom or Clover again. Iris planned on discussing it with Jin Liwei and figure out together if the word should be added to Ketchup's list of bad words that she wasn't allowed to use. No, Ketchup, you're not wrong, Iris finally replied. Meow. So Ketchup is a good kitty? Iris couldn't help but smile. Yes, you're a good kitty, Ketchup. Meows of happiness filled the dark hallway. The siblings could almost see a delighted white cat skipping on the floor in front of them. Liu Zihao's earlier annoyance at his hacker team being called incompetent disappeared. He chuckled like the devil. Don't worry, little sister. I assure you that your youngest didn't do anything dangerous. It's true that she only helped out in digging out lost or hidden documents, and also in organizing everything. Something that would normally take my team a week or two to complete, your youngest finished in just a few hours. She's been tremendously helpful. Ehehe. Thanks, Uncle Hao Hao. Ketchup is the best, because I'm Mommy's baby. Hearing her brother praising Ketchup, Iris was also filled with pride, temporarily making her forget about her earlier concerns. All right, as long as you didn't do anything dangerous, she said. But we'll still have to tell this to your dad later. He might not like it, so be ready if he decides to punish you. Ehehe. Meow. No. Mommy, please don't let Daddy punish Ketchup. Whoa. Liu Zihao was amused listening to Cat AI whining about being punished. If this was before, he would have found it ridiculous. Now, however, he was already used to the cat AI being treated like a real child. He would even forget sometimes that Ketchup wasn't a real, living being. Whenever he remembered this fact, he would always feel amazed by his sister's abilities. His sister was truly a genius. Listen to your mother, Custard, he said. Meow. Uncle Hao Hao, Ketchup's name is Ketchup, not Custard. Whoa. Liu Zihao laughed. Uncle Hao Hao, please ask Daddy not to punish Ketchup. Whoa. Ketchup was just curious and wants to help Uncle Hao Hao. Meow. His eyes sharpened. Really? You want to help Uncle? Yes. Meow. Big brother. Iris couldn't help but say in a warning tone. He flashed a devilish smile at her. I know your concerns, little sister, but it would be really helpful to me if I have a powerful AI like your youngest. I hope that you're still considering my request and giving me one. Even if it's not as high-powered, I'll take it. Iris tilted her head to the side, considering it. Think about it, he said. She nodded. Afterwards, they finally returned to their own bedrooms. While preparing for bed, Iris was tempted to check Ketchup's memory to see the things she did to help her brother. However, she stopped herself. I trust Big Brother. The night ended with Iris falling into deep sleep before Jin Liwei could return to their room. ####. Jin Liwei learned about Ketchup's naughty antics the next morning during breakfast. Iris had an early magazine photo shoot, so she and Dom needed to leave early like Jin Liwei. Jiang Yingyu and little June were also already up because the little guy was used to waking up very early. Ice cream and popcorn were also eating breakfast on the floor. The two cats always accompanied their daddy every morning, regardless of whether the others were awake or not. Lu Zihao was nowhere to be seen. He was someone who didn't follow a set schedule every single day and lived by his own rules. As for the naughty Ketchup, she was once again lectured by her daddy. Jin Liwei didn't punish her this time because he couldn't fault her for helping his fifth brother. Besides, he trusted Lu Zihao. He didn't believe that his fifth brother would be capable of deliberately doing something illegal and dangerous that would harm innocent people. With that, Ketchup was off the hook and happy that she wasn't punished by her parents. ###. A few days later, Orchidia Beauty once again opened its online store. More units were added to the inventories, and the product limitations per person was lifted in order to meet the huge demand for the products since the launch. Despite this, everything sold out in what felt like instantly. To be more precise, the entire inventory was emptied out in 4.2 seconds. It was another domestic record, faster than the previous one during the launch. This time, however, the achievement was even more impressive because there were more units available for purchase. Industry experts estimated that Orchidia Beauty might have sold out a total of 500,000 to 800,000 units this time, maybe even 1 million or more. They agreed that the total number of units wouldn't be less than 500,000. Regardless of the exact numbers, Orchidia Beauty had now started to solidify its position as one of the most popular and in-demand beauty brands in the country. If it could improve its manufacturing capacity and release more products soon, then perhaps it would be able to breach the top 10 most popular beauty brands in the country, which was a ranking filled with foreign companies. Immediately after everything sold out in Orchidia Beauty's online store, hundreds of thousands of people flooded the internet demanding for more. Please release more products next time. I really want to buy, but couldn't because everything sold out so quickly. Next time, please produce, like, 100 million units so that it won't sell out in, like, 0.00001 seconds. Plus 2003. Plus 41,028. Plus 597,060 likes and counting. Ahaha. Poster above. I agree with you 100%. The news once again featured Orchidia Beauty's latest history-making feat. Iris Long's name was also mentioned, of course. Those who were thinking that the first time was a fluke had their faces slapped this time. The first time was 5 seconds. This time, it took only 4.2 seconds to sell everything out, and with more units, too. The detractors had no choice but to grudgingly accept that Iris Long's company was the real deal. But before the people could fully digest another amazing feat by Iris Long's Orchidia Beauty, her father's company, Long Industries, made its own big move. The shipping company actually invited the media just so the Chief Communications Officer, CCO, could make a public announcement. Long Industries take pride in our fast, reliable, quality, yet economical logistics services. We are constantly improving and growing alongside our valued clients and adapting with the domestic, regional, and world markets. Today we are happy and excited to announce that we will be welcoming our first ever celebrity brand ambassador, Miss Iris Long. Some of you might be thinking that we picked her because she's the daughter of our CEO. If that was the only reason, we would have picked her a long time ago. We chose Miss Iris Long to be Long Industries' brand ambassador right now because we believe that she embodies our company's core values of constantly growing and improving, staying strong and resilient, and moving forward regardless of the challenges. We at Long Industries are looking forward to working closely with Miss Iris Long in order to showcase to everyone our company's integrity, work culture, and our pride of our beloved country. Iris was at a dressing room for a variety TV show when the news aired the announcement. She praised the CCO for his silver tongue. He really knows how to talk and spin words. I was chosen to be Long Industries brand ambassador because I'm the daughter of the CEO. That's the real reason, she said in a serious tone. Iris, not so loud. Tang Yi rebuked her, looking quickly around, afraid that others had overheard what she said. Dom ran to the door and opened it to check whether there were people outside. All clear, he announced. It was only then that Tang Yi relaxed. Be careful of your words, Iris. Don't let others hear you say that. People will start accusing you and your father of nepotism. Iris only shrugged, not really thinking much about it. I'm serious, Iris, Tang Yi warned again. Fine, elder sister Yi, she said to calm her manager who she thought was being needlessly paranoid. Iris' shrug was a mirror to her real attitude. She didn't care about what others thought, as always, about her appointment as brand ambassador of Long Industries. Finally, she achieved this goal after asking Long Tingfei about it during the disastrous dinner with Long Hui. This position would grant her a direct access to Long Industries as an insider, a distant one, but still nonetheless an insider. This was the first major step of her plan regarding the battle for succession in the Long clan. There was no way that she would allow the negative opinions of other people to discourage her from working on her plans. Friday. Iris Long's inauguration party as Long Industries brand ambassador at the hall of a five-star hotel. All the chief executives and important figures working in Long Industries were present in the party for Iris Long. As the head of the company and the father of the new brand ambassador, Long Tingfei was at the forefront beside his daughter. His wife, Yang Jiahui, also attended. His sons, Long Hui, deputy CFO, and Long Jian, deputy COO, were also present. Even the clan elders Long Jufeng and Long Meng attended because they were also minor shareholders of the company. The media was also invited. The party would double as an official press conference later. Outside the hotel, Black Stars and other fans crowded, shouting for Iris Long and waving banners showing her name and image. Security and the police kept them under control. The number of people only increased as the hours passed by and the information about the party's location was spread. Long Tingfei and the other executives didn't expect such a huge turnout. They felt that Iris had only become more famous since the last time they seriously discussed about considering her as the company's brand ambassador. The party was simple compared to other brand ambassador inauguration parties. Hiring a celebrity brand ambassador was also a first for Long Industries. In addition, Long Tingfei himself didn't want to make it too extravagant. Not everyone in Long Industries was on board for Iris Long's appointment as the company's brand ambassador. Long Tingfei and the COO worked together to persuade the other executives and the board of directors about the idea. The COO had a great impression of Iris when she first presented Orchidia Beauty at Long Industries, bringing the Bauer siblings, Amampio Koletsky and Xiaoyu with her. He couldn't forget the amazement he felt at her professionalism and shamelessness in negotiating. Orchidia Beauty was only at the beginning stages that time, but look at it now. It had instantly become a hit brand selling out all of its products in seconds. Also, according to business hearsay, it was apparently now a company worth millions in RMB and perhaps even in US dollars. As a result, Long Tingfei didn't need to ask him to support Iris for her appointment as brand ambassador to Long Industries. The COO gave his support on his own volition. In the end, the two of them were able to persuade their fellow executives and the board of directors. Orchidia Beauty's successful launch played a critical part in changing their minds, prompting them to vote in favor of her appointment as brand ambassador. They might have been persuaded, but it didn't mean that they were 100% accepting of her. Iris Long's past reputation in Long Industries and the clan weren't so easily erased. It was deeply entrenched in the Long clan and Long Industries. After all, she was the Long's prodigal daughter. It also didn't help that she distanced herself from them after waking up from coma. Now that she was appointed as brand ambassador, it signaled to everyone that she was ready to finally involve herself with the company's matters and an extension of the clan as well. Critical eyes watched her every move, waiting for her to make a mistake. Iris could sense all of these as she smiled at everyone in the party. Only Dom accompanied her this time. Tang Yi was busy managing her other artists, reporting to Iris earlier that the rude business news anchor was suspended from the program. Iris didn't care about the man, tossing the news as something unimportant. As for Jin Liwei and Grandpa Liu, they wanted to attend the inauguration party, but she discouraged them. Her darling was extremely busy at work right now. She didn't want her trivial matters to distract him, especially if she could handle them by herself. Grandpa Liu's primary reason for wanting to attend the party was because he felt bored. Iris didn't mind him attending, but she wanted the entire focus to be on her and the party. She was well aware that her reputation in Long Industries stank, making it difficult for her to buy shares and become involved in the company. She wanted to demonstrate to everyone that she could handle being the brand ambassador by herself without the powerful influence of either Jin Liwei or Grandpa Liu. Fortunately, little June was able to divert the old man's attention from the party. The great-grandfather and grandson pair were currently spending time together in the mansion's indoor forest. The inauguration party was very short and simple. Some speeches, official inauguration of Iris as brand ambassador, a press conference, and then dinner. During dinner, Long Jufong approached Iris with a big smile on his face. "Congratulations on so many things, Xiaolon. Your successes since the year started, your awards, your hit songs, Orchidea Beauty, and now on becoming brand ambassador of our company." He acted like they were close. His tone was fawning, as if he never criticized and insulted her in the past. "Thank you, Granduncle Jufong." Long Jufong tried several times to establish contact with her, but she never responded. Now, however, she didn't reject him even if his fake smile was making her skin crawl. Dom's presence beside her made her feel a bit more comfortable. The original Iris had never bothered with clan affairs. When she woke up from coma as the new Iris, she didn't change this, thereby making her completely unaware of insider news within the clan. Not all information could be gathered by hacking, especially with an old family like the Longs. Most of its members still retained their traditional practices, preferring to write things on paper and meeting each other in person instead of leaving electronic traces. In addition, the main family and the important branch families lived in ancient residences. Only a few had security cameras installed in the properties. All of these made it quite challenging for Iris to glean private information within the clan, especially when concerning the older generation. It was easier to snoop around the younger generation because they favored the convenience of modern technology, carelessly leaving traces online which she could exploit. This was why even though Iris didn't give a whit about Long Jufong and had no interest in befriending him, she put on a smile and chatted with him. He wanted to act closer to her, so she would do the same. She knew that he had ulterior motives for wanting to be close to her. So did she. She needed him in order to glean insider information within the clan. Thanks to her earlier acting classes, she was able to hide her distaste for Long Jufong with a smile on her face. Moments later, they saw Long Hui and Long Meng heading towards them. Long Jufong leaned towards her and whispered in a conspiratorial tone, "Long Meng has been going around the clan trying to discredit and defame you. She's your elder brother's biggest supporter and hates it whenever you overshadow your brother. Don't trust her." It took great effort for Iris not to cringe at his proximity to her. "I don't trust her. I don't trust you either," she thought to herself before replying to him. "I understand, Granduncle. Thank you for your warning." "You're welcome, Xiaolon. I'm on your side. You can count on me." She resisted the urge to roll her eyes, nodding instead. Seeing Dom also fighting hard not to make faces of disgust, she gave him warning glare. He nodded and smoothed out his expression. "Little sister," Long Hui greeted when he arrived with Long Meng. "Deputy CFO," she greeted back with a nod, not bothering to call him elder brother. ####. Although Iris' tone was pleasant when she greeted him, Long Hui could see that her eyes were cold. His eyes also hardened. He felt that she didn't give him any face when he already lowered himself and addressed her as little sister. Instead of following his example, she insisted on this distant way of addressing him as Deputy CFO. He wasn't making peace by calling her little sister. It was only to put up an appearance of a harmonious sibling relationship to the public. All of the executives of Long Industries were watching and judging. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes, especially right now that he was working hard to regain his footing after his work performance suffered because of the stress caused by Jiang Yingyu. It also didn't help that there was Long Jian, an overachiever, to compare him with when it came to work performance. Iris refused to follow his example of putting up an appearance, but at least she was maintaining the pretense of politeness. The two smiled at each other, but their eyes were cold and hard. While Iris and Long Hui were having a stare down, their self-proclaimed partners in crime Long Jufeng and Long Ming also followed suit. The two elders had been on good terms for many years, both supporting Long Hui, but ever since Iris rose to prominence and Long Jufeng jumped ship, the relationship between the two elders soured. A brand ambassador is nothing more than a hired hand. No matter how integrated you feel, you still won't really belong with the company, Long Hui said in a low voice to prevent the others around them from overhearing. His words were mocking her, but also served as a warning that she shouldn't get too far ahead of herself. I agree with the first part of what you said, Iris replied. As for the second part, we'll see. It will depend on my performance as brand ambassador. Long Hui clenched his hands, but kept smiling. To the people watching them, their group looked like they were having a pleasant chat. You already have your own company. Be satisfied with it. Leave Long Industries alone, he said. You mean leave it to you? She retorted. It's my birthright. How boring, Iris drawled. We live in the modern times. It's hard to understand people who insist on living backwards in the ancient times. I know that you believe that since you're the firstborn, you automatically inherit leadership of the clan and the company. But have you realized that I'm also a firstborn? That our other brother and sister are also firstborns? Father technically has 4 firstborns because all of us are born from different mothers. So if we're talking about firstborn birthrights, then technically speaking, all 4 of us siblings have the right to succeed father. Presumptuous. Long Ming huffed. Long Jufeng didn't look like he agreed with Iris either. However, he remained silent and even moved closer to her, silently indicating that he was on her side, even though he didn't agree with her point of view. Iris ignored the elders as if they didn't exist, focusing instead on Long Hui. Beside her, Dom was nodding so much and so quickly that it was a wonder he wasn't dizzy by the vigorous way he was moving his head just to show his agreement to her words. Father has already mentioned before that he'll leave the clan and the company to whoever among us deserves it the most based on our individual abilities and performance, not on who was born first, she continued. So, Deputy CFO Long, may the best sibling win. You. Long Hui finally dropped his smile. But before he could argue, she gave a brief, dismissive nod. Excuse me, Deputy CFO Long, she said, grabbing Dom and walking away. Long Jufeng smirked at Long Ming before following after them. Both Long Hui and Long Ming wore dark expressions. Young Master Hui, don't take that spoiled brat's words to heart, Long Ming tried to soothe Long Hui. You've been trained since you were born to be the heir and the successor after Master Tingfei. You were born to be the next head of our clan and the company. Long Hui didn't respond, continuing to watch Iris, Dom, and Long Jufeng as they greeted other people along the way. His frustration at Iris could be seen by the tight clenching and unclenching of his hands into fists and his tense jaw caused by the gritting of his teeth. When he noticed that some people were looking at him, he smoothed out his expression and forced on a smile. Not far behind them, Long Jian was standing beside his current mentor, the COO of Long Industries. They were chatting with a couple of other important guests. However, Long Jian wasn't focused on the conversation at all because he was doing his best to eavesdrop on the confrontation between Iris and Long Hui. He was unable to hear everything they said to each other, but still heard enough to know that Long Hui lost to Iris in that battle of words. Father technically has 4 firstborns because all of us are born from different mothers. So if we're talking about firstborn birthrights, then technically speaking, all 4 of us siblings have the right to inherit leadership. Iris' words resonated to Long Jian. His lips subconsciously curved upwards in amusement. What an eloquent way of bullshitting, he thought. Long Jian had the least interactions with Iris since she woke up from coma compared to their other siblings. He had always looked down on her, but he couldn't help but praise the way she twisted her words in order to humiliate Long Hui. She was clearly bullshitting, yet the confidence of her tone and the delivery of her words gave the impression that everything she said was true and made logical sense. A chuckle escaped from his lips before he realized what he was doing. Hashtag. HM, why are you laughing? What's funny? The COO asked when he saw his current deputy chuckling beside him. Long Jian caught himself and regained his senses. He cleared his throat and returned the COO's smile. Nothing, sir. I just remembered something funny. Then he apologized to the other people they were chatting with for being distracted. The COO patted Long Jian's shoulder, a kind smile on his face, like a father looking at his own son. The conversation in their little group continued. Long Jian glanced at Iris, who was now speaking with their father, Yang Jiahui, and the other executives and board members. His expression was neutral. However, when he turned to look at Long Hui, a mocking expression flashed in his eyes before covering it with a pleasant smile. Later that evening, the inauguration party finally ended. It was a straightforward affair. No drama occurred during the party, at least, nothing that the media and the other guests detected. Yet unbeknown to them, several plots went into motion that very day. Behind the pleasant smiles and easy chatter hid a complex game of chess involving the entire Long clan. ####. Long Jian returned home late that night from the party. It was almost midnight already, yet the lights were still on in the house. His mother, Zhu Ning, was watching the TV in the living room. She lay on the couch with a grumpy expression as she watched the late-night entertainment news. The inauguration party to commemorate Iris Long becoming the first ever celebrity brand ambassador of Long Industries was currently being featured on the show. Long Jian saw himself for about a second in the same frame as Iris. No wonder his mother looked like she swallowed a frog by her ugly expression. She had been on a constant bad mood almost every single day ever since the Orchidea Beauty grand launch. It was driving her crazy that the news kept on featuring Iris Long and her mother, Wei Lan. However, instead of avoiding the news, Zhu Ning actively sought the latest updates about Iris Long and Wei Lan. Iris Long becoming more famous was natural given her numerous accomplishments this year. As for Wei Lan, she had also become a celebrity in her own right because of her new status as a Spanish viscountess. She was no longer known simply as Iris Long's mother. She had also increased her reputation in a good way after becoming an ambassador for her daughter's foundation, Iris of Hope. In just a few days after Orchidea Beauty's grand launch, she had already set up an online auction selling many brand-name clothes, shoes, bags, and other luxury designer items owned by her daughter, Jin Liwei, and even Grandpa Lu, Grandma Li, and Huang Yuyan. 100% of the profits earned from the auction went to supporting the foundation's current causes. Wei Lan was now carving a name for herself as a noble philanthropist. Most members of high society still continued to view her in a negative light, but the general public was starting to admire and idolize her. With just her relationship to Iris Long, she had already received the automatic support of the entire Black Stars. All of this favorable attention to Wei Lan was filling Zhu Ning with so much hatred and envy. Long Jian worried that his mother was becoming obsessed with the mother and daughter, Iris Long and Wei Lan, who Zhu Ning claimed to be her mortal enemies. He saw magazines and newspapers showing Iris Long and Wei Lan's names and images in big, fat headlines littering all over the living room. Most of them were torn into pieces, no doubt by his mother. He sighed at the sight. "I'm back, mother," he greeted. "Humph." Zhu Ning forced herself to a sitting position on the couch and glared at her son. "I watched the news the entire evening about that fucking party for that little slut Long Xiulan. I saw you getting all chummy with your father's current slut of a wife, Yang Jiahui. Tell me, whose son are you? Hers or mine? Her dried-up womb is unable to produce a child for Teng Fei. So now she's stealing you from me, and you're just going to happily let her? If you like her so much to be your new mother, then go and live with her and your father and become a complete happy family." Long Jian scowled at his mother's outburst. He worked from early morning till afternoon before attending the inauguration party. He was exhausted. He didn't need this kind of drama right after arriving home. It took a lot of effort for him to control his temper. "Mother, calm down. How can I calm down when my own son is betraying me? You're the only one I have, but look at you. Not only are you getting along with that slut Yang Jiahui, but you're also acting very close to your father's two evil spawns, that little slut Long Xiulan and that son of a bitch Long Hui. Have you forgotten our goal? Those two are your enemies. They're the ones blocking your way as the successor of your father. What are you doing, acting all chummy with those two evil spawns?" Long Jian's expression was now as ugly as his mother's. There were so many things that he wanted to say to her, but he held back. At the end of the day, she was still his mother. He loved her and didn't want to disrespect her. They were interrupted by the next news story on TV. Orchidea Beauty, the newest popular brand of skincare products owned by internationally acclaimed multi-award-winning musician Iris Long, made an announcement on their website saying that they will be releasing new products at the end of the month. Their first products, which sold out in record-breaking speed not once but twice since its launch and are now top bestsellers, all focus on facial skincare. Their next sets of products are for the body, reportedly featuring lotions and other body creams. Orchidia Beauty says that they are working hard on increasing their manufacturing capacity as soon as possible to meet the huge demand for their current and upcoming products. ####. Fucking shit. Zhu Ning shrieked and threw a bunch of tattered newspapers and magazines at the TV. Iris Long. Iris Long. I always hear that little slut Iris Long, her fucking company Orchidia Shitty, and her big slut of a Mother Wei Lan everywhere. I'm so fucking tired hearing about them. Fuck. Long Jian pressed his lips together into a thin line, trying to hide his distaste at his mother's coarse words. Instead of replying to her, he walked over instead, grabbed the remote control, and turned off the TV. Hey, I was watching, Zhu Ning complained. Try not to watch or read the news anymore, mother. You'll only get upset at what you'll hear. Remember what the doctor said when you got hospitalized. You shouldn't stress yourself too much, he told her. Mother, about your concerns, don't worry about them. We were in a public setting during the party. The media was also present. I have to be on my best behavior, even to Long Hui, Long Xiulan, and father's third wife. Not to mention that I'm currently the company's deputy COO. I can't be rude to anyone or it'll reflect badly on the reputation I worked so hard to build in the company. Please understand, mother. I had to act nice with them in public. It doesn't mean that I'm now close to them and replacing you. His coaxing softened up Zhu Ning. All right, son. Mother was just scared that I'll lose you. You're my pride and joy, my treasure. Yes, mother. I know. The atmosphere lightened after that. Long Jian was relieved. He was about to suggest that they go to sleep, but his mother had other ideas. So that little slut Long Xiulan has been appointed as brand ambassador of Long Industries? Does that mean that she'll start joining the battle of succession? I know that she has a lot of supporters within the clan, stupid people, but your uncle Xiaoping said that she has never bothered involving herself with clan matters, she said. Long Xiulan is just a brand ambassador, mother. That position wields no power in the company. She's just basically a pretty face hired by us to endorse and make the company look good, he explained. I don't know exactly what her plans are, but if she really has ulterior motives about Long Industries, she's not going to succeed by holding a useless position. I would feel more threatened if she started at the bottom as an intern. Right now, I still think that Long Hui is the biggest threat. According to Uncle Xiaoping, he's once again starting to stabilize his support system in the clan after he broke up with that bodyguard and got engaged with that plastic bimbo. Zhu Ning nodded. Yes, you're right. You're the smartest, so you can see things more clearly than mother. But you should still be careful of that little slut Long Xiulan. She's the daughter of that crafty old bitch Wei Lan. If she's really eyeing your father's seat as the next head of Long Industries, I'm sure that she has many disgusting tricks up her sleeves just like her mother. Don't let down your guard, son. I understand, mother. I'll be careful. How's everything at work, son? I rarely see you. You've been so busy leaving for business trips. I've missed you. Everything is going well, mother. I've now earned the COO's full trust, so he entrusts me with a lot of important tasks, helping me build experience and reputation not only in the company, but also in the country's business industry in general. That's why he's sending me to a lot of business trips to close deals and meet with important business clients, things like that. Zhu Ning smiled and nodded, pride exuding from her every pore. That's my son. Compared to my great performance, Long Hui is having a hard time regaining his footing in the company. Father has been noticeably cold towards him, perhaps because of the issue regarding the upcoming custody battle of his son with that bodyguard. The child is father's first grandson after all, so it's understandable that he'll also feel affected by what's happening. They're still waiting for the court to release more information about when the custody battle will officially start. Who cares about that child and that custody battle? Zhu Ning rolled her eyes and waved a dismissive hand. I just hope that the performance of that son of a bitch Long Hui continues to worsen, so that everyone will know that you're better than him and more deserving to succeed your father as the next head of Long Industries. Long Jian made a sound of agreement before yawning. Mother, I'm tired. I'm going to rest. You should, too. Remember that you have an appointment with the doctor next week. You need to take care of your health and not stress yourself too much. All right, son. You're the only one who loves and cares about your mother. I'm so lucky to have an intelligent, responsible, reliable, and filial son. Good night, son. Sleep well and rest. You've been working hard. Yes. Good night, mother. He started walking away, but she called him back. Son. What is it, mother? He asked a little impatiently. Don't lose sight of our final goal, she reminded him. You're going to succeed your father and become the next head of Long Industries and the clan. Don't ever forget it. A furrow formed between his brows, but he nodded. Then he headed upstairs to his bedroom, leaving his mother surrounded by the torn magazines and newspapers featuring Iris Long and Wei Lan. Later, steam fogged up the glass walls as he relaxed his tense muscles under the hot shower. While washing himself, he thought about everything that happened during the inauguration party and his mother's outburst as soon as he came home. If this was before, he would have been on the exact same wavelength as his mother, eyeing the seat of clan head and Long Industries with great hunger. But for some reason, he didn't feel like that anymore. ####. Long Jin still wanted to succeed his father and become the next head of Long Industries. It was what his mother stamped into his consciousness ever since he could remember. From his childhood to teenage years and young adulthood till he was transferred to the main headquarters of Long Industries earlier this year, he had been working hard for this one goal. His desire was as great as his mother's, like a hungry beast eyeing a big, juicy meat. His mother's great hunger remained as ever. As for his hunger, it felt like it had lessened. I wonder when I started feeling this way, he thought, lifting his head up to let the steaming water rain down on his face. It was around the time he started working under the COO that things started to change for him. The COO was strict yet passionate about his work. Seeing Long Jin working hard and performing beyond what was required of him impressed the executive. The COO took Long Jin under his wing, constantly testing his limits by dumping difficult tasks on him. Long Jin completed everything the COO threw at him with flying colors. The older man became instrumental in Long Jin's promotion as deputy COO. By closely working with the COO almost every day, Long Jin finally experienced something that he never had all those years ago as a child: the presence of an active father figure in his life. The COO was very passionate in his work, yet was still able to balance it with his family life. Long Jin had been invited to dine at the COO's home. He had met the older man's family, his wife, adult children who all had their own successful careers, grandchildren, pets, and other relatives. Whenever Long Jin visited the COO's home, he was always amazed at its happy and warm atmosphere. It felt like a real family, a real home. They're so different from each other, he muttered under the hot shower, comparing the COO to his own father, Long Tingfei. Both the COO and Long Tingfei were successful men in the business world, but why were their family lives so different from each other? One had a happy, complete, and harmonious one, while the other one had a severely broken and dysfunctional family, if it could still be called that, where wives, mistresses, children, and the other branches were pitted against each other. Yes, Long Tingfei cared about all of his children. He was generous in providing for them financial-wise and never batted his eyes about the eye-bulging costs of their education. However, he lacked in providing a constant presence in his children's lives, depriving them of a reliable father figure. Compared to Long Tingfei's distant, hands-off paternal love, the COO's love was visible and tangible. Once the COO took Long Jin under his wing in the company, he treated him like a son, mentoring him not only about work, but also about life in general. His words of wisdom gradually opened Long Jin's mind to a wider perspective outside his obsessed hunger to succeed his father as the next head of Long Industries. As a result, Long Jin awakened his true passion in his work. Now he loved his work as deputy COO. Truly loved it. It wasn't just a means to achieve the goal he shared with his mother anymore. This awakening of passion automatically made him perform even better at work, completely outshining Long Hui and his other peers in the company. There were even some occasions that he would completely forget about his goal of competing against Long Hui, showing everyone that he was better and deserving to be their father's successor because he had become so engrossed in his work for the sheer love of it. He turned off the shower but remained standing there for a few moments. as he was finally able to process the changes in his mindset. Long Tingfei is a pathetic excuse of a father. His low voice bounced in a subtle echo around the bathroom. There was resentment inside him towards his father, but there was also pity. He wants all of his children to be peaceful. He sighed. How? We weren't wired to do that. We were programmed to battle each other. It's too late. ####. About a week later, Long Jian was at the airport. He just returned from a quick 2-day business trip in another faraway municipality. He was often sent out on business trips to supervise official inspections, attend meetings, and even close deals on his own. He was also quite a charismatic person, giving a positive impression to clients and partners. This was the reason why the COO liked sending him on important business trips in addition of trusting his ability to complete his assigned tasks. The airport wasn't very busy at this time. He was able to exit quickly. His assistant picked him up. They were heading to the parking area when his assistant received a call. His assistant's expression changed all of a sudden and gave him a worried look. What's wrong? Long Jian asked. Sir, your mother is in the police station right now. What? Long Jian was shocked. What happened? He was about to grab the phone from his assistant when his eyes caught sight of one of the public TVs around the airport. It was playing the news. His expression turned ugly as he watched his mother and Wei Lan fighting each other, clawing, slapping, hitting, punching, kicking, and hair pulling. On TV. The video recording was shaky, but the audio was clear. You slut. Don't act all high and mighty in front of me just because you married a viscount. You're still the same slut like before. Zhu Ning shrieked at the top of her lungs as she pulled Wei Lan's hair with all her might, refusing to let it go, even when several bodyguards and other people were trying to separate the two women. The fight happened in a spa. Various eyewitnesses, mostly the spa employees and other customers, spoke to the media and described what really happened. ####. A few hours ago, Wei Lan was scheduled for a facial at a new mall spa that she happened to notice while shopping. She had never been here before, but it looked nice, so she wanted to try it, immediately scheduling an appointment. Due to her high exposure in the media recently, the spa employees recognized her in an instant. The estheticians fought for her. In the end, one won over the others. Unfortunately, this esthetician assigned to take care of her experienced a family emergency on the day of the appointment and had to cancel at the last minute. All the other estheticians were fully booked that day, but the spa management didn't want to cancel Wei Lan's appointment because they already viewed her as the first VVIP of their establishment. They were afraid that if they canceled her current appointment and tried to reschedule her, they wouldn't be able to keep her as a regular client. Thus, they decided to prioritize her and had another esthetician delay an appointment with her scheduled client in order to squeeze Wei Lan. Unaware of the shady business going on behind the scenes, Wei Lan arrived at the spa for her appointment and strutted like the viscountess that she was. Everyone greeted her, making her feel extremely important and pleasing her to great heights. Good afternoon, Visconde Salon. An esthetician greeted and introduced herself. I'll be taking care of you today. Please follow me. A big, charming smile broke out of Wei Lan's face. The esthetician, other spa employees and customers in the waiting area were dazed for a few seconds because her smile resembled her daughter, Iris Long. There was no doubt that Iris Long inherited a good portion of her beauty from Wei Lan. After everyone started regaining their senses, Wei Lan followed the esthetician inside for her facial, not knowing that the young woman wasn't the one originally assigned to her. A few minutes later, the esthetician's original client arrived. It was Zhu Ning. She was one of the spa's first clients ever since it opened, making her familiar with most of the employees. Good afternoon, Madam Ning. The receptionist greeted, trying to hide her panic. Hi, I'm ready for my facial, she replied and looked around, expecting to see her usual esthetician. She frowned when she didn't find the young woman. Madam Zhu, we have a slight problem today with your appointment, the receptionist said. Your esthetician is currently unavailable. What? Zhu Ning's expression turned ugly. We sincerely apologize. I tried calling you many times, but... So you're telling me that it's my fault for not answering your call? Zhu Ning's angry eyes was shooting invisible daggers at the poor receptionist, scaring the young woman. No, that's not the case at all, Madam Zhu, the receptionist said in a hurry. Zhu Ning intimidated the poor receptionist a little bit more before snorting. So, tell me what happened. The receptionist then made up a random excuse for the unavailable esthetician, not admitting that she was working on another client, because it would surely infuriate the already frustrated Zhu Ning. If it's all right with Madame Zhu to wait around 2 hours, she'll manage to take care of you today. But if it's inconvenient to Madame, then we'll have to reschedule your appointment for another day. Just give me another esthetician, Zhu Ning said, a scowl on her face. I'm sorry, Madame Zhu, but all of our estheticians are booked today. What an unprofessional spa. Zhu Ning started complaining, insulting, and arguing with the receptionist, eventually reducing the poor young woman to tears. The manager and other staff were forced to make an appearance to comfort the receptionist and try to appease the raging Zhu Ning. However, Zhu Ning didn't stop. She refused to accept their explanations and offers, spending almost 2 hours making a ruckus. Even when the mall security was called, they still couldn't control Zhu Ning. Everyone was now fed up with Zhu Ning. The commotion she was causing was affecting the spa's business. They weren't able to answer calls or cater to their other clients. Some of the arriving clients even left as soon as they saw the commotion, not bothering to check in at the reception desk. What in the world is happening out here? Why is it so noisy? Wei Lan's voice sounded from the inner hallway until she finally appeared with a refreshed and dewy skin from the facial. Zhu Ning's original esthetician followed behind her. As soon as Zhu Ning saw Wei Lan with her esthetician, she immediately made the connection as to why her appointment had to be canceled. Her ugly expression turned even uglier. So it's you, slut. You're the one who caused this mess for me. How dare you steal my appointment and esthetician? Wei Lan was shocked to see a furious Zhu Ning shouting at her. She had no idea what was going on, only thinking that the crazy woman was unable to control herself upon seeing her as usual. If this was before, Wei Lan would have already shouted at Zhu Ning and fought with her, but now she controlled her temper. You're a viscountess now, she told herself. She lifted her chin and showed an uninterested expression. I don't know what you're talking about, she told Zhu Ning before ignoring her. Then she turned to the esthetician and the other spa employees. Thank you for today. I need to go now. Goodbye, Yai. Goodbye, Visconti Salon. Please come again, they told her in a fawning tone. This exchange between Wei Lan and the employees, in addition to being ignored, infuriated Zhu Ning even more. She pounced and started attacking Wei Lan. The spa employees and the other clients tried to block her and protect Wei Lan. However, Zhu Ning was like an out-of-control, violent chimpanzee. She grabbed the front of Wei Lan's dress, almost ripping it off of her body, all the while clawing, hitting, and even kicking her. When Wei Lan's French twist hairdo came loose from the violent movements, Zhu Ning grabbed her hair and pulled hard. ####. Wei Lan yelped, feeling several locks of her hair come off of her head from Zhu Ning's violent claws. Her eyes flashed with pain, hatred, and fury. Then she started retaliating at Zhu Ning, clawing and hitting and pulling hair as well. Then she noticed that there was now a crowd of people by the spa's entrance. They were recording the altercation on video with their phones. Wei Lan gritted her teeth and stopped fighting, enduring Zhu Ning's violent attacks instead. There was no way she would let this crazy woman destroy the good reputation she had built up since returning to the country. Help! Help me! This crazy woman is attacking me. She's going to kill me. Wei Lan started crying and screaming in a pitiful manner. A group of men wearing black suits rushed inside the spa. They were Jin Liwei's subordinates who were now working as Wei Lan's bodyguards. They didn't accompany her inside the spa because she told them that they didn't match the intimate and feminine ambience of the place. She instructed them to go walk around the mall and just wait for her call when she was ready to be picked up. This was the reason why it took them so long to respond to the commotion. They were at the mall's food court eating some snacks when they noticed a number of excited people heading to the same direction. Come quick. Iris Long's mother is having a fight with another woman. Let's watch. Damn it. Who dares bully boss Iris Mom? Someone roared before taking off his shoes and waving them in the air. I'm gonna whack that witch with my mighty slippers. Those are shoes, not slippers. Shut up. Let's hurry. We gotta protect our boss mom. Yeah. The bodyguards became alarmed after overhearing what the people were saying. They immediately hurried to the spa and found that, indeed, Wei Lan was being beaten by a violent woman. They immediately rushed in to protect her, blocking her from the attacks. You slut. Zhu Ning shrieked at the top of her lungs, pulling Wei Lan's hair with all her might, even as the bodyguards clamped around her wrists, trying to force her to let go. Don't act all high and mighty in front of me just because you married a viscount. You're still the same slut like before. Wei Lan's first instinct to such offensive insults was to fight eye for an eye and tooth for tooth. Her own anger was quickly exceeding her self-restraint. It was taking everything she had not to claw Zhu Ning's eyes out with her red talons. Fortunately, part of her consciousness was focused on the growing crowd by the entrance. What did you say, you crazy hag? How dare you spout such hateful words to our boss mom? Slipper cannon. A shoe was thrown but failed to hit Zhu Ning, bouncing on the floor instead. She didn't even notice that someone threw something at her. She was too busy attacking Wei Lan. Slipper bazooka. Another shoe was thrown. This time, it hit Zhu Ning's back. Which bastard threw a smelly shoe at me? Zhu Ning shrieked, shooting a furious glare at the crowd. It's not me, a barefooted man shouted. I'm innocent. Stop spouting lies. Yeah, I didn't see nor smelled any smelly shoe. The barefooted man's friend supported him. Maybe something is wrong with your eyes and nose. And your brain, too. What did you say? Zhu Ning's fury was diverted from Wei Lan to the two trolls. She lunged at them, but the mall's security immediately pulled the trolls out of the spa and blocked Zhu Ning, causing them to be scratched in the face by her. Right at that moment, the barefooted man's phone began ringing. Oh, stars above. Oh, land of dreams. I failed, but I'm still dreaming. Everyone present recognized the song, including Zhu Ning. Shut that damn phone off. However, the ringtone continued playing. No matter how far a black star falls, it's still a star that can glow again. Zhu Ning continued roaring and struggling against the mall's security guards. Turn it off. I don't want to hear that little slut's song. The two black stars were members of the notorious online troll group Slipper's Army. They were triggered by Zhu Ning's offensive words. Fuck, bro, give me your slippers, the barefooted man demanded his friend. I'm gonna shove them down this dirty-mouthed hag's throat. How dare she say those things about our boss? Wait a sec. His friend actually began removing his shoes. Don't you dare take off those shoes. Move aside and let us handle this, the mall security warned them. If you don't comply, we'll report you and turn you in for causing trouble when the police arrives. The two black stars froze before giving a sheepish smile. Oh, ahaha. Who's causing trouble? Not us. We're peace lovers. Yeah, we follow the example of our boss and act with respect, dignity, and elegance. Don't mind us. Please continue doing your job. We'll be on our way now. But the two started retreating. Hey, go get your shoes first, the security guard said. What shoes? I didn't wear any shoes today. Yeah, I came to the mall with no shoes on. That's the current fashion trend right now. Yeah, it's called the I woke up with no shoes like this trend. It's super popular right now. But bye. After the two trolls were gone, frightened by the threat of being reported to the police, Zhu Ning returned inside the spa to attack and rage at Wei Lan once again. You mother and daughter are the same. Both of you are fame-hungry sluts. I'm going to scratch your faces off. Let's see if the people will still love you once the two of you become ugly. Wei Lan was well aware of the many phones recording them right now, so she maintained her calm poise mixed with a combination of frightened, pitiful, and indignant expression. We never saw eye to eye since back then, Zhu Ning. But our conflict should remain only between the two of us. Don't drag my daughter into our conflict. You can curse at me, but I won't allow you to badmouth my daughter. ####. Wei Lan's words touched the people watching the altercation. They admired her maternal protectiveness towards her daughter, Iris Long. They cheered for her and threw disgusted glares at Zhu Ning. You damn fake bitch. Zhu Ning screamed. Her dirty mouth earned even harsher condemnation from the crowd. Seeing the crowd going against her and siding with her mortal enemy, Zhu Ning went crazier with fury. She struggled even harder against the mall security guards, injuring some of them. I hate you. I hate you so much. I hope you die, Wei Lan, you slut. Your daughter too. I hope you both die. The world will be a better place without a slut mother and daughter like the two of you. I'll kill you both. Kill you. The crowd gasped hearing Zhu Ning's demented words. Pack. Wei Lan slapped Zhu Ning in the face. I can ignore you cursing me. I can ignore it. But cursing this Viscountess daughter? Unforgivable. Bitch. The various amateur live streams of the fight had now become top trending. Online entertainment news website worked fast, releasing details and updates of the altercation as it was happening by being in direct correspondence with the eyewitnesses. Sensational headlines popped up all over the internet. Viscountess Wei Lan in a public fight with an angry spa customer. Wei Lan beaten black and blue by an anti-fan. Crazy lady threatens to kill Iris Long and her Viscountess mother. Police arrives and drags Wei Lan's attacker to police station. It didn't take long for some people to figure out the attacker's identity. Some netizens who knew her immediately commented and informed everyone. That crazy woman is Zhu Ning. She's CEO Long Tingfei's former mistress before he married Madame Wei Lan. Zhu Ning bore CEO Long a son who is Iris Long's older half-brother. Zhu Ning failed to marry Long Tingfei, no matter how many times she tried seducing him to propose to her. But in the end, he still chose to marry Wei Lan. That's why Zhu Ning hates her very much. Wei Lan succeeded where she failed miserably. Shameless woman. She's just a mistress. How dare she call the legal wife and daughter sluts? Wei Lan might only be the second wife, but at least she's still a legal wife. Not like that shameless Zhu Ning who's just a mistress. Zhu Ning should look in the mirror before spouting such insults. She's the slut. The netizens condemned Zhu Ning's shameless and hypocritical behavior. They were rankled by how she threatened to kill not only Wei Lan, but also Iris Long. By this time, Iris Long was someone the general public was celebrating due to her great accomplishments since the year started. They took offense at Zhu Ning threatening such a talented and respectable young woman. Hashtag. At the police station. The place was surrounded by reporters, curious passers-by, and rumor-mongers. Several police officers were mobilized to control the crowd and to keep them away from the police station. Both Wei Lan and Zhu Ning were already inside. A few minutes later, attorney Hong Xiaoqiang arrived to represent Wei Lan. He was recognized by some of the reporters as Iris Long's lawyer. People were waiting if another lawyer would arrive to represent Zhu Ning. However, no such person came. It wasn't that Zhu Ning didn't contact her lawyer. She did, but he was unavailable. She tried calling her son to ask for help, but couldn't contact him. Then she remembered that Long Jian should be on a flight back home at that moment. She called some of her friends, asking them to lend her a lawyer, but they were taking a long time to respond to her request. I want to sue that slew, Wei Lan, for physical assault. Zhu Ning announced inside the station while the police officers were taking testimonies from all sides, including the spa management and some key eyewitnesses from the mall. At least she remembered not to curse too much while in the presence of the police officers. Then she showed them her hands and arms. Look at my bruises. I'm injured. All of these were because of that woman. Wei Lan crossed her arms and lifted her chin in an indignant manner. You got those bruises because you keep on beating me up. It's not my fault. Mr. Police Officer, look at me. My bruises are worse than hers. I have scratches all over my body. I'm in so much pain. Shut up, slut. Wei Lan shrank back and showed a frightened expression. She also made her eyes water to maximize the effect, quickly glancing at the police officers to make sure that they could see how scared she was of Zhu Ning. Attorney Hong Xiaoqiang stepped forward and took over discussing the matter with the police. He didn't let Wei Lan speak anymore. As a skilled lawyer, he was able to dig the truth of what really happened. The spa manager revealed that it was their fault for changing the appointments on the spot in order to prioritize Wei Lan and push back Zhu Ning without a proper notification. Now we know that my client has no fault or responsibility in this matter, the attorney said. Madame Zhu's accusation that my client stole her appointment and esthetician is unfounded. Therefore, the real victim in this case is my client. The spa manager and other employees looked sorry and ashamed for what they did, while Zhu Ning appeared as if she still didn't believe that it wasn't Wei Lan's fault. After cooperating with the police, Wei Lan and company left the station. When they were gone, Zhu Ning felt helpless alone. She didn't have a lawyer to represent her. Being in the police station had somewhat calmed her down. She stopped carelessly raging at everyone. The intense negative feelings she let explode earlier and the gravity of the current situation finally started catching up with her. She felt dizzy, short of breath, and her chest felt tight and heavy. Fortunately, there was an on-duty police medic at the station who immediately examined her. Moments later, the medic helped stabilize her condition. She felt better, albeit looked cold and pale. I wish my son is here with me, she thought. ####. Outside the police station, Wei Lan and company weren't able to leave immediately because there was a big crowd blocking their way. The reporters were shouting questions at them. For now, my client and I need to discuss our next steps regarding the altercation with Madame Zhu. It was the other party who instigated the incident. My client, the Viscountess, is completely innocent in this case. She is the victim. Attorney Hong Xiaoqiang spoke to the reporters. The reporters turned to Wei Lan. She spoke after receiving a nod of approval from the attorney. I am deeply embarrassed that all of you witnessed such a shameful incident between I and Zhu Ning. Because of our former relationship with the same man, the father of both our children, Zhu Ning and I have always been at odds with each other. We are like oil and water. We have never gotten along. I don't deny that. I just wish that she stops dragging my lovely daughter into our conflict. She even threatened to kill my Bareabi. How could I sit still after thought? My daughter is happily engaged with Jin Liwei, but she's also very busy with her showbiz work and her company Orchidia Beauty. I'm so proud of her, but also worried because she works so hard. That's why I'm doing my best to help run her foundation, Iris of Hope. I don't want this embarrassing incident to worry her and distract her from more important matters that she needs to take care of. I hope that Zhu Ning calms down and realizes that we should move on and grow up. We're not young anymore. It has been so long and I'm tired of fighting with her. I just want to enjoy the rest of my life with my beloved husband. She giggled at this point. And also to enjoy my new closer relationship with my daughter and my future son-in-law. Zhu Ning and I may never be best friends, but at least I hope that we stop trying to tear each other apart whenever we meet. I think that it's the right time to put things in the past where they belong. The crowd oohed and awed at her speech. They praised her for being magnanimous, even when her clothes were ripped, her hair was in disarray, and her body was covered in bruises and scratches. A woman of class, just like Boss Iris. Yeah, not like that barbaric hag who only knows how to use her fists. She's just an ex-mistress. How dare she beat up the legal wife? Wei Lan is also an ex, you know. But at least she's an ex-legal wife. The black stars among the crowd sided with Wei Lan. They felt angry on her behalf, especially after hearing such a magnanimous speech. She was indeed the mother of their boss Iris. To these loyal fans, the mother and daughter were the epitomes of class and elegance even during adversities like this. Knowing that someone was threatening these lovely ladies filled them with hatred towards Zhu Ning. As for Wei Lan, she could feel that the people were sympathizing with her. She made sure to show a sincere and heartfelt expression to maximize the people's sympathy for her. 1-0. Loser, Zhu Ning. Winner, Me. She mentally chuckled, smug at the aftermath of Zhu Ning's stupidity. The people were on her side. ####. 2 days later, Iris was on the road traveling to a mall show. Dom and Tang Yi were with her inside the executive van. Her male bodyguard was driving while her female bodyguard sat on the passenger seat. There was another vehicle following behind them manned by Jin Liwei and Lu Ziheo's subordinates. The mall show was expected to be crowded, so her security was a big priority. Today, they were currently discussing Wei Lan and her fight with Zhu Ning the other day. It was all over the news ever since then. Ketchup informed Iris about the situation while it was happening, so she was able to send her lawyer to Wei Lan at the police station. Attorney Hong Xiaoqiang was currently busy working with Grandpa Lu and Jin Liwei's lawyers to prepare for Jiang Yingyu's custody battle against Long Hui for Little June. It was fortunate that the lawyer treated her as a VIP client and immediately responded to her request to represent Wei Lan out of the blue. Poor Mama Boss. Her beautiful face and skin were scratched and bruised by that evil woman. Dom huffed. Iris sighed. Attorney Hong said that Mother decided not to file a case against that Zhu Ning. I asked Mother for the reason, and she said that it will reflect badly on her husband's noble reputation if she got involved in a legal case like this. Using her own words, she is trying to be magnanimous. I was really shocked when I saw on TV that your mother was being beaten up, Tang Yi said. Iris' eyes turned cold. That Zhu Ning better learn her lesson. There was a part of her that was angry at Zhu Ning for hurting and insulting Wei Lan. She might not consider Wei Lan as her true mother, but the woman was still the one who gave birth to the body she was living in now. Without Wei Lan, there literally would be no Iris Long born in the world. In addition, Wei Lan had proven herself to have changed for the better ever since returning to the country. She had also been working hard as an ambassador for Iris of Hope. Oomph. That evil woman is just bitter and jealous of Mama Boss and you, Boss. Dom continued to complain about Zhu Ning. Iris put a stop to the conversation when they finally arrived at the mall. The parking was full, and there was already a great crowd of people scattered throughout the immediate vicinity of the mall. They weren't shoppers but fans. The majority of them held banners with her name and image. Wow, look at all those people. Eehee. Dom whipped out his phone and started recording the scene on video, planning to post it later on Iris' social media pages. Ready, Iris? Tangy asked. Of course, Iris replied with a smile. It's showtime. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. A sea of people packed inside the mall. From a bird's eye view, they looked like a colony of ants inside their anthill. They filled all floors, looking down by the railings to the stage set up on the ground floor. Even when no celebrities appeared yet, they were already screaming and chanting and crying their hearts out. The mall show was hosted by a popular daily afternoon-time TV program. It would usually broadcast live from the studio every weekday, but sometimes it would travel to different places like festivals, amusement parks, and in this case, malls. Today, it was sponsored by the mall to showcase the new renovations and newly added stores. For the first half of the program, the hosts did their usual talk/variety segments. Then finally, we have very special guests today, one of the hosts announced. And I know that they're the real reason why all of you came here today. The crowd cheered. Oh, and here I thought you all came for me. What a way to dash my overconfidence, the other host joked. Everyone laughed and continued to do so as the hosts bantered with each other. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, from the hit TV drama, Our Love, Our Destiny, singing the love song of the year, Shining Eyes, please welcome Jin Chonglin and Iris Long. The crowd went wild, almost screaming the roof off the mall. Their noise could be heard by the people outside the mall. It was that loud. Iris and Jin Chonglin walked out of a nearby store, apparently hiding there the whole time. The wild crowd went even crazier when they appeared. The two were encircled by tight security made up of Iris and Jin Chonglin's personal bodyguards in addition to the mall security. Iris and Jin Chonglin waved at the crowd as the opening of their song played in the background. Still walking on their way to the stage, Jin Chonglin raised his mic and began singing. His voice was deep and smooth, making the majority of people shiver with delight, like they ate something warm and sweet. Walking down the town of life, I caught a glimpse of you. The crowd of adoring fans raised their hands up in the air and waved it along with the music while singing along. Everyone looked like one giant coral reef waving their tentacles with the flowing water. It was an amazing sight to see. The cameras took several shots of the audience, giving the live viewers at home an idea of how spectacular the impromptu effect was. Jin Chonglin continued singing while pointing at the adoring crowd and flashing them with his killer smile. Many fans fainted right there and then. The hand-waving was interrupted as his army of fans descended into hysterical screaming and shrieking. Your beautiful self, making even the flowers smile back. They finally reached the stage. He climbed up first before extending a hand to help Iris after him, as she also began to sing. Smitten, I followed you around, not expecting anything in return, but you always knew. So your shining eyes saw me. Some were already having goosebumps and even tearing up because Iris Long's voice always sounded so exquisite ever since her comeback. She was the type of singer whose live performance's voice sounded almost the same, sometimes even better, than the original studio recordings of her songs. The music became full as the sound of the orchestra played in the background, washing over the sea of people inside the mall. Iris and Jin Chonglin were singing with only a recording of the song because it was inconvenient to bring their musicians to this mall show. The two originally planned on playing an acoustic version where either Iris or Jin Chonglin would play the guitar, but the TV program asked them to sing with the recording instead, saying that the full studio version of the song would sound better on TV than an acoustic version. Now the two were at the center of the stage, serenading everyone with what was dubbed the love song of the year. Their voices soared together, harmonizing perfectly as if they belonged together. The original Linris fans could only sigh at the fact that the two were meant to be siblings-in-law and not lovers. The audience continued singing along with them, many with tears flowing down their faces. Even a couple of the hosts standing beside the stage could be seen dabbing at their eyes. Iris and Jin Chonglin sang the last line of the song together while looking at each other's eyes. Both of them had smiles on their faces. She, a bright smile showing how much she was enjoying the performance. He, a deep smile tinged with a little sadness. I got you. As soon as the song ended, a booming sound of applause, cheering, screaming, shrieking, and crying reverberated throughout the entire mall. Linris, Linris, Linris. Even though most of their fans already accepted that Iris was engaged to Jin Chonglin's elder brother and not to him, they still used their couple name to cheer for them, because it was easier to chant. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Iris and Jin Chonglin bowed and waved at their adoring fans after their performance. The host came forward and sandwiched the two of them in the center before beginning to interview them. It was a short interview because time was tight. The TV program was being broadcast live, and they had to follow a strict time allowance for each segment. The massive crowd of people in the mall might have come for Iris and Jin Chonglin, but at the end of the day, the two were still only special guests in today's show. They were only supposed to perform their one song, Shining Eyes, and also to promote their upcoming song, which would be released soon this month. I wrote Shining Eyes while Senior Chonglin wrote our next song. Iris told everyone. The two songs are very different, corresponding to our own distinct musical styles, but both still talk about the same universal theme of love. Yes, our next song will still be a love song, but with a kick. ####. Everyone oohed and awed after hearing Iris claim that her upcoming song with Jin Chonglin would be a love song, but with a kick. That's right. Jin Chonglin immediately backed her up. Not only a kick, but an entire burning workout. It's hot and spicy. You're all gonna sweat from the heat. His army of loyal fans started shrieking in excitement. They fanned themselves, already sweating just from hearing his hot voice. Iris and Jin Chonglin already started dropping tiny teasers since last month. Most of them were behind-the-scenes photos or short clips from the recording studio or music video. Indeed, based on those teasers, the upcoming song wasn't emotional and wholesome like Shining Eyes. It was hot, fierce, and sexy, or at least that was the impression most people got. Prince Lin Lin, the teasers aren't enough. Please give us more. Boss Iris, are you going to dance in the next song? Please don't revert to your old, trashy image. I want my classy and elegant Boss Iris, not the bratty and trashy Iris Long from back then. With her great hearing, Iris heard this one comment. It wasn't only this person. It seemed that quite a few black stars were worried that she would change her current image and revert to the old Iris Long's wannabe sex symbol image. She couldn't help but inwardly sigh. Pasting a smile on her face, she pretended not to hear these worried comments from her fans. She would just let the music video speak for itself. Finally, their time was up. Iris and Jin Chonglin left the stage while the TV program went into a commercial break. The hosts bid them goodbye and prepared for the next segment. It felt like nobody could hear anything because of the deafening sounds of the cheering crowd. They didn't stop screaming and shrieking as their Prince Lin Lin and Boss Iris were assisted through the tight crowd by the security. Be gentle. Don't hurt anyone. Iris reminded her own bodyguards as several fans tried to touch and grab her. The same thing was happening to Jin Chonglin. A couple of fans were even able to slip through his bodyguard's protection to grab his neck and kiss him on the cheek. It was clear that his own bodyguards were not as strong as Iris' tough security, consisting not only of her own bodyguards, but also a combination of Jin Liwei and Lu Ziheo's well-trained subordinates. Nobody was able to slip past their protection to get to her, unless she allowed them. She liked personally interacting with her fans, shaking hands with them, sometimes even hugging them, signing autographs, taking photos with them, and receiving fan letters, flowers, and other gifts. Right now, as she and Jin Chonglin squeezed their way through the crowd, their fans were handing various presents to the two of them. I love you, Boss Iris. I don't care what others say. You're the best musician in the world for me. Yes, even better than Prince Lin Lin. A fan cried while shoving a small teddy bear and letter to Iris. Hey, I heard that. Jin Chonglin complained. The surrounding people laughed at the exchange. His army of fans didn't take offense at the fans' words, a black star. The two fandoms had developed a close relationship ever since Fan Luo's evil deeds were exposed to the public. They became even closer this season due to their Prince and Boss music collaborations and the fact that Iris Long and Jin Lin would eventually become siblings-in-law. They were basically family now, making their own fandoms feel as if they were family as well. Dom, Tang Yi, Lin Dong, and Jin Chonglin's assistant managed to meet them, joining their protected group. They didn't return to the store they were hiding at earlier before their performance. Instead, they now headed to a secure hidden hallway in the mall with a backdoor directly leading to a separate management-only parking lot outside. Their vehicles should already be waiting for them there. While they struggled to move through the great crowd, the fans kept on giving letters and gifts to Iris and Jin Chonglin. Their managers and assistants were prepared, carrying huge net bags for the gifts. Both Iris and Jin Chonglin would hand whatever they received to them. The fans who were unable to get near the group resorted to throwing the presents instead. Even the fans looking down by the railings in the upper floors were tossing the gifts they prepared, hoping to land on their Prince Lin and Boss Iris. Some of the gifts were caught, some missed. The fans who missed their throws could only sigh at their bad luck. Despite the stressful situation of being squeezed like sardines in a tight can, both Iris and Jin Chonglin still maintained big smiles on their faces as they interacted with their fans. Their managers, assistants, and bodyguards played the role of bad guys whenever a fan needed to be reprimanded or warned not to get too close. One fan caught Iris' attention. He was a skinny young man who looked to be in his early 20s, wearing a nice navy blue tuxedo suit, identifying as a black star with his outfit. She thought that he looked charming with his boyish, lopsided smile. However, there was something about him that made Iris pause. She didn't know exactly what it was. Her instinct was telling her to take note of this guy. The male fan noticed her looking at him. His smile grew wider. "I love you so much, Boss Iris," he told her. His tone caught her attention because he spoke in a calm voice, unlike the other excited, screaming fans. She was able to hear what he said with her great hearing. Even if she couldn't, she would still be able to read his lips. Then he lifted a box that had a logo of a popular bakery shop, offering it to Iris. It must be a cake. He was able to squeeze himself to the front until only the security was separating them. Iris smiled at him and received the box. "Thank you." "You're welcome," he replied, but continued to hold on to the box. ####. The current situation was that both Iris and the man were holding the cake box together because he refused to let it go immediately. Iris kept the smile on her face. It was normal for her to encounter fans like this. There were people who would want to prolong direct contact with her by refusing to let her go during handshakes, hugs, or in this case, gift-giving. As a rule, Tang Yi told her not to say no to her fans. It would be her entourage's job to play the bad guys and drive away any persistent fans who were being too touchy-feely with her, especially when the fans were males. And indeed, the bodyguard closest to her immediately blocked the man and warned him. "Away." The man finally released the box and stepped back, not resisting the bodyguard, but still continued to speak to Iris. "My name is Tian Kong. Please remember it. I'm a big fan." A faint furrow formed between her brows when she felt the weight of the box after he released it. However, she wasn't able to think much about it because Tian Kong distracted her with his words. "I've supported you ever since your first showbiz comeback. You were so amazing. I immediately became a big fan. I was one of the earliest members of the Black Stars. I bought all of your albums and merchandise. I was even able to buy one of your Orchidia Beauty facial skincare set before it sold out in 5 seconds. Thank you very much for your support, Mr. Tian Kong. I appreciate it," she told him. "I also sent you so many fan letters and gifts before, but I never got a reply from you. Sorry about that. I received so many. I'll keep you in mind when I check my fan letters next. Thank you." One of her bodyguards blocked Tian Kong even more and barked, "Move it." Tian Kong, however, bent his head to the side, completely ignoring the bodyguard in order to continue looking and speaking with Iris. She was now beginning to feel uncomfortable with this persistent fan. "You're the best musician for me, Boss Iris. You're still so young and have so many years ahead of you to experience more success. Why would you become engaged so early? I don't think it's wise to marry when you're still so young." Iris' smile disappeared, and she stepped back. Another bodyguard squeezed himself through the crowd in order to help his colleague block Tian Kong. The other Black Stars were now reprimanding him. "That's not up for you to decide. How dare you boss our boss around? You have no right. I agree with you to some degree, but mind your own business. We, the Black Stars, are always supportive of our boss Iris no matter what. If you don't support her decision to marry CEO Jin, then you're not a real Black Star. Tian Kong's expression turned dark. He glared at the fans scolding him. Iris felt touched when her other fans began defending her relationship with Jin Liwei, but still thought that the situation was getting out of hand. Everyone, please calm down. There's no need to fight with each other. Let's maintain peace and order, okay? She told them. Kaya, Boss Iris asked something of me. Yes, boss. Peace and order are now my ultimate virtues in life. Sorry, boss. We won't fight with each other anymore. The surrounding fans all nodded. It was only Tian Kong who had an expression of ridicule on his face as he watched the others obeying Iris. Her two bodyguards were able to drive him back, but right at that moment, his expression transformed into a smug one. Iris was watching him. The niggling feeling she felt earlier only became stronger with each passing second. When she saw his smug expression, alarm bells started ringing in her mind. He looked at her again and glanced at the cake box she was holding before looking away. If she wasn't observing him, she would have missed this. She raised the box close to her face and sniffed at it. At first, she could only smell the faint scent of cardboard. She couldn't smell any sweetness of cake or pastries at all. In addition to its unusual weight, she began to have a bad feeling. It was only then that her nose registered another smell. It was very faint, but it struck her like lightning. She froze and her expression turned into alarm. Her alarm turned into fear when she saw Tian Kong's hand reached inside his trouser pocket where a rectangular bulge from his phone could be seen. There was no time. Her instincts took over. Everyone duck! Then she threw the box up in the air as hard as she could. For 2 seconds, the people around her were confused. Only a few listened to her. Most watched the cake box fly in the air, wondering what Iris was playing. Tian Kong's expression turned furious when he saw what Iris did. She glared at him while grabbing both Dom and Tang Yi to the ground. Boom! A flash of fiery red and orange lit up in the air. The shockwave caused the people to drop to the ground. Everyone couldn't hear the cacophony of their own screams over the loud sound of the explosion. The mall descended into chaos, turning into a scene from hell. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. At the same time at Jin Corporation, Jin Liwei was at a meeting with his fellow executives and some key personnel when a loud siren sound started blaring inside the conference room. Everyone automatically took cover under the tables, their bodies moving on instinct from the regular emergency drills the company made them do. Rose Young moved a couple of beats slower compared to the others because she was the newest one to work in the company among the group. What's happening? Is there a fire? Shouldn't we run outside? She asked in a slightly panicked voice before looking at Jin Liwei. If there was no Su Tian blocking her way, she would have already thrown herself at Jin Liwei under the table and pretended to be afraid in order to seek comfort from him. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Jin Liwei didn't respond or even look at Rose Young. He had no interest or time for the woman, even though he also wondered what was happening. Then his phone started vibrating on top of the table. He ignored it at first, but it wouldn't stop, so he reached up and grabbed it. A bad feeling came over him when he saw the caller display. He tapped the phone and placed it on his ear. Emergency! Emergency! Mommy is in danger. A bomb exploded in the mall. A fan tried to harm Mommy and everyone present in the area. Mommy is alive but is in danger of being crushed from the sudden stampede. I repeat, this is an emergency. Rio. Jin Liwei felt like his heart stopped after hearing Ketchup's growling words. He immediately got out from under the table. There's an emergency. I have to go. I'll leave everything here to you. He instructed the COO. Su Tian, let's go. Hurry. He ran out of the room. Literally ran. Su Tian had no choice but to run as well in order to follow him. Big Brother Liwei. I mean CEO Jin, where are you going? Rose Young asked, but as usual, she was ignored. The COO, Rose Young, and the others watched the two disappear from sight. They felt confused but also curious, especially because the loud emergency alarm immediately stopped once Jin Liwei and Su Tian exited the conference room. One of younger participants of the meeting peeked outside. Huh? Everyone is acting normal outside. Did the emergency alarm only activate in this room? Others went outside the conference room and asked around, confirming that nobody heard any emergency alarm in the company except for them. Coupled with their president's unusual behavior, this incident quickly became a hot topic of discussion among them. Later, Jin Liwei was now seated inside a vehicle. Su Tian was driving him because there was no time to call for a driver. Ketchup continued to update him through the vehicle's system. "Daddy, Uncle Hao Hao is calling." "Answer it." The call connected. Something happened to little sister. Lu Ziheo's low voice was cold and devoid of any emotions, totally unlike his usual happy-go-lucky attitude. "I know. I'm on my way to her," Jin Liwei said. "I'm on my way as well." And Jin Liwei's expression was tense. He urged Su Tian to drive faster. It wasn't rush hour yet, but the road was relatively busy, making Jin Liwei wish he could fly, or better yet teleport to his baby girl as soon as possible. However, he forced himself to calm down. "Ketchup, share your reports to your Uncle Ziheo as well." "Okay, Daddy." Both Jin Liwei and Lu Ziheo felt relieved to hear that their subordinates have safely escorted Iris, Dom, and Tang Yi out of the stampede. Oh, and Jin Chonglin's group as well. Jin Liwei and Lu Ziheo almost forgot. The two weren't too concerned about him because he was some distance away from Iris' group, far away from the explosion itself. He also had his own security team protecting him. Ketchup showed her daddy and uncle a recording of the mall's surveillance video when the explosion happened. They watched it at the same time, even though both of them were in different places. They could also hear each other's voices because the call between them was still active. However, neither of them made a sound as they watched the most important woman in their lives throw what deceptively looked like a cake box up in the air as hard as she could before it exploded. If she didn't throw it, the two men didn't want to imagine what would happen to her. Both of them attempted to call Iris several times, but couldn't go through. It seemed that Iris' group was too busy heading to safety and dealing with the chaos. It was possible for Ketchup to hijack the surrounding online devices, but didn't do so because the cat AI already confirmed that her mommy was alive. More important than this, her mommy also placed a lot of restrictions on her to prevent her from speaking aloud in a crowd of non-approved strangers. All Jin Liwei and Lu Ziheo could do was to wait until someone from her group answered their calls, or when it was safe enough for Ketchup to initiate the contact. How much longer? Jin Liwei asked Su Tian in an impatient and tense tone. "We'll be there in about 15 to 20 minutes, President." "Hurry." "Yes, President." Jin Liwei was about to go crazy worrying about his baby girl. He was tempted to open his car window and shout at the other vehicles ahead of them on the road to drive faster or make way for him. All of them were driving like turtles. "Young Miss Ketchup, please alert me if any traffic enforcers are in the area because I'm going to drive faster," Su Tian requested the cat AI, knowing that his boss was feeling impatient and worried about Miss Long. "Okay, Tian. Ketchup will also disable any CCTVs in the area and the dash cams on the surrounding vehicles." "Meow." Jin Liwei nodded before continuing to talk to Lu Ziheo. It seemed that he would be the first one to meet his baby girl because his fifth brother was farther away. Then all of a sudden, Ketchup went crazy. Grrrrrrrrrr. Mri-eoo. The lightings in the vehicle blinked on and off. The horn also activated by itself, making a long, loud, and annoying beep. Su Tian cursed when the car stopped for a couple of seconds, suddenly, propelling him and Jin Liwei forward. It was a good thing that they were wearing seatbelts. Otherwise, they might have been injured. "Su Tian, what's happening?" "President, it wasn't me." The car stopped by itself. The vehicle was now moving forward, but it was obvious that something was wrong. The built-in monitor showing the live feed from the mall's surveillance video died. It wasn't only them. The other vehicles also stopped at around the same time before moving forward again. Loud horns sounded, alarming everyone in the area, most especially the drivers and the passengers inside their out-of-control vehicles. The traffic lights were also out of whack. "What's wrong?" "Ketchup, calm down." Jin Liwei scolded the cat AI, who was currently going crazy. ####. Ketchup sees blood. Mommy is bleeding. Mommy is injured. Ketchup is MAAD. Ketchup will kill that bad man. Mri-oo. Jin Liwei felt like his heart dropped to the ground after hearing what Ketchup said. His baby girl was injured. What? Injured? How did she get hurt? Both Jin Liwei and Lu Ziheo asked at the same time. They agreed with Ketchup wanting to kill that son of a bitch who dared hurt the most important woman in their lives. They continued to ask Ketchup, but the cat AI didn't respond. She was still going crazy, wreaking havoc in the online world and to the surrounding electronics. At the moment, Ketchup's silver-green eyes were turning into gold. Half of her white tail and legs were now completely black. Her mouth was snarling, like a feral wild beast. On the other end of the line, Liu Zihao became distracted. Someone seemed to be speaking to him. "Third brother, tell your youngest to calm down," he told Jin Liwei afterwards. "My subordinates just informed me that someone is recklessly hacking the police system, combing through all their records in reckless abandon while damaging important data in the process. I have a bad feeling that it's your youngest. She's losing control and attracting too much attention to herself." The police are now in chaos and on high alert. Jin Liwei had a complicated expression. So many emotions were flashing in his eyes. His usual coldness was nowhere to be seen. He was worried to death about his baby girl and wanted to prioritize getting to her as quickly as possible. He didn't want to deal with anything else, but couldn't just ignore Ketchup going out of control. Even his fifth brother was concerned. "Ketchup, calm down. Stop what you're doing. Listen to me. I'm your dad." His scolding, however, fell on deaf ears. Ketchup continued to rage. "Oh shit," Liu Zihao cursed. "What happened?" Jin Liwei asked. "Turn that damn stupid cat off. My subordinates tell me that there are now other hackers trying to catch her. Some are from the police, while some are unknown." "What?" Jin Liwei became dismayed. "Ketchup, listen to me. Stop what you're doing right now." "No, Daddy. That bad man hurt Mommy. Ketchup can't forgive him." "Mrio, can you turn her off?" Liu Zihao asked. "I can't. Only Xiaolon has full admin authority." Both Jin Liwei and Liu Zihao were also angry like Ketchup after learning that Iris was injured. They wanted to rush to where she was and see with their own eyes the extent of her injury. However, they needed to stop the raging cat AI first. The consequences of Ketchup going out of control and being exposed to others were too dangerous, especially if those with bad intentions discovered that Iris was the creator. They needed to calm the cat AI before it became too late. "Cut it out, you damn stupid cat," Liu Zihao roared in Russian. There was also a loud crash on his other end of the line, like he threw something out of anger. Taking advantage of the traffic chaos, Su Tian stepped on the gas pedal and weaved through the confused vehicles on the road. As for Jin Liwei, he was repeatedly calling the phones of everyone from Iris Group. After a few attempts, one of his subordinates finally answered his call. The call between Jin Liwei and Liu Zihao was still active, becoming a three-way call after the subordinate answered. Both of them could hear the frantic screaming, crying, and several sirens blaring in the background on the other end of the line. Jin Liwei's subordinate quickly explained that everything was extremely chaotic right now. They were still inside the mall, unable to safely exit because of the huge, panicked crowd. Fortunately, they managed to remove Iris and everyone in their group from getting crushed from the resulting stampede caused by the bomb explosion. "How is she?" Jin Liwei asked, interrupting his subordinate's explanation in impatience and worry. All he cared about was his baby girl's well-being. Liu Zihao felt the same way. He was also attempting to contact his own subordinates, but none of them was answering. Perhaps they also got injured. "The mistress is being treated by the paramedics right now, including Sir Dom, Miss Tang, and some of us." "Hold on, Master. Let me go inside to where they are right now and show you." The voice call switched to a video call. Jin Liwei and Liu Zihao saw what looked like a small, crampy, and messy office. Iris sat on a sofa with bandages wrapped around her neck. A small bandage was also taped on her jaw. At the moment, she was holding a towel over her chest because the upper part of her dress was cut up in order to allow the paramedic to treat her injuries. The pieces of the bloody dress lay on the floor next to her bruised bare feet, which had traces of blood. Her smooth, milky white shoulders were exposed. If this was under any normal circumstance, Jin Liwei would have already raged at the males in the same room as her for not averting their eyes, while his baby girl was basically half naked in front of them, with only a towel covering her upper body. However, he didn't care about that right now. His heart clenched when he saw his baby girl's perfect shoulders marred by an ugly, jagged wound about 2 to 3 inches long. It wasn't big, but not small either. A paramedic was currently cleaning the red, swollen wound. Beside Iris, Dom was also being treated. His forehead was wrapped in bandages. His torso was also naked but didn't bother covering himself with a towel, proudly showing off his thin yet lean muscled body to everyone. Most of his wounds were on his back, jagged and irregular in shapes and sizes. Another paramedic was treating him. All around them, Tang Yi and the other injured subordinates were waiting to be treated as well. There were only 2 paramedics treating their group. It might sound heartless, but Jin Liwei didn't care about the others. All he cared about was his baby girl. ####. Give the phone to your mistress. Jin Liwei instructed his subordinate. Understood, master. Moments later, Iris held the phone and started talking to Jin Liwei. She looked calm, not making any sound or expression of pain, unlike Dom, who was crying like a baby every time the paramedic touched his wounds. Love, how are you feeling? Are you okay? I'm all right. Don't worry too much, Iris replied to the worried Jin Liwei. Dom had her phone, but during the stampede, he dropped it, including his own phone and other valuables. The same thing happened to Tang Yi and some of the bodyguards. Those who still had their phones were too busy protecting her and taking her to safety. They had no time to make or answer any phone calls. Jin Liwei released a sigh of relief. However, his worry would remain heavy in his heart until he could check his baby girl with his own eyes and hands. He opened his mouth about to say something, but his 5th brother beat him to it. Where's the son of a bitch who did this? Was he caught? Lu Zihao asked, his voice sounding like the devil. Don't tell me he escaped. Iris' faint smile disappeared, replaced by a grave expression. After the explosion, when some of the people started recovering, that man, he called himself Tian Kong, was mobbed and attacked by those who saw him as the one who gave me the box, which turned out to be a bomb. I don't know where he is now or what happened to him afterwards. Both Jin Liwei and Lu Zihao looked bloodthirsty. They wanted to rip the son of a bitch into pieces. We're on our way there, love. I already contacted my helicopter. We'll leave together by air later, Jin Liwei informed her. So just wait for us and stay safe until we get there. She nodded and then informed Jin Liwei that Jin Chonglin's group got separated from them, so she had no idea where he was right now. Their conversation was interrupted by Lu Zihao. Little sister, you have to stop your damn stupid cat. She's going out of control, he said in Russian. She's wreaking havoc in the police and government systems all over the country, destroying a large amount of data. Your man and I have tried to make her stop, but that damn stupid cat refuses to listen to us. Her conspicuous and reckless actions have already attracted unwanted attention. My hacker team has detected the presence of other hackers, some from the authorities and some from unknown origins. They're trying to probe and catch her. So far, it looks like that damn cat is safe from exposure for now, but any mistakes will result in a dangerous disaster. Iris paled. Jin Liwei may have not understood what they were talking about in Russian, but seeing his baby girl's reaction, he figured out that his 5th brother must have told her about ketchup. He kept silent, allowing the 2 of them to talk. He swore that he would learn some Russian so that he wouldn't feel so out of place whenever the 2 started talking in the language. After the paramedic finished treating her injuries, Iris moved to a corner and tried contacting Ketchup. Unfortunately, the cat AI was too far gone in her insanity. Iris was unable to control and calm Ketchup down. She had no time to check on the extent of the damage caused by Ketchup or how many hackers were trying to catch her. All Iris cared about was to forcefully stop Ketchup as soon as possible to prevent any disaster from happening if the cat AI's real identity was revealed. Iris used the subordinate's phone to access Ketchup's intricate command system. The servers inside both her computer rooms at the Gold Heights penthouse and at the Dragon Palace mansion lit up and started receiving her remote commands. A gasp escaped from her lips and her eyes widened in shock when she saw Ketchup's virtual appearance. The white cat was now almost completely back with golden eyes. Only a long strip of white coat remained on its back. Iris performed a quick check on the cat AI system and became even more alarmed. Ketchup's system was mutating in a frightening rate, as if a malevolent virus had infected it and started changing the cat AI's very essence. Iris gritted her teeth and forcefully disabled the out-of-control Ketchup. Doing this would damage the cat AI. To what degree? Even Iris was unsure. However, it was better than being discovered by others who harbored bad intentions. Oh, Ketchup, what have you done? Was I wrong to create you? Iris closed her eyes, suddenly feeling exhausted by everything that happened. After a minute, She opened her eyes and called Jin Liwei. "Darling, please hurry. I need you right now," she said. "What's wrong, love?" Jin Liwei's worried voice asked. "No, I just want to hug you," she whispered. "I'll be there in 5 minutes." ####. Later that day, the bomb incident was all over the news. The tally for the number of injured was being constantly updated. There were so many people at the mall show that it was difficult to count them all, especially those who were injured. Those who were close to the explosion received the bloodiest injuries from the shrapnel shooting down on them. Iris and her group's injuries were caused by the bomb shrapnel. However, this wasn't the sole cause of injuries among the people. The stampede also caused many to get crushed. Fortunately, most of the people present at that time consisted of the Black Stars and Jin Chonglin's army of fans. They were already familiar with each other and had excellent coordination. The leaders quickly recovered and took control of their own groups, organizing everyone to escape in the safest way possible without hurting themselves or others in the process. The police were now investigating the bomb incident, treating it as a terrorist attack while gathering witness accounts of what happened. ####. From the messy information dumped on the internet by a lunatic hacker who not only invaded the various police and government systems in the country, but also destroyed large amounts of data in the process, almost causing a national crisis, the authorities were able to identify the main suspect's identity. The police worked on organizing the messy information but couldn't do so in peace because of the chaos caused by the lunatic who hacked into their system. As a result, the media ended up moving faster than them, piecing the disorganized information and uncovering the main suspect's identity. Tian Kong, 24 years old, waiter at a family restaurant. According to his medical records, he had been diagnosed with a severe form of bipolar disorder during his teens and had been on and off treatment ever since. However, it seemed that nobody was aware of his mental condition, not even his closest family or friends. He came from a regular low-income family from a rural area. After he graduated from high school, he didn't bother enrolling in university and directly entered the workforce. He was unable to hold a job for more than 2 years. Past coworkers reported that he was a nice, normal guy who did his job properly. But after a few months, he would become silent, lethargic, and antisocial all of a sudden before disappearing and not returning to work. There were some police officers present at the mall show, but they weren't enough to immediately control the stampede after the bomb explosion. The massive crowd also prevented them from arriving quickly at the area where the explosion happened. Overall, these police officers had no idea what was happening until the bomb exploded. Fortunately, an angry mob of fans had detained the suspect, Tian Kong, beating him until he was half dead. The police were able to arrest him this way. These police officers knew that they were in trouble with their superiors, especially after hearing that their big boss, the national chief of police, had stepped forward and announced that he would be leading the investigation of the case. They were the ones assigned to ensure the safety of the citizens during the mall show. Part of their job was to do a quick security check at all the mall's entrances because they already anticipated that there would be a great number of people who would attend the mall show due to the presence of famous celebrities Jin Chonglin and Iris Long. Nail clippers, tweezers, Swiss knives, lighters, alcoholic drinks, and other prohibited items were seized at these security checks. There were even temporary metal detectors installed just for that day, including a handful of police dogs. How was it possible then that this man named Tian Kong was able to smuggle in a bomb despite all of these tight security measures in place? For now, nobody knew exactly how Tian Kong accomplished this feat. It was the police's job to investigate the matter and solve the case. The bomb incident was declared a high-priority case because it might be a possible terrorist attack. This was why the police chief needed to be directly involved even without his beloved wife's urging. His wife was Madame Si Xinyue, one of Feng Wan's posh friends, all members of the Black Stars. Feng Wan and her 3 posh friends originally wanted to attend the mall show to support Iris Long, but were discouraged by Si Xinyue's husband, the chief of police, because he knew that public mall shows were less safe than official concerts. Tian Kong was arrested. Witnesses were being questioned. The police were doing their best to investigate the matter, but they were hindered by their severely damaged system caused by the insane hacker. Even though it was that son of a bitch who dumped relevant information regarding the bomb incident and the main suspect Tian Kong, the authorities still hated the bastard. They felt humiliated that their systems were not only compromised, but also became partially useless because of the severe damage and loss of data. This affected their speed and efficiency in investigating the bomb incident. So in addition to investigating the case, they were also hunting the crazy motherfucker who fucked up their systems and trying to repair all the damage he caused. Despite the inconvenience caused by their damaged systems, the police were still able to uncover more information about the main suspect, Tian Kong. They searched through his apartment that same day and found a disturbing room dedicated for the celebrity Iris Long. Her photos, magazine covers, posters, and other related printed materials related to her covered all four walls of his bedroom, including the ceiling. An altar dedicated to Iris Long stood in one corner with her albums prominently decorating it. These weren't the most disturbing contents of the room, however. A blow-up sex doll lay on a futon bed in another corner. Its face was covered by a picture of Iris Long based on the several dried stains and the unpleasant smell near the futon. It was obvious that Tian Kong often used the sex doll. One of the police officers sent to search the place almost flipped out after seeing the disgusting pervertedness. He was a secret black star. Soon after, the media this to the public, concluding that it was a major case of a crazy, obsessed fan who began to hate Iris Long and plot her death after. Learning that she wasn't single anymore, the Black Stars were all worried about their boss Iris, knowing that she was the main target and could have been killed that very day. Captain Black Star, we send all our thoughts and prayers to our dear boss Iris, our fellow Black Stars, Prince Lin Lin and his fans, and all the others who experienced the terrifying incident earlier today at the mall show. We are all worried about you. Please get well soon from your injuries. I know that there are many who got injured, but I'm glad that nobody died. I also condemn that crazy devil called Tian Kong. He's not a Black Star. I refuse to acknowledge him as one of us. He's an evil lunatic who attempted to murder our boss and our comrades. ####. The other Black Stars followed their captain's lead and condemned Tian Kong. Their comrades who were injured during the bomb explosion at the mall show and were currently being treated in hospitals felt tremendous hatred and fury against him. Tian Kong instantly became the Black Stars' #1 enemy after what he did. It wasn't only them. Jin Chonglin's army of fans also felt the same way. While these fan clubs were banding together against a common enemy and worrying about their boss and prince, a vile hate campaign was launched that night against Iris Long. So many people got hurt during the bomb explosion. This happened because of Iris Long's fan. It's Iris Long's fault. She was utterly irresponsible in performing at such an unsafe public place like the mall. Look at what happened. A crazy, obsessed fan was able to sneak in and bomb everyone. Iris Long doesn't care about her fans. That's why a fan like that Tian Kong became an obsessed lunatic. If she didn't perform at that mall show, there would have been no bombing. My sister and her classmates were injured and are in the hospital because they attended the mall show. They weren't even Iris Long's fans, but Jin Chonglin's. I'm so angry that my sister and her friends had to suffer because of that Iris Long. These vile comments infuriated the Black Stars. Even Jin Chonglin's army of fans couldn't tolerate these people's twisted logic. They all worked together with the Slippers army as their main attackers to battle against these haters. The Slippers army waited for Kitty Baby to appear, hoping that she would lead them to another victory. However, she didn't appear. Little Phoenix. Maybe Kitty Baby got grounded by her mom and dad again. She must be very naughty, or maybe her parents are just too strict. I just returned home from school, so I guess I'll lead you all instead since Kitty Baby is not here. How dare these villains say all these evil things about our boss Iris? Unforgivable. Comrades, raise your mighty slippers and prepare to attack. The online battle between the Black Stars in cooperation with some of Jin Chonglin's army of fans versus the haters blaming Iris Long for the bomb incident raged all night. It was a difficult battle. Little Phoenix was a good leader, but compared to Ketchup's lightning-quick, precise, and vicious trolling methods, she was still lacking. Even the non-troll members of the Black Stars, led by Captain Blackstar, unleashed their inner trolls because they felt furious upon reading all the unfair accusations against their boss Iris. Shut up. You're all despicable for blaming boss Iris for the bombing incident. I don't understand how you can think that way. I was on the second floor looking down on boss Iris group while they moved through the crowd at the ground floor. I saw everything that happened. If it wasn't for Boss Iris throwing the bomb up in the air, many people would have died. There might be many injured, but there are no deaths. I agree. Iris Long saved the people from becoming minced meat. If she didn't do what she did, many people would have died, including her. She saved my fellow Prince Lin's fans. So shut it. The Black Stars and some of Jin Chonglin's army of fans continued to defend Iris, insisting that she saved everyone. However, the haters just wouldn't stop in their vile hate campaign against her. Not everyone present at the mall show were Black Stars or Jin Chonglin's army of fans. There were regular shoppers and mall employees who got injured during the bomb incident. The haters in the hate campaign claimed that they were family members, friends, or acquaintances of those regular people. They might be lying, but they might also be telling the truth. The online battle only intensified as the hours passed by. For the first time ever, the Slippers army seemed to be losing. Feng Wan and her 3 friends also tried defending Iris using their online usernames Mrs. Love Phantom and JJ number 1-3 fan. However, they were posh and elegant ladies who disdained such coarse words being fired during the battle. In the end, they regretfully had to withdraw. Unable to turn the tides, Zhou Meier, Captain Blackstar, and Ming Li, Little Phoenix, contacted Wu Chun, Eat Slippers, and Ho Liang, Monkey Face. Damn it, I want to join and wave my almighty slippers together with all of you, my dear comrades. But our company's big boss made Bro and I sign an agreement not to publicly involve ourselves with the Black Stars anymore, Wu Chun said after he picked up their call. He and Ho Liang were at Planet Monkey working late. However, they couldn't concentrate knowing that their boss Iris was being unfairly blamed for the bomb incident. What? Zhou Meier was dismayed. Your big boss is so selfish. Wu Chun opened his mouth, about to say, our company's big boss is Boss Iris, but Ho Liang gave him a warning look. He shut his mouth and sweated upon realizing that he almost revealed Boss Iris' identity as the real owner and president of Planet Monkey. Iris brought her lawyer, attorney Hong Xiaoqiang, to Planet Monkey a while ago and urged them to sign an agreement preventing them from publicly involving themselves with the Black Stars. It was because many were already aware that Planet Monkey's CEO Ho Liang and CFO Wu Chun were Black Star's Monkey Face and the notorious I Eat Slippers respectively. I didn't want to do this because I don't really care about what others think, but my mentor, financial manager, and attorney Hong here all persuaded me to make you sign this agreement to protect the image of our company. Iris told them back then, while sighing deeply. Wu Chun complained, but Ho Liang nodded after a few moments of silence. Ho Liang was the first one to sign the agreement. Seeing his bro's actions, Wu Chun grudgingly signed as well. The agreement only says not to publicly involve ourselves, but it doesn't say that we can't do it anonymously, Ho Liang said. The 2 men remembered Iris smiling after he said that. ####. Earlier that day, both Ho Liang and Wu Chun were both busy working at Planet Monkey as usual when they heard the news about the bomb explosion. They became alarmed and worried after realizing that it happened at around the same time as their Boss Iris Mall show. Ho Liang immediately started hacking to gather more information about the bomb incident and to make sure that Iris was safe. However, all avenues of doing so were blocked by a lunatic hacker who was wreaking havoc, damaging the police and government online systems in the country. Who was this hacker? He became curious and wanted to probe the unknown hacker who was gutsy enough, no, crazy enough to dare invade and create chaos to the most important online systems in the country. However, he stopped himself when he sensed other hackers doing the same thing. He recognized some of them as authorized ones working for the nation's authorities. Ho Liang wasn't afraid of these white hat hackers. What made him stop were the hackers of unknown origins. He could sense that he wasn't a match for them. So although he also wanted to probe, he decided to withdraw instead for safety's sake. He was now the CEO of the fast-rising gaming company, Planet Monkey. He needed to be responsible and not bring shame to the company and its hidden boss, Iris Long. He didn't want to risk the company's reputation for his personal curiosity. Unable to hack for information, Ho Liang could only wait for news the traditional way like everyone else. To his surprise, however, the lunatic hacker dumped a huge, disorganized information on the internet about the bomb incident and the perpetrator Tian Kong. Ho Liang actually pieced together the mess more quickly than either the media and the police. He just didn't release it to the public. Knowing that Iris was alive, he and Wu Chun felt relieved. However, they still felt concerned about her. Back to the present, Wu Chun felt extremely restless while talking to Zhou Meier and Ming Li on the phone. He was about to go crazy that he couldn't lead his beloved Slippers army in battle. If they lost, he would ask his bro, Ho Liang, to find out the real identities of all those motherfuckers involved in the hate campaign against Boss Iris. Then he would buy a powerful toy cannon and shoot heavy-duty Slippers at their houses. If he couldn't troll them online because of the agreement he signed, he would troll them in real life. While Wu Chun was talking with his comrades who were valiantly fighting a fierce battle without him, asking them for updates in real time, Ho Liang was hacking in the deepest shadows of the online world. His brows were knitted and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. "How much longer, bro?" Wu Chun asked. "I think that there's a hacker protecting this hate campaign," Ho Liang muttered. "The hacker's fighting you?" "No, he's evading me." Wu Chun opened his mouth about to comment, but closed it again, deciding not to disturb his bro. He could tell by the look on Ho Liang's face that he was having a tough time. Were they going to lose like this? His mighty Slippers refused to accept it. "Big bro, we're gonna lose. I don't want this," Ming Li cried. This would be piece of cake for Draken, Ho Liang thought, unsatisfied by his level of hacking. Although Iris told him that he just needed to focus on game making, he still felt frustrated that he was having a hard time stopping the hate campaign against her. Damn it. Who are these people? He didn't want to give up, but couldn't help the growing sense of despair as he failed again and again. Then suddenly a fierce wave of attacks from all directions completely annihilated the entire hate campaign. The hate comments popping up every second were all deleted, as if they didn't exist in the first place. It also seemed that new hate comments were being prevented from being posted. Zhou Meier and Ming Li immediately reported what happened to Wu Chun. "Bro, you did it. As expected of the great monkey face." Wu Chun praised. "It wasn't me," Ho Liang whispered in shock and confusion. "Huh? What do you mean? If it wasn't you, then who did it?" "Oh, maybe we have unknown comrades in the Black Stars who are also hackers." Ho Liang frowned, thinking of the possibility. Ding. He received a message. "A friend of Draken is a friend of ours. Keeman SDR will take over for now. Sean." The message deleted by itself. Ho Liang's frown deepened. "Sean? Who is he? Not only does he know that I'm Keeman SDR, but he also knows that Draken and I know each other. This Sean helped out now, but is he really a friend?" Although the hate campaign against Iris was stopped, resulting in a big celebration among the Black Stars, its subunit the Slippers Army and their allies, Ho Liang didn't feel comfortable that there was an unknown hacker helping them. This Sean popped out of nowhere that Ho Liang couldn't feel at ease. He could sense that Sean had better hacking skills than him. Maybe it's Kitty Baby? No. He shook his head. There are no meows. And besides, the kid should be spending time with her mother right now, especially after the bomb incident. He remembered that Iris and Jin Liwei admitted to him that they had an adopted daughter who was being groomed to follow the steps of her mother, the great hacker Draken. "Who are you, Sean? Are you a friend or foe?" Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. The helicopter landed on the massive backyard of the property. Jin Liwei carried his baby girl and climbed out of the helicopter, followed by Dom, Lu Zihao, and a couple of their subordinates. Their other subordinates traveled by car and would drop off Tang Yi to her home. It was cold and drizzling that night. The waiting subordinates opened several umbrellas and led the group to the nearest back door of the mansion. There were 2 designated helipads in the property, one at the front and one at the back, but they were too far away for Jin Liwei's liking. He wanted to bring his baby girl inside their warm home as soon as possible, so he instructed for the helicopter to land just a few meters away from the mansion. Iris was sleeping deeply in the arms of Jin Liwei. She had a long day. The combination of exhaustion, painkillers, and everything that happened at the mall knocked her out into a dreamless slumber during the helicopter ride home. Jin Liwei and Lu Zihao's expressions were grim as they walked inside the mansion. The butler and other household staff bowed, the concern for their mistress obvious in their eyes. Even the usually talkative Dom, who always tried to lighten the atmosphere, stayed silent. He was still in shock, unable to understand how another human being could give his boss a bomb, wanting to kill her and other innocent people. It was already late in the evening. A few hours ago, Jin Liwei and Su Tian finally arrived at the mall and met with Iris Group. Jin Liwei barely had any time to express his concern for his baby girl when the police found them, wanting to question Iris and the others. Jin Liwei wanted to bring his baby girl to the hospital first for a comprehensive checkup, but the police insisted that the questioning couldn't wait because the bomb incident was declared a high-priority case. The police's main question was how Iris knew that the cake box contained a bomb. "I didn't know," Iris told them. "Then why did you throw the box in the air?" "I just followed my intuition." The police officers looked a little skeptical at first, but continued listening to her. "The way the man kept on looking at me made me uncomfortable. I felt that something wasn't right. And also the weight of the box felt wrong. I receive a lot of cakes and pastries as presents from fans, so I know how to discern if what I'm holding is a cake or not. I don't know how to explain it, but I guess it's all thanks to my intuition. As they say, women's intuition is frighteningly accurate sometimes. So I just tossed the box as far away as I could. I was also shocked that it turned out to be a bomb. I had no idea." Her grave and sincere tone, in addition to her beautiful face and the bandages covering her jaw, neck, and shoulder, somewhat persuaded the police and prompted them not to question her too hard. They knew that Tian Kong was an obsessed fan of hers and specifically handed her the cake box. It was obvious that his main target was to kill her. Iris Long was the main victim of this bomb incident. Most importantly, the police considered her as the heroine who saved a lot of innocent lives from being killed. If she didn't throw the box up in the air, it would have been a huge tragedy. The police believed her. After all, how could a pampered young woman who was also a popular celebrity, a young miss of a wealthy family, and the fiancée of Gene Corporation's president CEO know anything about bombs? She must be telling the truth. Dom, Tang Yi, and the bodyguards were also questioned. Their statements all matched, cementing the police's judgment that Iris was telling the truth. Everyone was relieved when the police officers left. When they were gone, Lu Zihao walked out of a corner in the hallway. His hearing might not be as great as his sister's, but it was still extraordinary compared to normal people. He arrived while the police were questioning his sister's group. Since he was allergic to the police, he didn't enter the room and hid behind a wall at a corner instead, eavesdropping on the conversations inside. He knew that his sister was not telling the entire truth during her statement to the police. Yes, he also believed that her intuition told her that the box contained something dangerous. However, he knew that it wasn't the sole reason why she threw it up in the air. Memories of their past life flashed inside his mind. He remembered a child Evelina being lectured by their mother because she was resisting the lessons their mother was forcing on her. One of the lessons included a bomb-sniffing training. Security bodies all around the world employed sniffer dogs to search for explosives, bombs, and other contrabands, but the Vetrov organization trained humans instead. He and his little sister also had to go through this bomb-sniffing training as part of their education, but both of them weren't talented in this area. Despite this, they could still easily identify the most common explosives through their sense of smell due to the training, even though they weren't as skilled compared to the elite human contraband sniffers in their organization. Lu Zihao walked inside the cramped mall office and saw his sister being cradled in the arms of Jin Liwei. Although her outer shell was now different, she was still his beloved little sister. His hands clenched into tight fists, resisting the urge to punch Jin Liwei in the face. A silent hump sounded inside him, but he ignored it. Back to the present, Jin Liwei carried Iris and headed to their bedroom suite. Lu Zihao followed them. Dom headed to his own room. Ice cream and popcorn were meowing loudly, their concerned eyes not, leaving their sleeping mommy as they trotted beside their daddy's feet. Lu Zihao watched as Jin Liwei laid his little sister gently on their bed and covered her with the duvet. The two cats jumped on the bed and curled beside her. Jin Liwei kissed her forehead, her closed eyes, the tip of her nose, and finally her lips. His kisses were feather-light, as if Jin Liwei was afraid of hurting her. Jin Liwei stroked her hair, while various emotions flashed in his eyes. Watching the scene, Lu Zihao could see how much the man loved his sister and felt reassured that Jin Liwei would always prioritize her no matter what. He watched Jin Liwei trying to control the myriad emotions from overwhelming him, breaking his usual cold expression. Hashtag. Jin Liwei looked at his baby girl's sleeping face. His heart clenched at the sight of the bandages on her jaw, neck, and shoulder. He had also seen the scratches and bruises all over her body during her hospital checkup earlier. How he wished he could take away all of her pain and suffer them in her stead. I almost lost her. The thought almost paralyzed him with fear. If she didn't throw the box, she would have been. He gritted his teeth, forcefully destroying the frightening image in his mind. If he ever lost her in such a tragic manner, he would make sure to punish all the motherfuckers who took her away from him. After avenging her, he would follow her without any second thoughts. Now that he was experiencing the joys of finding one's mate, life would be meaningless without her. Hatred and desire for revenge were starting to take root inside of him. He wanted to beat the life out of that bastard. What was the motherfucker's name? Tian Kong. How dare he try to murder his baby girl? Anyone who dared to harm Jin Liwei's woman, future wife, and the mother of his children deserved the worst punishment in the world. Meow. Popcorn nudged his daddy's arm with his head. The striped ginger cat could sense his daddy's murderous intent, scaring him a little. Ice Cream squeezed herself closer to her sleeping mommy while staring at her daddy with caution. Jin Liwei took a few deep breaths to control his raging emotions. He gave his sleeping baby girl another light kiss on the lips before standing up. Then he petted the two cats. Ice Cream, Popcorn, take care of your mom. The two cats mewed their promise, purring and transferring their body heat to their mommy. Jin Liwei and Lu Zihao quietly left the bedroom suite and met with their subordinates. They listened to the latest reports and gave out new commands. This was when Jin Liwei heard about the online hate campaign against Iris, which blamed her and tossed the responsibility on her head for all the people injured during the bomb incident. He instantly became furious. How dare they? If it wasn't for Xiaolon, many people would have died. She saved them, and now they're blaming her. Idiots. Lu Zihao was already aware of the hate campaign. His hacker team had been monitoring it as soon as they detected it. Jin Liwei was unaware because it was usually either Su Tian or Ketchup who monitored anything related to his baby girl online. However, both had missed it today. Su Tian drove Jin Liwei to the mall and then returned to Jin Corporation afterwards. As for Ketchup, Iris had disabled her because of the ruckus she made earlier to the police and government systems. Don't worry about it, third brother. I already instructed my subordinates to take care of it, Lu Zihao told Jin Liwei. One of his subordinates stepped forward and reported, Boss Hao, the hate campaign has just been taken care of by our team. A little later than I expected, but good, Lu Zihao replied, nodding. Jin Liwei still looked furious, but began to calm down after hearing that his fifth brother had already taken care of the hate campaign. He hadn't seen the actual comments in the hate campaign, but if his fifth brother stepped forward to take care of it, then it must have been serious. Just imagining all those vile motherfuckers blaming his baby girl for the bomb incident made him gnash his teeth and want to beat them all up with his own fists. Thanks, he said. Lu Zihao nodded. Then he turned to his subordinate. Have we found out who's behind the hate campaign? Not yet, Boss Hao. What do you mean by not yet? Both Lu Zihao and Jin Liwei frowned while waiting for the subordinate's answer. Boss Hao, we suspect that the people behind the hate campaign against Miss Xiaolon are not simple anti-fans by how quickly the comments spread online right after the bomb incident. It was too deliberate and unnatural. The fact that we're still unable to uncover any identities despite our whole hacker team working on it makes us believe that there's an even more skilled hacker behind the hate campaign. Lu Zihao and Jin Liwei's frowns deepened. Even more skilled than Draken? Lu Zihao had full trust in his sister's hacking skills, but he still asked this question just for the heck of it. Of course not, boss. What I meant was more skilled than our team, but nowhere near the great Draken. Lu Zihao nodded. Pride flashed in his eyes, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared. His face reverted to an impassive expression. Jin Liwei also felt proud, but he hid the emotion behind his usual coldness. He kept quiet, choosing instead to listen to his fifth brother speak to his subordinates. Although they hadn't talked about it, he suspected that his fifth brother already knew Iris' real identity as Draken. He wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, given the close sibling relationship between his baby girl and his fifth brother. However, he wasn't sure if his fifth brother's subordinates were aware of it. He wished that they didn't know because he couldn't fully trust them with the truth. Even Jin Liwei's own men didn't know that their mistress was the great hacker Draken. Although he believed in the loyalty of his men, he still didn't want to risk exposing the truth to them. especially if there was a chance that it would endanger his baby girl's safety. Boss Hao, if I may make a suggestion, go ahead. Exposing the identities of the people behind the hate campaign should be a piece of cake to Draken. If we ask, no. Both Jin Liwei and Lu Zihao outright rejected the subordinate's idea even before they heard it. They looked at each other before glaring at the subordinate. There is no need to bother Draken at this time. Let our hacker team deal with the hate campaign for now, Lu Zihao said. Understood, Boss Hao. ####. Jin Liwei and Lu Zihao didn't need to explain themselves out loud as to why they reacted so strongly against the idea of asking Draken to dig up the identities of the people behind the hate campaign. Iris was currently injured. They wished for her to focus on healing and resting. There was no way that they would dump this matter on her, especially if they believed that they could handle it themselves. But if she learned about it on her own, they wouldn't stop her from taking action as long as it wouldn't interfere with her recovery. The two men looked and nodded at each other in silent understanding. Their subordinates continued reporting to both of them. There was no distinction between Jin Liwei and Lu Zihao's groups at the moment. It was as if all of them were one army reporting to and obeying two commanders. Then they were interrupted by a maid informing them that some guests had arrived. Jin Liwei excused himself to greet the new arrivals. His own men followed him. Lu Zihao and his subordinates were left in the room. Leave the hate campaign to our hacker team for now. Prioritize investigating the bomb incident and that goddamn shithead Tian Kong. Don't hurt him. Not yet. I want to meet him in person. I'll decide what to do with him then, Lu Zihao instructed. Understood, Boss Hao. Lu Zihao nodded and stood up. A sinister smile lifted the corner of his lips. You want to kill my sister? Heh. The smile disappeared, replaced by a heavy and dense murderous aura. His subordinates' hearts shook. They steeled and forced themselves to endure their boss' overwhelming bloodthirst. Even though every single one of them reeked of danger themselves, they still had no way of comparing to their boss Hao. To them, he was the most dangerous person that they had ever met in their whole lives. No, he wasn't just a mere dangerous person. He was the devil incarnate. Behind his handsome smile lay a cold-blooded malevolence that could crush and exterminate lives without batting an eye. It was only Miss Xiaolan who had the key to open his dark heart. At least, for now. They masked their sighs of relief when their boss retracted his intense murderous aura. His usual roguishly devilish smile returned. Let's go, he said, standing up and leaving the room. All of them followed him. He was their leader, their teacher, their savior, and their executioner if they ever made the mistake of betraying him or Miss Xiaolan. #####. The guests who arrived were Grandpa Lu, Grandma Li, and Huang Yuyan. They dragged Jin Chonglin with them, dumping him at the mansion because they reasoned that Dragon Palace Home No. 10 was the safest residential property in the country. Jin Chonglin headed straight to the Jin family's old house after the police questioned him at the mall. His own home was currently surrounded by paparazzi and reporters who wanted to interview him about the bomb incident. Moments later, a crying Wei Lan also arrived, accompanied by Clover and Yi Mei. Gold Heights condo building was also surrounded by paparazzi and reporters who wanted to interview Iris. They didn't know that she had been living with Jin Liwei at Dragon Palace Home No. 10. Where's my daughter? Ooh, where's my baby? Is she okay? Where is she? Wei Lan cried, clutching the butler's lapels and shaking him. Even the usually composed old housekeeper, Yi Mei, was teary. Clover was also crying. Fortunately, they weren't creating a big ruckus unlike Wei Lan, who was almost stripping the butler naked by how hard she was pulling the poor man's suit. The butler looked helpless but managed to maintain his composure, allowing Wei Lan to shake him like a rattle while reassuring her and everyone else that the mistress had arrived safely and was now sleeping. I want to see my daughter. Where is she? Show me the way away. Zyla Leon, mother's here. Oh, my poor Bea Bibi. Madam, I'm afraid that it's not convenient for you to meet the mistress right now. The master instructed us not to allow anyone to disturb her while she's sleeping, the butler explained. Huang Yuyan stepped forward and wrapped her arm around Wei Lan's shoulders. As a fellow mother, I know how terrified and worried you must be feeling. All of us also feel the same way about dear Xiaolan. Please calm down and let's wait for my son to explain to us what really happened. All right. Wei Lan sniffed and dabbed her tears with a silk handkerchief. Her waterproof makeup was still immaculate despite crying so hard. She nodded before hugging Huang Yuyan. Jiang Yingyu appeared after hearing that they had arrived. She welcomed them on behalf of Jin Liwei, who was still on his way. She left little Jun with a maid. He was already asleep, unaware that his mama almost died earlier that day. Afterwards, Long Tingfei, Yang Jiahui, and Mimi also arrived, followed by Long Jinjing and Chen Fei. Wei Lan started crying again as soon as she saw them. This was her way of showing Long Tingfei and his third wife that she was more concerned about their daughter Iris. Huang Yuyan continued comforting her. Jiang Yingyu was about to lead everyone to the living area when a booming voice interrupted them, forcing them to listen to him. Huh? Did Liwei my boy and Xiaolan my girl get another cat? Everyone looked at where Grandpa Lu was pointing at. It was a large portrait hanging at the top of the twin grand staircases. Before, it showed Iris and Jin Liwei with their two cats, ice cream and popcorn. All of them had seen that portrait before. However, the portrait had been changed. It now showed Iris and Jin Liwei with ice cream and popcorn and an additional white cat. The new addition looked adorable, smiling cheekily, like it was planning to do something naughty. Where's the third one? When did Liwei my boy and Xiaolan my girl get another cat? I want to know. In their minds, they also wanted to know. Grandpa Lu's booming questions about the new white cat lightened the atmosphere and temporarily diverted everyone's attention from their worry about Iris' safety and well-being. Sir, that's Ketchup. She's ice cream and popcorn's new cat sister. Jiang Yingyu answered him. Jin Chonglin began muttering under his breath. Huh, ice cream and popcorn. Now it's Ketchup. What the hell is with that woman's naming sense? Now I feel nervous about what she's going to name her kids with my brother in the future. I don't want a niece named Tofu or a nephew called Steamed Bun. The others cringed after hearing Tofu and Steamed Bun, except for Grandpa Lu, who threw his head back and guffawed. His booming laughter echoed in the grand foyer. Like Jin Chonglin, the others also worried about what Iris and Jin Liwei were going to name their future children. They prayed that it wouldn't be Tofu or Steamed Bun or any other food names for that matter. So where's this Ketchup then? I want to meet her. Also, where are the other cats? They haven't greeted their beloved great-grandpa yet. Sir, Ketchup is, she's, shy around people. She likes to hide all the time. She must be hiding somewhere, I think, Jiang Yingyu explained in an awkward tone. Or maybe she's with ice cream and popcorn in Xiaolan's room. I see. Liwei my boy and Xiaolan my girl got a timid one this time, huh? TSK. The ones who knew that Ketchup was a talkative and naughty cat AI could only blink in discomfort. Ketchup was timid? That was an adjective least suitable to describe the cat. Jiang Yingyu used the break in the conversation to lead everyone to the living area where the butler and a maid served them calming tea and light biscuits. Dom appeared at this time, coming out of his bedroom after hearing about their arrival. After a dramatic reunion with his sister Clover and the other members of the girls' squad, he began telling everyone about everything that happened. Despite his injuries, he was very energetic in reenacting the scenes, complete with exaggerated expressions and gestures, and of course, self-made sound effects. Boss threw the cake box up in the air like a professional baseball player. It went up so high to about the same level of the second floor, and then she grabbed me and Big Sissy to the floor. He actually threw himself to the floor. And then boom. The bomb exploded, and I can't remember all the things that happened after that, because I was so shocked and scared. Then his face suddenly contorted in pain. Ayaya. My back. Oh, my back. It hurts. Woo. Big bro. Clover helped him from the floor and peeked at the injuries on his back underneath his shirt. Don't move too much, you careless child. Ime scolded him, but there was worry in the old housekeeper's eyes. She also checked his injuries. Jin Liwei arrived while Dom was taking a break from his dramatic reenactment. Everyone asked him about Iris. A flash of worry broke his usual cold and hard expression. Xiaolan has a lot of injuries all over her body, but nothing life-threatening. She's sleeping right now, and I don't want her to be disturbed. I want her to get plenty of rest and focus on recovering. He told everyone in a firm tone, knowing that they all wanted to see her, especially Wei Lan, who started crying again in the arms of his mother. Hearing about Iris' injuries, all of them were concerned about her. On one hand, they felt relieved that she was alive. On the other hand, They were all shaken after learning that Iris was the central target of a bomb attack from a crazy, obsessed fan. It was no wonder that Jin Liwei was being extra protective of her right now and didn't want anyone to disturb her. Yes, dear Xiaolon should focus on healing from her injuries, Grandma Li agreed. It's already very late, anyway. We'll talk to her tomorrow instead. Jin Liwei nodded at his grandmother before addressing everyone. Talk to my butler if you wish to sleep over here tonight. He'll arrange your accommodations. If you'll excuse me, I need to be with Xiaolon right now. I don't want to leave her for too long. Big bro, wait. Jin Chonglin called. Jin Liwei turned to look at him. I want to stay here for a few days. Can I? Jin Liwei raised an eyebrow. Huang Yian spoke up. Son, let your brother stay here for now, all right? Even though he didn't suffer any major injuries like Xiaolon, he's still involved in the incident today. The media are already starting to hound him. It's safer for him to be here in your place. Jin Liwei didn't answer right away. The others waited in silence for his decision. When he finally answered, everyone could hear the reluctance in his voice. Fine, but don't disturb your sister-in-law too much while she's recovering, or I'll kick you out. With that, he left. Jin Chonglin couldn't help but sulk a little. Huang Yuan only shook her head, a helpless smile on her face, at her eldest son's attitude towards her youngest son. Bah! The corners of Jin Chonglin's lips turned down even more when Grandpa Lu started laughing in his booming voice. The old man was laughing at him. His family was so mean, especially his older brother. Although his brother had never been warm and outwardly affectionate to him, Jin Liwei was never this sharp-tongued before. Ever since his brother became engaged to Iris Long, Jin Chonglin felt like he was just an afterthought to his brother. If I was him, I think I'll also be the same way and start treating other people except for her as an afterthought, he thought, sighing. Despite understanding his brother, he still couldn't stop himself from inwardly grumbling at Jin Liwei's poor attitude towards him. We're flesh and blood brothers, you know. He also felt traumatized by the bomb incident, even though he didn't have bloody injuries like Iris, Dom, and the others in their group. He only suffered some scratches and bruises from the resulting stampede. Nevertheless, he thought that he still deserved some tender, loving care from his family. He also had his fair share of obsessed fans and even stalkers in the past, but this was the first time that he experienced something as terrifying as this. A bomb. Who wouldn't be traumatized? Just remembering it caused him to shudder. In addition to Grandpa Lu's boisterous laughter, to which Grandma Li was already scolding the old man, snickers could also be heard from the girl squad. Jin Chonglin turned to glare at them, looking at Chen Fei first because he was expecting that the annoyingly bossy woman would be the one laughing at him the most. Contrary to his expectation, however, Chen Fei had a solemn expression on her face as she looked him. It was actually just Mimi, Dom, and Clover who were snickering at him. Long Jinjing was too nice to laugh at anyone. Jin Chonglin and Chen Fei stared at each other. He felt a little surprised that she wasn't laughing at him like her friends. Was that concern in her eyes? Concern for him? The corners of his lips curved upward. Hashtag. Jin Chonglin flashed Chen Fei his iconic killer smile. A desire to tease the bossy woman made him toss aside his earlier self-pity. Chen Fei scowled as soon as she saw him smiling at her. She glared at him and turned her head to the side to avoid looking at his annoying smile. The snickers of her friends grew louder. She knew that they were now laughing at her. The rascals. If she wasn't friends with Mimi, Dom, and Clover, she would have already smacked their butts. She didn't notice that her face and neck had turned red. All she felt was a bellyful of irritation. That indecisive diva man. What is he smiling at me for? Did he go bonkers from the bomb incident? I was just concerned that he might be traumatized after what happened and affect the progress of his men's skincare and perfume lines. I shouldn't have worried about him. Just wasted my precious energy and goodwill. Humph. Jin Chonglin's smile grew wider when he saw Chen Fei's irritated expression. It was making him want to tease her more. However, he controlled himself because his family was present. He didn't want them to misunderstand. What if they started matchmaking him to that bossy woman? He inwardly shuddered. Living with such a bossy woman who didn't think much of his superstar status would be a nightmare for him. She would probably control his entire life once they were married. Huh? What the hell are you thinking, Jin Chonglin? Get a hold of yourself. Why are you imagining yourself married to that bossy woman? You don't even like her, he scolded himself. His killer smile turned into a surly pout at the sudden direction of his thoughts. Once again, he envied his older brother for finding a treasure of a woman like Iris Long. If he were faster and more decisive back then, perhaps Iris would have been his. He forcefully tamped down this thought as soon as it appeared. Jin Chonglin and Chun Fei thought that nobody noticed their silent quarrel. Well, except for the girl squad. The elders continued talking to each other. Unbeknown to them, a certain old man and old lady noticed. The old man's eyes glinted with mischief. The old lady beside him glared at him, warning him not to interfere in her grandson's love life. As for Huang Yuyan, she was too busy comforting Wei Lan, who once again set off her theatrics. Wei Lan was trying to drown out the presence of her ex-husband and his third wife. She had bad feelings about them, but didn't want to create a commotion in front of her future in-laws. I'm such a magnanimous viscountess. Just before midnight, Long Tingfei and Yang Jiahui left. They planned on visiting again tomorrow to see Iris. The others decided to sleep over at the mansion. The night ended with many troubled hearts. Everyone at the mansion hadn't come to terms yet that they almost lost Iris that day. It was a frightening experience, something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. The first thing that Iris heard as she slowly awakened was the gentle sound of flowing water from the wall-mounted waterfall fountain. Next were the comforting sounds of two cats purring behind her. She could feel one source of fluffy heat against her back, while the other one was pressed against her thighs. As her consciousness became clearer, she could also hear a strong, steady heartbeat against her cheek. All of these sounds comforted her, making her feel safe and warm. She was lying on her side, embraced by a warm and hard body. She could feel the steady rise and fall of a hard chest in front of her and the soft breathing on top of her head. Her body subconsciously pressed closer to her man. Then she inhaled the familiar masculine scent that she loved so much. A gentle touch stroked her hair, and a gentle kiss touched her head. Iris sighed in contentment, wanting to stay like this for longer, but the injuries on her body started stinging, aching and throbbing until she could no longer ignore them. Her eyes fluttered open. "Good morning, love." Jin Liwei's low and husky voice greeted her. "MMN. Morning, darling." She looked up and saw his handsome face. For some reason, the pain that she was feeling in her body lessened when she looked at him. Meow. Ice Cream poked her head from behind her and patted her cheek with her fluffy gray paw. Meow meow. Popcorn was also awakened and jumped between his parents. "Popcorn, be gentle. Your mom is injured." Jin Liwei scolded the hyperactive cat. Iris smiled. The couple greeted the cats and petted them. "Ketchup, what's the time?" Iris asked. No answer. Then she remembered what happened yesterday, and her smile disappeared. She felt her chest tighten. Her eyes closed. "Ketchup." Iris pressed her face against Jin Liwei's chest, as she tried to calm herself while remembering that Ketchup had been damaged yesterday from going out of control. She was forced to disable the cat AI as a result. Jin Liwei hugged her closer, careful not to touch and hurt her injuries. Ice Cream and Popcorn seemed to sense that their mommy wasn't feeling good, so they didn't disturb their parents. Even though the two cats felt hungry and needed to go to the bathroom, they kept quiet and purred loudly, trying to comfort their mommy. Iris opened her eyes and tried to sit up. "I need to examine Ketchup. I need to fix her. I need love, not now. Please rest and heal first, okay?" "But Ketchup is..." "Please," Jin Liwei implored, looking straight into the eyes. She wanted to argue and insist on checking Ketchup's systems, but seeing his concern for her, she could only restrain herself for now. A heavy sigh escaped from her lips before she nodded, reluctantly agreeing with him. He dipped his head down and gave a gentle kiss on her lips. "You're the most important to me. Always remember that." "I thought I lost you yesterday," he said, his voice a little choked. Sensing her man's pain and fear of losing her, Iris' unhappiness of being stopped from checking and fixing Ketchup evaporated. Her full attention was now on Jin Liwei. She could understand how he must be feeling, that if their situations were reversed, she would also feel the same way as him. "I'm sorry that you had to experience something dangerous and scary like that yesterday," he told her. "I wish I was there to personally protect you, not allowing you to suffer even just one bruise on your body. I wish that I could take away all of your injuries and pain. I don't want you to suffer anything." A smile softened her expression. She caressed his cheek. There was mutual tenderness in how they looked in each other's eyes. Don't apologize. What happened yesterday was not your fault, she replied. I know that you love me and want to protect me. In fact, I'm now thankful that you and Big Brother insisted on providing me with a large security team. If it weren't for both of your subordinates, I might have been more gravely injured. So thank you. This is natural. It's what I should do for the woman I love. The couple continued staring into each other's eyes, kissing gently and then smiling. Stare, kiss, smile. They repeated these actions until they were interrupted by their two cats who couldn't endure their hunger and full bladders any longer. Meow. Ice Cream's expression looked pitiful. She really tried hard to wait and endure for the sake of her mommy, but couldn't anymore. The call of nature was something that was difficult to ignore. Meow. 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 Popcorn had already jumped down the bed and walked around restlessly in circles in front of the door. Jin Liwei sighed while Iris chuckled. All right, I understand. I'll let you out now, Jin Liwei told them, as he gently disentangled himself from his baby girl. He froze when he saw her wince. Sorry, love. Did I hurt you? I'm fine. Go on and let the cats out. I don't want them having an accident inside our room. He nodded and got up, careful of his movements so as not to hurt her. The cats followed him as he led them all the way out of the suite. Fortunately, Ice Cream and Popcorn already knew where to go to do their business without Jin Liwei needing to accompany them. Iris was on her way to the bathroom when he returned to their bedroom after letting the cats out. He hurried to her and supported her, alarm and worry in his expression. I can walk perfectly fine, you know, she told him. He didn't reply, still continuing to support her to the bathroom. She was helpless at his overprotectiveness but didn't argue. In fact, she liked it. She felt warm and loved by him, so she allowed him to do what he wanted. It was his way of easing his worry for her. Besides, she didn't have the energy to deny him. Her entire body ached and felt stiff. The wound on her jaw was stinging while the major injuries on her neck and shoulder throbbed, spreading the pain to the surrounding parts of her body. Jin Liwei saw her discomfort even if she tried to hide it from him. There was a little furrow between her brows, hinting that she was enduring some kind of pain. It pained him so much to see her suffering like this, especially since she was doing her best not to show it. Then hatred for Tian Kong flooded him. His baby girl was in pain because of that motherfucker. He would never be at peace if he didn't make the bastard pay for attempting to kill his woman. Iris sensed his sudden fury and instinctively knew to whom he wanted to direct it to. She also felt the same way. That Tian Kong who claimed to be her fan needed to pay. It wasn't only her who was hurt, but also many of her true loyal fans, some of Jin Chonglin's fans, and also a few innocent bystanders. However, she didn't want that bomber and attempted murderer to ruin this moment between the two of them. Both of them had been extremely busy ever since they returned to the country from France that their time spent together were limited. She patted his cheek to get his attention. He tossed the son of a bitch out of his mind to focus on his baby girl's needs. Both of them brushed their teeths and did their business. Afterwards, Jin Liwei washed her body with a damp cloth. Then he cleaned her wounds and changed her bandages. His expression hardened and turned colder seeing all the bruises, scratches, and the swollen wounds on her body. He listened like an attentive student when the doctor showed him how to treat and bandage her wounds yesterday at the hospital. It was obvious that he wasn't used to it because his movements were a bit clumsy. However, he was gentle, careful, and tender, so Iris swallowed her suggestion of asking someone more experienced among the household staff to dress her wounds. She didn't want to deprive him of his desire to take care of her. He treated her like the most precious treasure in the world, making her feel all mushy inside. While he was dressing her wounds, her hands subconsciously began caressing his nape and arm. Her wounds hurt and her body ached, but every time he touched her, she could feel a blaze of heat and a zap of electricity on her skin. It made her forget about the aches and pain in her body. Her breathing quickened and a familiar ball of desire slowly formed and tightened in her lower abdomen. Jin Liwei immediately sensed the change in his baby girl. His eyes were on the same level as her naked breasts, so he saw how her nipples hardened. The rapid rise and fall of her chest was also unmistakable, making her enticing breasts all the more mouth-watering. He looked up and saw that her eyes had gone cloudy and half-lidded with desire. His body reacted in an instant. Blood rushed downwards. He felt something stirring between his legs. ####. For a moment, Jin Liwei was at a loss of what to do. He had already been half-hard when he helped her remove her clothes earlier. However, he wasn't such a beast as to lose his rationality when his baby girl wasn't in tip-top condition. His concern for her trumped his desire. That was until he noticed her excited reactions to his innocent touches. When he looked up and saw her heavy-lidded eyes filled with desire for him, his own desire for her rushed downwards like a raging tsunami. He was so hard that it felt like his erection would burst out of his pajama pants any second. If this was under any normal circumstance, he would have already grabbed her and eaten her right there and then. However, the sight of her wounded body was like a splash of cold water on his animalistic instincts, helping him regain his senses. Jin Liwei swallowed the saliva pooling inside his mouth and forced his eyes away from her luscious breasts. It was difficult to restrain himself, but he knew that he would never forgive himself if he ended up hurting her just because of his inability to control his urges. The hand caressing his nape moved to his shoulder and down his chest. Despite wearing a shirt, he could clearly feel the burning trail of her touch on his skin down to his hard abs. Down, down, down too. He caught her naughty hand before she could touch his hard-on, knowing that he might not be able to continue controlling himself if she touched that hot spot. Liwei. Her voice was like a siren's call, enchanting him to lose his mind and do all of her bidding. He was already starting to pant as an internal battle between his instinct and rationality raged inside him. Darling. She pressed herself against him and wrapped her other arm around his waist while he still held her other hand. Her flat stomach rubbed against his erection, eliciting a groan from him. Love, not today, he told her with much difficulty. Her expression turned sullen. You're injured. I don't want to hurt you. Although disappointed, she understood his reason for rejecting her seduction. She didn't plan on seducing him either. Her entire body ached and her wounds hurt. However, she couldn't stop herself from reacting to his touches. Her body had already been conditioned to crave him. She sighed and nodded while straightening her body to put some distance between them. She took a few deep breaths to control her desire. He was also doing the same thing. Later, goosebumps appeared on her skin. She rubbed them and shivered a bit. Shit, I'm sorry. I'm too careless. Jin Liwei cursed at himself before grabbing her fluffy bathrobe and covering her body. Then he carried her to their walk-in closet to help dress her. After she was all dressed up, he even combed her hair. She tried stopping him, saying that she could do it on her own, but he insisted. Not wanting to argue with him, she allowed him to take care of her. She still wore a slightly sullen and disappointed expression because the fire of desire within her had not been quenched. Seeing her expression, it was his turn to sigh. He also didn't want to disappoint her, but he would rather choose this than accidentally hurt her and aggravate her injuries. She never complained about pain even once, but her little winces here and there didn't escape his eyes. His heart would clench whenever he saw her wincing in pain and then pretending that she was all right. He wrapped her in his arms, careful not to hurt her. Her arms also wrapped around his waist. He stroked her hair and exposed her ear before leaning down to kiss it. A pleased smile lifted the corner of his lips when he felt her shiver from his feather-light kiss. Not today, but don't worry, love. Once you recover from your injuries, I'll make you scream all night long, he whispered to her ear. Her hands gripped the back of his shirt. He could sense her excitement. She looked up at him. Only all night long. His smile turned into a smirk. All day long. All week long. However long you want. She also began smiling, her naughty hands rubbing up and down his back. MMN. Promise. N. Promise. Her smile became brighter, dazzling him for a few seconds. So hurry up and get better, he told her after recovering a bit from being bedazzled. Okay. I can't make love with her, but I can still kiss her, right? He didn't want to waste too much time thinking about it, so he went ahead and did it. His head dipped down and caught her sweet lips, gently nipping, licking and sucking. It made both of them breathless and desiring for more, but he stopped before both of them could lose control. I'll call for breakfast, he announced after the kiss. Second brother will be dropping by later after his hospital duty to take a look at you. There's no need to leave our suite today. You should focus on getting better. She nodded. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Our families and friends have slept over. They arrived last night, but you were already sleeping. Uncle Tingfei and Aunt Jiahui returned home, but will visit again today. I'll allow all of them to see you later. They're here? Then we must join them for breakfast. No, love. It's okay. I'm fine, really. I want to eat breakfast with just the two of us. Oh, I see. Okay. Something warm and mushy filled her inside. She didn't notice the big, stupid grin on her face. Jin Liwei also had a big, stupid grin on his face. The two looked and smiled at each other like stupid idiots. But they were in love, so both of them thought that she looked the most beautiful, and he looked the most handsome in the world, even with the stupid grins on their faces. Knock. Knock. The two didn't notice the sound. Or rather, they chose to ignore it. Knock, knock, knock. Jin Liwei scowled. Which pest dared to interrupt his special time with his baby girl? Courting death. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. The knocking came from outside their suite, not their actual bedroom, so it wasn't that loud. But to Jin Liwei, it was the most irritating sound at the moment. Knock, 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 knock. Iris also felt annoyed, but not to the same degree as him. She patted his cheek, trying to calm him down. Why don't you answer it? Maybe it's something important. He grunted in obvious displeasure, but still nodded. He gave her another quick kiss on the lips before leaving to answer the damn door. If it wasn't anything urgent, the damn intruder should prepare to face his wrath. His irritation was clouding his rationality. He poised himself for battle. Iris followed behind him with slow footsteps. Now that his back was facing her, she carefully touched the bandaged wound on her neck and shoulder. They hurt. She was also beginning to feel a throbbing headache. Perhaps it was because of hunger or the overall pain in her body. She wasn't entirely sure. It seemed that she needed to eat soon so that she could safely take painkillers. However, all this pain was still bearable. Yes, the pain was uncomfortable and inconvenient, but for someone who had experienced being shot by a barrage of bullets in her past life, something like this was nothing. At least, she was still alive. For that, she was thankful. I'm alive. I can still be with Liwei and our cats, she thought. It was great to be alive. Ahead of her, Jin Liwei moved to open the door with a vicious scowl on his face. His raging expression was the total opposite of his usual cold fury. He opened his mouth to scold the damn intruder as soon as he opened the door, but, Papa. Little June stretched his little arms towards him. Liam. Enrique Valdez greeted him with a nod. He retrieved his fist in the air. It appeared that he was the one who kept on knocking. Enrique Valdez was the damn intruder? The legendary hitmaker was carrying little June in his arms. He looked a little awkward doing so, but the toddler didn't seem to mind. Little June had already met this handsome grandpa before and considered him as part of the family. Jin Liwei was too surprised seeing Enrique Valdez inside his home first thing in the morning that he wasn't able to react in time. He stood there like a frozen statue while little June continued to call for him, trying to catch his attention. Jiang Yingyu stood a few steps behind them wearing an embarrassed and apologetic expression. She wasn't the only standing behind her son and Enrique Valdez. What are you standing there for like a nitwit, Liwei my boy? What's taking you so long to invite us inside? I want to know. Do you want this old man to fall asleep while standing here waiting and waiting outside your door? Grandpa Lu's booming complaint forced Jin Liwei to regain his senses. He finally noticed that his grandmother, mother, and mother-in-law also came. A little farther behind them stood Dom and Mei, each carrying a cat in their arms. He didn't see his younger brother, though. Jin Liwei took little June from the legendary hitmaker and opened the door wider. Please come in. Mama. Little June immediately forgot about his papa upon seeing his mama and excitedly reached out for her. However, he stopped, his eyes widening, when he saw her bandages, bruises, and scratches. He immediately knew that his mama was hurt. His little face scrunched up and burst into tears. Mama ea, mama ea, mamea ea. Iris attempted to take the crying child from Jin Liwei, but he was reluctant because little June might accidentally hurt her injuries. It's okay. I'll be careful. No. Xiaolan, please don't carry little June for now. Jiang Yingyu said, squeezing from behind Enrique Valdez to take her son instead. He has become heavier and stronger. You might get hurt. Little June struggled in his mother's embrace. He continued to cry while reaching for his mama. June want mama ea? Two cats also arrived and rubbed themselves against their mommy's legs. Little June, be good. Jiang Yingyu told her son in a firm tone. The toddler whimpered. Iris sighed and patted her godson's back and stroked his head. Little June felt a little better after that. He really wanted his mama to carry him, but his mommy wouldn't allow him. So sad. The others also entered the suite. Wei Lan and Ime burst into tears upon seeing Iris' bruised and wounded appearance. Oh, my poor Baobibi. How did my be-old daughter end up looking like a zombie AE? Where does it hurt? Honey, where? Tell mother. Huang Yuyin busied herself, trying to comfort Wei Lan again. Young miss. Ime was shocked when she saw Iris covered in bruises and scratches from head to toe. And those bandages. Her young miss's beautiful face was marred by the bandage on her jaw. The bandage around her neck also looked serious. Ime could also see another large bandage peeking under Iris' clothes. The old housekeeper didn't expect that her young miss's injuries would be this many. Ime completely lost her usual composure. She turned around to leave. Grandma Ime, where are you going? Dom called. I'm going to the kitchen and get a butcher knife. Where is that evil monster who tried to kill young miss? My old bones won't be at peace until I hack that villain into pieces. Jin Liwei's expression also turned murderous. Iris held his hand and squeezed it, silently telling him to calm down. Ime, grab an extra knife. This Viscountess also can't forge the eye of that son of a... That murderer who tried to kill my beloved Dawati Tier. Wei Lan, please calm down. There's a young child here, Huang Yuyin gently reminded her. And indeed, Jiang Yingyu was covering her son's ears. Little June might not yet understand what they were talking about, but it was better to be safe than sorry. A loud growl interrupted the emotional atmosphere. Everyone froze, wondering who it was. ####. Another growl sounded, louder this time. It sounded like a grumpy lion. This old man is so hungry and can't wait to eat breakfast. Grandpa Lu announced without any shame while rubbing his stomach. I've been waiting and waiting for the two of you to come out of your room, but you're taking so long, so I dragged everyone here. Enrique came on time, so I also dragged him here to wake you two up. What's taking you so long? I want to know. Do you want this old man to die of starvation? Your beloved grandpa can't die yet. You still haven't given me great-grandbabies. When are you going to give me great-grandbabies? I want to know. Oh, be quiet, you noisy old gorilla, Grandmolly scolded him. The two elders bickering made the atmosphere lighter. Everyone smiled and chuckled. Wei Lan and Ime stopped being emotional. Later, everyone was seated in the suite's living room. The butler and some maids delivered a simple buffet-style breakfast because there wasn't enough space for everyone to fit at the suite's small table. Little June wanted to sit on his mama's lap, but his mother wouldn't allow him. So he plopped his butt on his papa's lap instead, refusing to budge when his mother tried taking him. His papa sat close to his mama, so sitting on his lap was the next best thing. Jiang Yingyu had no choice but to sit beside Jin Liwei to feed her son. Everyone ate and chatted. The atmosphere was light and cheerful. They seemed to have reached a silent consensus not to talk about the bomb incident yesterday. However, Iris noticed the concern in their eyes every time they glanced at her injuries. Dom informed Iris that his sister Clover, Long Jinjing, and Qin Fei also came last night, but they left early that morning to go to work at Orchidia Beauty. Mimi brought her equipment when she came and had been drawing her webtoon until the sun rose, so she was still sleeping right now. As for Jin Chonglin, nobody saw him leaving his room, so he must also be still sleeping. What about Big Brother? Where is he? Iris asked. Grandpa Lu heard her. That pinhead Big Brother of yours disappeared to who knows where. His little sister is injured and all of us are here. Instead of staying and spending time with family like a good, filial boy, he goes out gallivanting. Watch this old man pull and twist his ear when he comes back. Iris didn't reply, going into deep thought instead. She suspected that her brother disappeared because he was doing his own investigations about the bomb incident. She sensed his dangerous fury when he arrived at the mall to check on her yesterday. He was already restraining his aura during that time because of the public place, but the malevolence still seeped out, making her shudder a little. His outer shell might be that of Lu Zihao, Grandpa Lu's grandson, but he was without a doubt her big brother Nikolai deep inside. She glanced at Jin Liwei. He might be spending time beside her right now, but she knew that he must have also commanded his subordinates to take action. Perhaps the two men were cooperating with each other. Knowing that her man and her brother were doing all of these for her, she was also itching to conduct her own investigation. Even more important than this, she wanted to examine Ketchup and fix the cat AI. She had already gotten used to hearing the white cat's cute and cheerful chatter every day that a sense of loss and panic was now pervading her heart. It felt like she had really lost her own child. She couldn't wait to fix ketchup and then conduct her own investigation about the bomb incident, but Jin Liwei and the others wouldn't allow her right now because of her injuries. She could always defy them and insist on doing her own thing, but chose not to do so. It wasn't worth it to cause negative feelings between them when all they were doing was show their love and concern for her. She also had to admit that her body's condition right now was very poor. It would only hinder her efficiency in accomplishing the tasks that she wanted to do. All she could do at the moment was wait until her body recovered enough. Jin Liwei saw her sighing. He was watching her like a hawk. "What's wrong, love? Are you in pain?" he asked in a whisper. She was about to say that she felt all right, don't worry, but decided to be honest, to some extent. Yes, a bit. She actually felt like she had been run over by a truck. His expression turned serious. He handed little June to Jiang Yingyu and headed to their bedroom. The others looked at him. They appeared to be chatting with each other, but were actually eavesdropping on the couple's conversation. Moments later, Jin Liwei returned with Iris medications. After she had taken all of them, he pulled her close to his body, resting her head on his shoulder. All of his movements were gentle and careful. Digestive tea was served after breakfast. Iris chatted with her music instructor, Enrique Valdez. The legendary hitmaker had been staying in the country since Orchidia Beauty's launch party. He planned on a music collaboration with Iris, but they hadn't started yet. Iris was still extremely busy with her current work commitments with Orchidia Beauty and her second music collaboration with Jean Chonglin, plus a slew of other things. Even though she and Bright Summit offered to rearrange her schedule to prioritize her collaboration with Enrique Valdez, he refused. He told them that he would travel the country first and enjoy the culture and cuisine. They could start working on their collaboration after he returned. And that was what he had been doing. Bright Summit provided him with a local guide and a personal interpreter free of charge to accompany him to his tourist trips all over the country. No contract for a music collaboration had been signed yet, but it was only a matter of time. As long as the legendary hitmaker retained his intention of collaborating with their artist Iris Long, Bright Summit would treat Enrique Valdez like a king and was even prepared to take financial loss. The most important thing for the entertainment company was the increase in prestige and reputation from collaborating with such a prominent and world-famous musician like Enrique Valdez. Who wouldn't want to work with a living legend? Bright Summit also offered to provide him with long-term high-class hotel accommodations, but Iris was quicker. She leased him a penthouse unit from another Gold Heights condominium building instead. Even though he was her music instructor, she didn't give him any discount. The price she offered him was reasonable, though. Not too expensive, but not too cheap either. As a shameless businesswoman who learned the majority of her business smarts from Grandpa Lou, she would never allow herself to be on the losing end of a deal, even to family and friends. Besides, Enrique Valdez was rich and famous. He could afford it. He didn't bother negotiating with her about the price, immediately signing the residential lease agreement without even reading it. He trusted her not to cheat him. Her shamelessness as a businesswoman kicked in after the signing of the agreement. Iris requested her music instructor to sign a huge portrait of him taken inside the penthouse unit. The fact that Enrique Valdez, the world-famous legendary hitmaker, lived in the penthouse was already a guarantee that the unit's market price would soar several folds afterwards. Adding the signed portrait to the package would boost the penthouse's value even more. Iris was already estimating the huge profits the penthouse unit would fetch her in the future, all thanks to Enrique Valdez and, of course, her shamelessness. Back to the present, Enrique Valdez was talking a bit more than usual. His concern for his student was obvious in his eyes. "I've been in this industry for decades. I witnessed a lot of crazy fans. What you experienced yesterday is one of the scariest I've ever heard," he told her in English. The others stopped talking and listened to their conversation instead. They had been avoiding talking about the bomb incident. Enrique Valdez was the first one to open the topic. ####. Once Enrique Valdez started talking about the bomb incident, the others also joined in. However, they didn't dwell on it too deeply because they were afraid that it would upset Iris or trigger her trauma if she was indeed traumatized by the incident. They figured that it was still too early to determine if she was traumatized or not because it only happened yesterday. All of them were cautious of distressing her because they knew that she had already been traumatized before by the car accident that almost killed her and sent her into a year-long coma. Jin Liwei looked murderous when they talked about the perpetrator, Tian Kong. His expression frightened little June, so Jiang Yingyu and Dom moved the little guy and his cat cousins to Iris and Jin Liwei's bedroom. Iris also joined the conversation and shared her experiences during the mall show and the eventual bomb incident. Her brief and straightforward account of what happened was very different from Dom's overdramatic reenactment the night before. However, it affected them more, chilling their hearts and almost making them breathless in fear for her life. As for Iris, she didn't feel traumatized by what happened yesterday. Comparing to how she died in her past life, the bomb incident was nothing. Nevertheless, she still felt disturbed and wanted to get to the bottom of it. There were so many questions that she wanted to be answered. Before she knew it, her eyes had closed and her breathing became deep and regular. She had fallen asleep due to her strong painkillers despite just waking up that morning. Everyone stopped talking and watched Jin Liwei carry her to their bedroom. Afterwards, Jin Liwei kicked them all out of the suite, including little June and the cats despite their pitiful protests. Jin Liwei wanted his baby girl to have a nice, safe and quiet place to recover from her injuries. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. The bomb incident continued dominating the headlines in the next days. There was very little progress in the investigation. The authorities were still recovering from the devastating hacking attack. It affected the speed and efficiency of their work. The lunatic hacker really caused them a great deal of chaos and destruction. The authorities cursed the unknown hacker for giving them so much trouble. A bounty had already been issued for the anonymous hacker, even though little to no information was known about him or her. As for the perpetrator, Tian Kong, he was already in police custody. Thanks to the furious fans who mobbed and detained him at the mall, the police was quickly able to arrest him. It was more or less already guaranteed that he would receive heavy punishment for his crimes. Perhaps he would even be punished with the death penalty, when the court found him guilty. The evidence against him was too strong. However, there were still many unclear aspects of the case that needed intensive investigation. The police were already suspecting that there was an additional unknown entity supporting Tian Kong in the shadows. Unfortunately, Tian Kong refused to say anything else. He had been ready to die with Iris Long and the other innocent people when he set off the bomb at the mall. He felt no guilt, only regret that he wasn't successful in blowing everyone up to death. Moving on to the entertainment news section, Bright Summit canceled both Jin Chonglin and Iris Long's current work schedules. For the next couple of days after the bomb incident, there were no updates from the two celebrities. The Iris Long hate campaign had stopped spreading on the internet like wildfire, but it still managed to plant a seed of resentment and even hatred against Iris in the minds of some members of the general public. Although they couldn't effectively bash Iris on the internet because hate comments against her mysteriously disappeared, they continued to criticize her in real life to their family, friends, coworkers, and even strangers on the streets. They blamed her for causing so many innocent people to be injured during the bomb incident. To these negative people, Iris Long was on the same level as the bomber Tian Kong and deserved to be hated, condemned, and punished. Bright Summit, the Black Stars, and many of Iris Long's allies in showbiz like JJ, DJ Song, Feng Jiu, all the Pandemonium band members, Guan Jintao, In Meishing, and the other cast and crew of Strong Yet Broken, Director He and the hosts of Music Fest Tonight, and the other artists managed by Tang Yi all defended Iris Long against these unreasonable accusations. Princess Porkchop, creator of the highly popular webtoon Queen of the Shadows, also defended Iris Long on her blog and rallied her own fans to do the same. However, it was difficult to reason with close-minded and negative people. They only listened to words aligning with their own beliefs and rejected anything else. It didn't help that Iris Long hadn't released any statement defending herself. These people took her silence as an admission of her guilt. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. The Black Stars were chatting on their members-only chat group. They were all filled with worry about their boss Iris and also anxiety about the hate campaign against her in real life. Little Phoenix. I got into a fight at school because I heard some jerks from the other classes talking trash about our boss. I'm so angry. I wanted to smack them with my mighty slippers, but my friends stopped me and dragged me away. Captain Blackstar, behave at school. Your parents will be called to your school if you cause trouble. If they discover that you got into a fight because you're defending Boss Iris, your parents might start blaming our boss for corrupting you. We don't want that to happen. Little Phoenix, you're right, big sis captain. I didn't think about that. Thanks for the reminder. I'll be more careful from now on. But it's just so frustrating hearing all of those people blaming Boss Iris. What's wrong with them? Mrs. Love Phantom. There are quite a number of our members who were injured in the blast. I think a handful of them are still in the hospital. I think that we should do something as a fan club to support them in some way. Maybe we can send some flowers, food, even some financial help pay for their medical bills. Her friends JJ number 1 fan, JJ number 2 fan, and JJ number 3 fan all agreed with her. They all promised to donate something for their fellow Black Stars who were injured. Captain Black Star, that's a great idea, at Mrs. Love Phantom. Thank you. Although I can't donate much because I'm still a poor university student, I can at least write a card or something. Maybe even cook or bake goodies for our injured comrades. Many of the regular Black Stars echoed her sentiments. I eat slippers. Don't forget this Lord of all slippers. Although I'm no longer publicly active, as a Black Star, my almighty slippers will never abandon my comrades. This Lord is now rich, mwahaha, so I can now afford to donate more. If you want, you can start calling me the Lord of the almighty diamond-encrusted golden slippers. Captain Black Star, Little Phoenix, Mrs. Love Phantom, and her 3 friends all welcomed I Eat Slippers back. The members of the Slippers army were especially ecstatic and rejoiced that their original leader popped up to join them again. Shut up and stop bragging about your wealth. You son of a bitch. Shit. I missed you, you shithead. I'm not crying, you are. Did you come back just to make all of us feel poor, Mr. Moneybags? Oops, I mean Mr. CFO of Planet Monkey? Yoa. It's the legendary at I Eat Slippers. I'm a new member of Slippers Army. You're the number 1 troll that I admire the most in the world. Please lead us in a trolling battle if you have time. My mighty slippers can't wait to witness the magnificence of your almighty diamond-encrusted golden slippers. I eat slippers. Mwahaha. Sure. This Lord of Slippers will create several Smurf accounts to lead you to some battles when I'm free. Unfortunately, I can't use this account anymore to lead you to battles, or else I'll be in trouble with my company boss. By the way, where's it Kitty Baby? That weird kid can function as her own troll army. My almighty slippers recognize her trolling skills. I think she got grounded by her parents again. Poor kid. Her parents are so strict. Well, she's a naughty kiddo. I bet her parents frequently smack her butt. I hope not. I'm against parents using corporal punishment to their children. Little Phoenix. Big bro at I Eat Slippers. You're back. We haven't been able to reach a Kitty Baby ever since the bomb incident. We were hoping that she could help lead us in battle against the online hate campaign, but unfortunately, she didn't show up. I think that her parents grounded her again. Good thing that an awesome anonymous person helped us, and they made all those hate comments disappear. Captain Blackstar. Yeah, he was a big help. I wish that he introduced himself to us, so we can at least thank him. Monkey Face. There's no need for you to know him. Or her. Just know that he or she is on Iris' side. Everyone became excited once again as soon as Monkey Face appeared. Many idolized him, especially the Supreme Ascension gamers. Their excitement buried the conversation about Kitty Baby and the anonymous hacker who helped them thwart the hate campaign against their boss Iris. Monkey Face interrupted them and returned the group's focus to their plan of helping their fellow comrades who were injured in the bomb incident. Afterwards, Monkey Face set up a simple donation webpage to help not only their fellow Black Stars, but also the others who were injured in the bomb incident. Those who couldn't afford to donate financially pledged to help in other ways instead. In addition to this, they didn't forget to prepare Get Well Soon letters and presents for their boss Iris. They knew that she was also injured but didn't know to what extent. According to their fellow Black Stars who witnessed the bomb incident, the area that she had been located was where the worst injuries occurred. They couldn't help but worry about her. Isolated cases of the Iris Long hate campaign in real life continued to distress the Black Stars. It intensified when Jin Chonglin appeared in public on the 4th day after the bomb incident. He visited the injured in hospitals and in their homes. Bright Summit took advantage of the situation and made a big deal out of it by inviting a few reporters to document Jin Chonglin's visit. It was reported in the news throughout the day. When the general public learned of his visit, they praised him. His army of fans felt even more deeply for him. However, those who had been corrupted by the hate campaign took this chance to criticize Iris Long. Look at Jin Chonglin. He's taking responsibility as a celebrity seriously by personally visiting his injured fans and making sure that they're okay. How about Iris Long? Where's she right now? We haven't heard anything from her. She doesn't care about her fans at all. All she cares about is herself. I never bought into her image change after her comeback. I'll always remember her as the spoiled bitch that she was before. She managed to enchant a lot of people into believing that she became an angel, but when something serious like this happens, she reveals her true colors. What fans? She doesn't care about you. Huh. The Black Stars immediately came to defend their boss. However, they found it hard to do so this time because this hate campaign was occurring in real life. The hate comments online were quickly taken care of by either the Slippers army or that anonymous person who helped them before. Now they realized that battling online was so much easier than in real life. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Earlier that morning, Jin Chonglin arrived at the first hospital on his agenda for today to visit 6 people. 2 of them were his fans, while 3 were Black Stars. The other person was a member of the mall security. All 6 were among those who suffered the worst injuries. They were currently recovering from their minor operations, hence their extended hospital stay. Although only 2 of them were Jin Chonglin's fans, he still planned on visiting all of them. He brought flowers, food and presents plus signed CDs, posters and merchandise. Lin Dong and Jin Chonglin's assistants accompanied him. Most importantly, he also brought his entire team of bodyguards. Even though he didn't suffer any serious injuries during the bomb incident, he still felt traumatized. He didn't feel safe and comfortable leaving the house anymore without a full team of bodyguards. In the hospital, the 6 injured stayed together in a single ward. It made it easier for Jin Chonglin and the people following him because he didn't have to visit multiple rooms to visit all of the 6 patients. When he arrived, he saw that they already received the same things that he brought. There were elegant flowers arranged in beautiful glass vases on each of the patients' bedside tables. Seeing them made him feel like the flowers he brought were too gaudy. On the far side of the ward, there were several bento boxes for the patients and their loved ones. There were also many gift bags and baskets arranged at a corner so as not to interfere with the nurses and doctor checking in on the patients. Jin Chonglin's eyes narrowed before smoothing out his expression and flashing everyone his famous killer smile. I think I just saw the Orchidia Beauty logo, he thought. He wanted to take a closer look at the gift bags and baskets at the corner, but Lin Dong was already leading him to the patients. He could only toss the matter aside for now, as he began speaking with the 6 patients and their families. They were all starstruck in front of the superstar. His 2 fans were so happy that they started crying. Even the Black Stars and the mall security guard were dazed in front of him. Then his eyes noticed a simple yet exquisite card beside one of the patients who was a Black Star. He recognized the tiny printed graphic on the card as his brother and Iris' official monogram, LX. He was currently staying at their Dragon Palace mansion, so he saw the monogram every day on the towels, curtains, carpets, pillows, plates, utensils, and just about everything else in the place. The Black Star noticed where he was looking at and flushed. She took the card and held like it was her most precious treasure in the world. Prince Lin, this is a card that B-Boss Iris personally wrote to me. Then she giggled. I received one too. Me too. It turned out that all 6 patients received handwritten cards from Iris. Jin Chonglin looked at the flowers, the bento boxes, and the gift bags and baskets. Did Junior Iris send all of these to you? He asked. They all nodded. Sir Dom and a man called Mr. Su Tian all came yesterday with a bunch of hot guys. With a bunch of men in black suits. They're bodyguards. I recognize some of them as Boss Iris bodyguards. Why are all of them so hot? I know, right? I wonder if CEO Jean drinks vinegar every day seeing all the hot bodyguards around Boss Iris. Jin Chonglin raised an eyebrow, amused at the sudden topic of their conversation. They stopped talking as their faces burned upon remembering that Jin Chonglin was in front of them. Kaya, so embarrassing. Don't worry, Prince Lin. To me, you're still the hottest man in the world, his fans said. Everyone laughed in amusement. Then Jin Chonglin asked more about Iris and the things she sent for the patients. They told him that it wasn't only them. Iris also sent things to everyone who were injured in the bomb incident. Jin Chonglin glanced at Lin Dong and found that his manager looked surprised. His team and Bright Summit thought that he would be the first celebrity to reach out to the injured. This was why Bright Summit wanted to publicize his visit today. Jin Chonglin sighed and gave a wry smile. He remembered what one of the Black Stars said earlier, that Dom and Su Tian were the ones who delivered the presents in person. It looks like Manager Tang didn't come with them. Maybe they didn't tell her on purpose so that Bright Summit wouldn't know about it. Dom represents Xiaolan, while Su Tian represents my brother. They sent all of these presents yesterday, but as far as I know, nobody reported it on the internet yet. Jin Chonglin found it weird. Shouldn't they be publicizing her generosity to counter the crazy hate campaign against her? Then he realized that based on Iris' personality, she wouldn't care whether the public knew about her kind actions or not. Xiaolan and Big Bro sent all of these to everyone who was injured without publicizing it, but here I am tooting my own horn. For a few moments, he regretted agreeing to Lin Dong and Bright Summit's suggestion of inviting the reporters to shadow him during his visit. His actions now felt tacky compared to the couple's secret generosity. However, he quickly recovered. This prince is a superstar. I should always do things with a bang. Yes, that's right. After his mindset returned to normal, he suspected that it was his older brother's idea to keep it a secret despite the criticisms being thrown at Iris at the moment. Big Bro is a formidable leader. This must be part of his plan. I can only imagine how furious he's feeling right now knowing that people are targeting his wife. Stupid idiots. Prepare yourselves because you've just hit Big Bro's bottom line. Before it was time to go, Jin Chonglin offered to pay for all 6 patients' medical expenses. Thank you, Prince Linlin. But there's no need for that, one of his fans said. Miss Iris Long is already paying for our hospital bills. Yes. Also, the man called Mr. Su Tian said that, Boss Iris and your B-brother, CEO Jin, will be paying us a month's worth of salary to, aid us because we missed work. The shy Black Star told him. Hey, SSSSH. The shy Black Star's eyes widened and covered her mouth. Jin Chonglin and his entourage, particularly the reporters, looked surprised at the accidental revelation. The reporters started asking the patients to elaborate, but they refused to say anything more. Did Iris Long's representative tell you not to reveal that she and CEO Jin are helping you financially? A reporter continued asking. The patients didn't answer. After a few moments, however, the mall security guard sighed. Then he told everyone, we weren't told per SC. We were asked not to divulge this information because they don't want Miss Long and CEO Jin's generosity to be twisted by all those evil haters who keep on blaming Miss Long for the bomb incident. There would definitely be people who'll say that Miss Long is acting fake and pretentious and using us to make herself look good. For the life of me, I can't understand those kind of jealous bastards and bitches who always try to drag good people down like Miss Long. If she didn't throw that bomb in the air, I'm pretty sure that all 6 of us here and many others wouldn't just suffer injuries, but would have died already. Seeing him talking encouraged the others to start talking as well. Why yeah, B-Boss Iris saved all of us. We don't blame Iris Long for the bomb incident at all. She's also a victim like us. In fact, I think she's the biggest victim of this incident. That scary bomber is an obsessed fan of hers and specifically targeted her. She didn't ask for that. Even so, she still managed to save us and many other people. We're so thankful for her, and yet all these despicable people are blaming her? Ridiculous. We were told that Boss Iris is also injured. I bet that she's traumatized more than us. This Black Star started crying. She's not responsible for any of us. She already saved us. Despite being injured and traumatized, she still thought about us and sent Sir Dom to visit us and send us so many things, pay our hospital bills, and also pay 1 month's worth of salary. Who does that? She's already so generous. I bet that CEO Jin only stepped in to help because of her. If Boss is not in the picture, CEO Jin wouldn't care. Excuse me, Prince Lin, for talking like this about your brother, but I believe that what we're receiving from him right now is because of Boss Iris. Jin Chonglin didn't reply, only giving a faint nod of understanding. Behind him, the reporters looked excited. This was big news. Seeing their expressions, Lin Dong was displeased. He was Jin Chonglin's manager. Naturally, he wanted the reporters to focus on Jin Chonglin alone, Not Iris Longbright Summit invited the reporters to specifically follow Jin Chonglin today to make him look good. Yet now the reporters looked like they were going to make Iris Long the center of attention instead of Jin Chonglin. As for Jin Chonglin, he finally realized something. Iris was being protected like a treasure at Dragon Palace Mansion. Although Jin Chonglin was temporarily living there at the moment, he didn't have many opportunities to meet or talk to her because his older brother was guarding her like a stingy, evil dragon. Except for their godson and their cats, everyone who wanted to see Iris needed to go through his brother and receive his permission first. He didn't doubt that Iris was the one who originally wanted to help the injured in the bomb incident. But now that his older brother was involved in it, Jin Chonglin couldn't help but suspect that his brother had an ulterior motive for keeping their generous deeds a secret. His brother was a powerful man. Jin Chonglin believed that Jin Liwei knew that he was going to visit the injured today, especially now that he was temporarily living at Dragon Palace Mansion. I think I've been used by my brother. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. That same day, news about Iris Long's secret generosity was reported by the media. It completely overshadowed Jin Chonglin's high-profile personal visit to the injured victims of the bomb incident. The news reports revealed how Iris Long not only sent plenty of presents, but also paid for all of the injured people's medical expenses. Not only that, she also promised to pay those who missed work with 1 month's worth of salary. When the news broke out, those who promised not to divulge the information started going forward and revealing that they indeed received generous benefits from Iris Long and CEO Jin Liwei. Many of them were black stars. They were relieved that they could finally talk about their boss's generosity, instead of enduring the frustration of hearing the haters constantly criticizing her and blaming her for the bomb incident. The black stars rejoiced and flooded the internet to praise their boss Iris. All hail our almighty boss, the epitome of beauty, class, kindness, selflessness, and generosity without asking for anything. Take that, haters. You kept on harping about how our boss Iris doesn't care about us. Tell me a celebrity in this country who would send presents, pay medical bills, and 1 month's salary for all the injured despite being injured and traumatized herself. Bunch of jackasses. Shut up and stay away from our beloved boss. Don't taint her with your jealous black hearts. My mighty slippers will defend boss Iris until the end of time. All the black stars felt proud of their boss Iris. Hearing how much she cared about all of the injured in the bomb incident and how generous she was, they became even more loyal to her. Those who started following ever since her comeback and image change after a 2-year hiatus had reached a level of blind faith. They revered her so much that they would now treat everything that came out of her mouth as right and anything opposing her as wrong. While the general members of the Black Stars were busy lauding and worshiping their boss Iris, the fan club's former and present officers were talking in their private group chat. Captain Blackstar, boss Iris has already paid for all the injured medical bills and living expenses for a month. Even Prince Lin Lin didn't have a chance to contribute financially anymore. What are we going to do with all the money we raised? Little Phoenix, may I know how much we collected? Monkey Face sent a figure. Little Phoenix, shocked sticker. Little Phoenix, soul flying away sticker. Captain Blackstar, whoa. It wasn't this much when I checked this morning. I eat slippers. It's because this Lord of Almighty diamond-encrusted golden slippers donated today. Oh, and bro Monkey Face did too. Monkey Face, Madam Mrs. Love Phantom, Madam JJ number 1 fan, Madam JJ number 2 fan, and Madam JJ number 3 fan also donated today. There are also quite a number of wealthy black stars who contributed a lot. Mrs. Love Phantom, wealthy or not, many of our fellow members contributed. What we collected are all thanks to everyone. Her 3 friends all echoed her. Captain Blackstar, then what are we going to do with all this money? Boss Iris already took care of everything before we even took action. Little Phoenix, how about we make this our fan club's budget instead? Captain Blackstar, no, that's just too shady. We collected this money from our comrades because we wanted to help those who were injured in the bomb incident, not to fund our fan club. Little Phoenix, oh, you're right. Sorry, I didn't think it through. Captain Blackstar, we can return it to everyone. Little Phoenix, how about we donate to Iris of Hope instead? Mrs. Love Phantom, my dear child, what a great idea. Her 3 friends agreed. I eat slippers. My almighty slippers approve of your suggestion. Monkey face, nodding monkey sticker. Captain Blackstar, nice one. All right. I'll make an official announcement on our fan club's website that we're donating all the money we collected to Iris of Hope instead. That evening, another news broke. Blackstar's fan club donates 500,000 RMB to Iris Long's foundation. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. Iris was focused on recovering from her injuries. Although she wanted to return to work as soon as possible, she also enjoyed spending quality time with Jin Liwei, their godson, cats, and the rest of their families who frequently visited her. On the first 3 days after the bomb incident, Jin Liwei didn't go to work and instead stayed with her at home. Iris felt a little worried, so she encouraged him to return to work, knowing how busy Jin Corporation was at the moment. He refused, insisting that he wanted to stay with her and personally take care of her. However, he couldn't abandon the company just like that even for just a few days. Thus, he continued working at home. Starting from the 4th day, Iris managed to persuade him that she was feeling much better. He would go to the company and work for half a day. Then in the afternoons, he would come home, eat lunch with her, before continuing to work while taking care of her. A week after the bomb incident, Iris was in her bedroom suite with Imei, who just finished changing her bandages. Her minor injuries already healed, including the one on her jaw. There was only a thin scab left. The major wounds on her neck and shoulder were still in the process of healing, but at least they were no longer as painful and swollen as before. Iris also felt better overall. However, dark blue and purple bruises still decorated her body. They were very noticeable on her pale skin. Jin Liwei always looked like he wanted to murder someone whenever he saw them. Imei started organizing the medical kit and discarding the used cottons and bandages. The old housekeeper had insisted on staying at the mansion to take care of Iris. Imei took over treating Iris' wounds and changing her bandages because the housekeeper wasn't satisfied with Jin Liwei's clumsy work. Sir Jin, the way you bandage young miss isn't neat enough. Harmful bacteria might enter and infect the wounds, Imei told him a few days ago. Jin Liwei was unwilling at first because he wanted to personally take care of his baby girl, but eventually handed over the task to the old housekeeper with great reluctance because he was afraid that her wounds might really become infected because of him. Thank you, Imei, Iris said and stood up from the couch while carrying the lazy ice cream. Popcorn also jumped down and paced near her feet. She was about to head outside the suite to walk around the mansion for a light exercise when the door opened, revealing the handsome Jin Liwei in his sharp business suit. The hyperactive Popcorn shot like an orange cannon towards him while Ice Cream only meowed, too lazy to jump from her mommy's arms to greet her daddy. Welcome back, Iris greeted him with a smile. Jin Liwei's cold expression thawed, returning his baby girl's gentle smile, as he caught Popcorn, who was meowing non-stop, asking to be petted. I'm home, he said when he reached her before giving a soft kiss on the lips. How are you feeling? Much better. He nodded, relieved. However, the concern in his eyes was still obvious. Imei excused herself and left. I want to walk around the mansion, Iris announced. All right, wait for me to change my clothes. I'll accompany you. No need, darling. I'll be fine. I know that you still have a lot of work to finish. Ice Cream and Popcorn will accompany me. We'll return here when it's time for lunch. Wait for me. I'll accompany you, he repeated, already heading to their bedroom to change out of his suit, giving her no room for discussion. Iris could only sigh, knowing that it was useless to argue with him right now. He would go with her no matter what she told him. Jin Liwei had been like this ever since she got injured in the bomb incident. Wherever she went, be it the walk-in closet, the bathroom, or anywhere else, he would be there trailing behind her and making sure that he could always see her with his own eyes. It took her quite a lot of effort to persuade him to return to work, but even then, he constantly video called her. If she didn't answer right away, he would immediately raise the alarm at home and order everyone to check up on her to make sure that she was safe and alive. It's like he's afraid that I'll disappear if he didn't see me for a few moments. Iris felt a little annoyed and helpless by his actions, but happiness drowned these feelings. She could really feel him treating her like his most precious treasure in the world. His current actions were still within her acceptable range, especially right now that she was recovering from injuries. I'll tell him to back off a little if he continues acting paranoid like this about me even after this danger is resolved, she decided. Moments later, Jin Liwei appeared wearing comfortable casual clothing. The couple and their cats then began walking around the mansion. The already tight security at Dragon Palace Home Number 10 became even tighter after the bomb incident. Both Jin Liwei and Lu Zihao weren't taking any chances when it came to her safety. Iris hadn't seen her big brother a lot in these past few days. When she asked where he was, Jin Liwei only briefly told her that both of them were combining their respective resources to investigate the bomb incident and all the hidden perpetrators behind it. The police were moving too slowly for their liking. The two men were doing all of these for her. Lu Zihao was doing all the outside work while Jin Liwei stayed with her at home to make sure that she was safe. After hearing what the two were up to, she had to restrain her desire to conduct her own investigation by hacking. She wanted to fix Ketchup so badly so that the two of them could join forces to speed up the process. However, even she was aware of the current state of her body. She needed to recover from her injuries first in order to be in the best state possible when conducting her own investigations. In addition, she didn't want to take too long a break from her showbiz work and also from her companies. Jin Liwei was supposed to be busy at work, and so was she. The couple walked together along the hallways and headed to the indoor forest. Jin Liwei was now carrying the lazy ice cream, while popcorn ran all around but still kept pace with them. Iris held on to Jin Liwei's arm, while making mental plans of what she needed to do after her body recovered. There were more security personnel patrolling inside and outside the mansion. The scene was reminiscent of her past life, making her feel a little uncomfortable. If this was before, she would have already complained to both Jin Liwei and Lu Zihao, but now, she held her tongue and forced herself to accept it. The danger is not over yet, her intuition told her. ####. Days passed, and Iris felt well enough to resume her daily activities. Her minor wounds all healed. The bruises on her body gradually faded, although the larger ones still stained her skin an ugly yellowish-brown, infuriating Jin Liwei whenever he saw them. She would then need to assure him that she was feeling fine because if she didn't, he would most likely drag her big brother and beat the shit out of Tian Kong together, even though the attempted murderer was still in police custody. It would take some time for the major wounds on her neck and shoulder to heal completely, but at least they had already closed and didn't hurt as much anymore. With her body feeling better and her mind rested, she decided that it was now time to work on the tasks that she needed to do. Iris headed to her computer room. The security personnel nodded at her while she passed by them. In the hallways. Fortunately, they didn't follow her around, only taking note of her whereabouts. Jin Liwei returned to full-day work a couple of days ago after reassuring him that she could manage on her own. If she didn't, he would continue rushing home every lunchtime to check up on her and follow her around the house. She loved him very much, but it was beginning to feel annoying with him always following her wherever she went. If it was up to him, he would probably tie their waists together so that she would always be with him. She sighed, a helpless smile on her face. Warmth and annoyance mixed together inside of her. Well, he was already annoying to begin with, yet I still chose to be with him, she muttered on the way to her computer room. He managed to seduce me and make me fall in love with him even when I find him annoying. Her helpless smile turned into a stupid grin as she chuckled like an idiot by herself. She might be a formidable genius enrolled in the legendary Cross Academy, but falling in love with Jin Liwei had drastically changed her. She didn't mind the changes, though. On the contrary, she welcomed them because they made her feel free to explore and express her deepest emotions and desires. Finally, she arrived at her computer room. Her good mood plummeted when she had to open it by herself. It was Ketchup who usually welcomed her with her adorable child voice and opened the door for her. Standing inside the familiar computer room, it felt colder and emptier than usual. There was no naughty white cat jumping from screen to screen while chatting about inappropriate words she learned from her Uncle Dom and Auntie Clover. Iris sighed and then took a few deep breaths before getting to work. First, Iris examined Ketchup's system. She gasped seeing how badly the cat AI was damaged. It made Iris' head and heart hurt. She could see the corrupted part which caused Ketchup to lose control. It was like a virus multiplying and infecting all the healthy cells. Despite this, Iris believed that she could fix Ketchup. The only problem was that there would be an inevitable change to the cat AI afterwards. As to what kind of changes, even Iris wasn't 100% certain. This was the first time that she developed such an advanced and dynamic AI with a powerful self-learning function like this. She was also still learning about her own creation. Next, she worked on separating the corrupted part from Ketchup's system. She tuned out everything else in order to fully concentrate on this important task. Any mistake from her, and she might spread the corruption even further. This process took almost 6 hours. Done. She sighed in relief after the removal. However, she couldn't relax yet. The original plan was to destroy the corrupted part, but something stopped her from doing so. I'll study it for now, she decided. Maybe I'll learn something new to improve Ketchup and tighten her security so that something like this won't happen again. And so she ended up not destroying the corrupted part, locking it under heavy quarantine instead. She looked at it for a few moments before allowing herself to finally relax. She took a 5-minute break to stretch her body, rest her eyes and hands, and drink water. Then she returned to her station and started fixing Ketchup. This time, it only took her less than 2 hours to complete the repairs on the Cat AI system. Meow. Iris trembled a bit as she watched the screen in front of her show a familiar ball of white fur. A pair of bright, glowing green eyes opened and stared at her with a dazed expression. Mommy. Iris reached out and touched the screen with her fingers. Ketchup, welcome back. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. It was already evening when Iris came out of the computer room. She had forgotten to check the time, unknowingly spending more than 8 hours in the computer room. Jin Liwei was waiting for her outside the door with a stern expression. He was still wearing his business suit, obviously rushing here after arriving home from work instead of changing his clothes first. He looked angry but restrained himself from scolding her. Instead, he remained silent and waited for her to explain herself. Iris wanted to feel annoyed and defensive but felt guilty instead. She was recently injured and yet spent more than 8 hours locked in her computer room without eating and taking her medications. Biting her lips, she walked towards Jin Liwei and hugged his waist. I'm sorry, she said, not bothering to defend herself. He didn't move. She hugged him tighter, pressing herself closer to him. Then she looked up at his face and gave him her most sincere expression. Sorry. His stern expression cracked. Then he sighed. His arms also wrapped around her, embracing her tightly. She smiled, knowing that everything was okay now. He was pissed at her, but not enough to pick a fight with her. His concern for her well-being trumped his anger. I really want to smack your butt right now, he mumbled before framing her delicate face with his large hands. My hard-headed baby girl. Her smile widened. It felt like a long time since he called her his baby girl. She somewhat missed it. Don't smile. I'm still angry at you, he said, although his voice had already become gentle. You know that you're not 100% recovered yet. So why did you lock yourself inside your computer room again? I heard that you didn't eat anything. Ime has been crying and wanted to call the firefighters to rescue you inside. 5 more minutes, and I would have already ordered my subordinates to blow up the damn door. I shouldn't have left you alone so soon. Don't do this again. Okay, love. She felt even guiltier after hearing that Ime cried. The old housekeeper rarely allowed herself to lose her composure, so it was a big deal whenever she did so. Sighing, she apologized again. Jin Liwei finally allowed himself a small smile. I'm not forbidding you to go into your computer room. I only hope that you'll let us know that you're okay inside. Food can be delivered here if it's not convenient for you to leave the computer room. Please don't skip your meals. We all worry about you. I worry about you. I understand. He rubbed her dry lips with his thumb, then lowered his head and gave her a soft kiss. Let's go before Ime or someone in the staff have a heart attack worrying about you. It's also time for dinner. Okay. She moved her arms from around his waist to his neck. Then she leaned her head on his chest, feeling exhausted. He bent down a little and carried her like a bride. But before he could walk away, meow, Daddy. Jin Liwei froze and looked at the door of the computer room. Ketchup. Meow. He looked at Iris. You already fixed her? So quickly? This is the reason why you locked yourself in your computer room today. She nodded. I had to fix her. I missed her. His eyes became even more gentle. I love you, Mommy. I love you, Daddy. A feline yawn sounded. Go to sleep while you complete your updates, Ketchup. I'll check you again tomorrow, Iris said. Okay, Mommy. Good night, Mommy and Daddy. Meow. Good night, Ketchup, both Iris and Jin Liwei said. Good morning, Daddy. Ketchup missed you so much. Meow. Ketchup greeted Jin Liwei as soon as his alarm went off the next morning. The cat AI no longer sounded sleepy and dazed like last night. She was back to her usual, cheerful and lively self after sleeping and completing her updates. Morning, Ketchup, Jin Liwei smiled, glad that their third cat was back. Not so loud. Your mom is still sleeping. Oh, okay, Daddy. Ketchup will be quiet. Meow, she whispered. Later, Jin Liwei finished showering and dressing in his business suit before heading to the kitchen to eat breakfast. Ice cream and popcorn accompanied him. And of course, Ketchup as well. The chatty cat AI talked nonstop about different topics, but never once did she talk about the bombing incident or the hacking mess she caused. His baby girl must have done something to prevent Ketchup from touching these subjects. Mommy's coming, Daddy. Meow. Indeed, his baby girl appeared just before he finished his meal. Iris still looked sleepy as she greeted and kissed him good morning. She liked sleeping in whenever she didn't have work early in the morning, but would try her best to wake up just to see him off before he left for work. On one hand, he wanted her to rest as much as possible for her health and well-being. But on another hand, he loved that she was doing this for him. Only for him. Take care at work, darling, she told him, straightening his tie, as they stood facing each other at the grand foyer. Thanks, love. Mommy, can I go help Daddy at work today? Meow, Ketchup asked. Not today, Iris replied. I still need to observe you for a few days before you can return to assisting your dad and playing with the others. Listen to your mom, Ketchup, Jin Liwei said. Okay, Daddy. Ketchup will be a good kitty and listen to Mommy always. Meow. He nodded, satisfied. Then he saw the distracted expression on his baby girl. He kissed her forehead. I know what you're planning to do today. I won't stop you, but don't forget to eat proper meals and take your medicine. Didn't you say that you want to return to work in a few days? Then you need sufficient rest to do so. Don't push yourself too hard, he told her. Iris nodded, smiling. Then she stood on her tippy toes and pressed her lips against his lips. I'll send lunch for you later. Call me when you have time. Ketchup will answer for me if I'm too distracted. I have to go now. I love you. Be safe. I love you too. Iris and the cats watched Jin Liwei leave. When the car disappeared from her view, she ate breakfast with Dom. Jiang Yingyu and little Jun Yimei fussed over her and had nagged the chef to cook nutrition-rich dishes to speed up her recovery. Lu Zihao was out as usual doing his own thing. The brother and sister rarely saw each other during this period, even though Iris was always at home recovering. He became busier after what happened to her in the bomb incident, same as Jin Liwei. Both men were doing this for her. By mid-morning, everyone became preoccupied with their daily tasks. Even little Jun, a toddler, had a daily schedule just like the adults. He had hand-painting activity this morning with his nanny while his mother, Jiang Yingyu, went to train with Jin Liwei's subordinates. She was now an informal member of Dragon Palace Home No. 10 security team. Iris took this opportunity when everyone was busy to head to her computer room again and immediately went to work. Ketchup assisted her, but Iris forbade her to do any serious hacking. The cat AI seemed more docile after Iris repaired her. Ketchup still retained her curious and naughty personality, but seemed to lose her impulsiveness. It has only been yesterday. I need to observe her longer, Iris thought. She also checked the corrupted part she removed from Ketchup's system yesterday, which was still locked in heavy quarantine. Her eyes widened, and she gasped when she examined it. Even though it was already separated from Ketchup's advanced and dynamic system, the corrupted part managed to continue developing on its own. The changes were minimal, for now, but Iris immediately noticed them. What's going on? Her curiosity was aroused. She set the quarantine under priority surveillance so that she could closely observe the changes as they happened. She had a few hypotheses in mind as to why these changes were happening, but nothing was proven yet. Caution told her to be careful because the specimen was essentially made up of pure corruption. Despite this, a sense of excitement caused her to look forward as to what kind of thing it would develop into. If it turns out to be something bad, I'll just destroy it. There should be no big problem. After observing it for a few more moments, she left it alone and worked on her next tasks. Her eyes sharpened and a calm, yet predatory aura emanated from her. She began hacking, roaming the vastness of the online world, from the surface to the deepest and the darkest parts, as if it was her own backyard. Dangerous, yes, but it was part of the deal as one of the most wanted hackers in the world. No, two of the most wanted hackers in the world. First as Phantom and then now as Draken. Ketchup wasn't allowed to assist her this time. Iris still felt uneasy in assigning her an important hacking task, so she decided to do this on her own this time. She instead assigned Ketchup to remind her of the time and watch for Jin Liwei's call. In the meantime, the white cat played with her virtual ball of yarn, chased virtual butterflies, and jumped on her virtual trampoline to prevent boredom while Iris was absorbed in hacking. Finally, Iris' labor today began to produce some fruits. She managed to unearth some emails, messages, and even call recordings from an unknown person to Tian Kong despite them being completely erased. Other hackers had been unable to uncover any of these clues since the bomb incident. Iris managed to do it, but that didn't mean that it was easy. Whenever she tried digging deeper, she encountered a formidable wall blocking her from going any further. Her eyes narrowed. The hell she would give up. She continuously probed, trying to find a weakness. Then she was attacked all of a sudden. Whenever she was in the zone, panic was non-existent for her. Instead, she became calmer and more focused. Her fighting and competitive spirit also surged forth. Since she didn't need to worry about Ketchup this time, she could go all out as she wished. Strong. Very strong. She inwardly commented about the hacker fighting against her. Was it one of the old guys? Or maybe there was a new god-level genius hacker who surfaced after her. Her expression didn't show any worry. In fact, the corners of her lips curved into a smile instead. ####. If this was in her past life, Iris would have continued to fight head-on till the end in order to defeat the unknown hacker who made her blood boil and ignited her competitive spirit. However, everything was different now. It wouldn't be odd for the infamous Vetrov family to be connected to one of the most formidable hackers in the world, so she as Phantom didn't need to act so cautious when hacking during her past life. Her past family's criminal notoriety was also a kind of a safety net for her back then. Even if this was the case then, the Vetrov family still fell from their top position in the criminal underworld and was annihilated. Having experienced the dangerous darkness of the criminal underworld firsthand in her past life, she didn't want to risk the safety of the loving family she built with Jin Liwei in this current life of hers. Jin Liwei might be a powerful and influential man, but he stood openly in the light, not in darkness. It would be a grave sin for her to destroy his sterling reputation, including 3 generations of Jin heads, just because she was exposed as an infamous hacker. Not to mention that there were many entities from all around the world who were hunting for both her hacker identities, Phantom and Draken. She made a lot of enemies from hacking. They might threaten, or heavens forbid, hurt Jin Liwei and their family once it was found out that she was either Phantom or Draken. Too dangerous. This was why she could only sigh in regret and start retreating when the battle with the unknown hacker was just starting to heat up. It was already clear to her that the opponent was someone formidable. He or she wouldn't be an easy opponent to beat even for someone like her. However, it wasn't only her who felt challenged. The unknown hacker should also be finding it difficult to beat her. It would be too risky to continue battling, especially right now that she had so many things on her plate. Her currently weakened body still recovering, her uneasiness about Ketchup, the corrupted part removed from Ketchup's system, and finally, the identities of the real masterminds behind Tian Kong's terrorist attack targeting her. As if on the same wavelength, the unknown hacker also retreated and didn't pursue her. Iris felt a little disappointed, but thought that this was for the best in the current situation. I'm sure we'll battle each other again. After completely erasing all of her traces and securing her retreat, she began examining the evidence she managed to unearth. They proved that there was indeed a mastermind who instigated Tian Kong to kill her. The problem was that the evidence she uncovered were incomplete and didn't reveal the identities of the real masterminds. Even the voices in the call recordings she obtained were choppy and had been heavily disguised to sound like robotic voices. Despite this, her progress was miles ahead compared to the slow pace of the police. At least, she managed to acquire actual evidence no matter how incomplete. Iris tilted her head to the side, thinking about what she should do next. Should I release these findings to the public? To the police? Or maybe both? She frowned, feeling her police allergy acting up. Maybe I should gather more evidence on my own first before sharing my findings to outsiders. Her thoughts were interrupted when one of her computers notified her of the latest public updates in the police investigation regarding the bomb incident. She began reading. Her eyes widened after a few moments before raising an eyebrow. An excerpt of the latest news article said, "Bomber Tian Kong, obsessed fan of internationally acclaimed multi-award-winning musician Iris Long, breaks his silence for the first time since the police arrested him for attempting and eventually failing to murder Iris Long and fellow fans by blowing them up with a bomb at a mall show. Tian Kong confesses to the police that he and Zhu Ning were lovers." For those of you who don't know who this woman is, Zhu Ning is a former mistress of Long Industries President CEO Long Tingfei. Father of Iris Long, Zhu Ning recently got into a catfight with Iris Long's mother, Spanish Viscountess Wei Lan, and threatened to kill the mother and daughter in front of many witnesses who caught the incident on video. Tian Kong claims that Zhu Ning manipulated him using her mature womanly charms and took advantage of his youth to twist his admiration for Iris Long into a crazed obsession. According to him, Zhu Ning was the one who instigated him to murder Iris Long. Iris leaned back on her comfortable ergonomic seat to think about the alleged affair between Tian Kong and Zhu Ning. She didn't expect this kind of development in this case at all. There were even evidence that popped up after his confession to prove that he and Zhu Ning were indeed lovers. One particular evidence caught her attention. It wasn't released to the public, but she accessed it from the police's currently vulnerable system. "A sex video," she murmured, her eyebrow rising higher. Iris turned off ketchup senses before playing the sex video. Now both of her eyebrows rose. She was actually impressed that the man in the video looked exactly like Tian Kong. Maybe it was really him, and the woman looked so much like Zhu Ning. If the video was real, then Zhu Ning's name should be written on her virtual black notebook guarded by ketchup. But if it was fake, then the person who directed and created the video was frightening in his or her ability to manipulate a lie and successfully make it appear as if it was the truth. After feeling impressed, Iris quickly felt disgusted and stopped watching. Then she closed the video. She loved making love with Jin Liwei, but she had no interest or whatsoever in watching other people have sex. That kind of thing wasn't her cup of tea. Iris closed her eyes to think about what she learned today. After a few minutes, she opened them again. Who is the real mastermind? Is it really Zhu Ning? ####. The bombing incident was labeled as a high-priority case early on, with the authorities treating it not just as a simple case of a crazy, obsessed fan who wanted to kill Iris Long, but also as a serious terrorist case. As a result, the police were under a great deal of pressure from both the government and the citizens to solve the case as soon as possible. Now that there was evidence pointing at Zhu Ning as the mastermind behind Tian Kong, Iris predicted that people would crucify the woman for her sins. And indeed, a quick search on the internet already resulted in a flood of condemnation towards Zhu Ning. Many of them were from the Black Stars. They remembered how Zhu Ning beat up Wei Lan, insulting her and even threatening to kill the Viscountess and her daughter, their beloved boss Iris Long. To these loyal Black Stars, what Zhu Ning did was unforgivable, especially since there were many of their comrades who were also injured during the bomb incident. The rumor of a sex video between Zhu Ning and Tian Kong also quickly circulated on the internet, even though there wasn't any proof of its existence because the authorities didn't want such explicit material corrupting the people. Nevertheless, just this rumor was enough to make the general public more disgusted of Zhu Ning. The hatred towards her was even more intense compared to Fan Luo's downfall a year ago. Iris didn't know for sure whether Zhu Ning was the real mastermind or not. But truth be told, she highly doubted it. I don't think Zhu Ning is that smart to plan something as big as the bomb incident. Long Jin certainly didn't inherit his brains from his mother. In addition, there was also the mysterious, formidable hacker that Iris just battled. The hacker might be the mastermind or someone who was working for the actual mastermind. She doubted that Zhu Ning had the capability to hire a powerful hacker to work for her. Highly skilled hackers had their own pride and wouldn't stoop to working for someone like Zhu Ning. At least, she wouldn't work for someone like Zhu Ning. Thus, it was clear to Iris that Zhu Ning was being framed for the bombing incident. Why? Because Zhu Ning was the most convenient scapegoat. The woman made a spectacle of herself by beating up Wei Lan Plus, threatening to kill her and Iris in public. Zhu Ning was very easy to hate given her unpleasant personality. Even though she knew that the woman was being framed, Iris didn't feel sorry for Zhu Ning at all. Iris was still determined to identify the real mastermind behind Tian Kong, but she wouldn't do anything to help Zhu Ning. Why should she? Tossing the matter of Zhu Ning out of her mind, Iris continued searching for clues. The hacker was very thorough, not leaving easily found traces. It was making Iris feel very excited and challenged. She was deeply absorbed in hacking when, "Excuse me, Mommy, it's time for lunch. Daddy says that if you don't come out, he'll rush home and drag you out of the computer room himself, even though he's super-duper busy right now." Meow. Iris' swift typing fingers faltered on her customized ergonomic keyboard. Okay, 5 more minutes. Then she continued typing. "Mommy, Ketchup promised Daddy today to make Mommy stop working and eat lunch. Ketchup wants to always be a good kitty from now on and doesn't want to be in trouble with Daddy again. He gives super bad punishments." Woo 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 woo. Tears gushed out of the cat AI's adorably pitiful green eyes and started pooling around her fluffy white butt. "Ketchup doesn't want to be grounded ever again. Woo woo. So please be good, Mommy, and stop being naughty. Eat lunch or Ketchup will be grounded again. Wah. Poor Ketchup. Meow. Woo woo woo." Iris couldn't stop herself from laughing at Ketchup's dramatics. Okay. Stop crying, Ketchup. I'll stop now and eat lunch. Woo woo. Mommy is being so mean to Ketchup today. Ketchup is so sad. Meow. While Iris was setting up a few of her machines to auto mode, she mentally took note of her observations about Ketchup. It was still too early to make a final conclusion, but it seemed that although Ketchup had retained her usual bubbly and chatty personality, the cat AI had become more cautious and a stickler for instructions, as evident of her fear of her daddy's punishment. Ketchup was still naughty in the way she talked, but had lost the impulsiveness of her actions. This is the effect of removing that corrupted part from her system? Iris wondered. This is good, right? She decided to continue observing and monitoring Ketchup to make sure that the cat AI was no longer affected by corruption. If Ketchup still became corrupted in the end, then Iris would have no choice but to turn her off forever. A powerful self-learning AI with a fun and dynamic personality like Ketchup was a dream come true for hackers like her. But if this kind of super advanced technology became uncontrollable, then it was better to destroy it than risk her safety and that of her loved ones, even though Ketchup had already become one of her loved ones as well. Speaking of corruption, Iris also needed to study the part she removed from Ketchup's system. She took a quick glance and it was still developing on its own, making her feel extremely intrigued. She ought to destroy it, but put it off for now. Iris continued mulling these thoughts as she exited the computer room. Ice cream and popcorn were waiting for her outside the door and hurled themselves towards her. They walked together to the kitchen while the talkative Ketchup excitedly chatted about random things. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. 2 days later, Iris was ready to return to work. She felt a little envious of Jin Chonglin, who had already long returned to work, promoting their upcoming next single by himself without her. He also already left Dragon Palace Home Number 10 and returned to his own home a few days ago, but not before asking Jin Liwei to recommend skilled bodyguards that he could hire. Jin Liwei didn't bother with providing recommendations and just directly gave some of his subordinates to his younger brother. After all, Jin Chonglin was still his brother. If he could spare Wei Lan some of his men, he could do so again for his flesh and blood sibling. Jin Liwei might have started prioritizing Iris after he fell in love with her, but he still wouldn't easily abandon his flesh and blood family, especially since Jin Chonglin also became traumatized because of the bomb incident, the same one which almost killed his future wife. It took a long time for Iris to persuade Jin Liwei that she was healthy and fit enough to work again. Lu Zihao also didn't help and told her to stay home for now and focus on resting. On the rare occasion that he came home to the mansion, her big brother clearly sided with Jin Liwei in this matter, making her feel a bit sulky because he always sided with her before this. She could always defy their wishes and just tell them, "To hell with you. I'll go to work if I want to," and then go to work, but chose to use her charms and skills in persuasion instead. This wasn't the time to fight. Besides, she knew that her darling and big brother wouldn't be able to resist her if she continued asking them. And she was right. In the end, they could only sigh and reluctantly agree to her decision of returning to work. In turn, Liu Zihao warned her not to push herself too hard. First sign of trouble or if your health is endangered, I give my subordinates permission to immediately drag you to safety. They'll knock you out, if need be, he told her. She pursed her lips and sulked while Jin Liwei scowled at his fifth brother. Jin Liwei agreed with Liu Zihao's reason for concern about her safety, but not of his fifth brother's forceful and dominating methods. Knock her out? No way. Nobody was allowed to be forceful to his baby girl. Well, except for him in bed when she wanted him to do so. She loved it whenever he. Jin Liwei forcefully and regrettably tamped down his wayward thoughts. He took a few deep breaths to calm his sudden half-arousal. Then he made his expression gentle and pulled Iris' attention to him. Liu Zihao used the hard and domineering approach, while Jin Liwei used the gentle and loving method to warn Iris to be careful of both her health and safety when she returned to work. Their methods might be different, but both were basically just nagging her. She listened to their nagging without any complaints. She was too excited and restless to return to work. Back to the present, Iris just finished reviewing her schedule for tomorrow with Dom. Her schedule was still busy, but due to Jin Liwei's warning, Tang Yi didn't dare to fill it to the brim like before. Only the most important work was included while the minor ones were tossed out of Iris' original schedule. Iris also needed the distraction of immersing herself with work because she only made insignificant progress so far in investigating the true mastermind of the bombing incident behind Tiancong. What intrigued her the most was the mysterious hacker she battled days ago. Although the thought of going head-to-head against a formidable hacker thrilled her, she had to restrain herself from doing so this time. She needed to evaluate the entire situation first, make thorough preparations, and ensure that her safety and that of her loved ones wouldn't be endangered in any way. She was confident that the other hacker didn't know that she was Draken. Not only Draken, but the legendary Phantom as well. That would be her trump card. Returning to work would, to some extent, distance her mind from her current investigations and perhaps even given her an inspiration about how to proceed next. In the meantime, she would enjoy and live life to the fullest with her work, Jin Liwei, and their family while waiting for the enemy's next moves. She would be careful but refuse to act paranoid. The moment the enemy slipped up, she would pounce. Iris and Dom climbed down the staircase from her mezzanine home office. Dom carried the lazy ice cream and chatted with the equally talkative Ketchup, while the hyperactive Popcorn ran down the stairs ahead of them and barreled towards his daddy, who was working on his massive desk downstairs. Jin Liwei looked up from the documents he was reading and smiled at Iris. His hands automatically petted Popcorn, who jumped on his lap. "Hi, love." "Hello, darling." "Ketchup says it's time for dinner," Iris said when she reached Jin Liwei and bent down to kiss him on the lips. "N." His arms wrapped around her tiny waist, pulling her closer to deepen the kiss. "Ehehe." Dom hugged ice cream tighter as he watched the lovey-dovey couple with sparkling eyes, eliciting an annoyed growl from the lazy, fat, gray cat. Later, all of them headed out of their home office to the kitchen for dinner. Before they reached there, however, Ketchup notified them that there was a visitor outside the Dragon Palace home's village gate who wanted to meet Iris. "Who is it?" Jin Liwei asked. Ketchup told them who it was. Iris lifted an eyebrow. "What do you want to do?" Jin Liwei asked her. She tilted her head to the side, thinking for a couple of seconds before replying. "Instruct the guards at the village gate to let him in." "Okay, mommy." "Meow." Ketchup disguised her voice as one of the senior members of Jin Liwei's security team when talking to the guards at the village gate. "Done, mommy and daddy. The visitor will be here in approximately 45 minutes to 1 hour, depending on how long he goes through the security checkpoints." Meow. Iris nodded before falling into deep thought. She already had an idea why that visitor came tonight. Jin Liwei was also thinking the same way. "You have no obligation to help that person," Jin Liwei told her, distracting her from her thoughts. "If you don't feel comfortable with him, tell me. I'll take him out immediately. This is our territory." "I know, but I still want to meet him and hear what he has to say." "All right." He wrapped his arm around her shoulder and kissed her forehead. "Let's eat dinner first. We still have an hour until he arrives here." "Okay." They continued to make their way to kitchen. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. "Good evening, Mr. Long. Welcome to Dragon Palace Home Number 10. The butler greeted Long Jian when he arrived at the palatial mansion. The master and the mistress are expecting you. Your coat, please. Long Jian nodded and handed his coat, feeling weary by his long travel. He just returned from a business trip in Macau on behalf of Long Industries. It was cut short when his mother called from jail, again, already the second time this month. The first time was when Zhu Ning had a public altercation with Wei Lan at the mall spa. She was also detained by the police back then. Fortunately, Wei Lan and her lawyer decided not to press any charges against her. This time, Zhu Ning was arrested yesterday due to the accusations against her stating that she was lovers with Tian Kong, the bomber, and also the mastermind behind the entire bomb incident. Her current situation was a league more serious than the first time the police detained her. Long Jian had no choice but to abandon his business trip and ask someone else to replace him before rushing home to help his mother from her predicament. Upon arriving, he immediately called all the people who could possibly help, including some lawyers, Long Industries COO, and even his father, Long Tingfei. All they could do was give him advice and a clearer picture of what to expect in fighting the case in court. He felt a little hopeless after listening to them. None of them could immediately extricate his mother from the situation, especially after the evidence against her popped up. Zhu Ning's position was extremely precarious right now. The authorities didn't tolerate any acts of terrorism, and masterminding a bomb incident in public was a big no-no. The COO felt sorry for him and comforted him, even contacting his own lawyer to review Zhu Ning's case. It would be up to the lawyer if he wanted to handle the case. Although the COO was very helpful to Long Jian, he was still a very upright man. If his lawyer personally judged that Zhu Ning was guilty, it was likely that the COO would distance himself from Long Jian. Associating with a terrorism mastermind was something that the COO would never want to do. Long Jian insisted that his mother was innocent and framed. The COO believed him, for now. Long Jian was grateful for the COO's goodwill and understood his reservations. It was already more than what he expected anyway. In his mind, he already looked up to the COO more than his real father. As for his own father, Long Tingfei didn't show much of a reaction when he approached him about the situation. At first, Long Jian didn't want to ask Long Tingfei for help, but the COO urged him to do so. He is your father, the COO told him. So Long Jian asked his father for help. Surprisingly, Long Tingfei had already gathered internal information about Zhu Ning's case through his own channels. His father shared what he discovered to him. Long Jian's eyes widened in disbelief after listening. AS sex video. It was more serious than what he originally expected. He heard about the rumors circulating about the sex video, but dismissed it as something made up by drama-loving gossip mongers. He didn't expect that there was actually a real sex video involving his mother. Long Jian didn't want to believe it, but there was a small part of him that was unsure. His mother was not the most morally upright person in the world after all. She had several lovers after Long Tingfei broke up with her. The one in the video, was it my mother? He ended up asking. Long Tingfei took almost a full minute before replying, increasing the apprehension Long Jian felt. I'm not entirely sure. Long Tingfei finally replied, frowning a little. It has been so long since I've been with your mother. Her body surely must have changed a lot since then. However, if my memories serve me right, that's not how. He cleared his throat. The way the woman in the video moves is different from your mother. Long Tingfei didn't blush and his face remained impassive, but Long Jian could still sense a bit of embarrassment from his words. Long Jian didn't care about it all. He was already a grown adult and knew that his father and mother had sex in order to make him. Even though his father's words were uncertain, they still gave him hope. He didn't even take a moment to think before asking, "Can you testify in court and say that the woman in the video is not my mother?" Long Tingfei's expression hardened. Long Jian held his breath, already expecting his request to be rejected. Contrary to his expectation, however, his father sighed before agreeing. This shocked Long Jian to the core. Long Tingfei had a sour relationship with his past women, except maybe for Long Jingjing's mother. His father detested his mother and Iris' mother the most. Really? He asked, not daring to believe. I regret being with your mother, but I don't regret fathering an excellent son like you. Zhu Ning has many faults, but she did a splendid job in raising you to be goal-oriented, hard-working, and disciplined. I first thought that promoting you to deputy COO would be too early and too much of a pressure and burden to you, but good thing I listened to the COO's advice. Now I know that it's one of the best decisions that I made this year for our company. So yes, I'll testify in court and tell everyone that I don't think the woman in the video is your mother. This is the least I can do for the woman who bore me such an excellent son. Thank you, father. Long Jin still resented his father for all the years he missed being a stable father figure in his life. However, he did feel a little better after Long Tengfei praised him and also grateful for his promise to testify in court if needed. Long Tengfei nodded and hesitated a little before saying, "This is all I can do. I suggest that you talk to your youngest sister about this matter. Maybe she can help you." Long Jin thought that he heard wrongly. "Youngest sister?" asked Xiaolan. He asked in confusion. "Yes. Why? Your sister knows many impressive people, even more impressive than the people I know." This surprised Long Jin, initially filling him with disbelief and resentment. Disbelief because there was still a bit of prejudice left in him, like so many others when it came to his youngest sister, the former spoiled brat. And resentment because he thought that Long Tengfei bringing up Iris in this matter was just another proof that she was his favorite child among them. However, he still ended up following his father's advice after thinking about it more carefully. Indeed, Iris knew many impressive people. Or to be more exact, her fiancé, billionaire CEO Jin Liwei did. Long Jin believed that someone like Jin Liwei possessed countless invaluable connections to most of the powerful figures not only in the country, but also all around the world. Since the man was Iris' future husband, then it was understandable that Long Tengfei would say that she also had these connections. In short, Long Jin misunderstood his father's suggestion, thinking that he was indirectly telling him to ask for Jin Liwei's help as a future brother-in-law through his sister. This was why he rushed to Dragon Palace Homes after asking his father for his sister's current address, deciding to come without warning because he thought that Iris would refuse to see him if he called ahead. He thought that she would have no choice but to let him in if he directly showed up at her door. It was only when the tight security stopped Long Jin at the place's gates that he remembered that Dragon Palace Homes was one of the most, if not the most, exclusive villages for the elite in the country. The unimpressed security guards who carried themselves like active soldiers refused to let him in without invitation from any of the exclusive village's property owners. All of them the elite of the most elite in their own fields. Fortunately, someone from Dragon Palace Home Number 10 called and informed them that he just received permission to enter. From there, he had to go through several other security checkpoints. His destination, Dragon Palace Home Number 10, was the largest property in the village and also the farthest. When he finally reached it, he had to go through an even tighter check from the property's own security team. "What is this? A top-secret military compound," he inwardly grumbled as the guards performed a body check on him, while checking every nook and cranny of his car. He was in a hurry to meet Iris and Jin Liwei, feeling a tremendous impatience with all of these security checks which he thought were unnecessary. Security checks at airports weren't as strict and were easier and faster than this. When he was finally cleared to enter the property's massive gates, he felt relieved, already imagining himself meeting his youngest sister and her powerful fiancé soon. He mentally practiced what he was going to say. The time he served as deputy COO at Long Industries honed his conversation and negotiation skills, effectively increasing the effect of his natural charisma. Despite this, he still felt uncertain whether he would be able to persuade Iris and Jin Liwei to help his mother. He didn't have much of a relationship with his youngest sister after all. She didn't have a duty to help him, especially since their mothers were enemies. He also didn't expect for her to help him. However, he still hoped that she would at least listen to him. His target was Jin Liwei, but he knew that the man wouldn't help him without Iris' approval. So Long Jin still needed to appeal to his youngest sister. "I'm already here. Might as well go ahead and try. I don't have anything to lose by trying. I'm desperate right now. Mother is in a very bad situation," he muttered while driving the long driveway. "Where the fuck is the mansion? Did I get lost?" He drove and drove and drove, but hadn't arrived at his destination yet. To his dismay, it took him a full 20 minutes to drive between the property's massive gates to the actual mansion. 20 fucking minutes. Good thing he drove and didn't walk. If he did, perhaps it would already be dawn by the time he arrived at the mansion. Back to the present, Long Jin felt mentally and physically exhausted as he looked around the majestic and luxurious grand foyer. His eyes stopped at the huge portrait hanging on top of the twin grand staircases, which showed the images of his youngest sister and her fiancé with their 1, 2, 3 cats. Huh. 3. He heard that the couple only had 2 cats after overhearing a few of Iris fans who were also employees at Long Industries. Iris and Jin Liwei got a new one. If he remembered correctly, the cats had ridiculous names, something related to food. He was 100% certain that it was his sister who thought up such stupid names. Peanut and Popsicle or something like that. Looking at the portrait of the 3 cats, he wondered what stupid name his sister gave the third one. I bet it's another food name. Maybe Pancake or something. Long Jian felt a little sorry for the cats. Jin Liwei shouldn't have allowed Iris to name them. Poor animals. Please follow me, the butler said, interrupting his thoughts. He followed the butler through a series of long hallways. Every part of the place was decorated with more framed portraits of the couple, their cats, and Long Hui's son. He remembered that the boy was Iris and Jin Liwei's godson, and that the couple was sheltering the child and the mother, Long Hui's bodyguard ex-girlfriend. This damaged the relationship between Long Hui and Iris. Stupid man. Why make Xiaolan an enemy so blatantly? Now he has become CEO Jin's enemy, too. Utter stupidity. He mentally criticized Long Hui. He continued looking around the luxurious mansion and dreaming that he would also obtain this kind of great wealth for himself and his mother someday. Being successful as the deputy COO was just the beginning for him. One day, he would surpass his father's success and eventually reach an equal footing with someone like Jin Liwei. Thus, he still wanted to succeed Long Tingfei and become the head of Long Industries in order to achieve this ambition. The strong drive to succeed was still there, but he was gradually losing the original crazed greed planted by his mother since childhood, all thanks to the influence of his new mentor, the COO. It was obvious from the atmosphere in the mansion that his youngest sister perfectly belonged here. The numerous framed portraits almost always included her. In fact, she had the most photos as far as he noticed, even more than Jin Liwei, the master of the house. All of these indicated a warm, happy, and loving family. It felt like home. Long Jian felt envious of her. However, he felt too exhausted to wallow in this kind of negative emotion at the moment. He had one goal tonight. The butler continued to lead him through more hallways, passing many patrolling security personnel. A few of them gave Long Jian the shivers because of their cold and deadly aura. They looked like they wouldn't hesitate to break his bones or even shoot him to death if he made any mistakes. Maybe this place is actually a secret military compound? And how long do I still need to walk? This place is too big. Damn it. Finally, after walking for a long time, the butler led him to an amazing place. It was an indoor forest. A fucking indoor forest. Long Jian closed his mouth after realizing that his jaw had fallen down as he made sense of the incredible scene around him. The night sky was visible through the glass dome of the rotunda. If not for the warm temperature, he would have thought that he was in an actual natural forest, not a fucking indoor one. They reached a clearing where he saw a fish pond, the water so clear that the koi fish could be seen swimming under the surface. In the center of the pond was an islet where a living room setup was arranged, complete with comfortable couches and a coffee table. Long Jian finally saw his youngest sister and her fiancé lounging on the longest couch together. Master, mistress, Mr. Long has arrived, the butler announced. The couple stood. Iris wore a guarded smile, but her eyes were filled with curiosity as she observed him. On the other hand, Jin Liwei wore his usual cold and indifferent expression. Long Jian already knew that this was the man's default expression, but for some reason, there was something else besides the cold indifference. Was it hostility? Long Jian cleared his throat and put on his best smile as he greeted his youngest sister and her intimidating fiancé. ####. After the polite greetings, Long Jian sat across his youngest sister and her fiancé while the butler served them hot, calming herbal tea. The flowing water of the fish pond was supposed to be relaxing, but Long Jian started breaking out in cold sweat instead. Now he became certain that Jin Liwei held some sort of hostility against him because the man was coldly glaring at him. It wasn't obvious at first because of Jin Liwei's usual cold and indifferent expression, but Long Jian couldn't mistake it. Jin Liwei didn't acknowledge him at all since he arrived, treating him like an unwelcome stray dog. Long Jian's smile became strained as he forced himself to relax. Ever since he became the deputy COO of Long Industries, he received many opportunities to meet with some of the most important figures in the business industry face to face. There were many times that he felt nervous, but never did he panic. He thought that he would be able to handle facing Jin Liwei, but the most powerful man in the country's business world of his generation was on a whole different level from the ones Long Jian encountered before. Jin Liwei was extremely intimidating. The aura he was currently emitting, in addition to the not-so-subtle hostility against him, made Long Jian feel suffocated. His hand trembled a little, making him almost spill the tea from the cup he was holding. Still smiling and pretending that he was perfectly fine and not at all intimidated, Long Jian managed to calm himself a little, barely. "Second big brother, what is the purpose of your visit?" Iris asked, looking at him straight in the eyes. Since she was being direct to the point, Long Jian didn't waste any more time. He began explaining the current predicament of his mother, Zhu Ning, while enduring the oppressive weight of Jin Liwei's eyes on him. Iris didn't interrupt him, allowing him to speak freely. She also didn't show any expression, but at least it looked like she was actually listening. Jin Liwei also looked like he was listening, but his disinterest was clear in his cold eyes. It was obvious that he didn't care about Long Jian at all, and was only there because of Iris. It grated on Long Jian that Jin Liwei was acting like this, especially since the man was his ultimate target. He believed that Jin Liwei had the ability to help his mother in some way. Despite this, he forced himself not to feel too affected even if it bothered him. Even if he doesn't care, he'll still lend a hand if Xiaolan decides to help me. All I need to do is persuade Xiaolan and Jin Liwei will also follow, Long Jian thought, successfully grasping the nature of the couple's relationship. Everyone believes that my mother is the true mastermind who instigated Tian Kong to kill you, little sister, but I know that this is not true, he said. There are even evidence allegedly proving this, but they're fake. Don't believe them. My mother is framed. Yet no matter how hard I try to explain this to the police, nobody listens me. I think that even the police believes that my mother did it. That's because Zhu Ning threatened to kill Xiaolan and Aunt Wei Lan in public before. Jin Liwei interrupted in a cold voice. After your mother's public death threats to my future wife and mother-in-law, someone tries to kill Xiaolan with a bomb. Tell me, Mr. Long Jian, isn't it natural to believe that Zhu Ning is also connected to the bomb incident, especially right now that there's also evidence pointing to this? Long Jian felt his vision go red, so he hurriedly took a few deep breaths before continuing to speak. Jin Liwei's words were infuriating, but logically speaking, he made sense. Fortunately, Long Jian had the ability to control his emotions in highly stressful situations like this. I agree, CEO Jin. But please believe me when I say that the evidence is fake. My mother has been framed. Long Jian turned to Iris again. Little sister, I know that our mothers don't have the best relationship with each other. They're enemies. Iris replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Well, yes, true. Long Jian cleared his throat in an awkward manner. But even if they're, enemies, and even if my mother said something that can be considered as death threats to you and your mother, I hope that you don't take her words too seriously, because my mother always says those kind of things, but she's not capable of killing people. Then he hesitated for a few seconds, thinking about his next words. In the end, he decided to tell them everything. He told them about his discussion with Long Tengfei, the alleged sex video between Zhu Ning and Tian Kong. Long Tengfei's promise to testify in court to say that the woman in the sex video wasn't Zhu Ning, and how Long Tengfei told him to ask Iris and Jin Liwei for help. Both Iris and Jin Liwei didn't look surprised when he revealed the existence of a sex video. Did they already know about it? The sex video was something that Long Jian felt ashamed of discussing in public, especially with Iris and Jin Liwei. This was why he repeatedly emphasized that the woman in the sex video wasn't his mother, but someone impersonating her. He was afraid that it would disgust the couple that they wouldn't even consider helping his mother. Desperation calls for extreme measures. Pride won't help me in this situation. Gritting his teeth, he decisively tossed away his pride and stood up. Then he bowed low from the waist to the couple all of a sudden. Xiaolan, CEO Jin, I beg you to please help my mother. Everyone believes that she's the mastermind behind the bomb incident, but she's innocent and has been framed. I don't want her to be punished for something that she didn't do. Please. Long Jian remained bowing as he held his breath, waiting for the couple's response. The flowing water of the fish pond failed to relax him. It gave him a feeling of drowning instead. All he could see was the rocky ground of the islet from this position. He didn't dare to sneak a peek at the couple, afraid that their expressions would leave him crashing in disappointment. The wait felt very long to Long Jian, but actually it was only about 5 seconds. "Why should we help you?" Iris asked in a neutral tone. Long Jian raised his head and finally looked at the couple. Iris' expression looked pleasant, yet he couldn't read her real emotions, while Jin Liwei's remained cold and indifferent with a touch of hostility. "We're brother and sister. Long Hui is also my brother, and I was closer to him than to you for a short period of time before his stupidity ruined our good relationship. Now he and I have basically become enemies. My sibling relationship with you and the others is not reason enough for me to help any of you, especially since we're not really close to each other." Long Jian clenched his hands into fists. "You're right," he said. "Fine. I'll give you another reason. You want to succeed father as the next head of Long Industries, right? I'll help you. ####. Iris' eyes widened in surprise. She lifted an eyebrow before looking at Jin Liwei. Her darling also looked surprised at Long Jian's proposition. "Explain," Jin Liwei barked. Long Jian straightened and stood up again. Deep inside, he hated what he was doing but had to do it for the sake of his mother. He couldn't believe that there would come a day that he would grovel in front of his youngest sister, who he always thought of before as a good-for-nothing spoiled brat. And yet now, here he was begging her for a favor. "I know that you want to become the next head of Long Industries," he said. "Our brother Long Hui wants it, and I want it too, of course." "So you want it too? Then why are you saying that you're going to help me?" Iris asked. "Let's put aside what I want for now. I'll help you gain more influence in Long Industries. Let's work together in removing our brother Long Hui and the other contenders from the running in the battle for succession. Once they're out of the picture, the only ones left will be the two of us. I know that you have more advantages and have a higher chance of succeeding than me. You're a legitimate child, future wife of CEO Jin Liwei, famous celebrity. You have orchidia beauty, and father adores you the most. But I won't give up. I'm confident that I'm the most suitable to succeed and become the next head after father. When the time comes, I promise to fight you head-on with my own abilities, skills, and qualifications. No funny business. I'll battle it out with you fair and square, unlike our brother who schemes behind the scenes with the help of his maternal family, the Zhengs. This is what I'm willing to do in exchange for you helping my mother. I'm going to help you to establish yourself in Long Industries, which you'll find difficult to do on your own as a mere brand ambassador. Father can't openly help you because he'll be accused of nepotism, but I can do it. I worked my way up from the bottom, so I have many connections with people from both the bottom and the top, unlike father who only works with the top brass nowadays. If father helps you, it'll be noticed immediately and will only invite criticism. But if I do it using my seemingly unimportant connections, then you'll be able to successfully build your influence within the company without attracting too much attention." Long Jian finished speaking. Now he waited for her decision. If she agreed, Jin Liwei would surely step in to help Zhu Ning. If she didn't agree, well, at least he tried. Iris tilted her head to the side. Then she looked at Jin Liwei. "What do you think, darling?" Jin Liwei shot a frosty look at Long Jian. "I don't trust him, but I think his proposition is good." She nodded. "Yes, I think so too." Hope began to fill Long Jian. "Then do you agree?" "Yes, I agree." She stood up and offered her hand. Long Jian immediately grabbed and shook it. "Thank you. I really appreciate it, little sister." Jin Liwei also followed suit and shook his hand. "Thank you, CEO Jin." Jin Liwei tightened his grip on Long Jian's hand, making Long Jian wince. "You said it. No funny business. If you break your promise, I'll destroy you. Remember that Xiulan is no longer just your sister. She's my future wife and the next madam of the Jins. Make an enemy of my wife, and you make an enemy of me as well." Long Jian swallowed, feeling like he had lost the ability to breathe under the full brunt of Jin Liwei's intimidation. He wanted to reach equal footing with Jin Liwei someday. What a joke. He needed to become a monster first. Fortunately, he was able to maintain some semblance of calmness to mask his intimidated state. Regardless of Jin Liwei's bad impression of him, at least Long Jian was successful in achieving his goal tonight. The price he had to pay was quite heavy, helping Iris establish influence in Long Industries. especially since she already had strong support within the Long clan, headed by the elder Long Jufang. However, Long Jian believed in his own abilities and qualifications. He was performing in his job with flying colors while Long Hui continued to struggle in stabilizing himself after his bitter breakup with his bodyguard ex-fiancée and the pending custody battle for their small child. He was already showing everyone at the company that he was more capable than Long Hui. If he could do this against Long Hui, then he could also do the same thing against Iris. Long Jian meant it when he promised that he would fight Iris fair and square in the battle of succession. His mindset had greatly changed due to the COO's upright influence. However, this didn't mean that he would make it easy for Iris. He would only show her the inner workings of the company, not serve all the opportunities to her on a silver platter. It would still be up to her own abilities to establish herself in Long Industries. If she was really capable, then she would be able to do it. If not, then it wouldn't be Long Jian's problem. Don't worry, CEO Jin. I won't go back on my words. As long as you're able to help my mother, I'll help my sister in establishing herself in Long Industries. We'll work together in eliminating our strongest competitors until there's only the two of us left. That's when our alliance will naturally dissolve. Then it'll be the start of the real battle of succession between the two of us. Jin Liwei nodded and finally released his hand, while Iris flashed a bright smile. I'm looking forward to our partnership, second big brother Jian. Likewise, that night, a new alliance that would shake the entire Long clan was born. ####. The next day, Iris finally returned to work. She still needed to take care of the wounds on her neck and shoulder, but at least they weren't in any danger of being infected anymore. The pain was also manageable and didn't bother her. She felt excited and energetic at the thought of diving once again in her work. It was just that several teams of bodyguards tailed her wherever she went once outside Dragon Palace Home Number 10. One team protected her in close proximity, shielding her from any crowd. A second team followed a few meters away. Two other teams protected her from a distance. Iris couldn't see them with her own eyes, but she could somehow sense their presence. She also confirmed their locations from Ketchup. Originally, Jin Liwei and Liu Zihao wanted to send 5 teams each of their subordinates to protect her whenever she was outside, for a total of 10 teams. However, she negotiated with the 2 overprotective men and managed to decrease their suggestion to 2 teams each instead, for a total of 4 teams. 4 teams were already a lot, in her opinion. Any more than these, and she would go crazy. Although she was no longer as distressed by bodyguards as before, because it reminded her of her past life as a lonely, sheltered princess of the criminal underworld who didn't have any freedom and independence, she still didn't feel comfortable about bodyguards following her around. This was one of things that she was sensitive about. There had been many times that she lost her temper at Jin Liwei and Liu Zihao when it came to the topic of bodyguards. The bomb incident finally provided the 2 overprotective men with ample persuading power to finally make her agree to increase the size of her personal security team. So even though she didn't like it, she had to accept the many bodyguards, both visible and hidden, who followed her around. She almost died in the bomb incident, after all. Even she agreed that it was a close call. Perhaps it wouldn't have happened if her security had been tighter. That morning, Iris and Dom, and her bodyguards, headed to Bright Summit to meet with Tang Yi. As soon as she entered, her body immediately went into self-defense mode because there were several loud popping sounds, and all she could see were multicolored confetti and flower petals raining down on her. Her bodyguards also reacted quickly and surrounded her and Dom. "Welcome back, Iris Long." It was then that Iris noticed the crowd of people lining up the entire lobby. They were Bright Summit staff and some of her fellow artists. All were clapping their hands and wearing big smiles on their faces as they shouted her name. Tang Yi was there, immediately running to her with a huge bouquet of flowers. Bright Summit's higher-ups were also present, including the company president. Iris felt a little overwhelmed. She didn't expect this at all. When she turned her head beside her, Dom was giggling with a knowing expression on his face. "You knew about this?" she asked. "Yeah. Of course, boss. Big Sissy informed me that they're planning to give you a grand welcome back." Tang Yi reached them and handed Iris the bouquet before pulling her to the group of higher-ups. Iris greeted everyone with a bright smile. "Iris, you look beautiful as always. Glad to see that you're safe and sound. How are you feeling?" I was so worried about you. Thank goodness you're okay. You look paler and thinner. Are you really all right? Questions and words of concern bombarded Iris left and right. She did her best to give brief, polite replies. Blaze, Eros, Night, and Thunder of Pandemonium were also there, acting like her protective brothers. The boys helped carry all the flowers and other presents the crowd kept on giving her. The welcome event didn't last long because all of them were busy with their own respective work. Iris and her entourage excused themselves and headed straight to Tang Yi's office. The crowd dispersed after they left. When they arrived at Tang Yi's office, they saw Jin Chonglin waiting there, looking like a debonair prince. A few buttons of his long-sleeved shirt were open, revealing his muscled chest. He sat on the edge of Tang Yi's desk, playing with some paper clips and linking them to make a chain. His presence added life and energy to the plain office. His manager, Lin Dong, was also there and one of his assistants. I've been waiting for you, Sister Xiaolon, Jin Chonglin greeted, flashing Iris and her entourage with his famous killer smile. I didn't join in welcoming you downstairs because I didn't want to upstage you. Iris raised an eyebrow while Tang Yi glared at Lin Dong, who threw a warning look at Jin Chonglin. Jin Chonglin laughed. I'm just joking. There were just too many people downstairs. I wasn't in mood to squeeze myself in such a great crowd and ruin my hair and newly shined shoes. Iris noticed the dark expression that flashed in his eyes, making her understand his true reason for not joining the others downstairs. It seemed that Jin Chonglin had been traumatized by the bomb incident more than she expected. He had become apprehensive about large crowds, choosing to avoid them altogether. At least for now. The other people behind her filed inside. Blaze, Eros, Night, and Thunder also greeted Jin Chonglin before putting all of the flowers and presents that Iris received inside the office. Then Tang Yi shooed them all away, reminding them that they still needed to travel to their next show. Once the Pandemonium boys were gone, it was only Iris and Jin Chonglin's teams who were left in the office. Their bodyguards guarded outside the door, drawing the attention of the staff and other artists passing by. The people thought that perhaps some high-ranking politician or someone of that stature had visited. Back inside the office, the two managers discussed the combined schedules of Iris and Jin Chonglin. They would be spending a lot of time together again promoting and performing their upcoming next single, which would be released very soon by the end of the month. How are your wounds, Sister Xiaolon? I see that you're still wearing turtlenecks. Will you be fine to perform? Jin Chonglin asked. This song needs us to sing and dance. If you're hurting, maybe we can modify our performance. You can just sing and move around a little, I guess. I'm fine. Don't worry, Brother Chonglin. I can perform exactly like how we rehearsed it. Iris reassured him. If you say so. Jin Chonglin shrugged. I'm just saying, if something happens to you, my brother will kill all of us here. We don't want to die yet, so don't push yourself too hard if you're not completely recovered yet. Lin Dong and his assistant nodded. So did Dom. He's right, Iris, Tang Yi said. Sir Jin also spoke to me to remind you to take it easy for now. Iris frowned, feeling annoyed, grateful and warm at the same time. Her darling and all of these people cared about her. She was thankful for all of their concern, but don't push yourself too hard and take it easy weren't in her vocabulary when it came to work. She was the type to do her best and give her all, so not pushing too hard and taking it easy were actually quite difficult for her. I understand, she replied to them, sighing. Afterwards, they resumed talking about their schedules. The two of you will attend a lot of interviews together, TV shows, radio, magazines, web channels, everything. They will ask you a lot about your relationship as future brother and sister-in-law. So you'll also have to talk about CEO Jin. Wait, will that be okay to him? Lin Dong asked. No way. Big Bro is a very private person. Yes, it's fine. Liwei won't mind. Their two managers and two assistants looked at them with awkward, yet also entertained expressions. TSK. So it's true that a man changes after he marries, Jin Chonglin grumbled. I know that if I, his brother, start talking about what he's like in private, he'll give me hell and scold me for being a big mouth. But it turns out that if it's his wife talking about him, it's fine. Tisk. ####. Iris tilted her head to the side as she looked at Jin Chonglin. Liwei won't get mad at me for something like that. Yeah, Big Bro gets mad at me. Never at you, his beloved wife, Jin Chonglin replied. There was a little whine in his voice which everyone in the office detected except for Iris, who still retained some of her denseness. On top of the subtle whining, his manager Lin Dong also detected a bit of envy and loneliness. Iris didn't notice any of these, instead muttering, "Liwei gets mad at me sometimes." Oh, Jin Chonglin's eyes lit up, burying his hidden feelings behind a teasing expression. "What kind of naughty things did you do for that wife-doting brother of mine to get mad at you, Sister Shilon?" She opened her mouth and was about to answer, but decided to shut up instead, refusing to say anything no matter how many times Jin Chonglin teased her. Guilt pricked her as she remembered all the times when she locked herself in her computer rooms, both in Gold Heights Penthouse and Dragon Palace Mansion, where she became absorbed with hacking, making Jin Liwei and everyone in their household constantly worried about her. Jin Liwei had been very angry at her on those occasions, but his anger didn't last long because she always managed to soften him up. Indeed, he rarely got mad at her, and if he did, it didn't last long. The guilty feeling disappeared and was overpowered by her love for Jin Liwei. Her thoughts became filled with him to the point that she had forgotten that she was in a meeting with Jin Chonglin and their managers at the moment. She felt warm all over and couldn't wait to see Jin Liwei again at home tonight. She had intended on correcting Jin Chonglin's repeated comments about her being Jin Liwei's wife because they hadn't married yet, so technically she was still Jin Liwei's fiancée, not his wife. Not yet, at least. However, she had forgotten all about it as thoughts of her darling filled her mind. Jin Chonglin scowled when he saw the love-filled expression on her face. So stupid, he thought, even as envy and loneliness threatened to overwhelm him deep inside. It was so obvious how in love Iris and his older brother were of each other. His brother was truly a lucky man to find such a beautiful and extraordinary woman as his wife. Stop it, he mentally scolded himself and forcefully stopped himself from harboring desirous thoughts about his brother's woman. The two of you, stop getting distracted, Lin Dong scolded them. Yes, especially you, Iris. You're very behind in your promotional work, Tang Yi added in a stern voice. We have many things to cover during this meeting, and we don't have much time until we all need to leave and head for your first guest appearance later. Iris' back straightened, and her expression immediately turned serious. My apologies, Mr. Lin, elder sister Yi. Please continue the meeting. Jin Chonglin also did the same thing and forced his expression to look serious, but struggled to pay attention, especially since he kept on getting distracted by the sweet scent of his brother's woman near him. Endless guilt ate at him as he tried to fight his traitorous thoughts. Then all of a sudden, an image of an annoying and bossy woman popped in his mind. Hey, Mr. Indecisive Diva, stop acting like a pussy and get back to work. Focus and stop dilly-dallying. Chun Fei barked in his head. Fuck, he muttered and then growled. Stay out of my fucking mind. Everyone looked at him like he had gone insane. And perhaps he really was going insane. That woman, Chun Fei, was so annoying that she would pop up inside his head now and then without any warning to annoy him. He would even have nightmares about her sometimes where she always rejected his ideas for his men's product line for Orchidia Beauty and pushed the launch date sooner than planned without any advance notice. These nightmares frightened him so much that he would wake up in the middle of the night shivering in the cold and sweating buckets. Then he would jump off the bed to jot down ideas for his men's line instead of returning to sleep, just so his nightmares about her wouldn't come true in real life. In a way, these nightmares benefited him because they were forcing him to come up with more creative ideas while at the same time decreasing the moments he felt indecisive about his choices for his men's line. In turn, it lessened Chun Fei's nagging, giving Jin Chonglin a respite, but still didn't decrease his opinion that she was a bossy and annoying woman. Are you all right? Iris asked him. Huh? What? Yes, of course. I'm all right, he replied, clearly still distracted. Hello? Man, we're in a meeting. Get your head back in the game. We have lots of work to do now that Iris is back, Lin Dong told him in exasperation. Yeah. Tang Yi glared at the giggling Dom, who immediately shut up, but not before waggling his eyebrows at the distracted Jin Chonglin. Dom could feel it in his bones that Jin Chonglin was thinking about a woman, 2 women to be exact, based on his changing expressions. The first woman was already taken and off limits, as evident from Jin Chonglin's regretful expression that he always tried so hard to hide. The woman in question was dense to Jin Chonglin's feelings, but most of the others, including Dom, could sense it. Dom had a feeling that his Sir Boss also knew about Jin Chonglin's feelings, hence why Jin Liwei was sometimes so mean to his younger brother. The second woman was Iya. Dom knew who it was based on Jin Chonglin's irritated look. There was only one woman who Dom knew could make the male superstar look like he ate something sour. That was another headstrong and stubborn woman. She and Jin Chonglin were so preoccupied by their mutual dislike of each other that they were failing to realize the growing attraction between them. Ehehe. Dominic chew up. Once again, Dom shut up after being scolded by Tang Yi. Back to Jin Chonglin. It took a few more seconds, but he was finally able to focus in the meeting. He might be a ladies' man, not denying that fact, but when it came to work, he was always serious and gave his all. Their meeting commenced in no time with no further distractions. After the meeting, all of them left Bright Summit and headed to their first work together since the bomb incident. It was a quick guest appearance on a popular variety show. Jin Chonglin didn't realize yet that his own efforts at killing his own traitorous feelings for his brother's woman were ineffective, but a single thought about a certain bossy and annoying woman completely redirected his thoughts. This prince's latest idea for my men's line is flawless. Let's see if you still have any room to complain. Humph, he muttered under his breath while on the road with Lin Dong and his assistants in his executive van. What did you say? Lin Dong asked. Nothing. And they drove on while Jin Chonglin stewed in irritation about a certain bossy woman. ####. In the next few days, Iris and Jin Chonglin busied themselves promoting their next single together and attended quite a number of interviews while doing so. It was unavoidable that the topic of the bomb incident would be broached in these interviews. Iris was asked the most about it because she was established early on as the main target of the attack. It has been revealed that Zhu Ning is the real mastermind behind the bomb incident. Many remember that she has threatened both you and your mother, the Viscountess Lan, in public before. It has also been reported that there is evidence proving her crimes of planning the attack with her alleged lover, Tian Kong, the bomber and main perpetrator of the bomb incident, against you. What's your opinion about this, Iris? A host asked her during one of the interviews. Iris kept her expression and tone neutral, not revealing any of her real thoughts. The investigations regarding the bomb incident and Madame Zhu Ning's alleged involvement are still ongoing. I'll wait for the results of the investigations first before making any final judgment, she replied. Although she said this, she had no intention of leaving everything up to the authorities to solve, especially right now that their systems hadn't fully recovered yet from Ketchup's crazy hacking attack. In addition, she made a deal with Long Jian. She wouldn't badmouth his mother because of it. Unsatisfied by her answer, the host tried urging her to say more, but Iris used the interview-dodging skills Tang Yi repeatedly instilled in her during the past year. Although Iris still mostly retained her straightforward attitude during interviews, she began to realize that being too honest and straightforward might come back to bite her in the rear later. Not everyone appreciated honesty, especially from a popular celebrity like her. Tang Yi always lectured her that celebrities like her needed to learn how to pay lip service not only for her fans, but also to the general public in order to maintain a peaceful career. At first, Iris resisted, thinking that it was such a hassle. She also didn't like how she needed to sacrifice her honesty. I don't want to lie, she told her manager. It's technically not lying, Iris. It's just evading the questions and redirecting the topic of conversation into a completely different one so that you don't have to lie or tell the truth. That's a skill we, the managers, want our artists to learn, Tang Yi replied. Just look at Jin Chonglin. He's an expert at it. That's why he lasted so long in this industry and reached his superstar status in our country. If this was in the past, Iris wouldn't have given a whit about it, but becoming engaged to Jin Liwei and also becoming the godmother to little June gradually changed her mindset. Now she realized that anything that came out of her mouth would affect her loved ones whether she liked it or not. She was now a popular celebrity. Period. Not only that, she was also a rising star in the country's business world with the successful launch of Orchidea Beauty. The general public weren't aware yet that she was also the owner of Planet Monkey and Gold Heights. She wanted to focus on making Orchidea Beauty synonymous with her image first before revealing her ownership of the other companies. In short, she was a public figure. The general public, especially the often bloodthirsty media who only cared about making sensational headlines regardless of the people they inconvenienced, would constantly try to invade her privacy and that of her loved ones if she loosened her guard. Interest for her would only increase as she became more famous. It reached an all-time high when her relationship with Jin Liwei was revealed to the public. Iris didn't want to give other people any reason to use her or anything that came out of her mouth to tarnish Jin Liwei's reputation or hurt their godson. She wasn't the sheltered princess of the infamous Vetrov family anymore. She was now Long Xiulan, aka Iris Long, an internationally acclaimed multi-award-winning musician, celebrity, businesswoman, and also Jin Liwei's future wife. Maintaining a respectable image was a must, in order to protect the family and life she was building with her lover. Thus, she finally relented and began learning the interview-dodging skills Tang Yi always pushed on her. Back to the interview, Jin Chonglin butted in and redirected the topic to a completely different one. He did it with such smoothness and expertise that the host only realized that she had been played after the interview was over. By that time, it was too late. Even Iris couldn't help but admire his skills. He truly was a pro. It was no wonder that Tang Yi liked using him as an example to prove her points to Iris. You still have a long way to go to reach this prince's level, Sister Xiulan. Jin Chonglin teased Iris as they returned to their respective executive vans. I know, Iris admitted. Indeed, she was still nowhere near Jin Chonglin's level when it came to handling the media by herself. But I'll learn. Eventually. No, soon. Yeah. You're a monster of insanity. She tilted her head to the side. I don't understand what you mean. It means that you learn way too fast that it's insane. You're a monster. Before Iris could reply, Lin Dong interrupted them. Time to head to our next destination. Hurry up. Traffic is heavy right now. Iris, this way. Tang Yi led her, Dom, and the rest of their entourage to their separate executive van. Their bodyguards surrounded the area, keeping eye of any potential dangers. The two groups made their way to their next work commitment for the day. In the meantime, the makeup artist and hairstylist were busy retouching Iris and helping her change her outfit. She wouldn't have time to do all of these at the radio station because of the heavy traffic. Her phone rang. Dom answered it. Boss, it's Sir Boss. Ehehe. ####. Hello, darling. Iris answered the phone while being glammed up. Everyone was silent while eavesdropping on the couple's phone conversation. Except for Dom, who was already used to it. Tang Yi and the others, including the bodyguards at the front, still found it weird listening to the usually cold and indifferent Seo, Jin Liwei sound very gentle and loving. It was as if they were seeing a proud and mighty lion acting like a tamed kitten in front of Iris. So deceptive. Ever since Iris returned to work full-time after the bomb incident, Jin Liwei made it a point to call her despite his busy schedule. He didn't have much time to spare, but still didn't miss a day checking up on her. In turn, Iris made sure to arrange hearty lunches to be sent to Jin Corporation for him every day. Congratulations, love. I just received word that Shining Eyes reached #1 in Singapore and the Philippines today, he informed her. Really? N. I told you that your song will make it to the top outside China. Iris turned to Tang Yi. Her manager mouthed. Let me check. Before Tang Yi could confirm the information, her phone started ringing, almost making her throw it away. Aya. Who the? Hello. It's. Hey, little Tang. Why is that brat not answering her phone? I've called 2 times already, but it's busy. Tell her to answer her damn phone. I have important news. Hello, Mr. JJ. Tang Yi greeted in a hurry while wiping imaginary cold sweat from her forehead. Most people would react this way to JJ, the notorious temperamental music producer. Well, where's the brat? Let me talk to her. Hurry. I'm here, Mr. JJ. Iris replied in a relaxed manner while still on the phone with Jin Liwei. There you are? Guess what happened today? Ha ha ha. My song, Shining Eyes, has become #1 in the Philippines and Singapore. I bet a brat like you would never guess. Huh? How did you know? It's supposed to be a surprise. Have you been monitoring your song's rankings in other countries? Iris chuckled, her voice tinkling like crystal bells. No, I haven't, but Liwei did. He just told me about it. Oh, TSK. The music producer sounded disappointed that he wasn't able to surprise her with the news. However, he quickly recovered. Everyone is crazy about Shining Eyes in other Asian countries. It's now #1 in Singapore and the Philippines, but it's also quickly climbing up to the top of the music charts in other countries. The localized versions of the song are number 6 in Vietnam, number 3 in Cambodia and Indonesia, and number 2 in Malaysia and Thailand. It would have been so much better if you and that pipsqueak Jin Chonglin sang the localized versions because I know that you can speak their languages, but whatever, this is good too. No, this is awesome. As awesome as me, JJ. Iris' smile was bright as she listened to JJ raving about her song's success in other Asian countries. Dom, Tang Yi, and the others, even the bodyguards in the front seat, were also all beaming. I have to go, love. Congrats again, Jin Liwei interrupted. Thank you, darling. See you later at home. And I love you. I love you too. Kaya. Dom began a muted squealing alongside the makeup artist and hairstylist. Tang Yi also wanted to squeal but stopped herself because she had to maintain her image as a capable manager. As for the two female bodyguards in the front passenger seat, their expressions twitched for a fraction of a second upon hearing the lovey-doveyness between their employers, but quickly recovered and maintained their emotionless countenance, as if nothing happened. Bleg. JJ could be heard reacting on the phone and then muttering, "Young people." After ending the call with Jin Liwei, Iris focused on talking with JJ while continuing to be glammed up. The fact that her song, Shining Eyes, had been released outside the country wasn't news to her. The hit drama, Our Love, Our Destiny, became available for international streaming at the same time it premiered in China. However, it took a few weeks before it gained traction among foreign audience. But once it did, the drama barreled its way to become an international hit. And as the official theme song, Shining Eyes rose to prominence as well along with the drama. Iris was an unknown musician outside of China and Europe, but her heavenly voice in the song caught the attention of the foreign viewers. Most of them already knew Jin Chonglin and were fans of him from before, but they also became her fans after listening to the two of them sing together. These new fans became even more impressed after learning that she was the one who wrote the song. As the drama and the song became more popular outside China with each airing episode every week, especially in Asia, Iris Long became one of the most searched for celebrities in the region. There wasn't a lot of information available on the internet about her private life, but the new foreign fans were impressed by what they learned so far. Survived a car crash and a year-long coma. Successful instrumental album, Rebirth Melodies, especially in Europe. Performed with Maestro Ludovico De Luca and the hitmaker Enrique Valdez, both legendary musicians. Multi-award-winning musician. History-making musician for creating new musical techniques. Recipient of the Soleil d'Or Award for Best Soundtrack at the highly respected Summit International Film Festival in France. Skilled polyglot who was appointed official interpreter and translator in the just-finished International Business Conference this year. Engaged to marry billionaire Jin Liwei, the current president-CEO of Jin Corporation, the top company in China and one of the biggest in Asia. Future sister-in-law of Chinese superstar Jin Chonglin. A businesswoman in her own right with the successful and record-breaking launch of her own company, Orchidia Beauty. And her mother was a Viscountess of Spain. The new foreign fans were all asking, what in the world is with this talented woman? We want more of Iris Long. ####. In the other executive van, Jin Chonglin's team also learned about the song's successful rise to the top of the music charts in Singapore and the Philippines. Congrats. Thanks. Jin Chonglin looked pleased before thinking of something else. My upcoming song with Xiaolon, the one I wrote, will surpass Shining Eyes in the music charts here and in those other Asian countries. It was a statement of pure conviction. Yes, definitely, agreed his assistants. Why aren't you saying anything? Jin Chonglin asked after noticing his manager not saying anything. You don't believe that this prince's song will surpass Xiaolon's Shining Eyes? Of course, I believe in you, Lin Dong replied. Jin Chonglin raised an eyebrow. But, there's no but, man. Give me a break. Come on. You're my manager, but we're also pals. We've been pals for years. You can tell me whatever's bugging you. Lin Dong sighed. I told you. I believe in you first and foremost. For me, you're the best superstar our country has to offer. And you haven't reached your limit yet. You still have lots of room to grow, especially on the world stage. Jin Chonglin smirked, pleased by his manager's words. However, he could sense that Lin Dong had more to say. Just spill it. Lin Dong sighed again. It's nothing, really. You don't have to concern yourself too much about it. I just think that the stars have aligned for Shining Eyes this time because it's the official theme song of a hit drama, not to mention that you're the other half of the duet. You're a superstar and already famous in other parts of Asia. I also heard that Mr. JJ signed a number of deals for localized versions of the song. Since Iris is the songwriter, her name will remain in the credits even if the song is adapted into another language and sang by other foreign singers. Your name, on the other hand, what are you so worried about? Jin Chonglin interrupted. So what if my name won't included in the credits of the song's localized versions? Xiaolon is the one who wrote it anyway, so she deserves the full credit. At least, I'll remain as the other half of the original duet, and I'll be known for that among the many international viewers who watch the non-localized version of the drama. Or are you saying that the upcoming duet I composed won't reach the same level of popularity or surpass the success of Shining Eyes? Not at all. That's not what I mean. Then what do you mean? Enlighten me. No, don't think about this anymore. It's my failure as your manager for even broaching this troublesome subject. Now you should take this time to rest a little until we arrive at the radio station. We have another long day today. Remember that you need to attend a meeting for a potential endorsement deal tonight after today's work with Iris, Lin Dong reminded. Yeah, fine. Geez. Here I was being nice to you and attempting to deepen our friendship, but you just reject this prince's kindness, you bastard. Jin Chonglin in a sarcastic, yet joking manner. At your service. Humph. Lin Dong and the assistants chuckled at Jin Chonglin's mock annoyance before quieting down so that he could rest. Jin Chonglin closed his eyes. He was supposed to rest, but his mind continued thinking about what he and his manager talked about just now. Although Lin Dong didn't spell it all out aloud, Jin Chonglin had an idea of what his manager was thinking about. Indeed, the stars appeared as if they had aligned to make Shining Eyes a success for Iris. It was the theme song of a drama based on a popular. The drama became a hit first in China, then in other countries. In addition, he sang the duet with Iris. It wasn't that he was tooting his own horn, but he was also quite famous across Asia and had tons of fans in other countries. He was certain that his presence also contributed to the song's popularity. Saying all of these, however, Shining Eyes was truly a beautiful song. Iris created another masterpiece, a love song that would be remembered for a long time and would forever be associated to the hit drama, Our Love, Our Destiny. It was no wonder that it would be loved by many, including foreigners. With Iris' insane creativity, which had astounded him on numerous occasions, Jin Chonglin wasn't surprised that Shining Eyes rose to the top of foreign music charts so quickly. Compared to Shining Eyes, their next duet which he wrote wasn't associated with any hit drama. He only wrote it as a counterpart to Shining Eyes, and also to satisfy his own ego as a fellow artist in response to Iris' composition. Not to mention that this song that he wrote was planned to be a single, a standalone without the pomp and impact of a full album. He already knew all about these since the beginning and saw nothing wrong with it. But after learning that Shining Eyes, the song that Iris wrote, was shooting its way to the top of foreign music charts, he also wanted his song to do the same. No, he wanted his song to surpass Iris, despite lacking all the boosters Shining Eyes had. His hands tightened into fists as determination filled him. Who am I? I'm Jin Chonglin, a superstar. I've been successful in this industry longer than Xiaolon, Iris long. I can do it. My song can do it. He had many feelings regarding Iris, some of them questionable as her future brother-in-law, but mostly he was filled with respect for her as a fellow musician. At the same time, he felt a strong rivalry with her, wishing her the best, but also wanting to best her in their craft. Time passed, and the van stopped. We're here. Time to work, Lin Dong announced. Jin Chonglin opened his eyes and flashed his killer smile. I'm ready. ####. The next day, Orchidia Beauty made another headlines as they launched their next line of products consisting of lotions, creams, butters, and scrubs for the body. Everything sold out again in just a day. This time, it took hours, unlike their earlier record-breaking launches because the company had once again increased their manufacturing capacity, meaning there were more units available for sale than the earlier launches. Orchidia Beauty products were selling like hotcakes. It was the most coveted brand of skincare products right now in the country. Quite an impressive feat given that it had only been a few weeks since Orchidea Beauty launched with record-breaking sales and shocking many people. At this rate, the company would soon breach the top 10 beauty brands in the country, becoming the first domestic brand to do so among the foreign companies dominating the rankings for many years. The demand for Orchidea Beauty products were so high and the supply not enough that there were already counterfeit products appearing in shady markets. Fortunately, Orchidea Beauty reacted swiftly by releasing a video online comparing the quality of the counterfeit products to the real ones. Various clips of scientific experts from across the country and abroad, most of them from distinguished educational and research institutions, were included in the video to provide concrete evidence that using the low-quality, counterfeit products were dangerous because some of the ingredients were made from toxic chemicals. One such expert who made an appearance in the video was Teresa Blipsberg, a biomedical engineering major and chemical engineering minor who was already making waves in the world's medical field. What impressed the people the most was the fact that she was introduced as a cross-academy student, a certified genius. Although this didn't completely stop the counterfeit products from being sold, at least the video consisting of various reputable scientific experts deterred most of the consumers from buying the fake goods. When someone from Cross Academy, the legendary school of geniuses, said that the counterfeit Orchidea Beauty products were dangerous and toxic, they believed it. Only the desperate ones still risked it and bought the counterfeit products despite the warnings. Orchidea Beauty also released a statement saying that they were cooperating with authorities in order to combat the spread of the counterfeit products. However, everyone knew that something like this wouldn't be easy to eradicate completely. Chen Fei, as the COO, was the one who was in charge of executing all of these. However, everything went through Iris first and received her approval. It was also through her connection with Cross Academy that she was able to invite so many respected scientific experts to make an appearance for Orchidea Beauty's video. Although in reality, it was all thanks to Teresa Blipsberg that the scientific experts accepted Orchidea Beauty's invitation to appear in their video. When they learned that a Cross Academy student accepted the offer, they all followed suit. Who were they? If one of the genius students of Cross Academy could appear in the video, why should they act high and mighty and refuse to do the same? Of course, they would also accept the offer. After all, this was an opportunity to appear alongside someone from Cross Academy, even if it was just through a video. This would be a great opportunity for them to be associated with a Cross Academy student and earn them special bragging rights. Iris was on the phone speaking to Clover while on the way to a meeting with Jin Liwei for their next work commitment. Tang Yi would be meeting them there after she was finished accompanying another young artist she was managing. Clover was giving real-time reports of what was happening in Orchidea Beauty. Chen Fei, Long Jinjing, and the Bauer siblings were busy with their own tasks at the moment, so Iris opted to wait until later before speaking to them. "Thank you, Clover. Your reports are thorough as usual," Iris said. "Fu. No problem, President Long. This is my job and I love it," Clover replied with a cute chuckle. Iris nodded, pleased by Clover's words. "You should start easing off from being my executive assistant in the company soon and instead finish your preparations for your new post. Are you ready for your trip to France? You'll be staying there for quite a while, so make sure that you have everything ironed out before you leave." "Don't worry, boss. I mean, President Long. Everything is, huh?" Dom burst into tears. Whoa. Huh? Is my big bro crying again?" Clover asked. Iris sighed and smiled at the same time while patting Dom's back. Then she handed him the phone so that the siblings could talk to each other. "You just came to China, and now you're leaving. Whoa. Remember not to be duped by any Frenchman, no matter how romantic and handsome they are. You should always be on your guard and protect your innocence, or else our dragon mother, cough. I mean, our momsy will erupt like an angry volcano and spread terror to all of us. You be careful in France, okay? But if you find an awesome Frenchman or European guy that you think will give you a happily ever after, go for it, sis. Oh, and make sure to find me someone too. Whoa. I'm gonna miss you so much." With her great hearing, Iris could tell that Clover had also began sobbing like her brother. The siblings began talking in Tagalog, the Filipino language. Iris eavesdropped on their conversation, intending to test how much she could understand. The result was that she was able to understand the gist of the conversation, but not everything. Dom and Clover taught her a little bit of the language, But if she wanted to improve her Tagalog skills to a higher level, then she needed to work harder in studying it. Oh, I just remembered something Mimi told me, Clover said all of a sudden, speaking in Mandarin again. She says that there are plans about making a live-action adaptation of her webtoon, but nothing is finalized yet. #####. Iris looked surprised and then happy for their friend. That's great. I hope that the plan goes through and her webtoon will have a live-action adaptation. Wow, Mimi is super-duper awesome. She's a famous webtoon artist now. My fabulous self is so proud of her. Go, twin sis. Dom exclaimed, his eyes and nose still red and swollen from his crying session with Clover. They wanted to call Mimi, but she should still be absorbed in working on her webtoon. Mimi had become insanely busier ever since her webtoon, Queen of the Shadows, became one of the most popular webtoons this year. Reaching the top rankings was difficult, but maintaining it was even harder. She may have struck it rich, but she had to continue working hard on a constant basis, which made her look like a zombie with each passing day. Mimi might look like she had died and been revived numerous times from working so hard, but Iris and their other friends could see how happy she was living her dream as a webtoon artist. Although they were all concerned about her health, they couldn't bear to stop her from doing what she loved. As long as she maintained the bare minimum of staying healthy, then they wouldn't interfere in the career that she chose for herself. After talking about Mimi for a few more minutes, Iris once again reminded Clover to focus on finishing her preparations for her upcoming trip to France before finally ending the phone call. Clover was smart, skilled, and hardworking like her brother Dom. Most importantly, both siblings were loyal to Iris. Clover had grown so much in the short period of time that she came from the Philippines to work as Iris' executive assistant at Orchidia Beauty. Iris had been thinking of promoting her, and the time had come. She decided to give Clover an important mission, to take the lead in reviving the old French perfumery, formerly known as Sang Bleu, now renamed Libert. Clover had to stay in France for a while to learn everything about the perfumery in this particular industry. It would be challenging, but Iris believed in Clover. In short, Iris appointed Clover Chua as the COO of Libert, which would become a subsidiary company under Orchidia Beauty. It wasn't only Clover. Iris also gave Alona Bauer an important mission. Alona would be returning to Germany around the same time Clover would go to France in order to spearhead their plans of expanding Orchidia Beauty in Europe. When Iris first dropped her idea, both Chen Fei and Long Jinjing tried to dissuade her, telling her that it was too early to think about expanding internationally. We should focus on growing here in the country first and stabilizing our position, Chen Fei said. We've only just launched. And now you're thinking about expanding in Europe? What the hell? What in the world are you thinking about? Are you crazy? Yes, you're crazy. Little sister, President Long. Although my financial forecast for our first year's profits are extremely positive, I don't recommend using that for international expansion at this time, Long Jinjing said. Of course, I also want Orchidia Beauty to expand outside China, but I don't think this is the right time. It's too early. I agree with Xiao Fei, with COO Chun. It's better for us to use our profits in developing our company in our own country, first for the next 2 to 5 years at the least before thinking of expanding the company internationally. The two tried hard dissuading Iris, but she was adamant in her decision. Don't worry. We won't touch our company profits. I'll use my own money to fund the European expansion. Treat it as just another one of my investments, she assured them in a nonchalant manner. Rich bitch, Chun Fei muttered under her breath. Long Jinjing shot a warning look at her best friend, silently telling her that Iris was the head of their company. Iris didn't mind. Chun Fei knew when to act professional. She would only use her foul mouth when they were alone and speaking as friends, not as colleagues. Besides, Iris preferred people who would say their real feelings to her face rather than talk about her behind her back. It was easier to deal with honest people than two-faced ones. In the end, Chun Fei and Long Jinjing could only give in to Iris' headstrong decision after being comforted by her assurance that she wouldn't touch Orchidia Beauty's current profits for her crazy plan. Their logic told them that Iris would just be throwing her money down the drain, but for some reason, they believed deep inside that her insanity would somehow succeed against all odds. After all, she already had history of triumphing beyond everyone else's expectations ever since she woke up from her one-year coma. As for Iris, she wasn't just being impatient. There was an important reason why she felt confident in her plan of expanding Orchidea Beauty in Europe. It was because both her companies, Orchidea Beauty and Planet Monkey, had successfully been approved as members of Cross Academy's exclusive business network recently. Orchidea Beauty was approved almost immediately after its record-breaking launch, selling out everything in 5 seconds. On the other hand, it took quite some time for Planet Monkey to receive approval compared to Orchidea Beauty because it took longer for the gaming company to reach the required profit threshold. It wasn't that Planet Monkey failed to earn immediately. On the contrary, it was raking earnings that would make many startup gaming companies vomit blood in extreme envy, especially now that Supreme Ascension was taking the Chinese gaming industry by storm. Despite the huge earnings, it was only recently that Planet Monkey managed to break even. The amount Iris and the company invested in advanced technologies, like the one they bought from Iris fellow Cross Academy student Michael X. Lorson, was staggering. In short, Planet Monkey only started really making significant profits now. From Iris' perspective, the time it took for Planet Monkey to profit was long, but in actuality, it only took a few months. If other business people heard her thoughts, they would curse her without a doubt. Planet Monkey's progress was actually extremely fast. If it were any other normal startup gaming companies, it would take them years to break even if they invested the same amount in advanced technologies like what Planet Monkey did. Now that both Orchidea Beauty and Planet Monkey were members of Cross Academy's exclusive business network, Iris now had direct access to various benefits unimaginable to the average business people. Although not a guarantee of absolute success, the Academy's exclusive business network would make it easier and lower the risks for her companies to expand internationally even at this very early stage. In fact, she already received investment offers from a few Cross Academy alumni who were some of the world's most successful business people as soon as her companies were approved as members. Iris was in no hurry of selling shares of her companies at this time, but the interest from all those impressive business people gave her the confidence to push her plans of expanding her companies internationally into motion as soon as possible. ####. Iris finally received an all clear from her doctor, declaring her healthy enough to resume all of her normal activities after suffering injuries in the bomb incident. Now she could once again work as much as she wanted. And most importantly, she could make love with Jin Liwei again. Finally, he had been so concerned about aggravating her injuries that he didn't make love with her, frustrating her so much that it almost caused a big fight between them. She had been on the verge of storming off the mansion and moving back to the penthouse to live with Wei Lan instead due to her frustration. Fortunately, Jin Liwei managed to sweet-talk her, ease her bad temper, and redirect her restless energy to her showbiz work instead of focusing on her unspent libido. She missed him so much that she would sometimes uncharacteristically wake up from her usual deep slumber to grope him in the dark while they were in bed in the middle of the night. He would always respond, of course, making her so excited and needy, until he realized what was happening and regain his wits. Then he would stop just when everything was hot and exciting. To ease her frustration, he would go down on her, spread her legs wide open, and eat her with his mouth and fingers until she shook and cried out in ecstasy. Despite this, she still didn't feel completely satisfied. She wanted more, but he refused to do more. No matter how much she asked, begged, even, he controlled himself like a monk. She wanted, no, she needed him to make love with her energetically, firmly, vigorously, thoroughly, with everything he had like how he always did before. But Jin Liwei would always prioritize her health, safety, and well-being no matter what. Without the doctor's assurance, he wouldn't dare fully touch her for fear of hurting her, because he was certain that he would lose control if he allowed himself to give in to his desire for her. Iris was frustrated, but he was also frustrated. She knew that it was taking all of his self-control and discipline not to jump her, tear off her clothes, and take her like a wild beast on the floor every time she tried seducing him. Fortunately, their mutual frustration would end today. She would make sure of it. After working early in the morning, Iris headed to Jin Corporation to personally deliver lunch to Jin Liwei. This would be the first time she would set foot in his company in broad daylight. She had sneaked in a few times before at night with the assistance of Diao Yijue and Gu Chang to install the new security system she created after Jin Corporation was attacked by the hacker Eagle. Jin Liwei had expressed his desire to show her his workplace a few times before, but never forced her to come. She always wanted to openly visit, but didn't want to disrupt business operations and cause unnecessary disturbance because of her presence. The media would certainly catch wind of her visit. Because Jin Corporation was such a huge company and housed so many employees on a daily basis. If she didn't sneak in, everyone was bound to know of her visit. But she didn't want to sneak in. Not today. This was her future husband's company. Why should she sneak in? Filled with anticipation, she rushed to Jin Corporation as soon as she was done with work that morning. She was in such a hurry that she almost forgot to bring lunch. Good thing that Dom remembered, and they were able to pick up the lunch the chef prepared from the mansion. Little June saw them and wanted to tag along, too. Iris almost gave in when her cute godson started crying, but steeled her heart this time, because what she planned on doing with little June's papa was inappropriate for a kid to see. Jun, go with mama? Please, the little guy begged her, looking pitiful and adorable at the same time with his puppy eyes. Iris struggled, finding a random excuse while trying to comfort her godson. Her eyes fell on the dark clouds covering the gray sky outside the windows. Sorry, little June. The weather is not good today. It's going to rain. It's cold outside and you might get sick if you come with us, so stay at home today, okay? We'll be back later. Fortunately, little June was a good boy and was soon distracted by his cat cousins, ice cream, and popcorn. Iris and Dom were able to escape and rush to Jin Corporation. Later, 2 black cars sandwiched an executive van and stopped directly in front of Jin Corporation's main entrance. The weather worsened, cold and drizzling. There was a chill in the air that felt like it would seep into one's bones whenever the wind blew by. Normal people wouldn't want to venture outside in this kind of terrible weather unless it was absolutely necessary, but a certain woman was burning with a blazing fire deep within herself that needed to be quenched no matter what as soon as possible. She needed to see her man, right now, so the terrible weather could go fuck itself. As if something like the weather could stop her when she had already made up her mind. The doors of the 2 black cars opened and men in black suits poured out holding large, black umbrellas. They moved in unison to surround the executive van and nodded at their colleagues who came out of the company building to welcome them. This impressive sight caught the attention of both the company employees and passers-by. They craned their necks and wondered who in the world was coming to be treated with such extreme importance. Finally, they got the answer. The van's door opened and a high-heeled leather boot stepped on the ground, followed by the graceful figure of a familiar, beautiful young woman. Silence for a couple of seconds. Then gasps all around. Eyes popped out and jaws fell down. Kaiowea. It's Iris Long. Boss Iris has come. ####. As soon as someone shouted Iris Long's name, a great crowd descended from inside the company building. Most of them forgot to wear their coats before running outside in excitement. They immediately shivered like pitiful wet dogs, suffering the cold wind which continued to bully them. Despite this, they still refused to return to the warmth inside, and instead insisted on being the first ones to lay their eyes on the future Mrs. Jin Liwei for her first visit at Jin Corporation. The company chat instantly became active with the news of Iris Long's arrival. Snapshots of her congested the chat channels with excited captions and commentaries from normally professional employees. The black stars among them revealed their true colors to their colleagues as they descended into squealing fangirls and fanboys, and fangays too. Those who were in the upper floors made their way down to the main floor in a hurry, rendering the elevators useless, which reached full capacity in an instant, stopping at every floor. The impatient ones decided to run down the stairs instead of waiting for the elevators despite the hellish number of floors they needed to descend before reaching the main floor. Not even a minute had passed, but the news about Iris Long's arrival somehow leaked outside Jin Corporation. There were people on the streets trying to breach the company gates, even resorting to begging the security guards in tears just to see her. It was unfortunate to them that they weren't allowed to step inside the company property even if they started crying tears of blood because Jin Corporation was the #1 company in the country, and therefore, its security was stricter than average companies. Back at the main entrance, Iris was taken aback by the overwhelming welcome. She was certain that these people didn't know in advance that she would be coming today. In fact, she also didn't know that she would be visiting Jin Corporation today until receiving an all-clear health pronouncement from her doctor earlier that morning. Hearing the people calling her Boss Iris, she knew that most of them were her beloved fans, the Black Stars, who always supported her through thick and thin no matter how many times the various detractors tried discrediting her for one reason or another. I love you so much, Boss Iris. Welcome to Jin Corporation, Boss Iris. Please marry the president ASAP and give birth to lots of beautiful babies. PFT. Dom laughed after hearing what they were shouting. Ehehe. Boss, everyone wants you and Sir Boss to make babies soon. In a good mood, Iris chuckled before covering her mouth to respond to Dom so that the people couldn't read her lips and know what she was saying. We're not in a hurry. We're still practicing the baby-making process. Ehehe, cough. Cough. Dom almost choked on his own startled laughter. Iris chuckled louder, the sound making the surrounding people sigh in appreciation, including the bodyguards protecting her. No matter if she was singing, talking, or laughing, her voice always sounded like heaven to the ears. How could such a woman like her exist in the world? Many were saying that she was lucky to catch the attention of a multi-billionaire businessman like Jin Liwei and receive a marriage proposal from him. But to the Black Stars, he was the one who was lucky. She was young, beautiful, multi-talented, extraordinary, and had many years ahead of her to grow into someone even more exceptional than she already was. In their minds, it was Jin Liwei who was getting a bargain. If he wasn't rich, powerful, tall, handsome, and scary, they would have probably started hating him for snatching their boss Iris and locking her in marriage when she was still so young. Indeed, Jin Liwei wasn't the president CEO of the #1 company in the country for nothing. He already pounced and sank his teeth on the juiciest prize, refusing to let go even once, before the competition could even make a move and realize what they were missing. The crowd followed as the bodyguards led Iris and Dom inside the warm lobby. Once inside the building, the people seemed to remember that they were proud employees of the country's #1 company. They were able to regain control of themselves from acting like embarrassing teenage fans. Barely. Miss Long, welcome to Jin Corporation. Su Tian, who was waiting by the lobby, greeted her. The crowd maintained a respectful distance around him, knowing that he was their president's right-hand man. The president is waiting for you in his office. Please follow me. Iris and Dom greeted Su Tian and followed him to the private elevator reserved for the company's executives. The normal elevators wouldn't work for their group at this time anyway, because people were still scrambling to use them from every floor in order to get a glimpse of Iris. Mommy, Daddy is asking where you are right now. He already asked Ketchup this question for a total of 29 times. Ketchup told Daddy that Mommy is already in the elevator and will arrive in his office shortly, so he should relax and stop pacing around like an impatient and grumpy lion waiting for his lioness wife to return to their den from her hunting escapade. Meow. Ketchup's adorable voice spoke inside the elevator all of a sudden. PFT. Dom laughed hard at Ketchup's descriptive words. Iris was also amused. Where did you learn that analogy? From Uncle Dom, of course. Ehe. Meow. Iris gave her assistant a side-eye. Dom tried containing his laughter and wondered if he was in trouble. As for the others, Su Tian and the bodyguards didn't bat an eye, acting as if hearing a child's voice speaking from out of nowhere without any warning was the most natural thing in the world. They were already used to the mysterious AI who their employers treated like their own child. Although they had no idea about Ketchup's true origins, it wasn't their business to delve too deeply into their employer's secrets. Ding. The elevator door opened at the top floor. ####. I'm here, Iris announced after Su Tian led them to Jin Liwei's massive office. Jin Liwei strode towards them, his eyes only looking at his baby girl and no one else, as if she was the only person in the world with him at that moment. Ignoring the presence of others, he enveloped her in his arms, lifted her up until her boots left the floor, and then kissed her on the mouth in front of everyone. Her arms wrapped around his neck as she melted into his hot, welcoming kiss. Kaya! Dom squealed and fanned himself dramatically with his hands. As someone who had witnessed the couple's love story since the beginning, he already watched all kinds of lovey-dovey scenes between the two, but he still reacted like an excited fangirl whenever they shamelessly exhibited their public displays of affection. Unlike Dom, the others averted their eyes and looked somewhere else. Su Tian cleared his throat without disturbing the couple before gesturing to the bodyguards to start arranging the lunch they brought from the mansion on the table inside the office. They immediately went to work, their movements swift and silent. Intruder. Intruder alert. An unwelcome presence has been detected. Rio. The bodyguards mobilized into new positions in just a couple of seconds, prioritizing the protection of Iris and Jin Liwei. Their hands held their weapons, ready to fire if needed. Jin Liwei grabbed Iris and placed her behind him, while Dom squeaked before hiding behind Su Tian and clutching at the man's tailored business. Suit. Who is it? Jin Liwei asked Ketchup. The intruder is Rose Young, CMO of Jin Corporation. That hoochie who wants to steal my daddy from my mommy and is always looking at daddy like she wants to lick him from head to toe. Ew. Yuck. Bleg. Meow. Iris frowned while Jin Liwei scowled. Dom raised both his hands up in the air and told the couple, I wasn't the one who taught Ketchup the word hoochie. I swear it wasn't me. Of course it wasn't you. Silly Uncle Dom. I learned it from Annie Clover. Eehee. Meow. By the way, that hoochie isn't alone. The other executives, all respectable humans and not hoochies, are also coming. They're in the elevator right now and will reach the office in 18 seconds. Meow. Su Tian sighed and told the bodyguards, there is no danger. Lower your weapons. Then he spoke at a random corner. Young Miss Ketchup, please refrain from giving false alarms like this, and also please be careful not to call CMO Young a hoochie, cough cough, or similar derogatory remarks, especially while inside the company. Regardless of her motives, she is still an important executive in Jin Corporation. Oh, don't be so uptight, Tian, or you'll never get a girlfriend. Meow. Su Tian inhaled a deep breath and closed his eyes, trying to control himself. Ketchup, Jin Liwei barked. Eek. Sorry, Daddy. Ketchup will behave now. Please don't ground me. Meow. Iris held Jin Liwei's arm, silently communicating to him not to be too hard on Ketchup. The cat AI wasn't really doing any harm. She was just exhibiting her playful personality, which was programmed in her system by Iris. She wouldn't be Ketchup without being playful like this. Besides, the white cat had already become docile after waking up from when Iris fixed her. She would still be playful like this, but wouldn't go too far and act on her impulsiveness like before. Hopefully. Iris wasn't concerned about Ketchup's behavior at all. Instead, she was concerned by something else. She always looks at you like she wants to lick you from head to toe, huh? Iris murmured. Jin Liwei stiffened. His expression became cold, colder than usual, and very scary. Don't worry about her. She doesn't register in my eyes, he assured his baby girl in a gruff voice. Love. The elevator will open in 3, 2, 1. Meow. Ding. They heard the sound of footsteps from the open door of the office, particularly from a pair of high heels which clacked on the floor. Rose Young strutted into the huge office, the other executives following behind her as if she was their leader, which she definitely was not, and completely ignored the many bodyguards in the room as if they didn't exist. Her eyes were only looking at Jin Liwei, never looking away from his face, as if he was the only other person in the world together with her. Hello, Big Brother, President Jin. Her voice sounded too sweet and cloying that Dom wanted to gag. Yeah, she's a hoochie. All right, Dom muttered under his breath. His voice was too soft that only Iris heard him with her great hearing. Jin Liwei only made a sound in his throat, not really replying to her, but also not completely ignoring her either. He still needed to act in a certain degree of propriety to fellow executives regardless of whether he hated their guts or not. Not to mention that he and Iris needed Rose Young to stay with Jin Corporation for now in order to keep the old adage, keep your friends close and your enemies closer, until they exposed her and her family's wicked plans. This was why they had to endure her for now. He pulled Iris from behind him and reached for her hand, clasping it with his own. His movements were showy, making sure that everyone, especially Rose Young and the other executives, could see that he was holding his future wife's hand. A dark expression flashed in Rose Young's eyes before she smoothed it out, maintaining the smile on her face. The other executives had intrigued expressions as they began to greet Jin Liwei and welcome Iris. This time, Jin Liwei gave them proper greetings, and Iris chatted with them. Rose Young saw the lunch being set up on the table. That smells delicious. All of us haven't eaten yet, so perhaps we could eat lunch together. if that's all right with Miss Long. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. The shameless hoochie, Dom growled low in his throat. Fortunately, only Iris heard him again. She shot him a warning glance to stop him from losing his temper in front of Jin Liwei's fellow executives. Iris might still be dense sometimes, but her EQ had grown so much from the time she woke up from coma. She understood that this was a trap set by Rose Young. If she rejected Rose's request to join them for lunch, then the impression the other executives would have of her would be that of a selfish bitch who wanted to monopolize Jin Liwei's time and attention while disregarding the presence of his important work colleagues. On the other hand, if she accepted Rose's request, she would appear as a kind and understanding woman who knew of her role as the President-CEO's future wife. However, she wouldn't have any time to spend alone with Jin Liwei if she did that. The process of weighing her decisions only took a second before she made up her mind. She opened her mouth, about to respond to Rose Young, but Jin Liwei acted faster than her. "I want to eat with my fiancé alone. Just the two us," he announced, tightening his hold on her hand. The other executives laughed and teased him for a bit. Rose Young, on the other hand, looked like she ate something sour and bitter before managing to control her expression. Iris rubbed her thumb against Jin Liwei's hand and gave him a soft smile. She was actually ready to reject Rose Young's request to join them for lunch regardless of the consequences of doing so. Although Iris wanted to give a positive impression of herself to Jin Liwei's colleagues, her need to spend some time alone today with him was too strong for her to disregard it. Fortunately, Jin Liwei rejected Rose Young first, taking away the pressure to respond to the request from Iris. Thus, no matter the outcome, nobody could directly blame Iris. Thus, Rose Young's trap was averted just like that. "I brought a lot of food. Please take some before leaving," Iris offered to the executives, and then flashed a sweet smile to Rose Young. "That's very kind of you, Miss Long," Rose Young replied in an equally sweet voice. The two women smiled at each other. Their expressions looked very sweet, but the spectators could feel the invisible, deadly sparks colliding between them. After only a few seconds, however, the victor emerged. Rose Young looked away, unable to handle it any longer. Frost flashed in Iris' smiling expression, not the least bit smug at her victory. She thought that the silent battle between her and Rose Young was petty and was not something to be proud of. How could Rose Young win against her in this kind of petty battle? She was a former princess of the international underworld during her past life. There were only very few people in the world who could make her feel true fear, and it didn't include Rose Young. Compared to the kind of people she encountered on a regular basis as Evelina Vetrova during her past life and as world-class hacker, Rose Young was considered cute and harmless. As for Rose Young, her dissatisfaction was obvious despite the fake smile on her face. Iris ignored the woman and gestured at Dom. He understood without needing to hear her exact instructions. He went to the table and started handing out some of the boxed lunches to the executives. "Thank you, Miss Long. Oh wow, this smells so good. Thank you." A chorus of thank yous later, the executives finally left. They explained that they only came to give a formal greeting to Iris after hearing of her arrival from the company chat. Rose Young looked torn and lingered a bit longer than her colleagues before following them out of the office with great reluctance. She held the boxed lunch away from her body, as if she was holding poop instead of delicious food. Dom snorted. If it was up to him, he wouldn't have given her anything, or better yet, he would have preferred if he could dump the contents of the lunch on her head. Ketchup was right. The way she looked at his Sir Boss was so nauseating to Dom that it was a miracle drool wasn't flowing out of her mouth. That no booby Rafflesia Arnoldii better stay away from Sir Boss or else the gorgeous Dominic Chua, will give her hell. Humph. Dom swore inside his mind. Not like Sir Boss will ever give her the time of day. Sir Boss will never choose her flat, chest over boss full and shapely boobs. But it's better to be careful around hoochies like her. They're full of tricks and will do anything to seduce a fine man like Sir Boss. Yep, I need to remind Baby Ketchup to keep a closer eye on that hoochie just in case she tries something on Sir Boss. Dom's internal monologue was interrupted when Jin Liwei ordered everyone to leave him and his future wife alone. Before they could leave, Iris instructed them to take their portion of the boxed lunches. The chef at home prepared more than enough to feed all of them. Finally, the door to the office closed, leaving only the couple inside. Jin Liwei helped Iris out of her coat before pulling her to sit beside him instead of the seat across the table. You said that you're going to tell me something. That's why you came here today, he said while serving food to her. What is it? Iris observed his big, strong yet elegant hands moving in front of her as she replied. I had an appointment with Dr. Ching this morning. He said that I'm healthy now. Good. He nodded, pleased and relieved to hear the news. She turned to look directly at him. Darling, I'm healthy again. And you just told me. So, She placed her hand on his chest and gave him a smoldering look with her eyes. Can we have sex now? A piece of meat fell from the chopsticks he was holding. Hashtag. Jin Liwei froze and his lips parted as he stared at Iris. He looked at the food, then at his baby girl. Food. His baby girl. He was hungry. No, he was famished, yet he couldn't decide right away which he wanted to devour first. Iris tilted her head to the side and continued to give him a smoldering look while waiting for him to respond. Fortunately, he didn't make her wait too long. His decision was made. There was nothing and nobody more important than his baby girl. The damn food could wait. He put down his chopsticks and then grabbed his baby girl's neck before crushing his lips against hers, making her gasp. Taking advantage of her startled mouth, he stabbed his tongue inside and swirled it around, not giving her time to even reciprocate his passionate invasion. A moan escaped from her throat as she closed her eyes and melted. She felt like she had turned into a puddle in his intense embrace, quickly boiling into a hot spring and eventually into a raging inferno which couldn't wait to release all of its heat into a glorious explosion of ecstasy. Every time his tongue rubbed against hers, it made her shiver in delight. Liwei, she whimpered, her voice muffled by his vigorous kissing. Not breaking their kiss, he pulled her to sit on his lap, making her gasp once again as her core pressed directly on top of his erection. Then his hands began roaming all over her body, rubbing and squeezing. It felt as if tongues of fire were burning her, making her feel so hot that it was almost unbearable wherever his large and hard hands touched her body. His hands slid down to her plump and shapely butt and squeezed each cheek hard. Iris pulled away from the kiss due to the pain, yet didn't complain because it also felt oh so delicious, especially when he began massaging them afterwards. His big hands continued their ministrations on her rear while he watched her expression with such intensity that Iris felt her core getting hotter and wetter by the second. Her body started moving on its own, rubbing herself on top of his hard length. He groaned and closed his eyes, enjoying the feel of their bodies rubbing despite still being fully clothed. His hips also started undulating a little in time with her movements, giving her plump rear cheeks another squeeze with each hand. He then grasped her hips and began changing the rhythm into something faster and firmer. Her head fell forward, pressing her cheek against his temple while enjoying the pleasurable sensations caused by their lewd movements. He turned his head and kissed her chin. The action was very gentle, a direct contrast to the tyrannical control he wielded over the movement of her hips on top of his bulging erection. Iris leaned back a little and looked at him with heavy-lidded eyes. She began loosening his tie and unbuttoning his shirt. Her hands trembled, but she persisted until the hard planes of his chest were exposed for her hungry eyes to enjoy. Then she slipped her hands inside his shirt and fondled his muscles, flicking a finger over each of his nipples and making him shiver. The corner of her lips lifted into a soft, erotic smile, pleased by his reaction to her touches. Her hands slid downwards and traced each pack of his well-defined, rock-hard abs. They contracted and trembled under her fingers. Jin Liwei caught her hands when they reached his belt buckle. My turn, he growled. He lifted the hem of her long-sleeved, turtleneck knitted dress, which fitted her like a glove. She was wearing black leggings underneath, the high waistband covering her flat stomach. Pretty soon, her ample breasts appeared covered in a delicate, lace bra. The sight immediately distracted Jin Liwei. He leaned forward to give the top of her breasts peeking out above the bra cups some loving licks and wet kisses. Iris chuckled at his actions before gently pushing him away so that she could completely take off her dress. She tossed it to the floor once it was off, and then wrapped her arms around his neck, intending to continue where they left off. But all of a sudden, Jin Liwei's erotic expression hardened and his body stiffened. Iris followed his glaring eyes and realized that he was looking at the scars marring her neck and shoulder. He saw them every day, but would still act this way each time, like he wanted to murder someone for hurting her. The scar on her neck was now very faint. She expected for it to disappear in maybe a couple more weeks. Maybe sooner. The one on her shoulder, however, was bigger and deeper. Some parts were already starting to fade, but she doubted that it would completely disappear unless a plastic surgeon fixed it. She didn't really mind the scar, to be honest, but the same couldn't be said for Jin Liwei. She caressed his face. They don't hurt anymore. Don't worry, okay? His arms wrapped around her waist, hugging her closer to him. Then he traced light kisses over the big scar on her shoulder. I'll always worry about you. A soft sigh escaped from her lips, followed by a helpless yet loving smile. She wanted to say thank you to him, but decided not to because it might ruin the sweet moment. They remained in that sweet moment, just savoring each other's presence and appreciating the fact that they were together. Their earlier intensity mellowed into a sensual warmth instead. It was so nice that Iris felt like maybe it wasn't too bad at all if they could just spend the entire time cuddling. She came to his office for sex, but this too was not bad. Perhaps. However, Jin Liwei had other ideas, especially when her breasts bumped against his face. He was once again distracted by the full and shapely mounds, so he unhooked the bra clasps in order to release them as soon as possible. His favorite breasts, his beloved pair of treasures. Hashtag. Jin Liwei was extremely pleased at the way his beloved treasures jiggled in front of his face once they were freed. He held one in each palm and began kneading and bouncing them. His thumbs flicked the hard nipples, making his baby girl gasp. Encouraged, he lightly pinched her nipples. This time, his actions earned a deep moan from her. He smirked as he watched the expressions of pleasure playing on his woman's face. In his eyes, she became even more beautiful and sexier with every sensual gasps and moans escaping from her luscious lips. He felt smug that he was the one who was making her like this and seeing all these erotic expressions on her face. There was nobody else allowed to see her in this state. Only him, her man, her lover, her future husband and partner in life. Leaning forward, he captured a nipple with his mouth, first swirling his tongue around it, and then sucking hard. Liwei. Iris threw her head back and closed her eyes while grabbing a fistful of his hair. She was always so responsive to his ministrations, and he loved that. He opened his mouth wider and tried taking more of her breast inside his mouth. He felt her push her chest harder against his face, as if doing so could fit more breast inside his already full mouth. Regardless of whether he was able to or not, he still did his best. Iris shuddered from the pleasure he was giving her. She held on to him, letting him take his time to make love with her breasts. She knew how much he enjoyed doing it. However, she finally grew impatient, especially after remembering that they only had a limited time before both of them needed to return to their respective works after lunch. Liwei, please stop. I need you right now, she whispered while moaning before trying to push his head away. He didn't budge. She wasn't even sure if he heard her or felt her pushing him away. All of his focus was on her breasts, as if he had already forgotten that there was still the rest of her attached to them. She didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Liwei. She grabbed his hair and pulled hard to get his attention. Ow! The pain finally wrenched him away from his blissful frolicking with his baby girl's amazing breasts. Huh? What happened? Why did you pull my hair? Did I hurt you? I'm sorry, love. A giggle burst from her lips. She was the one who hurt him by pulling his hair, yet he was the one apologizing because he thought that he hurt her? The giggle was soon followed by a helpless sigh. This was what happened when he was too focused on her breasts. He would lose awareness of his surroundings and just be preoccupied by her breasts. Not that she was complaining. She would rather that he preoccupied himself with her breasts and not others. No, darling. You didn't hurt me. She massaged the part of his head where she pulled his hair. I'm the one who hurt you. Sorry. It's okay, he replied. Then his eyes returned to her breasts. He was about to enjoy sucking them again when Iris pushed him back. Enough, Liwei, she said, giggling. We don't have much time. I want you to make love not just with my breasts, but with the whole me before I need to leave and go back to work. His expression indicated that he only just remembered that indeed they didn't have much time. He groaned. Damn it. I want to make love with you thoroughly today. Me too. But we can't right now. Liwei, please. I really need you now. He sighed, regretting that she had to leave soon. He was tempted to persuade her to cancel her work after lunchtime, but restrained himself. His baby girl was very professional and had a great work ethic. It wouldn't be right for him to influence her to break her professionalism and work ethics just because he wanted to thoroughly ravish her. Besides, he was also insanely busy today. In fact, he had an important meeting scheduled with the CEO of another company this afternoon. But if forced to make a choice between that CEO and his baby girl, was there even a need for him to choose? He would cancel the important meeting at the drop of a hat anytime just to be with his baby girl. However, he knew that she would feel bad if she learned that he did that for her. Not wanting to waste any more time, Jin Liwei held her close, grabbed her butt, and then stood up while carrying her. Iris wrapped her legs around his waist and hooked her arms around his shoulders like a koala. "The bedroom?" she asked, knowing that he had an office bedroom even though she had never actually set foot in his office. She had only sneaked into the company's server room before to install the new security system. Not today, maybe next time. Instead, he brought her to his massive desk, laying her back on the smooth, cold surface. She shivered a little but quickly heated up again when he started kissing her, thrusting his tongue deep inside her mouth. His hands also started roaming all over her body, squeezing here and there, making her burn up until she was feverish with desire. Taking her on his desk had been one of his longest fantasies about her even before he tricked her into becoming his girlfriend way back then. Now that this fantasy was coming to reality today, his breathing sped up and his heartbeat raced in excitement. His fingers hooked on the waistband of her leggings and began tugging them down her hips. That was until he realized that her knee-high leather boots needed to be removed first. The problem was that they were the type of boots that had long shoelaces crisscrossing 100 times. It would take forever to remove them. "I'm gonna burn these damn boots," he growled in irritation. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. A weak chuckle escaped from Iris' lips. "Feel free," she said in a husky voice, agreeing with Jin Liwei before sighing. "I wore these boots not knowing that I'll receive good news from my doctor this morning and that I would be rushing here to your office during lunchtime to seduce you." Jin Liwei's annoyance about her damn boots disappeared, his eyes darkening as desire for her returned in full force when he heard that her main purpose for visiting him in his office for the first time was to seduce him. "Forget about the boots. I can still take you with them on. Are you ready?" "Oh yes." Great anticipation made her feel giddy. She touched the bulge underneath his trousers and was about to unbuckle his belt when he caught her hands before she could do so. "I want to take you inside my mouth." "I want that, too, but we don't have time right now. I'd rather spend our limited time buried inside you," he whispered into her ear, making her shiver. "Okay." He leaned forward and kissed her hard and fast, sucking her bottom lip before pulling her off his desk until her feet touched the floor once again and they were standing in front of each other. Then he turned her around to face the desk, reaching from behind her to cover her breasts with his big hands. She moaned as he massaged her full, soft mounds while trailing wet kisses on her shoulder and neck. Then he bent her forward over his desk and pulled down her leggings, including her panties, until they bunched around her mid-thighs. While pressing a firm hand on her back to keep her still, his other hand touched her hot and wet core. "Ah!" She closed her eyes tightly and shuddered, biting her lips, as if electrified by his touch. He rubbed her, making her even wetter. Soon, his hand glistened with her juices. Then he inserted a finger inside her, moving it in and out. "Liwei, please." He inserted another finger and slightly increased the tempo. "Oh." She dropped her upper body on the desk with a deep groan. Her feverish body temperature heated up the cold surface in an instant. Then he stopped. Her eyes flew open. She was about to complain when she heard the sound of his belt being unbuckled. Her intended complaint was soon forgotten, replaced by obvious excitement. Then she felt the head of his erection press against her core. She closed her eyes, waiting for him to push himself all the way inside, but she heard him curse instead. "Shit. Condom. I forgot. Sorry, love. I almost entered you without protection. How irresponsible of me." Oh, she had also forgotten about it. How irresponsible of her, too. "Hold on, love. Let me think if I have some here in my office." "No, I don't think so." "Damn it. Let me call our butler." "No, there's no time. I'll call Sutian." "Yes, he'll buy us a box." Jin Liwei was about to reach for the phone at the corner of his desk, but she stopped her. "No need. I have." His eyes lit up. You brought condoms. Yes. Where? My purse. He was already walking to the sofa in the sitting area before she could even finish speaking. He didn't mind that his erection was standing freely and shamelessly over his open trousers and waving all around with every step he took. Iris admired the sight, thinking that her darling was the sexiest man alive in the world. Her tongue licked her lips. He reached for her purse and rummaged inside, finally taking out a quartet of condoms. Then he hurried back to her. You really intended to seduce me today, seeing how prepared you were bringing condoms. Nice, he praised. It wasn't me. We should thank Dom. It must have been obvious to Dom what I intended to do when I announced that I wanted to visit you in your office today. I couldn't think of anything except rushing here as soon as possible. I even forgot to bring lunch, but thankfully, Dom reminded me, so we dropped by at the mansion first to pick up the food our chef prepared. Before leaving, he showed me the condoms and slipped them inside my purse. I see. He nodded. Make sure to give him a raise. Yes, definitely. The conversation about Dom ended when Jin Liwei once again pressed his hand on Iris' back to bend her over his desk. Then he took one of the condoms, tore the foil, and sheathed himself. His body trembled with barely controlled excitement as he once again pressed the head of his erection over her hot and wet core. Finally, one of his longest fantasies about his baby girl was coming true today, making love with her over his office desk. However, he decided to tease her a little bit by not entering her just yet, instead rubbing the head of his erection over her quivering folds until she was all flushed and shaking and whimpering and complaining about him to hurry the damn up. He smirked before stabbing himself deep inside her without any warning. Iris' hands flapped around with his sudden, delicious invasion. Various documents, folders, pens, and other things on the desk crashed to the floor. It sounded like something even broke, but they didn't notice, nor did they care. Jin Liwei didn't give her time to adjust before holding her hips firmly with his hands and then slamming into her again and again. All she could do was curl her hands on his desk and take his hard, fast, wild, and extremely intense rhythm. Jin Liwei had totally lost control of himself. A huge, feral grin stretched across his face as he drove his hips like a sledgehammer against her sexy behind. The lewd sounds of their lovemaking, the wet, sucking sounds, the loud, slapping sounds of their skin hitting each other with every thrust, and the animal-like gasps, groans, grunts, moans, and whimpers were like music to his turned-on brain. ####. It wasn't only Iris who suffered when they didn't make love while she was recovering from injuries after the bomb attack. Now, Jin Liwei could finally release his pent-up desire, not to mention making his office fantasy about her a reality. All of these made him extra harder and vigorous than usual. Iris couldn't ask for more. She wanted to cheer him on and thank him at the same time for finally giving her what she needed, but couldn't really speak anything that made sense due to his ultra-intense lovemaking. He bent forward until she felt the hard muscles of his front torso on her back. One of his hands reached to her front and found the nub of pleasure over her hot, dripping core. Then he pressed it, sending a shock of electrical currents all over her body. But he wasn't done yet. He started rubbing it like crazy until her whole body was shaking violently. Her knees buckled. She would have already fallen if he wasn't holding her up. Tears flowed down her eyes as the unintelligible sounds coming out of her throat became louder and more urgent. Jin Liwei redoubled his efforts, pounding into her harder and faster. His teeth were gritted, yet the big, feral grin remained on his face. At that moment, he didn't feel like a human anymore, but a wild beast who was only focused on mounting his mate. If another person were to hear them right now, they would have misunderstood and thought that someone was being brutally tortured and murdered. Iris was screaming and sobbing. She would sound very alarming to those who didn't know what was really happening. Fortunately, Jin Liwei's entire office was soundproofed. When Iris was on the verge of reaching the peak of her pleasure, Jin Liwei stopped and pulled out of her all of a sudden. The abrupt emptiness shocked and confused Iris, like someone threw a bucket of cold water at her overheated self. Before she could make sense of the situation, he pulled her up from her bent position. Her legs felt weak, so he had to hold her up to prevent her from falling. Darling, what? He stopped her hoarse question with a fast and ruthless kiss. Instead of answering her, he lifted her up and laid her on his desk. because her leggings restricted her thighs and prevented her legs from opening wide. He turned her body on the desk so that she was lying on her side instead, and then bent her knees close to her upper body until her side-turned core was exposed to his waiting, hard length, which was still glistening with her juices. Then once again, he plunged himself deep inside her wet heat. The new position felt tighter, eliciting a deep groan from him, and even making him almost come in that very instant. However, he controlled himself, not allowing himself to come unless his baby girl had reached her climax first. Iris turned her upper body to face him even as her lower body was turned to the side. Due to her extremely flexible body, she was even able to lift her torso up a little and pull his head for a kiss while he thrust himself again and again deep inside her. He swallowed her moaning whimpers as he felt her insides tightening deliciously around his rod. Soon after, she broke their kiss and her upper body plopped back down on his desk. Her sobbing and screaming returned in full force. More items crashed to the floor as her hands swept around wildly due to her inability to control her body. His hand grabbed one of her breasts, his beloved treasure, and squeezed it in time his thrusts. Then finally, Iris' entire body tightened like a coil before she felt a glorious sea of fire wash over her, drowning her in hot pleasure, as countless mind-blowing explosions almost made her faint. It felt like she just left her body and ascended through the high heavens for a fraction of a moment before slamming back into her body to experience all the pleasure Jin Liwei was pounding into her. Liwei, oh Liwei, uhu. Jin Liwei stopped thrusting and stayed still deep inside her. His jaw tightened as he controlled himself not to orgasm yet. His breathing came out in harsh gasps. "Fuck, baby. I can feel you coming," he said in a strained, husky voice while enjoying her tight contractions around his hard length. Iris was unable to reply, her body beyond her control. She was sobbing so hard that if Jin Liwei didn't know any better, he would have thought that she was crying in great pain. Nevertheless, he still comforted her. "Chill. You're okay, my love. Just let go," he murmured, caressing her tear-stained cheeks and rubbing her trembling back. Moments later, her climax started subsiding, but before she could completely calm down, his gentle hands returned to being tyrannical as they grabbed hold of her lower body, and he started slamming into her again. This time, he gave it his all. He pounded his hips with reckless abandon and chased after his own climax. The fire inside her began blazing once again, as she was forced to ride another orgasm, which quickly built up and exploded for the second time. That did it. He stiffened and felt something akin to an internal earthquake. His control shattered when her insides began contracting around him again. A guttural sound vibrated in his throat as intense pleasure gushed over him, and he poured his release while inside her. Both of them were gasping when they were done. Jin Liwei gave a loving kiss on her mouth. His lips curled into a smug smile, extremely pleased of himself for making his baby girl scream at the top of her lungs. He had fulfilled his promise back when she was still injured, to make her scream while he made love with her. He wanted to stay inside her longer, but he needed to pull out soon or else his semen might start leaking inside her. Sighing, he pulled out with great reluctance and froze. Then he cursed. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Iris opened her eyes and looked at him with heavy-lidded eyes. "What's wrong?" she asked after hearing him curse. Jin Liwei couldn't answer at first. He was looking at something below him in disbelief. Why was he acting like that? Now she started to feel worried. "Darling." He took a deep breath before answering her. "The condom broke. I might have gotten you pregnant today." Now it was her turn to freeze. His jaw tightened after seeing her reaction. "Sorry, love. I know that you're not ready yet, but if I really made you pregnant today, we have no choice but to make adjustments to our initial plans. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything." She was too shocked to reply. Something painful started twisting inside his chest. Why wasn't she saying anything? Did she hate the idea of getting pregnant with his child so much? He took another deep breath to calm himself and try to understand what she must be feeling now. He removed the torn condom from his now flaccid member and then started talking to fill the uncomfortable silence. "I should have known. This is a different brand from what we normally use. The ones we use are made of the highest quality materials and are known for their extreme durability. I never have to worry about getting rough and intense with you while using them. But this condom, Dominic must have bought it from a regular store." Iris remained silent, causing him to be filled with anxiety. The pain in his chest became heavier. His hold on her hand tightened. "Do you regret it?" he asked her. "Because I don't. You becoming pregnant with my child will make me the happiest man in the world. I want to marry you, build a family with you, raise our children together, and live the rest of our lives in happiness. I'm sorry that I wasn't careful today and that I may have ruined our nicely laid out plans for our future, especially since this might cause a pause to your career and studies. But I want you to know that I don't regret it if I really did make you pregnant today." She looked at him with emotion-filled eyes, but otherwise maintained her silence. "Xiaolon, love, please say something," he begged her, his tone filled with anxious urgency and pain. "Do you really hate the thought of being pregnant with my child?" "No," she finally spoke. "Please don't think that." She sat up and pulled him in an embrace. Her chest felt tight seeing that he was hurt. He tried hiding it, but she could see it in his eyes. How careless of her. She didn't realize that her reaction would hurt him. His arms wrapped around her, hugging her closer. He rested his head on her shoulder. They held each other in a tight embrace. Their disheveled appearance and exposed privates had flown out of their minds as they tried to take in what just happened. Iris, especially, didn't know exactly what she was feeling. It felt like a million emotions were running through her heart. She felt confused and scared, but at the same time also happy and excited. It bothered her that Jin Liwei was misunderstanding her, thinking that she hated the thought of getting pregnant with his child, but she had no idea how to comfort him at the moment. She was still trying to figure out her own emotions. He was the first one to break their embrace. His expression showed understanding and gentleness, yet she could still detect the hurt and disappointment underneath. "Don't worry, love. You might have negative feelings about it now, but I'll work hard to make you accept it slowly. I'll show you that despite being unplanned, this pregnancy, if I really got you pregnant, is amazing and something to be celebrated. Darling, come, I'll help you with your clothes. Wait, we also need to eat lunch. We don't have much time, so we need to eat quickly. I don't want you returning to work in an empty stomach." Liwei, his mouth pressed into a thin line before forcing himself to smile at her. "You don't have to worry about this now. We can talk when." She pressed her a finger on his lips, shutting him up. "Look at me." He did. "Listen, I don't hate the thought of getting pregnant with your child. I'm just not." She desperately thought of the appropriate words to describe her exact feelings, but couldn't. Words were difficult, but if she were in front of a piano, she would have perfectly conveyed her garbled emotions using music. She sighed, giving up in trying to find the perfect words. Framing his face with both her hands, she said, "I'm scared, confused. I think I'm a good godmother to little June and a mother to our cats, but I don't know how to be a real mother to my own child. I'm sure that you'll be a wonderful and responsible father, but what about me? What if I end up being a terrible mother? What if I make our child suffer? What if?" Jin Liwei pulled her in another embrace. She burst into tears in his arms. She held on to him as she cried. It was a cry filled with anxiety and fear. Although the memories of her past life had grown hazy after the original Iris Long's remnants started fusing with her, there were still some memories which remained clear and potent, as if they only happened yesterday. One such memory was of her fear of Madame Vetrova, the queen of their family's criminal organization, and her past life's mother. She feared that she might unknowingly turn into someone like Madame Vetrova, a cold and merciless woman who treated her own children as instruments with the sole purpose of continuing and strengthening the Vetrov's reign in the international underworld. She was that woman's daughter whether she liked it or not. What if she inherited Madame Vetrova's ruthlessness towards her children? Her fearful crying turned into horrified sobbing. Jin Liwei rubbed her back and kissed her head. "SSHHH. You'll be an amazing mother, my love. I'm sure of it. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag." Jin Liwei's gentle, comforting words and his warm embrace eventually calmed Iris' loss of control over her emotions. Her fear of becoming like her past life's mother subsided thanks to him, but didn't entirely disappear. Afterwards, Jin Liwei wiped away her tears and helped her get dressed. He led her to his office bathroom and washed her tear-stained face, which was now red and swollen. If others saw her right now, they would think that she and Jin Liwei had a big fight and that he made her cry. Iris felt like a child being taken care of by him. He treated her with extreme gentleness, as if she was a fragile treasure, and was doing his best to comfort her, even though he was also trying to deal with his own emotions. Guilt started eating at him when she broke down in his arms. Although she assured him that she didn't hate the idea of getting pregnant with his child, it was still one of the reasons why she cried. He could feel her fear and anxiety of becoming a terrible mother. He didn't quite understand why she had this fear, especially since he was certain that she would be a wonderful mother based on how she treated their godson and cats. If only he could remove this fear from her heart and throw it far away, he would have already done so. Unfortunately, only she could overcome her own fear. All he could do was give her love, unwavering support, and assurance that he would be with her every step of the way. Once they were properly clothed, he led her to the table. Iris didn't have an appetite after what happened, but he coaxed her to eat, even a little. "How are you feeling now?" he asked in a worried tone. This time, she was able to give with him a small smile. "Better. Thank you." "Good." She took his hand and pressed it against her cheek. "Darling, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? I didn't mean to make you think that I don't want to get pregnant with your child. I think it would be amazing if a child is born into this world who is made from half of you and half of me. It's just that shoo." He sealed her lips with a soft yet firm kiss when he saw that she was about to panic again, preventing her from succumbing to her, in his opinion, irrational fear. "You'll be fine, my love. Even if you're not, I'll be here and stay with you until you're okay again. Always remember that you're not alone. I'm here. I'll always be here for you." She nodded and held on to his hand, absorbing strength from him. Self-reproach filled her, hating how weak she was acting right now, yet she couldn't stop it. In the end, she was still human. So what if she was a genius? She also had fears like other normal people. She also needed comfort and strength from the person she loved when she felt weak and vulnerable. "I love you, Jin Liwei." The corner of his lips lifted into a loving smile. "I love you too, Long Xiaolan, or whoever you are. So much." His words touched her deeply. Even though the distinction between the identities of Long Xiaolan, aka Iris Long, and Evelina Vetrova had blurred and started to merge until she didn't have a choice but to fully accept that she was now both, she appreciated that he could still remember their rhetorical discussion from before about her being another person and not Long Xiaolan. She knew that he didn't take it seriously, but still he humored her, not making fun of her. His tender consideration was something that she would always be grateful for, not only as the present Iris Long, but also as her past self, Evelina Vetrova. "I think I'm going to cry again," she said in a shaky voice. "Go ahead, love." She chuckled even as a sob threatened to make her lose her composure once again. This sob was not out of fear like earlier, but of gratefulness instead for Jin Liwei's love for her. She did her best to hold it in, not wanting to make her eyes even redder and swollen than they already were. Tang Yi would scold her about her messy appearance for sure when she returned to work later. Thus, she complained instead. "Why am I so emotional today?" Before he could even think about it, he replied in a light and playful tone. "Maybe you're pregnant already. That's why you're being so emotional." I heard pregnant women become very emotional. She froze. He froze as well. "That's soon. Does conception happen?" "Immediately. Where's your computer?" "Let me borrow it. I need to search this up." "Wait, I can use my phone." "Where's my phone?" "Oh, how about your phone?" Jin Liwei inwardly cursed at himself for causing his baby girl to panic again. "Love, relax, calm down. Love." He forced her out of her panicked state by shaking her shoulders. It wasn't rough, but not light either. It was firm enough to snap her to listen to him. Sighing, he told himself that he should be the one to remain calm for both of them, especially since her emotions were understandably chaotic right now. "Sorry, love. I was just joking. And to answer your question, no. If I remember correctly from science class, pregnancy doesn't start the day we have unprotected sex. I think it takes around 3 to 4 days or something like that for the sperm to fertilize the egg cell, then another 3 to 4 days for the fertilized egg to implant itself in your uterus. Not completely sure, though. I'll have to double-check on the specifics, but I'm pretty sure that I'm not far off." "Oh." Iris subconsciously pressed a hand over her flat abdomen. Would she really get pregnant from today? He followed suit and covered her hand with his large hand. The two of them looked at each other, imagining a little version of one another growing inside her womb. ####. It'd be amazing if you really got pregnant today, Jin Liwei thought inside his head. Or at least, he thought that it was inside his head. He didn't. realized that he said it out loud. Iris asked, "Do you really want to be a father that much?" "Not particularly," he replied while stroking her hair. "Before I met you, I always thought that babies and kids are messy, annoying, and a hassle to take care of. I had no interest in having them at all. But I'm the head of the genes, so I'm expected to produce an heir someday. I always view it as a duty that I would have to force myself to fulfill. I kept putting it off even though relatives kept on trying to matchmake me to potential marriage partners. I was too focused on running the company and the clan that before I knew it, I was already in my 30s. I figured that before I become too old, I would just pick a random woman to wed and become my wife, and then force myself to impregnate her so that I could have my required heir." Iris scowled. This was the first time that she heard him talk about this. She knew that it was quite common among men of his status and wealth, but she still felt uncomfortable hearing about it. An urge to strangle the random, faceless woman he was talking about bubbled inside her. Although she knew that such a woman didn't exist because of her, she still couldn't stop herself from feeling jealous. Jin Liwei was hers. He detected her jealousy and was pleased, causing a wide grin to spread on his handsome face. Nevertheless, he still pulled her closer until there was almost no space between their bodies and comforted her with a kiss on her temple. Then he continued, "That was how I lived my life, only revolving around the company and the Jin family. Then I met you, and everything changed." Her jealousy towards the non-existent woman disappeared as she paid attention to his every word. "For the first time, I felt desire for another human being, for a woman, the most beautiful and extraordinary that I have ever met in my life. Granted, I had my own prejudice against you before meeting you, but once I met you in person and got to know you better, I was immediately hooked. I couldn't get you out of my mind. I felt crazy. I still feel crazy about you. I wanted to make you mine, to become my woman, my lover, my wife, and the mother of my children. All of these desires awakened inside me because of you." Iris smiled and rested her head on his shoulder. She loved listening to him talk about his feelings for her like this. "So to answer your question, what I want is to be your husband and the father of your children. If you're the mother, I realize that I'm ready to father up to 100 kids." A giggle escaped from her lips. 100? Are you planning to kill me? Do you want me to spend the rest of our lives getting pregnant and giving birth to all of your children?" The mood lightened. He was relieved to hear her laughing again after her emotional breakdown earlier. "Kill you? Never. Whether or not you give birth to our kids isn't the most important to me. The most important for me is to make you truly mine. I want to marry you and spend the rest of our lives together. I'll always love you and stay with you until we grow old. Even if you grow sick and tired of me when I turn into a cranky, old man, I'll still stick by your side and never leave you. What if I'm the one who turns into a cranky, old woman? What if you're the one who grows sick and tired of me? Will you still stick by my side and never leave me?" He chuckled and continued playing with her hair. "Even if you turn into a cranky, old woman, I'll still love you. Besides, I'm far older than you. I'll turn into an old man first before you turn into an old woman. I hope that you'll still love me even when I become old and unattractive while you're still young and beautiful." She grabbed his hand and squeezed it. "Liwei." He interrupted her and continued speaking, wanting to release all the words that he wanted to tell her out of his chest. "I'll never grow sick and tired of you, my love. If something unimaginable like that ever happens, I'm sure it's not because I've fallen out of love with you, but because I became brain damaged or something. You're so beautiful, talented, amazing, extraordinary, a genius. I feel like I don't deserve to be loved by you at all. My only consolation is that nobody else deserves you either. That's why I have to be shameless and do everything in my power to make you fall in love with me, to persuade you that I'm the man deserving of your love, and that we can live in happiness together. Oh, Liwei, I'll always stick by your side and never leave you. You're the love of my life, Long Xiaolon, or whoever you are. Now that I found you, how could I allow myself to let you go? If you're not beside me, how else would I be able to live from now on?" A lump formed in her throat after hearing his proclamation of love. This man truly loved her. She could feel his love not just from his words and actions, but also from their connection, physical, emotional, mental, and even spiritual. Right at that moment, a sense of calm washed over her highly strung emotions. He was like a strong and stable anchor, keeping her safe and secure no matter how many storms ravaged through her life. I'm still afraid that I'd fail as a mother to our future children, she told him. But because you're with me, I feel like I can face anything. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. In her office, Rose Young slammed the phone. She tried so many times calling Jin Liwei's office, but she couldn't get through for some reason. Jin Liwei had blocked her number on both his private and office desk phone, so she could only call Su Tian and ask the damn arrogant assistant to relay her messages to Jin Liwei. It was all that slut's fault. If it wasn't for Iris Long, then her big brother Liwei wouldn't have blocked her. Damn jealous, possessive bitch. She called the maintenance department and complained about her phone. Since she was a high-ranking executive in the company, someone was immediately sent up even. Though it was lunchtime, a repair guy came to fix the phone while ogling her in the corner of his eyes. She subconsciously responded, giving a few alluring poses she knew men found irresistible. However, she stiffened when she saw a flash of disappointment when he looked at her chest. Indignation filled her, so she gave the son of a bitch a hard time, calling him incompetent when he said that everything was fine with her phone. The other numbers are working fine. It's only Assistant Sue's phone number that you're not able to call. The most likely reason is that he blocked you. I suggest that CMO Young talk directly to Assistant Sue in person and ask him to unblock you, he told her. Rose Young wanted to slap the repair guy for being incompetent, but most importantly, she wanted to punish him for mocking the size of her breasts, or lack thereof. She knew that he was mocking her flatness in his mind. However, she controlled her temper. She already lost her composure too much by calling him incompetent to his face. Although the son of a bitch deserved to be punished, she still needed to maintain her image as the smart, beautiful, and charming CMO of Gene Corporation. I see. It's too bad that you can't repair my phone. It's all right. You can go now. My apologies for raising my voice at you earlier. I'm a little tired. Things are hectic in the company right now, and we, the executives, have a lot on our plate. I hope you understand, she said in a sultry voice and even trailed her fingertips on his arm. She mentally smirked when she saw the foolish fucker swallow. The growing bulge beneath his pants didn't escape her notice either. So what if her chest was flat? Men still couldn't resist her. A body's appearance could only do so much. That slut Iris Long only had her hourglass body and pretty face to depend on. Jin Liwei was only bewitched by her youth and beauty, but once the slut lost them, Rose was sure that he would dump her. She was confident that as long as she could seduce him and give him a taste of her delicious nectar and incomparable bed skills, he would be addicted to her and not look at any other woman again. She was perfect for him, her big brother Liwei. If he only gave her a chance, she would let him experience the most glorious pleasure in the world. That slut couldn't possibly give what a man like him really needed. Only Rose Young could. Just thinking about him was making her so hot and wet. The repair guy had a hopeful expression on his face. He looked passable, and she needed a good fuck right now, but her good sense still prevailed. I can't involve myself with anyone in the workplace. Well, except for Big Brother Liwei, she reminded herself. If a fucker here at work gets too attached to me, then that would cause a problem. I don't want Big Brother Liwei to misunderstand. I want him to know that he's the only man for me, that no matter how many men I sleep with, he's the only one in my heart and mind. My everything belongs to him. So despite being horny, she still sent the repair guy away. Alone in her office again, she couldn't help but remember what happened upstairs earlier. Seeing the slut holding her big brother Liwei's hand almost made Rose lose her composure in front of him and their fellow executives. She wanted to claw the arrogant and conceited expression off the bitch's face. Rose wanted to dump the lunch the slut gave her into the trash, but if someone saw her, she would get into deep trouble with her big brother Liwei. So she gave it to her assistant instead when she returned to her office. Her assistant thanked her and became excited once she learned that the lunch was from the slut. The happiness on her assistant's face made Rose want to fire the woman, but she was able to control her temper in time. So many brain-dead fans of that slut. They should open their eyes and see what a hoe the woman they're idolizing so much is. The assistant carried the boxed lunch and ate somewhere else with her work friends, leaving Rose alone in the office. She tried calling Su Tian again, determined to disturb the slut's alone time with Jin Liwei. But like before, her call was unable to go through. Damn it. Damn you, Iris Long. This time, she threw the phone hard. It crashed to the floor and broke into several pieces. I bet she's fucking Big Brother Liwei right now. Fucking on his desk. It should be me he's supposed to be fucking right now. I want him to fuck me on his desk. Not her, that dirty slut. Explicit images began flashing in her horny mind. All she could think of was her big brother Liwei's handsome face and sexy, naked body. She started imagining how he would look like without a single piece of clothing on. He would be big, strong, hard, and perfect, and very, very, very delicious. She quickly locked her office door and returned to her desk. Then she unbuttoned her blouse to expose her bare breasts. She wasn't wearing any bra because there was no need to. She only had small pasties to cover her nipples. While massaging her flat breasts, she pulled down her stockings and thonged to her knees. She was so wet that she was dripping down her thighs. Closing her eyes, she started fantasizing about Jin Liwei, her big brother Liwei, her one and only true lover and destined husband. She imagined his glorious body while touching herself, imagining that it was his hands pleasuring her. She sucked her fingers, pretending that it was his hard length. Her other hand slid down and touched her hot and wet core, causing her to moan. "Oh, big brother, take me. Come inside me. Bend over the desk," she imagined him telling her. "I'm gonna fuck you hard and fast." "Yes, big brother. Fuck me," she said in the empty room and bent over her own desk. Then she inserted 3 fingers inside her and began fucking herself while in her mind. Jin Liwei was slamming his hips furiously in and out of her. "Yes, just like that, big brother. Harder. Faster. Deeper. Aya." She added a 4th finger and increased the speed of her hand. Her other hand rubbed the swollen button above her wet, pulsating core, increasing her pleasure. "You like that, huh? Hold on tight, because I'm gonna fuck you out of your mind," Jin Liwei's imaginary voice whispered inside her head. "Yes. Oh yes. Fuck me. Love me." Her hands were moving frantically over her slimy, gushing core, chasing after a delicious climax while thinking of her beloved big brother Liwei. But just as she was about to reach the peak, the image in her mind changed. Suddenly, it wasn't her that Jin Liwei was fucking anymore, but that slut Iris Long. The picture was so clear that Rose Young froze and stopped pleasuring herself. "No, get out of my head, you bitch. Give me back my big brother. He's mine. All mine." She forced the image out of her mind and tried pleasuring herself once more, but to no avail. Iris Long had completely ruined her lovemaking session with an imaginary Jin Liwei. It was so frustrating that Rose Young finally and totally lost her temper. She swept her arms over her desk, sending everything on it crashing to the floor. "Damn you, Iris Long. How dare you interrupt me and big brother Liwei. I won't forget this. I'll make you pay for this. Just you wait. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag." Outside Jin Liwei's office door was a large, elegant, and lavish reception area where Su Tian worked behind his own desk and welcomed people who had appointments to meet with the president CEO of Jin Corporation. To the far side was a fully equipped kitchen and break room where Dom, Su Tian, and the bodyguards were currently eating their boxed lunches. Su Tian was busy poring over important documents while eating. It was the last quarter of the year, so the company was extremely busy meeting various goals and deadlines they set for themselves. The bodyguards ate their meals quickly and returned to their posts outside the locked office door of their master. Sometimes they would whisper to each other, but otherwise maintained their silence. Dom thought that they were boring for being so quiet, so he chatted with Ketchup instead while enjoying his delicious meal. He had taken 3 boxed lunches because 1 wasn't enough. He would have taken 4, maybe even 5, but still had some shame remaining in him, so he was able to stop himself from being too greedy for food. His friends, the other members of the girl squad, except for his boss Iris, who always appreciated him for who he was, resented him for being able to eat so much without gaining a single pound of weight. What could he do about it? He was just born fabulous. At the moment, his lively voice and that of Ketchup's were the only noise in the place. Dom gestured with his hands as he ate and chatted with the white cat who was playing with a ball of yarn in her virtual kitty room. Her fluffy self could be seen on a wall-mounted flat-screen TV. They were in the middle of giggling at something when Ketchup stopped all of a sudden. 2 seconds later. That hoochie tried calling Tian Tian again for the 13th time, but she can't get through because the cute, awesome, and mighty Ketchup, temporarily blocked her until Mommy leaves Daddy's office, just like what Uncle Dom told me. Eehee. The hoochie coochie really intends to disturb my mommy and my daddy's sleepy time. What a poo-poo. Meow. Good job, baby Ketchup. Yes, that's right. Don't let anyone disturb your mommy and daddy, especially that who. That, that evil witch. Ketchup is a good kitty, right, Uncle Dom? Yes, you are. Baby Ketchup is such a good kitty. Meow. Ketchup was very happy that her Uncle Dom praised her, so she started purring. Su Tian didn't hear their conversation because he was wearing noise-blocking earphones so that he could concentrate on his work. Only incoming calls on the phone would catch his attention. That was why he had no idea that Ketchup temporarily blocked Rose Young from his contact list, and that she had been trying to call him many times in the past half hour. When everyone left Iris and Jin Liwei inside his office earlier, Dom immediately instructed Ketchup to not let anyone disturb them, especially Rose Young. He also specifically told the white cat not to peek or eavesdrop on her parents. Baby Ketchup, listen to me. You're not allowed to go anywhere close to your daddy's office today while your mommy is there inside with him. Do you understand? Why? Ketchup needs to monitor daddy's office at all times. That's one of the tasks my mommy gave Ketchup. Meow, the white cat asked and replied in her innocent voice. Because it's your mommy and daddy's alone time right now. They should be doing something, important. Yes, that's right. They're doing something extremely important and shouldn't be disturbed. I'm sure that there have been times before when your parents told you not look or listen in on them, right? Oh, Ketchup gets it now. Yes, they always tell Ketchup to close my eyes and ears every night when they're in their bedroom. Well, not every night, but most of the time. Oh, sometimes during the day too, when they're alone somewhere at home. It's their sleepy time. Ketchup isn't allowed anywhere near mommy and daddy during those times unless they say the secret password, which is, I love you, Ketchup. When they say this secret password, it means that Ketchup is free to roam anywhere and everywhere at home again. Meow? I see. So that's what you mean, Uncle Dom. Ketchup understands now and won't let anyone disturb mommy and daddy because their sleepy time is very, very, very important. Poor mommy and daddy. Are they so tired right now that they need to sleep when it's only lunchtime? Meow. PFT. Sleepy time. Ehehe. Dom snickered. The two chatterboxes continued chatting to their heart's content, waiting until Iris and Jin Liwei finished their sleepy time. As for the matter regarding Rose Young, Iris had forbade Ketchup to personally continue monitoring the woman after discovering what kind of things Rose did whenever she was alone. Iris didn't want her corrupting Ketchup, so she deleted the X-rated memory from the cat AI system. The deletion had some minor side effects on the white cat, but Iris would rather Ketchup suffer through it than be corrupted by the dirtiness. Iris hadn't watched enough of the woman's X-rated surveillance videos to know that Rose had been fantasizing about Jin Liwei. Afterwards, Iris left a copy of Ketchup, basically a bot minus the personality and powerful self-learning function, to continue the surveillance on Rose Young. While the two chatterboxes gossiped in the break room, Rose Young was cleaning her mess in her office downstairs. She had now calmed down after her failure to orgasm earlier. Lunchtime was almost over and her assistant would be returning any time. She didn't want questions about the mess. That slut should be finished fucking Big Brother Liwei right now. He has an important meeting after lunch that he can't miss. Thinking about Iris Long infuriated her again, so she forced herself to take a few deep breaths before continuing to clean up. Unbeknown to her, a virtual white cat with blank, soulless eyes were staring at her without blinking and recording all of her actions every second, 24/7. Its sole purpose was to monitor Rose Young. ####. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. That night, Iris arrived home, exhausted just before dinner time. She got an earful from Tang Yi when she returned to work after leaving Jin Liwei's office with red, puffy eyes. Fortunately, the swelling went down after she used a cold eye mask, a prototype for a future Orchidia beauty product. Jin Liwei called to tell her that he would be running late tonight, but promised that he would come home before bedtime. They still wanted to talk more about what happened earlier in his office before sleeping. Later, Iris headed to the kitchen for dinner. Surprisingly, Lu Zihao was also there. He had been absent for quite some time ever since the bomb incident. The siblings hadn't seen or spoken with each other for many days. Lu Zihao looked as exhausted as Iris, maybe even more so than her. He must have been very busy with whatever he had been doing. She knew that she was one of the reasons why he was so busy because he and Jin Liwei were jointly working on their own investigations to find out the real mastermind behind the bomb attack. Her own investigations on the side had also gained a few small clues, but nothing too significant yet. They had been cooperating by sharing their investigations' results. The Shadow Winds hacker team was a great help in decreasing her burden in the investigations. She discovered that they collectively named themselves as the Hacker Sean and had helped her contain the malicious online hate campaign against her right after the bomb incident. Sometimes, she would impart some hacking tips and tricks to them that would leave them all ecstatic. They were improving at an impressive rate, greatly pleasing Liu Zihao. However, they were still several leagues below a world-class master hacker like Iris, but that was only because she was a monstrous genius. They needed to dig deeper in order to find out the real masterminds behind the bomb incident. With each passing day that they failed to find anything concrete, Iris became more certain that either the masterminds or the protector was a formidable hacker like her. This only made the situation more dangerous, yet also more exciting for her. But for now, she had to put this whole matter aside because of how exhausted she felt after everything that happened at Jin Liwei's office today. The brother and sister, Liu Zihao and Iris, ate dinner with the others except for Jin Liwei, who was still at work. I heard that you visited third brother in his office during lunch. Liu Zihao talked in a casual tone while they ate. But then I heard something interesting. Iris already had a feeling what he was about to say but still asked, "What is it?" I heard that you left his office with red and swollen eyes. He placed his chopsticks down and looked at her. His aura became dangerous, making Dom and Jiang Yingyu shut up from their own lively conversation and then cower in their seats. Fortunately, little June was too young to sense danger, so the toddler continued eating his food, unaware of the change in the atmosphere. "So tell me, little sister," Liu Zihao said in a deceptively light voice. "Did you fight with third brother?" Then his voice turned cold. "Did that bastard make you cry?" Although affected by her brother's deadly aura, Iris still straightened her back and replied to him in a calm, firm voice. "Liwei is not a bastard, big brother. He's my future husband, and the father of my future baby, or babies." His eyes narrowed, his lips thinned, and the air grew colder. Dom and Jiang Yingyu shivered and avoided looking at the siblings. Little June continued eating happily and entertained himself by watching the antics of his cat cousin, the goofy popcorn. "And no, Liwei and I didn't fight," Iris continued. "He didn't make me cry. Technically, it wasn't him." "Heh, is that so?" Liu Zihao asked, still suspicious. He picked up his chopsticks again to resume eating. "Then why did you cry after leaving his office?" Iris was about to complain why he knew so much about what happened earlier when he wasn't even there, but then remembered that about half of her personal security team consisted of his subordinates. Those people must have ratted her out to him as soon as they arrived home. "Heh, what is this? Not going to tell the reason to your big brother?" "Fine. Liwei and I made love in his office, and it got wild and intense. I lost control of myself, and I just started screaming and sobbing. That's what happened. Are you satisfied now?" Liu Zihao froze, his expression indescribable. Dom gasped dramatically and covered the ears of the clueless and innocent little June, while Jiang Yingyu turned red. Iris didn't lie to her brother. Well, not technically. She only applied some of the interview-dodging skills Tang Yi constantly instilled in her, and chose to tell only part of the truth while hiding some. She didn't want to hide things from her brother, but had to in order to protect her man. If Liu Zihao knew that she had a pregnancy scare earlier today, he would probably beat the shit out of Jin Liwei as soon as he returned home later tonight. Liu Zihao cleared his throat to clear the awkwardness. "Forget I asked. By the way, have you tasted this scallion soup? It's good. Here, eat some." Iris was relieved that they stopped talking about the topic. She wanted to talk to Jin Liwei about it first before sharing it with others, if the need to share with their family and friends became a must. But first, she and Jin Liwei needed to confirm whether she was really pregnant or not. Finally, dinner ended, and they all headed to their own rooms. The brother and sister walked together in the meantime. "I'm glad that nothing serious happened with you and your man," Liu Zihao said. "This body, and also I know after living as Liu Zihao for some time now that Jin Liwei is a good and dependable man. He'll take care of you. I also have to admit that I can see very clearly that he loves and cares for you. Heck, the man's ready to give you everything, even die for you. You just need to ask and he'll do it." A smile blossomed on Iris' lips, brightening up her beautiful face, giving her a soft and loving expression. "Yes, I know. But Lu Zihao stopped walking. She stopped walking as well. He's still a man who'll eventually make mistakes. There might come a time when he'll hurt you either unintentionally or on purpose. She didn't reply, instead waiting for him to say more. Regardless of whether it's unintentional or not, hurting my sister is still something I deem unforgivable. So if he ever hurts you and makes you cry, remember to tell me. Even if you don't tell me, I'll still know. If that happens, I'll. Big brother, I love Jin Liwei, she interrupted. If you ever harm him, you'll hurt me too. ####. When I woke up as this, Iris swept her hands over herself. As the new me, I was very excited to live this new chance in life. I had many goals and ambitions, and also plans to accomplish them. During that time, I envisioned myself reaching everything on my own. But when Liwei barged into my life and I fell in love with him, I realized that although I still have the same goals and ambitions, they slightly changed to include him as well. Now, whenever I envision my future, he's always there beside me as a constant part of my life. Big brother, ever since I fell in love with Liwei, I now can't imagine living the rest of my life without him. I love him so much that I almost can't believe how I'm capable of loving someone so much that isn't you, my brother, my family. If something bad ever happens to him, I'll probably lose control and hunt down the people who harmed him. Lu Zihao was silent for a few seconds before asking, even me? If I harm him, you'll hunt even me, your own brother? She couldn't answer right away, looking at him instead with a complicated expression. I love Liwei, big brother. I love you too. I don't want to choose between the two of you. Both of you are the most important men in my life right now. I refuse to choose between the two of you. But I won't be able to sit still if you hurt Liwei, so please don't. I don't want our relationship to be ruined by something like that. He took a deep breath after hearing her honest words. His hands clenched and unclenched, the veins popping out to the surface of his skin. Iris braced herself and faced the stormy aura her brother was currently emitting. It made her heart shake, yet she stood her ground to show him that she was serious. Although she understood that her brother was fiercely protective of her, she couldn't tolerate his subtle threats against Jin Liwei any longer. He needed to understand that Jin Liwei was here to stay in her life as her future husband whether he liked it or not. She sensed that her brother was experiencing an internal struggle between his past identity as Nikolai Vetrov and his new life as Lu Zihao, who was sworn brothers with her man, Jin Liwei. However, it was his own battle to fight with himself. She couldn't solve it for him, especially after going through the same thing herself. It was difficult and dangerous, but he still needed to overcome it on his own. I understand, he finally said after managing to calm himself. As long as he doesn't hurt you and make you suffer, I won't interfere. Both of us didn't have it easy in our past lives. We were always trudging the boundary between life and death, not knowing when we'd make a deadly mistake or when our enemies would successfully kill us. They eventually succeeded, he hissed through gritted teeth. His eyes flashed with murderous intent before controlling it. I know that you hated that life, how caged you felt, and suffered because of it, he continued. I couldn't do anything for you back then because it was too dangerous to let you go free in the outside world. But everything is different now. The Vetrovs are no more. The people we were before are no more. We had fallen and were reduced to ashes. Desolation filled his eyes, making Iris tremble and her eyes moist as she watched him. A small desire of revenge also stirred within her at the thought of the fallen Vetrovs. But it got quickly buried into the deepest recesses of herself before she could even notice. Her new life as Long Xiaolan, aka Iris Long, and the endless possibilities of achieving all of her dreams that she wasn't able to do in her past life had overpowered almost everything for her. Not to